A millennium ago at Hogwarts, a young boy named Yunshi, hailing from the modern world, unexpectedly traversed into the magical realm. He embarked on a journey to learn magic alongside Godric Gryffindor, Salazar Slytherin, Helga Hufflepuff, and Rowena Ravenclaw. These four individuals were the founders of Hogwarts, and Yunshi, due to his exceptional talent, was embraced as the fifth founder, mastering the enigmatic ancient magic. However, 1,000 years later, Yunshi once again found himself in a temporal rift while researching ancient magic, landing in Hogwarts of 1991, where he crossed paths with Harry Potter. He joined the institution under the name Yunshi, becoming both a mentor and friend to Harry, aiding him in comprehending destiny, confronting darkness, and nurturing personal growth. Amidst the conflict between Harry and Voldemort, Yunshi prevented the sacrifice of Sirius Black and the anguish of Professor Lupin, witnessing Hermione's wisdom and Ron's loyalty, gradually realizing that true magic lies not in power, but in choice. Throughout the passage of a millennium, Yunshi steadfastly upheld a belief. The true essence of magic is guardianship, hope, and the choice of who one wishes to become. As war looms on the horizon, Yunshi must make a choice between safeguarding the magical world of 1,000 years past and the fate of Harry a millennium hence. Will he be able to find a path to peace and justice amidst the crevices of time? Chapter 1. The Ripples of Time and the Four Travelers. Yunshi's final consciousness lingered on a hefty ancient tome, procured from a flea market, bound in peculiar metal and unknown leather. As he instinctively caressed the intricate indentation on the cover, resembling a tapestry woven from stars and serpents, an indescribable blaze of white light engulfed him. There was no pain, only a profound sensation of his soul being forcibly wrenched from its corporeal vessel, torn apart in a dizzying turmoil of endless radiant flow and shattered fragments of time. Time lost its meaning. It felt like an instant, yet an eternity, and the suffocating sensation of being torn asunder abruptly vanished. A heavy feeling of descent accompanied by the cracking of brittle branches and a chilling touch sent him crashing onto a damp, decomposing ground. The piercing cold jolted him awake, and he was momentarily stunned into silence by the sight before him. No longer was he in his cluttered, cozy study. Instead, he found himself surrounded by an endless primordial forest, shrouded in white mist. Towering ancient trees twisted and coiled around one another, their canopies obscuring the sky, allowing only a few pale rays of light to struggle through, illuminating the dancing dust in the air and the vines, glowing faintly blue, entwined around the trunks. The air was thick with the scent of earth, decaying wood, and an unfamiliar floral fragrance imbued with a strange sweetness, so rich it felt almost tangible. In the distance, the low howls of unknown beasts echoed, and deeper within, a subtle magical whisper seemed to resonate directly with the soul. "Where am I?" Yunshi attempted to speak, but only a dry, hoarse voice emerged. He struggled to rise, only to find his body unusually heavy, his limbs beset by waves of exhaustion. He glanced down at his hands. They were still the hands of a 16-year-old boy, albeit smeared with dirt, and his modern attire was torn in several places. As he surveyed his surroundings, enveloped by immense shock and a hint of panic, an unusual stirring emanated from the depths of his soul. The ancient tome that had set everything in motion was nowhere to be found, yet he could distinctly feel a warm and immense flow of energy converging from the surrounding environment, from the earth, from the air, from the luminous plants, and even from the distant horizon, weaving into his being. This energy was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It was ancient, pure, brimming with vitality and the essence of creation, yet laced with an undeniable air of majesty and power. Instinctively, he raised his hand, his thoughts stirring as he attempted to capture a passing wisp of pale blue light. To his astonishment, the light seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, gently settling into his palm. Instantly, a small cluster of soft, flickering blue flames ignited at his fingertips, burning quietly without any sensation of heat, instead exuding a refreshing and tranquil aura. Ancient magic, an unfamiliar term, surfaced naturally in his mind. He stared at the flame on his fingertip, waves of astonishment crashing within him. This was a phenomenon that no scientific explanation could account for. It was undoubtedly magic. Furthermore, it was a form of magic starkly different from the wand-based, fixed incantations he had encountered in novels and films. It was more direct, more elemental, as if it were conversing with the fundamental elements that constituted this world. Before he could ponder further, the sound of hurried footsteps and low conversations drew near, interrupting his thoughts. "Godric, I told you, the spatial structure of this area is exceedingly unstable. Did you sense that unusual surge of magical energy?" It was akin to stars falling, a clear and serious female voice declared. "Relax, Salazar. It is precisely because of the instability that it warrants investigation. Such a powerful disturbance of energy cannot be attributed to ordinary magical creatures or natural phenomena, A vibrant male voice responded, imbued with an unyielding curiosity and decisiveness. Rowena's detection magic points here. The source of the residual energy should be nearby. Another gentle and reassuring female voice added. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Yunqi, prompting him to instinctively extinguish the flame at his fingertips and seek concealment. Yet his weakened body hindered his movements. Soon, four figures emerged from the thick underbrush, coming into view. Each possessed a distinct aura, yet all donned travel robes reminiscent of the medieval era, marked by the dust of their journeys, their eyes sharp and surrounded by a formidable magical presence that made the mist retreat. At the forefront stood a tall, robust man, his fiery red hair resembling flames, and his azure eyes sparkled with the courage and curiosity of a lion. Adorning his waist was an ornate sword encrusted with rubies, embodying a walking sun, radiating light and warmth. He was none other than Godric Gryffindor. Beside him stood a pale and slender man, his black hair cascading over his shoulders. Clad in a dark green robe, his gaze was as deep as an ancient well, exuding calmness and caution. He wielded a serpent-headed staff, emanating an aura of aloofness and authority that kept others at bay. Salazar Slytherin. Another woman, tall and poised, possessed meticulously arranged chestnut hair, crowned with a tiara embedded with sapphires. Her eyes were wise and piercing, as if capable of seeing through all illusions, and she held a silver compass that spun and shimmered with runic light. Rowena Ravenclaw. Lastly, there stood a woman who appeared to be the most gentle and amiable, possessing a round face and warm brown eyes. She held a wicker basket exuding the fragrant scent of herbs, her expression imbued with concern. Helga Hufflepuff. The gazes of the four individuals instantly converged upon Yunqi, who sat slumped on the ground, clad in tattered garments. A myriad of emotions, surprise, vigilance, curiosity, flashed in their eyes. Godric was the first to act. He strode forward and squatted before Yunqi, his voice resonant yet devoid of menace. "Child, are you all right? What transpired here moments ago? How did you end up deep within the forbidden forest alone?" Yunqi parted his lips, his mind racing. Should he speak the truth? Declare that he hailed from a millennium hence? Such revelations might brand him a madman or a product of dark sorcery. He inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself, and responded in a voice tinged with hoarseness and confusion. I do not know. I awoke here, and the events prior are but a blur." This was not entirely a falsehood. The experience of traversing time had indeed been chaotic. Amnesia. Helga stepped closer, a gentle luminescence emanating from her fingertips as she lightly brushed over Yunqi's forehead and arms, assessing his condition. "Your body is frail, and your magical essence is peculiar, remarkably ancient and pure, yet seemingly depleted." She furrowed her brow and glanced towards the other three. The compass in Rowena's hand pointed frantically at Yunqi, her voice as cool as ice. "The source of the anomalous magical fluctuations is he. His own magic is of the same origin as the temporal ripples that recently engulfed this area." Salazar's brow furrowed even more tightly, his piercing gaze akin to a scalpel, as if he sought to dissect Yunqi's very soul. An unfamiliar visage, an extraordinary magical attribute, appearing at the core of the forbidden forest. "Child, who exactly are you?" The serpent-headed staff in his hand rose slightly, exuding an imperceptible pressure. Yunqi felt a pang of trepidation. He sensed Salazar's magic slithering around him like a cold serpent, probing and searching. In a moment of desperation, he instinctively summoned the nascent warmth of ancient magical energy within him, forming an almost imperceptible, invisible barrier around his body. When Salazar's magic brushed against this barrier, it dissipated like a droplet merging with the ocean, quietly neutralized and absorbed. A flicker of intense shock crossed Salazar's eyes as he distinctly felt the unusual disappearance of his magic. Ew. Just as the atmosphere grew taut with tension, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the forest, accompanied by a slight tremor of the earth and the sound of trees being violently snapped. A tempestuous, chaotic magical aura surged forth like a storm. It is the crystal horn beast. It has been roused by the recent magical fluctuations. Godric sprang to his feet, unsheathing his sword with a metallic clang, his face devoid of fear, filled only with resolute battle spirit. In the next moment, a colossal creature burst through the mist, revealing itself before the assembly. It resembled a giant rhinoceros, but was several times larger, its body cloaked not in fur, but in a heavy exoskeleton shimmering with irregular magical brilliance, as if composed of crystal. Upon its singular horn coalesced a disquieting beam of chaotic energy, eroding everything in its path, crystallizing flora and fauna alike. "Protect the child," Helga exclaimed immediately. With a wave of her hand, Resilient magical vines rapidly sprouted from the ground, attempting to ensnare the beast's limbs. Rowena swiftly chanted a spell, conjuring several intricate magical circles before her, which unleashed icy blue rays in an effort to freeze the joints of the crystal horn beast. Salazar snorted disdainfully, brandishing his wand, the tip of the serpent-headed staff glowing ominously, as a barrage of dark green curse arrows was launched toward the beast's eyes and other vulnerable points. Godric roared like a true lion, brandishing his sword as he faced the creature head-on, golden magical flames igniting along the blade, colliding violently with the beast's horn, producing a deafening din. However, the crystal horned beast proved to be even more formidable and ferocious than they had anticipated. It withstood their onslaught, its horn's energy growing increasingly unstable, poised to unleash a wave of indiscriminate destructive force. Yunshi's heart raced as he sensed the impending eruption of energy, recognizing its terrifying potential. Observing the four legendary wizards fighting valiantly to protect him, though he was not entirely in need of such protection, an inexplicable impulse surged within him. He could not merely stand by and watch. In a moment of crisis, he instinctively followed the guidance of the ancient magic coursing within him, pressing his hands firmly against the ground. He closed his eyes, channeling all his mental energy inward, connecting with that vast and warm source of power. "Earth Comet," he silently implored. There were no incantations, no wand, only his pure spirit, and while resonating through the ancient magic, harmonizing with the world around him. From the center of Yunshi's palms, a visible, soft yet profoundly deep ochre wave instantly radiated outward. Where the wave passed, the tumultuous magical elements were forcibly subdued, and the wildly growing vines became even more resilient, acquiring a lustrous sheen akin to jade. More critically, as the wave swept over the crystal-horned beast, the chaotic energy coalescing upon its horn simmered down like boiling water treated with a tranquilizer, rapidly dissipating and even dulling the fierce red glow in its eyes, replaced instead by a semblance of confusion and fatigue. The crystal-horned beast emitted a low, confused whimper, shaking its massive head, and astonishingly ceased its attack, turning away and trudging slowly into the mist. The battlefield fell silent in an instant. Godric's sword remained poised in midair. Rowena's magical circles gradually dissolved. Salazar's curse arrows hovered momentarily before vanishing, and Helga covered her mouth in astonishment. The four of them simultaneously turned their heads, their expressions intricately woven with complexity as they focused on Yunshi, whose pallid face betrayed the exhaustion from expending his magical energy. In that fleeting moment, they distinctly sensed a magical force emanating from this seemingly frail boy, one that surpassed their own, filled with primal, natural power. It was not derived from any known magical system. It had directly altered the magical environment of the area, pacifying the rampaging magical creature. Godric was the first to sheath his sword, striding back to Yunshi's side, his eyes brimming with unabashed awe and admiration. "By Merlin, child, was it you? Did you quell that mad beast?" Rowena hurried closer, the compass in her hand nearly touching Yunshi, its needle spinning wildly before finally settling on him, radiating an unprecedented brilliance. She gazed at Yunshi, her wise eyes filled with the fervor and curiosity of discovering a new continent. Incredible. To directly intervene and pacify the magical network's upheaval. Could it be the long-lost power of natural harmony? Are you a descendant of ancient wizards? Salazar retracted his serpent-headed staff, the icy demeanor and skepticism on his face replaced by a profound seriousness and inquisitiveness. He approached Yunshi, silently scrutinizing him for a moment before finally speaking, his voice low. "That power is not of the modern magical systems. You have communed with the essence of the world. Child, your origins may be more astonishing than we ever imagined." No longer did he refer to Yunshi as the unknown, but rather with a tone that conveyed mutual exploration. Helga immediately stepped forward to support the swaying Yunshi, her gentle healing magic flowing into him like a warm current, alleviating his frailty. Regardless of where he hails from or what powers he possesses, he is but a child in need of assistance. Moreover, he has just protected us all. Her words were imbued with an unwavering conviction, her gaze towards Yunshi filled with compassion and gratitude. As Yunshi felt the gradual restoration of his magical energy and the warmth bestowed by Helga's magic, a medley of emotions surged within him. He lifted his gaze to the legendary figures encircling him, the founders of an era of magical education, and realized he could no longer fully conceal himself. Choosing his words carefully, he spoke slowly. I do not quite remember where I came from, but I can sense that the power I wield is somewhat different from yours. It feels older. Older." Rowena echoed the word, her eyes growing brighter. It is said that before wizards systematized the use of wands and spells, there existed a cadre of pioneers able to converse directly with the elements and the very essence of the planet. Could it be? Godric laughed heartily, clapping Yunchi on the shoulder with such force that it nearly toppled him. Who cares if it's old or not? Kid, you saved our lives, and that suffices. Just for your courage to step forward in a time of peril, you deserve the utmost respect. I am Godric Gryffindor, and these are Salazar Slytherin, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Helga Hufflepuff. He introduced each one in turn. Upon hearing these four illustrious names, despite his prior suspicions, Yunchi's heart raced. He had truly traveled back 1,000 years to meet the founders of Hogwarts. We are in search of a suitable location to establish a school, a sanctuary where young wizards can safely learn the art of magic, far removed from persecution, Helga gently elucidated. This land is one of our selected candidates. Godric enthusiastically extended an invitation. My boy, I see you have nowhere to go and possess such extraordinary powers. Why not accompany us? We need a genius like you, and Hogwarts will certainly benefit from your knowledge of diverse magical practices. Although Salazar maintained a serious expression, he did not voice any objections, merely stating, your powers are quite unique and require proper guidance and control. Neglecting them could pose a danger to both you and the world. Rowena added directly, your very existence is a vast treasury of knowledge. I hope to have the opportunity to discuss with you the essence of magic. Yunchi gazed at the four legendary wizards before him, each possessing a distinct style, yet radiating charisma and grand ideals, feeling an inexplicable surge of excitement within. To follow them and partake in the creation of Hogwarts? To study the magic of this era, while unraveling the mysteries of the ancient powers within himself? This was undoubtedly the most splendid, and indeed the only, choice at present. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within his heart, and solemnly nodded. My name is Yunchi. If you do not mind, I would be willing to accompany you and learn magic. Haha, splendid. Godric laughed heartily once more. Welcome, Yunchi. I wager you will come to adore our future home. Helga smiled as she offered him a piece of bread, exuding the aroma of wheat and the sweetness of honey, saying, First, have something to eat to restore your strength. We shall take you away from here. Rowena had already begun to contemplate how to integrate Yunchi's ancient magical theories into the future curriculum. Meanwhile, Salazar quietly walked at the periphery of the group, his gaze occasionally sweeping over Yunchi, seemingly pondering whether this ancient power would be a boon or a bane in shaping the minds of future wizards. Yunchi took a bite of the bread, feeling the warmth of the food and the ancient magic coursing slowly within him, as he walked alongside the four founders toward the mist-dispersing edge of the forest. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, cascading upon the unknown path ahead. The millennia-old legend officially commenced at this moment, and he, Yunchi, a soul from the future, bearing the lost ancient magic, was about to become a unique footnote in this history, perhaps even a living legend. He cast a backward glance at the enigmatic forest that had both consumed him and granted him rebirth, silently whispering, Hogwarts, I am coming. Chapter 2. Foundations and Echoes. Following in the footsteps of the four founders, Yunchi emerged from the ancient woods known as the Forbidden Forest. As the final tendrils of damp, cold mist that clung to his ankles dissipated, he was left breathless by the breathtaking vista that unfolded before him. A vast and magnificent lake, like a massive sapphire, lay nestled among the verdant mountains, its crystal-clear waters mirroring the flowing clouds above and the silhouette of a steep peak in the distance. Most striking of all was the nascent form of a grand castle, rising majestically upon the cliffs by the lakeshore, leaning against the mountainside as it began to take shape. Far from the Hogwarts of Yunchi's memories, which had withstood the ravages of time and was steeped in mystery and history, this castle resembled a colossal skeletal structure emerging from the earth itself. Enormous stones were lifted, cut, and stacked by an unseen magical force, resonating with a deep rumble, while scaffolding made of wood and metal, shimmering with arcane light, supported the work of wizarding artisans who busily rode on broomsticks or hovered on floating platforms. The glow of spells flared and faded like celebratory fireworks as the foundational elements of the castle began to take form, revealing soaring tower bases, winding outlines of walls, and the expansive space that would one day become the Great Hall, all infused with a sense of grand, vibrant creativity. What do you think, lad? Godric Gryffindor clapped Yunchi heartily on the back, his tone brimming with unabashed pride. This will be our future school, Hogwarts. It shall stand as a fortress, a home, a beacon. Yunchi nodded, momentarily stunned, his heart racing with exhilaration as he bore witness to the birth of a legend. Each stone was inscribed with protective runes, and Salazar Slytherin stood a short distance away, his voice calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. This place will be the safest sanctuary for wizards. Any ill-intentioned intruder will pay dearly. His gaze swept across the lake and every corner of the castle, as though appraising an intricately crafted masterpiece. Rowena Ravenclaw pointed towards the nascent tower on the castle's side, which would one day house the library and the astronomy tower. Knowledge must be preserved with care, and there must be a window to gaze upon the stars. Unbeknownst to him, a parchment scroll had materialized in her hand, upon which she swiftly sketched the internal layout of the castle, occasionally pausing to exchange words with an owl flying by, clutching a design. Helga Hufflepuff did not direct her attention to the castle, but bent down to examine a patch of fertile land below the cliffs. She scooped up a handful of dark soil, nodding in satisfaction. The earth here is teeming with life, close to the water source, and basked in sunlight. It is ideal for cultivating a herb garden and a kitchen garden. Children need nourishing food and healing herbs, as essential as the study of magic itself. The four founders, each with their distinct focus, collectively envisioned the same grand dream. Yunchi found himself amidst it all, feeling as minuscule as dust, yet invigorated at the prospect of participating in such a monumental endeavor. He was temporarily housed in a spacious, comfortable magical tent by the lakeside, serving as the temporary residence and command center for the four founders until the castle was completed. Inside, the spell of seamless extension had been cast, rendering the space far larger than it appeared from the outside, cleverly divided into resting, research, and deliberation areas. In the days that followed, Yunchi's health rapidly improved under the careful concoction of potions and nutritious meals prepared by Helga. Simultaneously, he embarked on a genuine journey of magical education, a wondrous intermingling of theory and practice, classical and modern. Godric was the first to instruct him, his teaching style brimming with practicality and an element of danger. Wizards cannot solely rely on wands and spells. Yunchi, during a close-quarters defense lesson, Godric swung his sword, the blade slicing through the air with a fierce whistle. Courage and decisiveness are equally vital. Watch closely. He demonstrated how to evade a simulated spell attack using swift footwork and a burst of magical energy, then retaliated with the hilt of the sword, unsharpened. He even attempted to teach Yunchi the basics of swordplay, only to discover that while Yunchi's magical talent exceeded his physical prowess and coordination, he ultimately scratched his head in defeat. All right, lad, at least your bravery is commendable. Next time, let us see how we can enhance your physical reactions with magic. More often than not, Godric would take Yunchi on tours of the castle's construction, pointing out where the Gryffindor Tower would one day rise, where moving staircases would be placed, and passionately narrating the future tales of students who would adventure and grow within these walls. His enthusiasm was infectious, instilling in Yunchi a profound sense of belonging to this yet-to-be-finished castle. In contrast to Godric's exuberance, Salazar's teachings were calm and profound. He provided Yunchi with a temporary wand crafted from yew and dragon heartstring. Use this for now. You need to learn the modern methods of spellcasting, which will aid your understanding of the different structures of magic. He instructed, systematically imparting the foundations of contemporary sorcery. Magic is not mere brute force, Yunchi. In a makeshift quiet room established underground, Salazar's voice flowed like a cool spring, with precise gestures, articulate spell pronunciations, and, most importantly, unwavering resolve. The Lumos spell is not merely a means to illuminate the wand. It tests your comprehension and summoning of the concept of light. Under Salazar's rigorous guidance, Yunchi began to master the most fundamental incantations. To his astonishment, while attempting to cast spells with his wand using standard incantations, the ancient magical energy within him, though somewhat reluctant, could still be directed, often yielding results far more potent than those of ordinary wizards. When he executed a simple levitation charm, the feather not only floated gracefully, but also shimmered with a faint halo surrounding it. Salazar offered little commentary on this, although the flicker of surprise in his eyes hinted at his inner turmoil. It appears your ancient magic can enhance the effects of modern spells. A fascinating phenomenon, indeed. However, this necessitates control. Excessive magical output sometimes entails the risk of losing control. He instructed Yunchi on how to achieve finer control over his magic through his wand and spells, a crucial lesson in understanding the essence of his own power. Salazar also introduced the fundamentals of potion making, emphasizing the precision of materials and the purity of their handling, a meticulous approach from which Yunchi greatly benefited. Rowena Ravenclaw, on the other hand, ushered Yunchi into an entirely new realm of knowledge. Her classes often took place beneath the starry sky or beside desks piled high with ancient scrolls. Magic is the key to understanding the rules of the world. Rowena pointed to the constellations in the night sky. The strength of ancient magic perhaps lies in its practitioners being closer to these rules. Observe this rune, she said, conjuring a complex symbol in the air with her magic. It represents flow, applicable not only in guiding water, but also in comprehending the continuity of time, though the latter remains theoretical. She exhibited great interest in Yunshi's occasional modern scientific concepts, such as his attempts to explain magical energy consumption through the conservation of energy. Unable to grasp the terminology, but quick to capture the logical core and endeavoring to interpret it through the lens of magical theory. Your thoughts are quite unique, Yunshi, as if they spring from an entirely different system of knowledge. This is invaluable. Rowena systematically taught him ancient runes, elucidating the philosophy and magic embedded within each symbol. Yunshi discovered that these runes resonated strongly with the ancient magic coursing within him. He could even invoke weak magical phenomena by merely visualizing the runes without a wand, such as accelerating the growth of a small blade of grass or briefly levitating a pebble. This revelation delighted Rowena, who regarded Yunshi as a living lexicon of ancient magic, engaging in discussions day and night. Helga Hufflepuff's teachings were suffused with warmth and wisdom. She guided Yunshi in cultivating a small herb garden by the lakeside, teaching him hands-on to identify various magical plants, explaining their habits, uses, and the etiquette required during harvesting. Treat nature kindly, and it shall return your magic, Yunshi. Helga spoke gently, demonstrating how to communicate with a temperamental mandrake seedling to ensure it was transplanted with tranquility. Your ancient magic seems to possess an innate affinity for plants, she remarked. Yunshi attempted to rest his hand upon a somewhat wilted white fresh, channeling the warm life energy within him. A soft, white light seeped from his palm, infusing the plant. Before long, the white fresh visibly perked up, its leaves unfurling and even releasing a more potent herbal fragrance. Helga watched in astonishment. This was the purest essence of healing and growth. Child, this power is invaluable. She began to instruct Yunshi on how to apply this force to broader herbal cultivation and rudimentary wound treatment. In Helga's kitchen, Yunshi also learned the magical art of preparing ingredients and how to discern which magical creatures were safe for consumption. Respect for life and moderation in use were principles Helga always emphasized. This knowledge, though simple, allowed Yunshi to feel the most authentic connection between magic and everyday life. Time flew by amid rigorous study and active participation in the construction of the castle. Yunshi absorbed the teachings of the four founders like a sponge. He not only swiftly grasped the fundamentals of modern magic, but also honed his understanding and control of his ancient magic. He sensed that he was no longer merely a fortunate recipient of power, but had truly begun to tread his own magical path. He also became involved in the castle's construction. Godric encouraged him to use enhancement magic to stabilize some of the larger stone seams. Salazar had him attempt to inscribe basic protective runes in less critical areas, with surprisingly effective results. Rowena invited him to design hidden mechanisms within the castle that required specific knowledge to activate, while Helga directed him to employ growth magic to accelerate the development of the protective thicket surrounding the castle. Throughout this process, Yunshi's bond with the four founders deepened. With Godric, he found a mentor and friend, often inspired by his exuberance. He felt a sense of reverence and gratitude towards Salazar for his meticulous guidance. He shared an intellectual camaraderie with Rowena, filled with sparks of inspiration, and with Helga, he felt familial warmth, receiving her attentive care. Yet, deep within Yunshi's heart lay a secret, his foreknowledge of the future and the incident that had brought him to this place. He had subtly broached the subject of time magic and spatial stability with Rowena, hoping to uncover a means to control or at least comprehend the principles of traversal. One evening, in a circular stone chamber on the west wing of the castle, recently completed and destined to become a special research lab, Yunshi and Rowena were engaged in a discussion about magical fields and spatial folds. Godric and Salazar were present, intrigued by the room's potential for advanced magical practice and protective research. According to your description, Yunshi, Rowena is drawing a complex multidimensional model on the ground with luminous powder. The sensation of temporal and spatial tearing you perceive is likely a manifestation of forcibly traversing unstable dimensional gaps. Such gaps are typically exceedingly minuscule and fleeting, unlike the large-scale, sustained passage you experienced, which is unheard of. This implies I might not be able to return in the same manner, does it not? Yunshi could not help but inquire, feeling a mix of disappointment and an inexplicable sense of relief. He was disheartened by the bleak prospect of never returning home, yet relieved by the possibility of finding solace in this era. In theory, yes, Rowena nodded. unless we can locate another gap of the same magnitude, with precisely matching coordinates. But the likelihood of that is lower than capturing tiers of a shooting star. At that moment, the ancient magical energy within Yunchi seemed to be drawn by a certain frequency emanating from the spatial model on the ground, suddenly stirring uncontrollably. Instinctively, he reached out to stabilize the luminous point representing the spatial node. Wait, Yunchi, don't make direct contact with the model. The energy is still unstable, Rowena warned. But it was too late. Yunchi's fingertips brushed against the light point. Buzz. The ancient magic within him surged forth like a torrent breaching a dam. No longer gentle in its smoothing or growth, but rather exuding a forceful essence that sought to reshape the very rules. The magical field within the stone chamber erupted into chaos. The model on the ground blazed with intensity, distorting and transforming, while the walls and floor began to tremble slightly. Fine, black fissures appeared in the air, resembling fractured glass, exuding a terrifying aura that seemed to consume all. Trouble. The spatial structure is being disrupted by his power. Salazar's expression changed dramatically as he raised his wand, a surge of potent magic erupting from him in an attempt to stabilize the space. Steady it, Godric. Rowena immediately sprang into action, countless runes flying from her hands to reinforce the surrounding magical field. Godric roared, not employing complex incantations, but instead unleashing his immense magical force like a shield to suppress the spreading spatial cracks. However, Yunchi's power was too unique. The interaction between ancient magic and spatial structure triggered a chain reaction that exceeded the capacity of their combined efforts to control. The fissures widened, and the entire stone chamber teetered on the brink of collapse. Yunchi, reclaim your power. Helga's voice resonated from the doorway, evidently alerted by the commotion. She refrained from recklessly joining the energy struggle, quickly retrieving several silver herbs, exuding a tranquil essence from her basket. Crushing them, she scattered the remnants into the air while chanting an ancient, soul-soothing melody. Her song seemed to embody the earth's steadiness and the resilience of life, forming a gentle yet tenacious force field in an attempt to calm the tumultuous source of magic within Yunchi. With the collaborative efforts of the four founders, alongside Helga's soothing influence, Yunchi finally regained a modicum of control from the uncontrollable surge. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his willpower, adhering to Salazar's teachings on control, and forcibly drew the surging ancient magic back within him. It felt as though an eternity had passed before the spatial tremors finally ceased, and the black fissures slowly sealed. The stone chamber lay in disarray, the model on the ground reduced to nothingness. Exhausted, Yunchi collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath, his face pale and his heart heavy with fear and guilt. Yes, I'm sorry, Godric wiped the sweat from his brow and approached him, offering no reproach, but instead ruffling his hair with vigor. It's all right, lad. Just give us a heads up before your next experiment. That power of yours is quite formidable. Salazar sheathed his wand, stepping before Yunchi and silently observing him for a moment before slowly speaking. Your power holds immense potential, yet it is exceedingly perilous. You must cultivate stronger control. Otherwise, it will ultimately backfire upon yourself and endanger others. His words, though stern, bore a cautionary undertone. Rowena, still shaken, excitedly jotted down the data from the recent event. Incredible. Ancient magic can directly disturb the fundamental aspects of space. The principles behind this are. Helga approached to assist Yunchi, checking for injuries, her voice gentle. Child, power requires a vessel of the heart. Your heart must grow stronger to wield it. This incident profoundly impressed upon Yunchi the uncontrollable nature of his power and deepened his gratitude for the founder's acceptance and protection. He silently vowed to master this force as soon as possible. After the turmoil, construction of the castle resumed. Yunchi grew increasingly cautious, dedicating more energy to practicing basic magic and control. Months later, a significant moment arrived as the castle's main structure neared completion. The four founders decided to create an everlasting magical artifact capable of discerning student traits and facilitating house sorting for the future magical school. In the Grand Hall, soon to become the Great Hall, the four founders each infused a seemingly ordinary, yet ancient, pointed hat with their wisdom and a portion of their primal magic. Godric infused his reverence for courage, bravery, and chivalry. Salazar instilled his unwavering belief in lineage, ambition, cunning, and the importance of tradition. Rowena imparted her pursuit of wisdom, knowledge, sagacity, and an insatiable thirst for learning. Helga infused her esteem for loyalty, honesty, fairness, and diligent labor. As the final stream of magical energy merged with the hat, it seemed to come alive, quivering slightly. With palpable excitement, Godric proposed, "Come, let us see if it can accurately identify us." He donned the hat first. After a brief silence, a clear voice resonated in everyone's minds: Gryffindor. Next was Salazar, and the hat nearly shrieked as it brushed against his hair: Slytherin. When Rowena placed it upon her head, the hat pondered for a moment before declaring: Ravenclaw. Helga wore it next, and the hat proclaimed without hesitation: Hufflepuff. Laughter filled the hall, a light-hearted celebration of success. At that moment, Godric's gaze turned to the curious and observant Quincy, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Hey, Quincy, why don't you give it a try?" "Me?" Quincy was taken aback. Rowena and Helga exchanged intrigued glances, and even Salazar cast a look, evidently curious to see how this boy, steeped in ancient magic and deeply connected to each of them, would be defined. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Quincy nervously stepped forward, placing the hat, still warm with the residual magic of the four founders, upon his head. The hat obscured his vision. In the enveloping darkness, a subtle, ancient voice filled with wisdom resonated directly in his mind. Quite intriguing. A soul not of this era. Ancient power reverberates in your blood. No, in your very essence. I see Godric's courage within you. You possess a readiness to confront the unknown and danger. Salazar's ambition? No, not for power, but a thirst for knowledge, a fierce desire to shape your own destiny. Rowena's wisdom sparkles in you. Your yearning to explore the unknown and seek out its essence. And Helga's kindness and acceptance shine through. Your appreciation for life and friendship. Difficult, truly difficult. Your traits intertwine so complexly. Quincy thought to himself, if it were possible, I would lean towards Gryffindor. There lies Godric's passion, his envisioned adventures and camaraderie. Oh, have you decided? The voice in his mind seemed to chuckle softly. Very well. To choose is itself an act of courage. So, with courage in your heart and an appreciation for friendship and adventure, the hat suddenly shifted, clearly announcing to the vast, empty hall, Gryffindor. Quincy removed the hat, a sigh of relief washing over him, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of belonging. Godric erupted into hearty laughter, pulling him into a warm embrace. I knew it. Welcome aboard, lad. Rowena nodded with a smile, a commendable choice. Where wisdom and courage coexist. Helga spoke gently. No matter where you are, your kindness will remain unchanged. Salazar's expression was still inscrutable, yet he inclined his head slightly. Gryffindor will hone your courage, but do not forget the necessity of control. In that moment, Quincy felt truly accepted, becoming part of the legend that was being forged. Yet, the trajectory of fate is often unpredictable. On the eve of the castle's completion, Quincy's deep-seated obsession with time-space magic persisted. He felt an insistent urge to do something, to leave a mark, or perhaps to uncover a clue to return. He dared not reveal the secret of his travels. It was too astonishing, yet he could not suppress his urge to research. Utilizing the spatial magic theories and ancient runes that Rowena had taught him, combined with the unique ancient magic within him that had once disturbed the fabric of space, he began to secretly and meticulously attempt to construct a miniature magical array purely for observing and stabilizing spatial nodes in the circular stone chamber, where an incident had previously occurred. He hoped it might allow him to glimpse a fragment of the mysteries of time and space, even if only a fleeting vision from the future. He dedicated himself entirely, recalculating repeatedly, carefully guiding the most delicate strands of ancient magical energy from his fingertips, like embroidery, to weave intricate silver runes in the air. The magical array gradually took shape, emitting a faint yet stable glow. Just as the final rune was about to connect, an anomaly erupted. The seemingly docile ancient magic within him, upon encountering the nearly complete array that dealt with the essence of space, seemed to trigger a deeply buried switch, flaring up into a violent frenzy once more. This time, it was more furious and uncontrollable than before. No, stop! Quincy cried out in terror, trying to cut off the magical output, but it was already too late. The entire array's brilliance transformed in an instant, no longer silver, but turning into a voracious, all-consuming black. A diminutive yet terrifyingly powerful black hole suddenly formed at the center of the array. The light, sound, and even magic within the stone chamber were frantically drawn into it. Quincy felt his soul once again ensnared by that irresistible force, tearing him apart more violently than before. He heard the alarmed shouts of Godric, Rowena, Salazar, and Helga in the distance, felt their formidable magic rushing towards him, attempting to avert this catastrophe, but was far too late. In the final moment, before his consciousness was completely engulfed by darkness, he caught a glimpse of the shock, urgency, and disbelief on the faces of the four founders as they burst into the chamber and saw Godric reaching out, trying to grasp him. Then came the endless sensation of falling, accompanied by the agonizing feeling of his soul being torn apart, as if traversing through a long stretch of time. When Quincy regained a flicker of consciousness, he felt himself cocooned in a warm swaddle, his body too weak to even open his eyes. Faint sounds reached his ears. A woman's voice, choked yet filled with joy, and a man's excited words. "He has your eyes, Lily, and your nose, James. Our little Harry." Harry? James? Lily? A torrent of information overwhelmed his dazed mind. He struggled, laboriously lifting his heavy eyelids, and through his blurred vision, he saw another crib beside him, where a black-haired, green-eyed infant was curiously sucking on his fingers, his forehead impeccably smooth. Meanwhile, he himself was gently cradled in the arms of a red-haired woman with kind eyes, who was softly rocking him. The ripples of time and space had cast him into the night before Voldemort's downfall, a millennium later. He had arrived beside Harry Potter in the guise of an infant. The millennia-long journey had temporarily reached a pause, and a new chapter began to quietly unfold on that tranquil night in Godric's Valley. The fifth founder of Hogwarts would, in an unforeseen manner, become woven into a tale whose conclusion he already knew, yet was still filled with the unknown. Chapter 3. The Starlight of Godric's Valley. Consciousness sank like a drowning swimmer struggling to surface, battling through endless darkness and chaotic fragments of light. Quincy felt ensnared in an interminable fall, his soul repeatedly torn and stretched, the weight of 1,000 years threatening to obliterate his fragile awareness. Time slipped away, and that violent tugging sensation suddenly waned, replaced by an overwhelming heaviness and weakness. He felt himself tightly wrapped in something soft, warm, yet every breath he took felt laborious. He attempted to move his limbs, responding only with feeble, infantile kicks. Infantile kicks? This realization struck like a lightning bolt, cleaving through his muddled thoughts. He fought to coalesce his nearly dissipating consciousness, striving to perceive his surroundings. Faint light permeated the air, and warm arms enveloped him, while a gentle voice, thick with emotion yet brimming with boundless affection, resonated above him. "Look at him, James, he is awake. This little one, his eyes are so bright." A more exuberant voice, filled with barely containable joy, approached. "Merlin S. Beard. He can sleep far better than Harry. Lily, look at his tiny hands." James, Lily, Harry? These names thundered within his feeble mind, reverberating like a clarion call. He fought desperately, summoning every ounce of strength to pry open his heavy eyelids. Initially, his vision was obscured, merely shadows and colors swirling before him. Gradually, clarity emerged. The first visage he beheld was that of a youthful, beautiful face, resplendent with fiery red hair and a pair of emerald green eyes, now shimmering with tenderness and traces of unshed tears, gazing down at him. This was Lily Potter. Then, another face leaned closer, with unruly black hair and round spectacles, wearing a mischievous yet ecstatic grin. This was James Potter. "Hey there, little one. Welcome to this world." James extended his finger, cautiously brushing against his cheek, the touch warm and coarse. He, Yunk, struggled to turn his still uncoordinated neck, directing his gaze to the side. Not far away, in another small crib, a similarly swaddled infant was curiously sucking on his own fingers, sporting the same black hair as James, a smooth forehead, and bright green eyes identical to Lily S. Harry Potter. Alive, yet still an infant Harry Potter. A tumultuous wave of emotions, shock, confusion, and a hint of absurdity washed over Yunk. Had he succeeded? No, he had utterly failed. He had not returned to his own era, nor had he lingered in the moment of struggle alongside the four founders a millennium ago. Instead, he had been cast into this future, both familiar and foreign, the era of Harry Potter's birth, and he had become a helpless infant. He yearned to speak, to inquire, to elucidate, yet from his throat emerged only feeble, indistinct coos. "Oh, could he be hungry?" Lily immediately leaned down with concern, gently patting him. Don't worry, little Yunk," James chuckled. "Your godfather Sirius is outside, practically running circles around the house in excitement. Soon, he'll get to meet you and Harry." Yunk? They called him Yunk? Had they even assigned him a godfather? Sirius Black? The information overwhelmed his already fragile infant mind, nearly causing it to short-circuit. He could only passively absorb it all, the warmth of Lily's embrace, the jovial laughter of James, and the occasional unintelligible babbling of little Harry in the crib beside him. He had become the second child of the Potters? Or, in some manner unknown to him, had he been adopted? The following days drifted by in a haze of semi-consciousness. The instincts of infancy kept him asleep for most of the time, yet in fleeting moments of wakefulness, he endeavored to absorb the information surrounding him. Through conversations among Lily and James, and the occasional visitors, including the dashing, exuberant Sirius Black, who seemed even more excited than James, and a somewhat timid man referred to as Peter Pettigrew, he pieced together the situation. He and Harry were regarded as twin brothers, according to James and Lily. Shortly after Harry's birth, they had discovered him, abandoned and newly born, in the same delivery room. No one knew his origins, no identification could be found. The Potters, these remarkably kind-hearted individuals, had decided to adopt him with Dumbledore's consent, naming him Young Potter, allowing him to grow alongside Harry. This bizarre yet reasonable explanation stirred a tumult of emotions within Young. He felt gratitude towards the Potters for their compassion, which granted him a legitimate identity and a warm refuge. However, concurrently, a profound sense of loneliness and loss began to seep in. The figures of the four founders, the resounding echoes of Hogwarts construction, Godric's boisterous laughter, Salazar's stern guidance, Rowena's wise discussions, and Helga's gentle care, all seemed like a distant and vivid dream. Abruptly severed, stranded on the other side of a millennium. He was now merely an infant, young Potter, the twin brother of Harry Potter. He attempted to sense the potent, ancient magic that once belonged to him. What responded was only a silence, a faint ripple akin to the stillness of a deep pond. His power had not entirely vanished. He could feel the warm core of energy still residing deep within his soul. Yet it seemed to have succumbed to exhaustion and slumber following this temporal leap, firmly confined within this fragile body, unable to be summoned. He was indistinguishable from any ordinary magical infant, and due to the trauma of his soul and his physical frailty, he appeared even sleepier than Harry. Days flowed serenely in the quaint little cottage of Godric's Hollow. Lily's melodious singing, James' clumsy yet loving diaper-changing efforts, the peculiar and mostly unsuitable for infants toys that Sirius brought, and Harry's innocent, curious babbling, all composed a familial life that Young had never experienced. Simple yet filled with happiness. He greedily absorbed this warmth. A millennium ago, while accepted by the four founders, a secret that did not belong to that era lingered deep within him, casting a shadow of detachment. Yet here, as young Potter, he felt for the first time the unreserved affection of family. This sensation, foreign yet soothing, gradually calmed his weary heart, battered by the chaos of time. However, beneath this tranquility lay a great shadow. From the hushed conversations of the adults, he caught snippets of that name, Voldemort, and words like the Secret Keeper, and the Fidelius Charm. He knew that the dreadful night was drawing near. A sense of helplessness gripped him. He understood what was about to unfold. He knew that Lily and James would perish, that Harry would become the boy who lived, while he, this infant aware of everything yet powerless to alter the course of fate, could only watch the tragedy unfold. He could not even articulate a warning. The cries of an infant would merely be interpreted as hunger or discomfort. On the eve of Halloween, October 31st, 1981, the air seemed thick with an unusual tension. That night, Lily and James appeared more anxious than usual. James checked the protective enchantments outside repeatedly, while Lily cradled Harry and Young, softly singing lullabies, as if wishing to impart all her love to them in that moment. Young lay in his little crib, wide-eyed, gazing at the heavy darkness outside the window. The ancient magic within him remained dormant, yet a wizard's intuition deep within his soul sent waves of unease through him. Finally, the inevitable arrived. A thunderous crash echoed from downstairs, the sound of the wooden door being shattered, immediately followed by James' startled and furious shout, "Lily, take the children and run. It's him." Lily's face drained of color, her green eyes filled with profound terror and resolve. She swiftly placed Harry in the crib beside Young, then fiercely clutched Young in her embrace, as if wishing to protect both children with her frail form. "Hide!" James' voice was abruptly cut off, swallowed by a blinding flash of green light and the thud of a heavy object falling. Footsteps, slow and oppressive, creaked up the staircase, drawing closer with each step. The bedroom door slid open soundlessly. A tall, gaunt figure, resembling a skeletal apparition, appeared at the threshold. He possessed a visage as flat and serpentine as that of a snake, with crimson eyes flickering in the darkness, exuding a malevolence both cruel and frenzied. In his grasp was a white bone staff, radiating an oppressive aura of icy coldness and death. Voldemort! Yunshi's heart nearly ceased to beat, despite his prior mental preparation. Confronting such unadulterated evil and overwhelming power still sent shivers through his very soul. He yearned to act, to ignite even a fleeting spark. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. Merely a spectator, feeling the tremors of Lily's body as fear coursed through her. "Step aside, foolish woman," Voldemort intoned with a chilling, elevated voice. "No, please, do not harm my child. Kill me instead. Kill me." Lily positioned herself protectively behind Yunchi, arms outstretched in front of Harry's crib, her voice a haunting wail of despair. Avada Kedavra! The familiar, deathly green light flashed once more. Yunchi saw the last flicker of light extinguish from Lily's eyes, felt her grip on his arm weaken, her body collapsing limply, those beautiful green eyes gazing towards him and Harry until her final breath. An immense wave of sorrow and fury crashed upon Yunchi's soul like a tsunami. He longed to scream, to weep, to muster every ounce of strength to strike at the executioner. Yet, no sound escaped him, no finger could move. The ancient magic within him remained as dormant as a frozen volcano, unresponsive. Voldemort's scarlet gaze, having traversed Lily's lifeless form, settled upon Harry. "It is your turn, Harry Potter." The boy of prophecy, he raised his wand, aiming at the still bewildered infant. Just as the lethal green light was about to erupt from the wand's tip, Yunchi felt an almost imperceptible stirring deep within his soul, as if the ancient core of magic within him had been stirred by the overwhelming, pure maternal love emanating from Lily in her final moments. Simultaneously, Voldemort's curse struck Harry. Boom! An indescribable, resplendent, golden-red light erupted from Harry. This luminescence did not originate from Harry himself. Rather, it resembled an ancient and powerful protective magic, activated by the entirety of Lily's love and will, sacrificed in defense. The brilliance formed a tangible wall, not only rebounding the killing curse back at the taken aback Voldemort, but also unleashing a tremendous shockwave that engulfed the entire room. Yunchi felt a warm and powerful force wash over him, leaving him unharmed. Yet, he clearly witnessed Voldemort emit a chilling, inhuman scream amidst the golden red light, his body beginning to disintegrate like ignited parchment, turning to ash, with only a fragmented shadow struggling to escape, vanishing into the night sky. Meanwhile, Harry, bearing a lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead, erupted into loud cries. The energy shockwave also affected Yunchi, who, in that fleeting moment, seemed to resonate briefly with the lingering power of ancient protective magic and Lily's love that enveloped Harry. He sensed his soul being cleansed. The barrier between him and this era softened slightly, though it was swiftly followed by profound weariness and fragility. The explosive sounds and magical fluctuations drew the attention of neighbors. Soon, the massive figure of Hagrid, the gamekeeper, arrived under Dumbledore's direction, bearing the news of Voldemort's failure, as well as the impending separation. According to the plan, Harry was to be taken to his Muggle relatives. As Hagrid clumsily yet cautiously cradled the injured and still crying Harry, he caught sight of Yunchi, who had succumbed to a semi-conscious state from exhaustion and emotional upheaval. "Professor, what about this child?" Hagrid's gravelly voice inquired of the arriving Professor McGonagall. McGonagall glanced at Yunchi, then at the bodies of Lily and James, her eyes filled with sorrow and gravity. He was also a child of the Potters, albeit adopted. Yet Dumbledore had stated that the ancient protective charm would only be effective for Harry, who possessed Lily's bloodline. He must remain with Harry, and the Dursleys were currently his only, and indeed most suitable, sanctuary. Thus, in Hagrid's broad embrace, Harry and Yunchi, the nominal twin brothers, were taken away from their once warm home on the first night of their orphanhood. On the doorstep of number 4, Privet Drive, Hagrid, following Dumbledore's instructions, laid Harry and Yunchi side by side in a soft basket, accompanied by a letter explaining the situation. His towering figure appeared particularly sorrowful in the pre-dawn darkness as he wiped away a tear. Casting one last glance at the two sleeping infants, for Harry, and the unconscious one, for Yunchi, before mounting his flying motorcycle and roaring into the brightening sky. In the morning, when Petunia Dursley opened the door and discovered the two infants in the basket along with the letter, her expression morphed into one of sheer shock, unwillingness, and a trace of barely concealed disdain. Thus began the tale of Harry Potter and Yunchi Potter, in a most arduous manner, within the dim and damp storage room beneath the stairs of number 4, Privet Drive. And Yunchi, the fifth founder of Hogwarts, found himself trapped within a young body and dormant powers, forced to merge into the currents of a destiny river filled with both foreseen conclusions and unforeseen variables, bearing the identity of Harry Potter's twin brother after traversing a millennium. His sole solace lay in the presence of this brother, who remained blissfully unaware of the world's hardships, sharing the same, nominal, blood, and in the indelible memories of Hogwarts from 1,000 years prior, nestled deep within his soul. Chapter 4. The Years Beneath the Stairs. Life at Number 4, Privet Drive unfolded like a canvas smeared with gray paint, lacking vibrancy, gradually revealing its monotony day after day. For Harry and Yunchi. Confined to the storage room beneath the stairs, childhood was not a sweet dream filled with candies and toys, but rather a prolonged and oppressive exercise in survival. The storage room was low and dark, perpetually suffused with a peculiar odor of damp dust mixed with mothballs. The only source of light came from the feeble rays filtering through the crack beneath the door and the scant sunlight that squeezed through the small window near the ceiling during the day. The room was cluttered with discarded belongings of the Dursleys, broken exercise equipment, outdated decorations, and boxes of clothes never worn. While Harry and Yunchi's beds were merely two tattered mattresses in the corner, covered with thin blankets worn to a pale hue and somewhat stiff. The Dursleys, as described in the documentation, upheld normalcy as their highest creed, detesting magic and everything associated with it as an anomaly to be eradicated. Uncle Vernon, a burly man with a thick neck and a volatile temperament, would emit a heavy grunt from his nose upon seeing Harry, especially with his increasingly James-like unruly hair and green eyes behind glasses, and the excessively quiet Yunchi, as if confronting something unclean. Aunt Petunia, gaunt and long-necked, managed the household with a cold, scrutinizing gaze, ensuring everything operated within her prescribed parameters, with Harry and Yunchi undoubtedly the most obtrusive pebbles on that path. Their son Dudley, a plump and overly pampered boy, perfectly inherited his parents' attitude towards their cousins, finding joy in bullying them as his primary source of entertainment. Freak was the term Dudley and his gang of friends most frequently hurled at Harry and Yunchi. For Harry, this label accompanied shoves, toy snatching, despite their meager collection of toys, and relentless mockery. Harry inherited his father's stubbornness and rebellious spirit, though small in stature. He never easily submitted, often drawing more attention and punishment upon himself, such as being locked in the storage room without dinner. Yunchi's circumstances are, however, subtly different. The soul's trauma and the frailty of his body brought on by traversing time and space are particularly evident during his infancy. He exhibits greater lethargy and silence than Harry, and his reactions seem somewhat slower. To the Dursleys, he undoubtedly embodies a more unfortunate variant of the freakish attribute, a dull-witted oddity. Initially, Dudley attempted to direct his bullying towards Yunchi, but Yunchi's responses were never as vehement as Harry's. He merely regarded Dudley with his excessively tranquil, seemingly penetrating black eyes, neither crying out nor resisting. For some inexplicable reason, this silent scrutiny left Dudley feeling a strange sense of defeat and unease, as he was accustomed to more vigorous reactions. Over time, he found it rather tedious to bully a puppet that did not cry, diverting most of his energy toward Harry, who provided him with a more gratifying sense of accomplishment. This is not to say Yunchi is timid. On one hand, the core of his adult soul renders him disdainful of engaging in such meaningless physical confrontations with a spoiled child, which would only deplete his already limited strength and potentially invite further troublesome scrutiny. On the other hand, and perhaps more importantly, he devotes nearly all his mental energy to two pursuits. First, meticulously attempting to re-establish communication and nurture the dormant ancient magic within him, akin to safeguarding a flickering candle in the wind. Second, observing and protecting Harry. The progress of the first endeavor is excruciatingly slow, verging on despair. He can vaguely sense that a warm core of energy remains deep within his soul, yet it appears sealed by a thick layer of impenetrable ice forged from the laws of time and space and the limitations of his fragile body. He has tried various methods, meditation, concentration, and even mimicking the rudimentary gestures of magic he learned a millennium ago in the stillness of night, of course, without a wand. But most often, he is met with an oppressive silence. Occasionally, during moments of intense focus or emotional upheaval, such as witnessing Harry being bullied by Dudley or feeling Aunt Petunia's icy gaze, he perceives a minuscule crack in that icy barrier, allowing a fleeting wisp of warmth to escape, but it vanishes almost instantly, unable to coalesce or be directed. He feels like one possessing a vast treasure map, yet trapped before a vault without a key, futilely attempting to breach it day after day. Thus, he channels more of his energy into the second endeavor, protecting Harry. This protection is not physical, for he is currently incapable of such, but rather a more subtle form, rooted in the wisdom and strategy of an adult soul. When Dudley and his friends pursue Harry like a living target, Yunchi deliberately creates distractions, such as accidentally knocking over a broom propped against the wall or producing strange noises, thereby drawing some of the fire away or catching the attention of adults, thus creating an opportunity for Harry to escape. When Aunt Petunia harshly reprimands Harry for inadvertently uttering an odd word, like the flying broomstick he dreamt of, and threatens to reduce his meals, Yunchi silently pushes part of his meager ration towards Harry or gazes at Petunia with his calm eyes until she uncomfortably diverts her gaze, occasionally mumbling for him not to look at her in such a manner, yet refraining from further inquiry. When Uncle Vernon erupts in fury over Harry's perpetually disheveled hair, Yunchi will pick up a comb and, with the patient care he learned from Helga, attempt to tame Harry's unruly locks, though the effect is limited, at least averting additional punishment for his appearance. Harry's feelings towards this silent, seemingly perpetually lagging twin brother are complex. He appreciates Yunchi's occasional gestures that help him navigate crises and has grown accustomed to sharing the scant food Yunchi pushes towards him during times of hunger. Yet, he sometimes feels puzzled as to why Yunchi is always so quiet, why he never joins him in resisting Dudley, and why his gaze sometimes resembles that of a weary adult rather than a child. Yunchi, why don't you fight back? They call us freaks. On one occasion, after Dudley snatched the colorful clay given to him by his kindergarten teacher, Harry angrily inquired of Yunchi, who was curled up on a mattress reading a tattered fairy tale book discarded by Dudley. Yunchi looked up, his dark eyes appearing particularly profound in the dim light. After a moment of contemplation, he softly responded in a slightly hoarse voice, roughened by infrequent speech, "Will cursing him make him return the clay?" Harry paused, shaking his head. "Will it stop him from taking it again?" Again, Harry shook his head, his expression growing more despondent. Thus, Yunchi closed the battered book and calmly suggested that wasting energy was futile. It would be wiser to consider how to hide better next time. This overly mature logic left Harry momentarily speechless, yet he felt a sense of frustration. He yearned for a companion to fight alongside him, not merely a composed advisor. Nevertheless, for the most part, Harry remained grateful for Yunchi's presence. In this cold and oppressive household, Yunchi was his only ally, the one who would stealthily slip bits of stolen bread through the crack of the door when he was confined. Yunchi also quietly observed the magical signs on Harry that could not be concealed by the Dursley's facade of normalcy. Harry's hair would invariably revert to its original state overnight after being cut, and during moments of excitement, he occasionally caused the classroom windows to tremble inexplicably. The most notable incident occurred when he leaped onto the roof of the school kitchen to escape Dudley's pursuit, which sent Uncle Vernon into a furious rage, resulting in a week-long confinement for Harry and a stern warning against any further strange behavior. Whenever these peculiar occurrences transpired, Yunchi could distinctly feel the faint resonance of his dormant ancient magic core, as if a slumbering dragon had stirred. This reassured him that magic had not forsaken him. It merely lay in temporary dormancy. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of his predicament. He must await an opportunity, for his body to grow sufficiently strong to bear greater power, or for external stimuli to shatter that icy barrier. Time flowed quietly amidst this oppressive endurance and hidden hope. They donned Dudley's hand-me-downs, which hung loosely like sacks on their frail bodies, undertook household chores far beyond their years, received humiliating gifts such as a roll of gray tape or a solitary sock on Dudley's birthday, and faced isolation and ridicule in the corners of the school. However, contrasting sharply with the bleakness of the outside world was the vibrant realm within Yunchi's heart. In the stillness of the night, when Harry succumbed to slumber due to the exhaustion of the day, Yunchi would lie on the hard mattress, eyes wide open as he gazed at the mottled shadows on the ceiling, his thoughts drifting back a millennium. He recalled the hearty laughter and fierce spirit of Godric Gryffindor as he wielded his sword, the cold precision yet profound meaning of the incantations taught by Salazar Slytherin, the piercing wisdom of Rowena Ravenclaw as they discussed the essence of magic, and the soothing melodies hummed by Helga Hufflepuff by the herb garden. He remembered the castle that rose amidst the roar of magic, the Sorting Hat infused with the ideals of the four founders, and the moment it proclaimed Gryffindor. These memories, like starlight in the darkness, illuminated his dreary childhood and fortified his inner conviction. He hailed from Hogwarts. He was the fifth founder, even if no one knew it, and the ancient blood of magic flowed through his veins. The Dursley's cupboard could imprison his body, but could never confine his spirit or aspirations. He knew that the opportunity would eventually arrive. Hagrid would burst through that door, and the owl would deliver the letters. His magical world, having lain dormant for 11 years, would inevitably return to his life with an unstoppable force. All he needed now was patience and, before that, to safeguard his brother, Harry Potter, who remained oblivious to his fate, yet was destined to stand by his side. The summer of 1991 felt more stifling than ever. Uncle Vernon's business associate, Mr. Mason, and his wife were soon to visit, plunging the Dursleys into a frenzy of nearly manic preparations for normalcy. Harry and Dudley were sternly warned to avoid appearing before the guests, to remain silent, and to refrain from any peculiar behavior. An oppressive atmosphere hung in the air, as if a storm were brewing. Harry grew increasingly restless, haunted once again by nightmares of flying motorcycles. Meanwhile, Dudley sensed more acutely the dormant power within him, which seemed to stir with the approach of certain date, sending forth faint, almost imperceptible ripples. It was as if the gears of fate had begun to turn, emitting a heavy, ominous click that heralded impending change. Chapter 5, Prelude to the Storm. In the living room of number 4, Privet Drive, a tangible air of normalcy suffused the space, mingling the sense of furniture polish, expensive cigars, and Aunt Petunia's meticulously prepared meal. Uncle Vernon, with his substantial belly protruding, donned a suit and an overly rehearsed, somewhat rigid smile as he engaged in jovial conversation with Mr. Mason, who was equally well-dressed but bore a glint of shrewdness in his gaze. Their discourse revolved around the latest trends in drilling business, the pleasures of golf, and subtle critiques of the errant behaviors of today's youth. Aunt Petunia, adorned in her finest dress that accentuated her elongated neck, carefully accompanied the somewhat reserved Mrs. Mason, discussing the growth of geraniums in the garden and the latest gardening magazine, all the while casting stern glances around the room to ensure no hint of abnormality was present. Meanwhile, in the small, shadowy space beneath the stairs, Harry and Dudley held their breath. The cupboard door was tightly shut, yet its thinness allowed the sounds of laughter and clinking dishes from the living room to filter through, resembling a lively party to which they were explicitly forbidden to join. Contrasting sharply with their desolation and chill, Harry sat cross-legged on his mattress, fists clenched unconsciously, his face a mixture of indignation and the hurt of exclusion. He listened to Uncle Vernon's exaggerated laughter and imagined Dudley, clad in his ridiculous little suit, sitting in the living room, relishing the envious glances of the guests directed at the Dursleys' prized child. Dudley leaned against the wall, eyes closed, appearing to rest. Yet all his focus remained on the warmth within him. He could sense that as July drew to a close, particularly in recent days, the ancient magical core that had lain dormant for 11 years was no longer merely stirring occasionally, but began to emit a faint yet stable warmth. It no longer felt frozen in time. Rather, it resembled a seed buried deep within the earth, responding to the changing seasons, gathering strength in preparation for its emergence. This transformation filled him with a secret anticipation, yet he could only passively sense this gradual awakening of vitality. "They won't even let us stay in our rooms upstairs," Harry murmured, his voice laced with frustration, as if they were some unsightly vermin. Dudley opened his eyes, gazing at Harry's indistinct silhouette in the dim light, and replied softly, "Patience, Harry. It will soon come to an end." "Come to an end? What end?" Harry fumed, raking his perpetually tousled black hair. "Is it this wretched existence that will end, or are we to be entirely banished to the garden shed?" Dudley remained silent, closing his eyes once more, redirecting his attention to the warm, pulsing energy within. He understood that Harry could not grasp the meaning behind his words. Yet he was certain that the storm of change had gathered on the horizon, poised to sweep in with an irresistible force. Suddenly, the laughter in the living room was interrupted by a soft, persistent knocking sound. Tap, tap, tap. It was faint yet rhythmic, as if something were repeatedly striking against the glass. "What is that noise?" Mrs. Mason inquired, curiosity piqued. "Oh, probably just a branch, damned wind." Uncle Vernon's voice carried a barely detectable edge of tension. Yet both Harry and Dudley perked up their ears. That sound did not resemble a branch. It was sharper, more purposeful. Tap, tap, tap. The noise shifted direction, seemingly knocking against the kitchen window. Harry's breath quickened slightly, instinctively glancing at Dudley, only to find that Dudley had opened his eyes, those bright orbs in the darkness displaying no surprise, only a tranquil, almost prophetic anticipation. "I'll go check," Aunt Petunia declared, feigning calmness. A few minutes later, she returned, her tone casual as she explained, "Nothing to worry about, just a lost moth banging against the glass." I chased it away. However, the knocking did not cease. It merely became more clandestine, as if searching for a new entry point. Harry's heart began to race uncontrollably, a surge of inexplicable emotions, fear and excitement, swelling within him. He glanced at Dudley, noticing the faintest hint of a smile tugging at his brother's lips. The first letter arrived the following morning. When Aunt Petunia opened the front door to retrieve the milk bottles, a pale yellow envelope, crafted from thick parchment, lay quietly in the center of the doormat. The envelope bore no stamp, only a line written in vibrant emerald ink. Mr. Harry Potter and Mr. Dudley Potter. Under the stairs cupboard. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Aunt Petunia's complexion drained to a ghostly white, as if she had encountered the most terrifying sight in the world. She emitted a short, strangled gasp, bending down to pick up the letter, her fingers trembling to the point of nearly dropping it. She glanced furtively around, then swiftly crumpled the letter into a ball and shoved it into the pocket of her housecoat, as if it were a searing hot iron. "What was that, dear?" Uncle Vernon emerged from the dining room, fastening his tie. "Nothing. Just a promotional flyer." Aunt Petunia's voice was unnaturally shrill as she nearly shoved Uncle Vernon back towards the dining room. "Go eat your breakfast." Throughout breakfast, the Dursleys appeared agitated, their eyes darting nervously toward the door or exchanging terrified glances. Dudley continued to complain about the lack of raisins in his porridge, utterly oblivious to his parents' unusual demeanor. Harry and Dudley silently consumed their toast. Harry keenly sensed the strange atmosphere, bewildered as he observed his aunt and uncle's erratic behavior, then shifted his gaze to Dudley, who seemed unervingly calm, his own questions swelling within him like a balloon. Dudley, however, chewed slowly, as if everything unfolding around him bore no significance, save for the flicker of understanding that shone beneath his lowered eyelids. It has begun. Once a storm begins, it does not easily subside. The next day, at least 12 letters of the same design cascaded through the door, slipping beneath the cracks, filtering through the windows, and even emerging from the kitchen vent like green snowflakes. Uncle Vernon erupted in fury, waving his arms as if swatting flies, attempting to intercept the uninvited letters, his mouth emitting low growls of anger. He commanded Petunia to incinerate every letter within reach, and personally sealed the fissures of the doors and windows with wooden boards, even going so far as to bolt the cat flap shut with screws. "Let us see how they get in now," he huffed triumphantly, his face contorted with a twisted sense of victory over some invisible foe. However, he underestimated the tenacity of the magical realm. On the third day, letters inundated number 4, Privet Drive like a green tide, pouring forth from the chimney in a cascade, flooding the living room like a waterfall. They pressed against the window panes, densely packed like bizarre wallpaper, while the milkman discovered an entire stack by the milk bottles. Even the windows of Uncle Vernon's cherished company car were plastered with an invisible adhesive layer. The day the Masons were scheduled to dine came amidst this extreme tension and chaos. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were on the brink of a nervous breakdown, forcing smiles as they frantically tidied up the last few straggling letters, which even appeared in the oven and behind the shower curtain, while also attempting to feign cheerfulness for dinner. They repeatedly admonished, or rather threatened, Harry and Dudley to remain quietly confined to their rooms, forbidding any noise. "Remember," Uncle Vernon growled, leaning his purplish face close to the cupboard door, lowering his voice menacingly, "the moment you dare to make a sound, the moment the Mason sense anything amiss, I assure you, not a crumb of bread will you see for the rest of this summer." The door slammed shut with a bang, locked tight. The cupboard plunged back into its familiar darkness and silence. Harry sat on the mattress, his heart racing in his chest. He listened to the exaggerated laughter emanating from the living room, catching the aroma of roasting meat wafting in, feeling as though he were stranded in another dimension. The flood of green letters, the palpable fear of his aunt and uncle, and Dudley's damned, seemingly omniscient calmness all stirred a tumult of emotions within him, tinged with an exhilarating sense that something immense and unknown was looming closer. "Those letters, Dudley, you know what they are, don't you?" Harry could no longer contain himself. Turning to his twin, leaning against the wall, his voice hoarse with excitement. Dudley remained silent for a moment in the darkness before softly affirming, "What is it? Who sent them?" Harry pressed eagerly, leaning forward involuntarily. "It's an invitation." Dudley's voice was gentle, yet struck Harry's heart like a hammer. "An invitation to our world." "Our world?" Harry repeated in astonishment, his green eyes brimming with confusion and yearning. At that moment, a faint sound, nearly drowned out by the laughter from the living room, came from the direction of the cupboard's air vent. Harry and Dudley simultaneously looked up. Outside the vent, a vague, winged silhouette was desperately trying to push something through the gap in the railing. It was a small, rough nest woven from twigs and feathers, seemingly containing a few dark, round objects. It was the scruffy little robin they occasionally spotted in the garden. It had found one tiny entrance near the ceiling that had not been entirely sealed. The dark objects rolled from the nest, landing between Harry and Dudley's mattress. Bathed in the faint light filtering through the air vent, they recognized them as several plump, dark purple wild cherries, along with a small parcel wrapped in clean leaves that resembled cheese. The little bird hopped anxiously outside the window, emitting a few short, faint chirps, before seemingly exhausting its courage and flapping away in haste. Harry stared blankly at the cherries, still fragrant with the scent of twigs, then looked back at the empty air vent, finally casting an incredulous gaze towards Dudley. Dudley reached out, picking up a cherry, the coolness of it sending a shiver through his fingertips. He felt a surge of warmth in his magical core, awakened by the unexpected gift from the little bird, and a clear, complex smile spread across his face. It bore warmth for the bird's kind gesture, mockery of the Dursleys' futile attempts to seal them away, but most importantly, it signified that the magical world had not forgotten them. It was stubbornly, vibrantly seeking its lost children in myriad ways. "See, Harry," Dudley handed the cherry to Harry, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable strength. "They may have locked the doors and sealed the windows, but they cannot block all avenues. Nor can they obstruct the path we are meant to take." Harry took the cool cherry, gripping it tightly in his palm as if it were a token of hope. He ceased his inquiries, instead sitting silently in the darkness alongside Dudley, listening to the hypocritical clamor of the outside world, while within him, the unexpected cherries and Dudley's words stirred an unprecedented tidal wave of emotion. He sensed that he and Dudley, the brothers confined beneath the stairs, were on the cusp of a profound transformation, and the eye of this storm of change seemed to emanate from his twin, who had remained silent, yet appeared to know everything. The night deepened, and number 4, Privet Drive, finally fell into a weary, tense silence after bidding farewell to the Masons. Yet Harry knew, and firmly believed, that this silence was but a brief respite before a much greater storm. Chapter 6. The Arrival of Hagrid. As the taillights of the Masons' car vanished around the corner of Privet Drive, the facade of normalcy that the Dursleys had maintained for one night shattered dramatically. Uncle Vernon slammed the door shut, causing the frame to rattle, his purplish face contorted in the dim light of the hallway, his chest heaving with anger and a deeper, more profound fear. Aunt Petunia, as if all strength had been drained from her, leaned against the wall, gripping her arms tightly, her nails nearly piercing her flesh, staring vacantly ahead as though she had just endured a catastrophe rather than a dinner party. They knew. They must have known. Uncle Vernon's voice was hoarse, as if he were speaking to himself or challenging an unseen adversary. "Those damned letters, everywhere. Tomorrow. We leave first thing in the morning. Get away from here." His roar echoed through the silent house, penetrating the thin walls of the cupboard and reaching Harry and Dudley's ears with clarity. Harry's heart sank. Leave? Just as they had received those mysterious letters, at the very moment when his life seemed poised to unveil a monumental secret, a powerful, reluctant panic seized him. "They couldn't do this. They can't take us away," Harry whispered urgently to Dudley in the darkness, his heart pounding like a drum. "Those letters are for us. They can't just whisk us away." In stark contrast to Harry's agitation, Dudley remained almost unervingly calm. He continued to lean against the wall, even adjusting to a more comfortable position, as though Uncle Vernon's bellowing was merely the inconsequential rustling of the wind outside. Upon hearing Harry's words, he merely replied in a detached tone, "They can try." His voice held no panic, no anger, only a near-certain tranquility, as if stating an established fact. This demeanor oddly soothed Harry's restless spirit, prompting him to take a deep breath and force himself to remain composed, straining to listen to the commotion outside. The Dursleys were in a frenzy of escape preparations. The sounds of heavy suitcases being dragged, Aunt Petunia's neurotic muttering, Uncle Vernon's low, furious shouts into the phone as he booked rooms, and Dudley's disgruntled wails from being awakened in the middle of the night all signaled that the Dursleys were serious. They intended to evade the omnipresent green envelopes by the most extreme measures possible. In the depths of darkness, time languidly flowed. Harry, wide awake, stared at the ceiling, his mind echoing the emerald green script of the letters, along with Yunky's sentiment of our world. Meanwhile, Yunky closed his eyes in deep concentration, focusing all his attention inward. He sensed that the warm core within him pulsed with increasing vigor, akin to a young beast stirring from slumber, responding distinctly to the changes in the environment. He could even faintly detect a subtle magical disturbance in the air, markedly different from the oppressive atmosphere of the Dursleys' home, carrying the sense of earth, woods, and something immense, drawing nearer with each moment. This night felt interminably long. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the Dursleys forcibly yanked Harry and Yunky from their mattresses, rudely shoving them into the back seat of the car. Uncle Vernon, his eyes bloodshot and silent, ignited the engine, and the vehicle sped away from Privet Drive like a fugitive fleeing a crime scene. They drove to London, checking into a grimy, dilapidated inn, thick with the smell of mildew and cabbage. Uncle Vernon selected a windowless room, as if such a choice could completely sever their connection to the outside world. He tossed a few stale bagels at Harry and Yunky as sustenance, then paced the cramped quarters like a caged beast, occasionally casting wary glances toward the door. However, merely hours later, when Uncle Vernon had just begun to relax due to a fleeting sense of safety, a knock echoed at the door. The receptionist stood there holding a stack of identical pale, yellow envelopes, each adorned with the same address written in emerald green ink, causing the Dursleys to nearly lose their minds. 100 letters cascaded into the room. They surged in from beneath the door, drifted down from the vents, and even seemed to materialize atop the bedside table. Uncle Vernon erupted in an almost frantic roar, seizing the letters, tearing them apart, trampling them, and once again shoving Harry and Yunky into the car with reckless abandon. They needed to find a place without an address, a place they could never be located. He shouted at Petunia and Dudley, his voice quaking with fear. The car careened wildly along the country roads, finally halting at a desolate coastline. The wind howled, whipping the frigid sea foam against the dark rocks. Uncle Vernon discovered a rickety, crumbling shack perched on the rocks, a place that appeared to have been utterly forgotten by the world. No house number, no road, only the relentless roar of the waves. "Here!" Uncle Vernon exclaimed, a near-manic, triumphant grin spreading across his face. He forcefully pushed open the creaking wooden door, shoving Harry and Yunky inside, convinced they could not possibly be found here. The interior of the shack was even more dismal than its exterior. It comprised a single room, thick with dust and cobwebs, furnished only with a rusted iron bed frame and a worm-eaten wooden table, while the fireplace lay choked with cold ashes. The mingling scents of salty sea air and damp mildew were nauseating. Uncle Vernon relinquished the only bed to a perpetually complaining Dudley, squeezing himself and Petunia onto a decrepit couch in the corner, while Harry and Yunky were commanded to sleep on the cold, hard, and slightly damp stone floor. Curled up in the corner, Harry listened to the howling wind and the crashing waves outside, engulfed by an unprecedented sense of despair. This place was 100 times worse than the cupboard under the stairs on Privet Drive. They had been brought to the world's end, utterly isolated. Were those letters, along with Yunky's our world, truly severed from them forever? He glanced at Yunky, only to find his brother quietly gazing at the tumultuous black sea. Illuminated by the faint moonlight filtering through the broken window, his expression devoid of despair, almost as if he were waiting. Time slipped by, each second feeling heavier, and the storm seemed to intensify. The shack trembled in the gale, as though it might be overturned at any moment. Suddenly, a peculiar, heavy sound pierced through the wind and waves from afar. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was slow, potent, imbued with a disquieting rhythm, as if a giant were wading through the water, each step landing heavily upon the rocks. The Dursleys also heard this sound. Dudley's complaints ceased abruptly, his eyes widening in terror. Aunt Petunia stifled a sob, gripping Uncle Vernon's arm tightly. Uncle Vernon's face shifted from a purplish hue to a sickly pale, and he abruptly leaped from the couch, seizing an old, rusty rifle propped against the wall, his hands trembling as he aimed it at the door. Thud, thud. Thud. The noise grew ever closer, the ground itself appearing to tremble in response. Finally, the footsteps halted just outside the shack. Silence enveloped the space, save for the wind continuing its ferocious howl outside. Then, with a resounding crash, the entire shack seemed to shudder. The door was not merely opened. It was torn from its hinges by an irresistible force, slamming against the interior wall with a splintering crack, sending shards of wood flying in all directions. At the threshold stood an immense figure, nearly blocking the entire doorway against the stormy backdrop. It was a true giant. He was so tall that he had to stoop deeply to peer inside, his face concealed by a tangle of thick, wild black hair and a tangled beard. Clad in a colossal coat stitched from various rough animal hides, caked with dirt and water stains. One hand gripped a pink umbrella, while the other clutched a dripping creature that resembled a dead ferret. He exuded an earthy aroma of rain, soil, leather, and something akin to rock and forest. Uncle Vernon's rifle clattered to the floor, his mouth agape, emitting a series of nonsensical clucks akin to a chicken caught by the throat. Aunt Petunia's eyes rolled back, and she fainted onto the couch. Dudley let out a high-pitched scream, scrambling behind his parents, trembling like a leaf in a gale. The giant seemed utterly unfazed by the Dursleys' reaction, his shiny, beetle-like eyes scanning the room until they landed precisely on Harry and Yunky, huddled in the corner. His gaze first settled on Harry's face, lingering on his unruly black hair and the green eyes hidden behind glasses, a blend of excitement, nostalgia, and almost reverent tenderness blooming upon his massive countenance. Then, his attention shifted to Yunky. Unlike the legendary lens through which he viewed Harry, his look toward Yunky bore a pure, unmasked concern and affirmation, as if verifying the well-being of an important presence. Then, with a broad smile that could accommodate an entire cake, he boomed, his voice rumbling like thunder in the confined space. At last, I've found you. Harry and Yunky. His gaze danced between the two before settling back on Harry, his tones softening, even tinged with a hint of cautious reverence. The last time I saw you, you were just a little lad, Harry. You bear an even closer resemblance to your father now, though your eyes are exactly like your mother's. He bent down, laboriously squeezing into the shack. His immense frame made the already cramped space feel even more constricted. He paid no mind to the collapsed Dursleys or the quaking Dudley, striding directly to the fireplace, casually tossing the dead ferret aside and lifting the pink umbrella to point at the cold ashes in the hearth, muttering, just light a fire. With a soft puff, sparks erupted from the tip of the umbrella, landing precisely in the ashes. In the next moment, a vigorous, crackling flame surged upward, instantly dispelling the chill and darkness of the small cabin, while casting a warm glow. The giant turned contentedly, plopping down onto the ground. Even seated, he towered over Uncle Vernon, who stood beside him, and began to extract items from the depths of his enormous coat pockets. A hefty, glistening ham, several succulent sausages, and a slightly squished chocolate cake adorned with coarse icing that read Happy Birthday, Harry and Ron. Almost forgetting, he placed the cake before Harry and Ron, his smile growing even brighter as he exclaimed, Happy birthday to you both. I imagine you've never truly celebrated a birthday before, have you? Harry was utterly stunned. He gazed at the sudden appearance of this mountain-like giant, at the friendly, albeit intimidating due to his immense size, smile, and at the delectable feast that seemed to have descended from the heavens, his mind a blank. Birthday? Is today July 31st? Their birthday? He had nearly forgotten the very notion. Who are you? Harry finally found his voice, asking hoarsely. The giant patted his furry, broad chest, causing dust to scatter. Ruby is Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, he proudly announced. Then, as if recalling something, added, of course, Professor Dumbledore sent me to bring you both. Hogwarts? Dumbledore? These unfamiliar terms only deepened Harry's confusion, yet the fear that had gripped his heart dissipated swiftly in the warmth of Hagrid's demeanor and the flickering firelight, replaced by an overwhelming curiosity. Hagrid took a sausage, casually popping it into his mouth like a toothpick, and chewed while informing Harry, You're a wizard, Harry. A real wizard, just like your mom and dad. This revelation struck Harry like a thunderclap. A wizard? Me? He turned abruptly to Ron, who was calmly lifting a piece of ham to his lips, chewing slowly, his expression betraying no surprise at Hagrid's words, as though he had always known, his dark eyes reflecting a sense of relief that this truth had finally emerged. Then Harry stammered, pointing at Ron, his voice trembling. Hagrid's gaze shifted back to Ron, and a more complex, gentle smile graced his massive, good-natured face. Of course, Ron is too. You both are. His tone was unyielding, filled with undeniable affirmation. In that moment, Harry felt as though the entire world had been turned on its head. All the peculiarities of his 11 years, the inexplicable experiences, the Dursleys' fear and disdain, the incessant flood of green letters. Everything suddenly made sense. He was not a freak. He was a wizard. Ron was too. They belonged to a completely different world. Hope and elation erupted from within him like a volcano, nearly overwhelming him. He looked at Ron, finding his brother gazing back. A familiar, faint yet genuine smile gracing his lips, and then Ron nodded gently. Outside, the storm raged on, waves crashing violently. Yet within that dilapidated cabin, beside the crackling warmth of the hearth, and in the steadfast presence of the giant Hagrid, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, two brothers who had been stifled beneath the stairs for 11 long years, finally encountered the true turning point of their destinies. A brand new world, brimming with magic and wonder, was opening before them, revealing a heavy and mysterious door. Chapter 7. The Dawn of Diagon Alley. Hagrid's words acted like an unlocking spell, shattering the barriers that had confined Harry's understanding of the world for 11 years. Wizard. Hogwarts. These terms echoed in his mind, resonating with an unreal thunderous sound. He felt as if he were a person who had been groping in the dark, suddenly enveloped by a blinding light, allowing him to behold the stunning and incredible reality around him. Wizard? Harry repeated the word, his voice barely a whisper, as if caught in a dream. He looked down at his hands, the same hands that once made glass vanish and allowed him to leap onto rooftops, now seemingly imbued with a power he had never truly comprehended. Indeed, Hagrid vigorously nodded his colossal head, crumbs of cake clinging to his unruly beard. Your parents were top-notch wizards. Hogwarts is the best school there ever was. You two will go there to learn, just as they did, he said, casting another glance at Harry and Ron, lingering for a moment on Ron, his gaze suggesting a deeper, unspoken understanding. At that moment, Aunt Petunia, slumped on the sofa, stirred awake just in time to hear Hagrid's last few words. She let out a sharp gasp, filled with extreme fear and loathing. No, she screamed, her voice shrill. I will absolutely not let you go to that place, turning you into freaks like her. Her trembling finger pointed into the void, as though indicating a ghost she dared not name. Hagrid turned his head, the imposing presence of his massive frame silencing Aunt Petunia's scream, reducing it to a terrified whimper. Shut up. Hagrid's voice was not particularly stern, but the deep timbre, akin to rocks grinding together, carried an inherent authority. Lily was no freak. She was one of the finest witches in the world, and you lot, he pointed a thick finger at the trembling Dursleys, have kept these two children locked in a cupboard for 11 years. If it weren't for Dumbledore's orders, I would have, Hagrid. A calm voice interrupted him. It was Ron, who had finished his ham and was now wiping his fingers with a relatively clean cloth he had found. He looked up at Hagrid, his dark eyes devoid of any turbulence, neither the joy that Harry exhibited nor the anger directed at the Dursleys, but rather an unusual tranquility that belied his age. What has happened in the past no longer matters, he said softly, his tone imbued with a strange, undeniable sense of finality. Hagrid opened his mouth, seemingly ready to say more, but under Ron's calm gaze, he merely mumbled and, like a bear soothed back into calmness, refocused his attention on Harry and Ron, his previously irate expression swiftly morphing into one of excitement. You're right. What has passed is past. What matters is now. He broke into a wide grin once more, patting his enormous pocket. Look what I brought for you. He pulled out several items, a small bag of his own baked, somewhat hard rock cakes, which Harry and Ron politely accepted but wisely chose not to taste immediately. And then, with great care, he produced two objects wrapped in soft velvet cloth. They were two leather pouches, appearing somewhat aged yet well-maintained. Hagrid handed one to Harry, which bore the initials J.P. embroidered in silver thread. This is from your parents, Harry. The key to their vault at Gringotts. You'll need the money in here for everything you require at Hogwarts. Next, he extended the other pouch to Ron. This one is a deep brown, devoid of any embroidery, yet the leather exuded a remarkably soft and warm texture. Hagrid regarded Ron with a tone of gravity. Professor Dumbledore asked me to give this to you, Ron. It's what you deserve. His words were somewhat vague, yet their intent was unmistakable. Harry clutched the pouch with his parents' initials tightly, feeling a warmth rising in his eyes. This was the first time he had truly touched a tangible relic connected to his parents. Yunchi merely accepted the deep brown pouch with an air of tranquility, her fingertips gently caressing the exquisite leather before she carefully stowed it away in the inner pocket of her excessively oversized, worn coat. Her countenance remained devoid of any discernible emotion. All right, Hagrid clapped his hands, causing the cake on the table to quiver slightly. We must hurry. Dawn is approaching, and there are numerous matters to attend to today. First, we shall head to Diagon Alley to procure all the items on the list. As he spoke, he produced a crumpled piece of parchment from his pocket, densely inscribed with text. Harry eagerly seized the list, illuminated by the flickering glow of the hearth, and began to read aloud. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, uniforms. 1 set of standard plain robes, black. 1 plain pointed hat for daytime, wear black. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar material. 1 winter cloak, black, silver fastenings. Please note, all student attire must bear a name tag. Books, standard spellbook, beginner by Miranda Goshawk. History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philodespore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment, 1 wand. 1 cauldron, standard size 2, pewter. A set of glass or crystal vials. 1 telescope. 1 brass scale. Students may bring 1 owl, 1 cat, or 1 toad. Parents are reminded that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. Each item on the list filled Harry with wonder and excitement. A wand, a cauldron, spell books. All of this was a testament to the reality of the mysterious world that awaited him, ready to unveil its doors. How we get to Diagon Alley? Harry asked eagerly, his thoughts having entirely drifted from the three nearly petrified Dursleys in the corner. Hagrid beamed with pride, once more raising his pink umbrella. "Don't worry. Leave it to me. But first, we must return to London." He glanced at the still dim sky outside, though the storm had begun to abate. "Follow me." He bent down and squeezed through the door of the small hut he had just smashed open. Harry and Yunchi followed without hesitation, leaving the Dursleys and the oppressive, dilapidated abode far behind. Upon stepping outside, the crisp, fresh morning air filled their lungs, imbued with the dampness of rain and the briny scent of the sea. The sky was just beginning to lighten, a faint glimmer of dawn emerging over the horizon. Hagrid led them to a relatively flat rocky area by the shore. "Stand close," Hagrid said in his gruff voice, raising the pink umbrella once more. This time, instead of pointing to anything specific, he traced a peculiar arc in the air as if conducting an orchestra. Harry gripped Yunchi's arm tightly, a blend of anxiety and anticipation coursing through him. Yunchi stood tall, her gaze calmly fixed on Hagrid's movements, as if observing a familiar ritual. Suddenly, an odd sensation, akin to being hooked by an invisible force at the navel, jolted through him. It felt as if an unseen power was tugging him away from the ground. Harry couldn't help but cry out, sensing the earth beneath his feet vanish in an instant, while everything around him, the crumbling hut, the dark rocks, the raging sea, began to whirl chaotically, blurring into a dizzying swirl of colors. He squeezed his eyes shut, feeling his stomach churn violently. This sensation seemed to last an eternity, yet also felt like a fleeting moment. When the terrifying spinning and pulling abruptly ceased, Harry stumbled slightly, almost falling, but thankfully Yunchi was there to steady him. He opened his eyes, gasping for breath, to find himself standing in a narrow, filthy alley, flanked by towering, soot-blackened brick walls. The air was thick with the quintessential London aroma, a melange of exhaust fumes, dust, and an indescribable sense of antiquity. They had truly returned to London, the leaky cauldron. Hagrid's voice resonated beside him, unaffected by the recent journey. As he pointed with his umbrella toward the end of the alley, a rickety building wedged between a grand bookstore and a record shop, appearing as if it might collapse at any moment. One of the wizard's haunts in London. Harry followed Hagrid's gesture, observing the bar S sign, which was both small and grimy. The words "the leaky cauldron" were nearly illegible. Strangely, the hurried passers-by seemed entirely oblivious to the building's existence, their gazes effortlessly gliding past it as though it were mere air. Hagrid ushered them through the creaky wooden door, entering the dimly lit interior of the pub. The low ceiling was adorned with oil lamps, and a few peculiar-looking patrons occupied the wooden tables. As Hagrid's massive figure appeared in the doorway, a momentary hush fell over the establishment, quickly followed by a chorus of enthusiastic greetings. "Hagrid, long time no see. Same old, Hagrid. This is..." The pub owner, Tom, a frail old man with nearly all his teeth missing, was polishing a glass, his face breaking into a cheerful smile as he looked at Harry and Yunchi. However, when his gaze fell upon Harry's forehead, his movements abruptly halted, and his eyes widened in shock. "Merlin's beard, is that? This is Harry Potter, and Yunchi Potter." The pub fell into a profound silence, all eyes drawn to them, brimming with curiosity, reverence, and an indescribable thrill. Whispers erupted as patrons rose from their seats, eager to catch a better glimpse. Harry felt exceedingly uncomfortable, instinctively retreating behind Hagrid, perplexed by the reaction his presence elicited. Yunchi frowned slightly, appearing somewhat irritated by the excessive attention, yet she remained silent, merely shifting to partially conceal herself in Hagrid's shadow. All right. Hagrid spread his enormous arms, shielding the two children like a protective hand, his booming voice drowning out all chatter. "The kids still need to buy things. Let's not scare them. We must head to Diagon Alley." He nodded briskly to Tom, the pub owner, before leading Harry and Yunchi through the back door, entering a small courtyard surrounded by high walls. Here, aside from a few overflowing trash bins and clusters of resilient weeds, there was nothing. "Remember this spot?" Hagrid turned to face an unremarkable brick wall, speaking to Harry and Yunchi with a tone of pride akin to that of presenting a treasure. "This is the entrance to Diagon Alley." He withdrew the seemingly ordinary umbrella, which Harry would later learn concealed his wand, and gently tapped 3 times on a specific brick. At his touch, that very brick began to tremble violently. Following this, it started to retract and shift, as the adjacent bricks appeared to come alive, sliding apart to reveal a small opening. The gap rapidly widened, and within moments, a broad, winding archway emerged before them. leading into a world of wonder and commotion that Harry and Yunchi had never dared to imagine. Sunlight, seemingly shining from an unknown source, as if from a different weather system than that of outside London, bathed a cobblestone street, flanked by an array of peculiar shops. The shop windows shimmered with a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, displaying an array of dazzling merchandise, towering piles of brass scales, endlessly rotating crystal orbs, bizarrely colored potion ingredients, and even an entire set of animated skeletons. Wizards and witches clad in various robes meandered through the streets, their conversations, haggling, the hooting of owls, and a sound reminiscent of muffled explosions intertwined, creating a lively symphony unique to the magical realm. Above the archway, a rusted iron sign bore the words, Diagon Alley. "Welcome," Hagrid said, stepping aside to reveal a full view, his enormous face beaming with a proud smile, his voice booming. "Welcome to the Wizarding World." Harry's mouth fell agape, his green eyes wide with disbelief at the spectacle before him. He felt his heart leap joyfully within his chest, engulfed by an indescribable ecstasy and sense of belonging. This was his world, the place he was destined to inhabit. He instinctively glanced at Luna beside him, who was equally entranced, gazing at the enchanting street. In his typically calm black eyes, the bustle and brilliance of Diagon Alley reflected clearly, as if memories from millennium ago were gently merging with the present scene. A hint of a smile, infused with complex reminiscence and genuine delight, finally graced his lips. Thus commenced a new journey, heralded by the dawn of infinite possibilities unlocked by the magic of brick and stone. Chapter 8. Wands, Owls, and Forgotten Memories. The vibrant chaos and splendor of Diagon Alley enveloped Harry and Luna like a warm tide. They followed Hagrid's towering figure down the cobbled street, where each shop window resembled a miniature magical world, firmly capturing Harry's gaze. He felt that his eyes were insufficient to take in the wonders surrounding him, yearning to imprint every detail indelibly in his memory. "First, we need to withdraw some money." Hagrid's voice resonated like a bell, clear amidst the bustling street. "Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank, is just ahead." As they ascended the street, a tall, pristine white building soon loomed above the surrounding shops. It boasted gleaming brass doors and an even more imposing silver second door. The figure standing at the entrance made Harry gasp. It was a diminutive creature clad in a scarlet and gold uniform, possessing an extraordinarily peculiar and unattractive visage. With elongated limbs, a large head, bat-like ears, and shrewd, watchful green eyes, it was a goblin. "That's a goblin," Hagrid whispered, his tone casual, clearly accustomed to their management of Gringotts. "Remember, don't anger them. They value the security of their vaults above all else." They ascended the white stone steps and passed through the brass doors. Harry noticed a goblin standing on either side of the door, both bowing slightly to Hagrid. However, as their keen eyes swept over Harry, particularly lingering on the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue flashed across their expressions. When their gaze fell upon Luna, the scrutiny deepened. Tinged with an air of examination and perhaps recognition, Luna met their gaze calmly, offering no reaction. Upon crossing the second silver door, they entered a vast marble hall. Behind a lengthy counter, hundreds of goblins perched on high stools, busily conducting transactions. Some weighed seemingly heavy coins on scales, others examined gems with magnifying glasses, while yet others swiftly scribbled in thick ledgers, the quills scratching against parchment. The air was redolent with a unique scent of ink and metal. Hagrid approached an available goblin. "Morning," he boomed. "We need to withdraw some funds from the vault of Mr. Harry Potter and Mr. Luna Potter." The goblin lifted its head, scrutinizing Hagrid with its shrewd eyes before glancing at Harry and Luna. "Do you have the keys?" Its voice was sharp and frigid. Harry and Luna retrieved their coin pouches and handed over their keys. The goblin meticulously inspected each key, particularly Luna's unmarked dark brown one, which it examined with exceptional care, even employing a peculiar device to scan it before nodding in approval. "Very well." It returned the keys to them. "I will summon someone to escort you to your vault." Ragnarok, another goblin, promptly arrived, bowing to Hagrid and the two children. "Please follow me." Ragnarok led them away from the main hall, through a door, into a narrow stone corridor, beneath which a winding stone track descended, where a small cart awaited quietly. They climbed into the cart. Hagrid nearly occupied half the space on his own, and Ragnarok pulled a lever, sending the cart hurtling down the labyrinthine track. The wind howled in Harry's ears as the cart raced through the darkness at a breathtaking speed, at times plunging and at others sharply turning, skimming over subterranean lakes that exuded a chilling draft. Harry clutched the edge of the cart, a mix of fear and excitement coursing through him. Luna remained poised, her gaze sweeping over the rapidly retreating walls embedded with various strange minerals, as if observing something of significance. Eventually, the cart screeched to a halt beside a small platform. "Mr. Potter's vault, number 713, Ragnarok announced, unlocking the door. A faint green mist wafted from the crack, and, as the smoke dissipated, the interior came into view. Harry held his breath. Piles of gold coins, silver bars, and towering heaps of bronze coins sparkled enticingly in the light that seemed to emanate from nowhere. This was the inheritance his parents had left him. He had never seen such wealth. The Hogwarts tuition and book fees have already been deducted from the vault. Hagrid explained as he picked up a pouch and began filling it with money. This is for you to purchase your school supplies and pocket money. Primarily, galleons. He held up a gold coin, 17 sickles to a galleon, 29 nuts to a sickle. It's quite simple. Harry mimicked Hagrid's actions, carefully placing some galleons, sickles, and nuts into his own pouch, feeling the weight of it, his heart brimming with a sense of security and gratitude. He glanced at Luna, who, unlike him, did not hurriedly stuff her pouch. Instead, she took a modest amount of coins, her movements unhurried, as if this were merely a necessary task. Her gaze lingering more on the ancient stone walls of the vault, seemingly searching for some trace of significance. After retrieving their money, Ragnarok escorted them back in the cart, traversing the maze like tunnels longer still, eventually halting before a door that appeared even older, adorned with intricate silver patterns. "Mr. Luna Potter's vault," Ragnarok announced, his tone seemingly more respectful this time. He drew forth the dark brown key and inserted it into the lock. Unlike the opening of Harry's vault this time, as the key turned, the silver patterns on the stone door seemed to awaken, shimmering faintly, before the door silently slid inward. There was no green mist, nor were there towering heaps of gold and silver. This vault was slightly smaller than Harry's, its interior exceptionally tidy. At its center stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small, unadorned box crafted from a dark, muted metal, its surface smooth and devoid of embellishment. Upon seeing the box, Hagrid's massive frame seemed to pause momentarily, glancing at Luna with a complex expression. "This is it, Luna." Dumbledore said only you can open it. Luna stepped forward, her gaze fixed upon the metallic box. She extended her hand, her fingertips lightly brushing against the cold metal surface. In that fleeting moment, Harry seemed to catch a glimpse of an exceedingly faint shimmer, almost imperceptible, gliding across the surface of the box like ripples on water, only to vanish shortly thereafter. Yunshi's fingers lingered on the box for a brief spell, as though he were attuned to some unspoken essence, before he calmly lifted the box and placed it into the innermost pocket of his coat, making no attempt to open it at that moment. The entire process unfolded in tranquil swiftness, imbued with an understanding that required no words. Although Harry was brimming with curiosity, the lack of explanation from both Yunshi and Hagrid compelled him to suppress his questions for the time being. Upon leaving Gringotts and returning to the sunlit Diagon Alley, Harry felt as if he had just awoken from a bizarre dream. The subsequent shopping expedition was replete with novelty. They tailored robes at Madame Malkin's, where Harry stood upon a stool, enduring the discomfort of the measuring tape snaking around him like a serpent, while Yunshi stood quietly beside him, allowing the tape to measure him, his gaze drifting thoughtfully through the window towards the Elop's Owl Emporium across the street. They procured standard-sized pewter cauldrons from the cauldron shop and acquired a complete set of crystal vials and a brass scale from the apothecary. Harry found himself both repulsed and intrigued by the bizarre and bubbling potion ingredients displayed in the shop windows, such as dried leeches, iridescent spider legs, and crocodile hearts. As they passed a counter adorned with moonstones and gillyweed, a plant he recognized from Helga's teachings, Yunshi paused momentarily. When they arrived at the entrance of Elop's Owl Emporium, Hagrid clapped Harry on the shoulder and exclaimed heartily, "Go on, Harry. Choose one. Hogwarts allows students to bring pets, and an owl is the most practical, capable of delivering your letters." The shop was filled with the sounds of flapping feathers and the various calls of birds. Excitedly, Harry wove between rows of perches, gazing into the round, wise eyes of the owls. Ultimately, a stunning, pure white snowy owl, adorned only with a few gray feathers atop its head and at the tips of its wings, caught his attention. It stood proudly on its perch, tilting its head to regard Harry, emitting a soft coo. This was the one. Without hesitation, Harry decided to purchase the snowy owl for a few galleons and resolved to name it Hedwig. Hagrid beamed broadly as he watched Harry cradle the cage containing Hedwig. He then turned to Yunshi. "Yunshi, aren't you going to pick one? A cat or a toad would do." Yunshi's gaze swept over the lively cats and the daft-looking toads in the shop, but he gently shook his head. "No, thank you. His voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable certainty. Harry noted that Yunchi seemed to harbor little interest in pets. His attention appeared to be more captivated by the lifeless, enchanted artifacts, such as the stone walls of Gringotts and that metallic box. At last, they halted before a small, dilapidated store. The peeling golden letters on the door read, Ollivander, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. In the dusty window, a solitary wand lay atop a faded purple cushion. For reasons unknown, as Harry approached the shop, he felt an inexplicable solemnity and tension. Even Yunchi, who had maintained a calm demeanor, now appeared focused. The interior was cramped, with scarcely any space aside from a long bench. Thousands of slender boxes containing wands seemed to tower toward the ceiling, and the air was thick with a faint dustiness and a mysterious woody aroma. An elderly man, with hair like silver and eyes of a pale hue reminiscent of 2 full moons, silently appeared before them, as if he had always been standing there. Good afternoon. He spoke softly, his voice carrying a slight, ethereal quality. Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander, Hagrid replied with respect. Ah, Ruby is Hagrid. How delightful to see you. Oak, 16 inches. Slightly bendy, am I correct? Yes, sir. A fine one indeed. And this must be Mr. Harry Potter. Mr. Ollivander's pale eyes turned towards Harry, seemingly peering into his very soul. You bear a striking resemblance to your parents. Your father, a wand of mahogany, 11 inches, pliable, suitable for transfiguration. Your mother, Willow, 14¼ inches, smooth, adept for charms, both exceptional. As he spoke, he produced a long measuring tape marked with silver increments. So, Mr. Potter, which arm do you prefer to wield your wand? The ensuing moments unfolded for Harry like an extraordinary trial. The tape measure moved autonomously, taking various dimensions of him, while Mr. Ollivander glided through the shelves, retrieving one wand box after another. Harry tried wand after wand. Either they yielded no response, or they provoked a series of minor disasters, toppling boxes off tables, causing curtains to draw shut, even sending a stack of books crashing to the floor in a corner. Yet Mr. Ollivander appeared increasingly exhilarated, muttering, a discerning customer? No matter, we shall find a perfect match. Finally, as Harry grasped a wand of holly, phoenix feather, 11 inches. Flexible, a sudden warmth surged through his entire being. The wand's tip erupted in a cascade of red and gold sparks, dancing like tiny fireworks, as if singing in celebration. Oh, marvelous! Mr. Ollivander exclaimed, even more animated than Harry himself. An extraordinary combination. Holly and phoenix feather. Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. I dare say, you will achieve great things, Mr. Potter. After all, the wand of the one whose name must not be spoken also contains a phoenix feather. Curiously, the phoenix that supplied the feather for your wand also provided one for another wand, that of your destined adversary. This revelation sent a chill through Harry, who clutched the wand that seemed to resonate with his very essence, his emotions a tangled web. Mr. Ollivander's gaze then shifted to Yunchi, who stood quietly beside him. And this is Mr. Yunchi Potter. His tone, no longer filled with the legendary excitement he had shown towards Harry, now bore a depth, imbued with a pure curiosity for the potential of unknown magic. Please, step forward. The same process commenced anew. The measuring tape moved to assess Yunchi's dimensions, while Mr. Ollivander, with his piercing pale eyes, observed every minute reaction from Yunchi, as if deciphering an exceedingly intricate ancient rune. He handed Yunchi his first wand, ebony, unicorn hair. The moment Yunchi gripped it, the wand trembled violently. Then with a crack, a plume of black smoke erupted from its tip, extinguishing immediately. No, clearly not, Mr. Ollivander murmured, swiftly replacing it with another wand. You, dragon heartstring. This time, the wand emitted a shrill scream as it vibrated in Yunchi's hand, causing several nearby wand boxes to spring open, their contents writhing like startled serpents. Fascinating, very fascinating, Mr. Ollivander declared, undeterred, his eyes growing brighter. He continued to present Yunchi with 7 or 8 wands of varying materials and cores, each sparking different peculiar reactions. Some caused temperature fluctuations, others warped light, while the surrounding dust arranged itself into bizarre patterns. Yet, none exhibited the harmonious resonance that had accompanied Harry's selection. Mr. Ollivander fell into deep contemplation, pacing among the towering boxes, his fingers brushing the aged labels, murmuring, rejecting conventional woods, disturbing standard cores, requires a more ancient, neutral vessel to harbor that unique essence. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze fixed upon a dusty, remarkably antiquated box tucked away in a corner. With utmost care, he retrieved it, blowing away the dust to reveal the dark, muted wood beneath. He opened the box to reveal a wand of profound color, nearly black, with wooden textures reminiscent of flowing shadows. The wand bore no superfluous carvings, yet it exuded a serene and ancient aura. "Try this." Mr. Ollivander's voice carried an almost imperceptible gravity. Hawthorn wood, with a core of the tail, feather from a thestral. 12 3/4 inches, astonishingly supple. This combination was exceedingly rare. The thestral's feather only showed loyalty to wizards who had witnessed and comprehended the essence of death. While hawthorn was often associated with ancient magic, purification, and protection, Yunchi extended his hand and grasped the wand. There were no sparks, no illumination, no sound. The moment his fingertips made contact with the wand, an indescribable, deep yet gentle wave emanated from him, quietly expanding outward. The air, previously agitated by the testing, seemed to be smoothed by an invisible hand, instantly returning to absolute tranquility. All the wands in the shop, whether in their boxes or not, trembled ever so slightly and synchronously, as if subjects paying silent homage to their sovereign. A delicate, almost imperceptible glow enveloped Yunchi, lending his presence an even more introspective and profound air. Mr. Ollivander observed in silence for a few moments before slowly nodding, his pale eyes glimmering with the light of all-seeing insight. "It is not the wand that chooses the wizard," he intoned softly, as if declaring an ancient truth, but rather a return. "It has been waiting for you, Mr. Potter. This wand was crafted even before my grandfather's time. The ancient magic it embodies resonates with your very essence." He quoted a price, considerably more than Harry's wand. Yunchi calmly paid the galleons and carefully stowed the wand away. As they left Ollivander's, dusk was settling in. Harry clutched Hedwig's cage tightly, his own holly wand firmly in hand, his emotions still in turmoil. Meanwhile, Yunchi held the hawthorn wand, feeling the warm, smooth touch that connected him to an extension of himself, and the dormant core of ancient magic within him thrummed softly, akin to a slumbering dragon finding its lair. Hagrid beamed at the two well-equipped children, his face alight with satisfaction. "All set. Now, we must consider how to safely return you." Dumbledore should have made arrangements. Chapter 9. The Journey Home and Diverging Paths. The last rays of the setting sun painted the London sky in warm shades of orange, draping Diagon Alley, which had buzzed with activity all day in a tranquil vale. Shops began to close one by one, the magical lights in the windows gradually extinguishing, and the wizards on the street grew sparse. Hagrid led Harry and Yunchi, along with their heap of purchases, robes, textbooks, cauldrons, Harry's wand, Hedwig's cage, and Yunchi's mysterious metallic box and wand, back through the leaky cauldron and into the dim, grimy alley. Standing on the edge of the Muggle world, Harry was overwhelmed with a profound sense of loss. He glanced back at the entrance, now restored to an ordinary wall, feeling as if he had just been yanked back from a wondrous dream into reality. He clutched Hedwig's cage tightly, his fingers unconsciously stroking the smooth wood of his holly wand in his pocket, as if it were the sole token connecting him to that magical realm. "All right, kids." Hagrid's voice pulled him from his melancholic reverie, his enormous frame nearly blocking the entire alleyway. "You got everything? Now I need to get you back safely." He scratched his unruly beard, a hint of difficulty crossing his face. At the Dursleys, well, Professor Dumbledore said, "You still have to stay there until school starts." At the mention of the Dursleys, the light in Harry's face dimmed instantly. The wonders of Diagon Alley starkly contrasted with the dark, oppressive cupboard beneath the stairs of number 4, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. He instinctively glanced at Yunchi, hoping to find a semblance of resonance or comfort from his brother. However, Yunchi's expression remained placid. One hand gripped his parcel containing his belongings, while the other casually rested in his coat pocket, fingertips lightly brushing against the hawthorn wand and the cold metallic box. His gaze was directed toward the sunset, gradually sinking into the urban neon, his eyes profound, as if he were contemplating something, or sensing something. He exhibited little of Harry's resistance to returning to the Dursleys. Instead, there was an acceptance, a sense of waiting. "Don't worry, Harry." Hagrid seemed to pick up on Harry's dismay, clumsily patting his shoulder with his enormous, rough hand, the force nearly causing Harry to stumble. "Just a few weeks left. On September 1st, King's Cross Station, the Hogwarts Express will depart right on schedule. By then, you can leave that cupboard for good." His mention of King's Cross Station came with an ease that suggested it was a place well known to all wizards. He then rummaged through his seemingly bottomless pocket and produced 2 parchment tickets, solemnly handing one each to Harry and Yunchi. "Here you go, your tickets. Platform 9 3/4. Remember, it's between platforms 9 and 10. Just walk straight through? Don't worry, it's simple. Harry took the slightly rough yellow ticket, glancing down. Hogwarts Express. First class. King's Cross Station, London, Platform 9. Departure, September 1st, 1991, 11 o'clock a.m. Passengers, Harry Potter, Yunshi Potter. Platform 9? Harry asked, puzzled, lifting his gaze to inquire about the peculiar platform's location and how to access it. But Hagrid had already turned to Yunshi. Yunshi, Hagrid's tone shifted slightly. Lacking the excitement he had shown when addressing Harry, now imbued with a sense of solemn responsibility. Professor Dumbledore asked me to specifically remind you that the box in your vault is very important. He advises you not to attempt to open it until you possess sufficient ability or encounter a moment where guidance is truly needed. Yunshi's gaze returned from the distance, settling on Hagrid's face, and he nodded gently, indicating his understanding without uttering another word. This maturity and restraint, surpassing his years, made Harry acutely aware of the familiar, subtle distance between brothers. What would be inside that box? Why did Dumbledore pay such particular attention to it? All right, it's getting late. I must get you back. Hagrid rubbed his hands together, once more producing his pink umbrella. At the Dursleys, Dumbledore has already sent word. They know you'll be returning today. The thought of returning to that place, facing Uncle Vernon's wrath and Aunt Petunia's cold gaze, churned Harry's stomach. He tightened his grip on Hedwig's cage, which stirred anxiously within. Hagrid once again employed that disorienting method of travel that made Harry exceedingly uncomfortable, the sensation of being hooked by his navel, spinning, and swirling in dizziness. When everything settled, they found themselves standing before the familiar yet loathsome door of number 4 Privet Drive. The night had fallen, and the streetlights glowed with a soft yellow hue. Hagrid lingered only a moment longer, awkwardly patting the shoulders of the two children once more, his voice low. Take care, kids. See you on September 1st. Remember to keep your tickets safe. He cast one last, deep glance at Yunshi, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately merely nodded before turning away, his massive form quickly vanishing into the night of Privet Drive. Harry and Yunshi stood at the door, laden with their bundles and the cage containing the snowy owl. The room was ablaze with light, faintly resonating with the sounds of the television and Dudley's boisterous antics. Harry inhaled deeply, as though he were preparing to face a gallows, and reached forth to ring the doorbell. The door was almost immediately flung open. Uncle Vernon's crimson visage appeared behind it, clad in his pajamas, his hair disheveled, and his eyes brimming with suppressed fury and a complex blend of fear and humiliation that Harry had never witnessed before. He glared intently at Harry, casting a sidelong glance at the adjacent quirky and the conspicuously unusual items they held, particularly the cage containing an owl. His lips quivered, as if he wished to roar, but was straining to restrain himself. Come in, he spat out hoarsely through clenched teeth, his voice taut and strained, stepping aside to create a narrow opening, his movements stiff as a marionette. Harry and Quirky silently stepped inside. Aunt Petunia stood at the threshold of the living room, her hands tightly clutching her apron, her complexion pale, and her gaze averted, too fearful to meet theirs. As they passed with their burdens, she recoiled as if burned. Back to your rooms. Uncle Vernon bellowed from behind them, his finger trembling as it pointed towards the stairs. No noise. No letting that burr make a sound. And don't bring out that rubbish. Instead of the anticipated tempest, there was only this cold, oppressive atmosphere steeped in fear. Harry paused for a moment, then comprehended. It must have been Dumbledore or Hagrid who had done something to render the Dursleys unable to treat them with their usual reckless disdain. This realization stirred within him a peculiar, bittersweet delight. They disregarded Uncle Vernon's blustering orders and proceeded straight to the storage room beneath the stairs. The door remained the same flimsy barrier, the space still cramped and dim, yet everything seemed transformed. Harry cautiously placed Hedwig's cage atop a relatively sturdy box, the snowy owl cooing softly in the darkness, as if confirming its new surroundings. He shoved the bundle containing his textbooks and robes beneath the mattress, then reverently set his wand beside the pillow, as if it were an invaluable treasure. Quirky's movements were even more succinct and orderly. He categorized his belongings, carefully wrapping the metallic box in a few old garments, tucking it away in the farthest corner, the least likely to be discovered. Finally, he produced the hawthorn wand, not placing it conspicuously like Harry, but also securing it properly before settling onto his worn mattress, closing his eyes as if beginning a form of meditation. The storage room was eerily silent, save for Hedwig's occasional preening and the muffled, anxious conversations of the Dursleys drifting down from above. Harry lay on the hard mattress, utterly sleepless. The day's events replayed in his mind like a cinematic reel. The rush of the cart at Gringotts, Mr. Ollivander's penetrating pale eyes, The sparks emitted from the wand's tip, Hagrid's wholesome, dependable smile, and Corky's wand that evoked an extraordinary tranquility. All of these affirmations told him he was not the freak the Dursleys claimed. He belonged to a world brimming with wonder. As his excitement gradually subsided, deeper reflections emerged. He recalled Mr. Ollivander's words about his parents' wands, the one that shared its core with his, belonging to a name that could not be spoken, and the notion of fate itself. He also remembered Hagrid's special admonition regarding Corky's box, and the unusual calm and familiarity Corky exhibited when confronted with the magical realm. He turned his head to gaze at Corky's indistinct silhouette in the dark. His brother sat there quietly, breathing steadily, as if merging with the surrounding shadows. Harry had countless questions to ask, about the box, about his wand, about why Corky remained so composed. Yet words lodged in his throat swallowed back. There seemed to be an invisible barrier around Corky, isolating him from the outside world. Even Harry, as his brother, found it difficult to truly penetrate. Time slipped away in silence. The ensuing weeks would be the most arduous yet eagerly awaited for Harry, a test of patience unlike any he had known. He understood that their time beneath the stairs was drawing to a close. At the other end of Platform 9, a brand new world awaited their arrival, one that belonged to him. Meanwhile, Corky, seated in meditative stillness, unconsciously felt the faint pulse of the hawthorn wand cradled in his arms, akin to the rhythm of breathing. He sensed that the dormant core of ancient magic within him was beginning, due to the return of this wand, to slowly and subtly thaw the layers of time and corporeal confinement that had encased it in ice. He too was waiting for Hogwarts, for the very place he had helped establish a millennium ago, for a reunion with the imprints left by the four founders, and for the opportune moment to unveil that box. The two brothers, each harboring their own thoughts and secrets, quietly gazed into the familiar darkness, envisioning a shared future filled with magic and the unknown. The path to Hogwarts had already unfurled beneath their feet. Chapter 10, Platform 9 3/4. The final weeks of August passed as if under a slowing charm, each day dragging on in excruciating slowness. The atmosphere at number 4 Privet Drive grew increasingly peculiar. The Dursleys had not altered their fundamental disdain for Harry and Corky, yet that animosity was now enveloped in a thick layer of ice forged from fear and humiliation, no longer easily manifesting as direct abuse and shouting. Uncle Vernon continued to emit heavy snorts at the dining table, casting dark glances their way. Yet he refrained from withholding the meager rations they had. Aunt Petunia still avoided eye contact, her voice sharp yet tinged with an imperceptible tremor as she directed them in their chores, while Dudley treated them as if they were invisible yet dangerously infectious. Steering clear of them altogether, his friends no longer daring to visit, as if the house had been marked as a forbidden zone. This frigid peace weighed more heavily on Harry. He would rather confront Uncle Vernon's wrath than endure this suffocating, hypocritical tranquility. He devoted all his time to perusing his magical textbooks. The wondrous principles in the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, the peculiar plants depicted in 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, and the golden lettering on the cover of Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection that winked at him, all captivated him and allowed him to temporarily forget his surroundings. He attempted to stealthily extract his wand and, following the descriptions in the texts, cast a spell on a chipped teacup in the storage room. But aside from sore wrist, nothing occurred. This left him somewhat disheartened, intensifying his longing to arrive at Hogwarts for formal instruction. Hedwig became his sole solace. This beautiful snowy owl seemed to comprehend his plight, remaining quietly in her cage for the most part, only emitting a few gentle coos in the dead of night. Harry would secretly open the cage, allowing her to perch on his arm, relishing the softness of her feathers and the warmth of life. Confiding in her his excitement and unease, he fed her water and breadcrumbs he had stealthily pilfered from the kitchen, the most direct and warm connection he had to the magical world. In stark contrast to Harry's anxiety and anticipation was Corky's almost frozen calm. He too would peruse his textbooks, albeit at a leisurely pace, often lingering over passages describing magical principles or ancient runes, lost in prolonged contemplation as if validating or contrasting some deeper knowledge. He rarely attempted to use his wand. For the most part, he either sat quietly reading or closed his eyes atop the mattress, seemingly resting, yet engaged in some form of internal cultivation. Harry observed that Yunchi occasionally took out the metallic box retrieved from Gringotts, yet he had never attempted to open it. He merely ran his fingertips gently over the cold surface of the metal, his gaze complex, as if engaged in a dialogue with an ancient memory. Sometimes, when Harry awoke in the middle of the night, he would see Yunchi still seated, surrounded by a faint, nearly imperceptible energy field that enveloped him. rendering the air around them exceptionally still. Harry had inquired several times about the box and the wand, but Yunchi always brushed off the questions with concise responses or simply remained silent. This sense of distance, while thrilling, also left Harry with a tinge of melancholy. At last, as Harry was nearly about to bore a hole through the calendar, August came to an end. On the morning of September 1st, as the sky began to lighten with the first blush of dawn, Harry abruptly sat up from his mattress, his heart racing with excitement. He nudged Yunchi beside him, his voice slightly hoarse with anticipation. "Yunchi, wake up. Today. It's today." Yunchi slowly opened his eyes, his dark pupils clear and calm in the dim light. He sat up, his movements still unhurried, as if it were just another ordinary day. Yet, deep within his gaze, a faint glimmer, like the flowing waters beneath ice, betrayed that he was not entirely devoid of emotion. They began to pack their belongings. In truth, there was little to prepare. All their possessions consisted of the few parcels filled with Hogwarts supplies that had been packed the day before, along with Hedwig's cage. Harry donned a relatively fitted old t-shirt and jeans, the best ensemble that had survived Dudley's discards, carefully tucking his wand into the back pocket of his trousers. Yunchi changed into similar attire, his wand and the metallic box safely tucked close to him, as they stepped out of the storage room, carrying their luggage and Hedwig's cage. The Dursleys had already gathered in the hallway. Uncle Vernon was clad in a suit, his face ashen, gripping the car keys tightly, evidently begrudgingly fulfilling the humiliating task of driving them to the station. Aunt Petunia's lips were pressed pale, while Dudley lurked behind his parents, casting fearful yet curious glances at Hedwig. There were no words of farewell, no blessings. Uncle Vernon merely snorted contemptuously, barking, "Keep up, don't dawdle," before striding toward the car parked at the entrance. The journey to central London was spent in a stifling silence. Uncle Vernon drove at breakneck speed, seemingly eager to rid himself of this obligation. Harry clutched Hedwig's cage tightly, gazing out at the swiftly retreating scenery, his heart pounding in his chest. Yunchi sat quietly beside him, his gaze directed outside, seemingly observing the Muggle world he was about to leave behind, if only temporarily. Upon reaching King's Cross Station, the clock had just passed 10. The station was a bustling hive of activity, a cacophony of diverse accents and the clatter of wheeled luggage blending into a noisy backdrop. Uncle Vernon abruptly halted the car at the curb, leaving the engine running. "We're here," he barked, not bothering to look back. "Platform 9 and 10 is over there. The train leaves at 9:15. Don't miss it, if that platform even exists." His tone was laced with sarcasm and disbelief, clearly regarding the notion of Platform 9 as a foolish jest or some sort of trick. After delivering his remarks, he did not spare them a glance, flooring the accelerator. The car, darting into the traffic like it was fleeing a plague, vanishing from sight. Left alone on the crowded platform, Harry and Yunchi stood amid their luggage and Hedwig. Harry gazed at the enormous archway signifying platforms 9 and 10, along with the seemingly impenetrable wall in between, his earlier excitement and thrill suddenly supplanted by a chilling panic. Hagrid had simply told them to walk through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, but this wall appeared solid. How could he possibly pass through? Would he need to run into it head first? He envisioned a comical yet tragic scene of himself colliding with the wall, ending up bruised and battered, only to be escorted away by station security. "He is playing tricks on us. ISNT? Harry's voice trembled as he looked at Yunchi. There is no platform 9. In stark contrast to Harry's agitation, Yunchi remained remarkably composed. He set down his luggage and calmly surveyed the area between platforms 9 and 10. His gaze did not fixate on the wall, but rather observed the throng of people around them, particularly those pushing luggage carts and dressed in somewhat peculiar attire, from a Muggle perspective, or carrying cages that clearly depicted signs of the Wizarding World. "Look over there," Yunchi suddenly whispered, gesturing discreetly with his eyes. Harry followed his gaze and spotted a lively family gathering near the barrier. They all had vibrant red hair, which inexplicably stirred a sense of familiarity within him. Among the luggage carts they pushed, a particularly large cage containing an owl was prominently displayed. As the platform bustled with Muggles, Harry overheard the short, plump mother speaking to her children. "Muggles?" Harry whispered, repeating the term he had learned from Hagrid, feeling a flicker of realization. At that moment, two of the eldest twins from the red-haired family called out to their mother, "We're going ahead, Mom," and, pushing their luggage cart, they dashed straight towards the wall between platforms 9 and 10. Harry held his breath, his eyes wide with fear, bracing himself for a scene of imminent disaster. Yet, just as the twins were about to collide with the wall, their figures, along with the cart, vanished as if they had melted into the air without a sound. Harry's mouth fell open, nearly large enough to fit an egg. "Did you see that?" Yunchi's voice broke through his astonishment, calm, and undisturbed, as if what had just transpired was perfectly ordinary. Harry nodded vigorously, his earlier fear swiftly replaced by a surge of amazement and exhilaration. It was real. They could indeed pass through. The mother of the red-haired family began directing the remaining children to pass through the wall one by one. When the last and smallest boy, appearing timid, along with his mother, successfully vanished, the platform momentarily returned to its usual state. "It's our turn," Yunshi asserted, lifting his luggage with certainty. Taking a deep breath, Harry nodded earnestly. He lifted Hedwig's cage. The snowy owl seemed to shift restlessly and push his luggage cart with his other hand, his heart racing once more. But this time, out of anticipation, they pushed their carts, mimicking the earlier actions of the red-haired children, advancing toward the formidable wall. The closer they approached, the faster Harry's heart raced, and he could feel the sweat on his palms. He squeezed his eyes shut, gritted his teeth, preparing for the impact. There was no collision, only a fleeting, cool sensation, as if he had passed through a veil of water or a cold mist. The next moment, the clamorous voices and the whistle of the train surged into his ears like a tidal wave. He opened his eyes wide. The sight before him took his breath away. A deep crimson steam engine stood beside a platform teeming with travelers, black smoke billowing around the towering, arched glass ceiling. A prominent sign hung from the front of the train, Hogwarts Express, departing at 11 o'clock. The platform was alive with throngs of witches and wizards clad in black robes bidding farewell to their families, owls hooting in cages, cats weaving through people's feet, and several students cradling struggling creatures that appeared to resemble toads. The air was thick with the sense of coal smoke, food, and a vibrant, palpable aura of magic. This was Platform 9. He had truly succeeded. He had entered the magical world. Harry stood, rooted to the spot, his mouth agape as he gazed greedily at everything before him, feeling as though his very soul were rejoicing. He turned to share this ecstasy with Ron, only to find that Ron was silently surveying the platform as well. Unlike Harry's pure, first-time excitement, Ron's gaze was imbued with a more complex emotion, a tranquil scrutiny of a familiar place, a sense of nostalgia and affirmation that transcended a millennium. His eyes slowly traversed the silhouette of the steam locomotive, the ancient structure of the platform's canopy, and the figures clad in robes that bore a slight difference from modern wizards, yet remained fundamentally unchanged, ultimately resting upon the deep crimson train destined for Hogwarts. The corners of his mouth lifted into a faint, yet genuine smile. It was not merely an anticipation of a new journey, but rather a serene sense of returning home. "Let us go," Ron said, retracting his gaze and lifting his luggage, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "It's time to board." Harry nodded vigorously, cradling Hedwig, and pushing the luggage cart, following Ron as they merged with the throng heading toward the Hogwarts Express. The years spent at the foot of the stairs had been entirely left behind. Ahead lay a magical journey filled with boundless possibilities and challenges. Hogwarts, the castle he had only ever envisioned in dreams, awaited its two new arrivals for Harry, and one who had traversed the sands of time. Chapter 11. Encounters on the Express. The clamor of Platform 9 3/4 enveloped Harry and Ron like a warm vortex, drawing them completely within. The deep crimson steam locomotive emitted a low, powerful chug, the white vapor it expelled diffusing beneath the platform's canopy, mingling with the scents of various magical creatures. The aroma of food and the excited chatter of hundreds of witches and wizards, forming a vibrant symphony unique to this hidden world. Harry stood in place, taking several seconds to recover from the immense shock and joy. He clutched Hedwig's cage tightly, fearing that if he loosened his grip, this splendid dream would shatter like a fragile bubble. He greedily inhaled the air saturated with magic, feeling every pore within him exulting. "We need to find an empty compartment." Ron's voice broke through to him, calm as ever, yet it anchored him back to reality like an anchor. Harry nodded vigorously, his eyes scanning the crowded platform and the seemingly endless train. Students were bustling aboard, and through the hazy glass of the windows, he could see many compartments already filled with people, shadows and black robes shifting, and the outlines of owls visible on the luggage racks. They moved forward with the crowd, awkwardly dragging their luggage, attempting to find a gap amidst the throng. Harry, being slight of build, nearly got knocked over several times, but Ron was always by his side, adeptly using his arm or body to shield him from the crowd's crush. Ron's movements were not overtly forceful, yet they bore a peculiar efficiency, as if he could anticipate the flow of the crowd, deftly guiding them forward. At last, near the rear of the train, they discovered a compartment that appeared to be unoccupied. Harry exhaled in relief, eagerly pulling open the door, carefully placing Hedwig's cage beside the window seat, and then, alongside Ron, laboriously dragging their suitcases inside, stowing them beneath the seats. Closing the door, the tumult of the platform was largely muffled, leaving only the dull, buzzing sounds filtering through the carriage walls. Harry collapsed onto the soft, plush seat, releasing a long breath, feeling as though the excitement and tension had drained him of all energy. He gazed out the window, observing the families still bidding emotional farewells on the platform. A fleeting pang of envy washing over him, quickly replaced by a stronger sense of anticipation. He was bound for Hogwarts. Ron sat opposite him, also gazing out the window, yet his gaze seemed unfocused, as if he were lost in a distant contemplation that transcended time and space, lingering upon the ancient structures forged of steel, glass, and magic that comprised the platform. His fingers absent-mindedly tapped against his knee, seemingly attuned to something. At that moment, there came a gentle knock on the compartment door, which then slid open. A red-haired boy stood at the entrance, freckles adorning his face, a smudge of dust on the tip of his nose. He pushed a rather old-fashioned luggage cart, upon which rested a bulging suitcase and a cage containing a plump, sleepy brown owl. Harry recognized him as the younger member of the red-haired family he had seen on the platform. "Excuse me," the boy asked timidly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Is it all right if I sit here? Everywhere else is full." His gaze first landed on Harry, then, as if drawn by some magnet, swiftly shifted to Harry's forehead, where the lightning-shaped scar was partially obscured by his fringe. The boy's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape, revealing a mix of shock and disbelief. Harry felt a twinge of awkwardness, unaccustomed to being scrutinized in such a manner. He instinctively raised a hand to brush his hair aside, fully revealing the scar. "Of course," Ron replied, having shifted his focus from the window to the boy at the door, his tone composed, as if the boy's arrival had been entirely expected. The red-haired boy seemed to finally notice that there was another person in the compartment. He awkwardly diverted his gaze from Harry's forehead to Ron, hesitated momentarily, and then, as though coming to a realization, quickly expressed his gratitude. "Oh, thank you." He struggled to drag his luggage into the compartment and shut the door. An abrupt silence fell over the carriage. The red-haired boy took a seat beside Harry, appearing somewhat ill at ease, his eyes furtively darting toward Harry's forehead before quickly averting, his hands nervously twisting together. "Hey," Harry felt compelled to break the uncomfortable silence, initiating conversation by pointing at the boy's owl on the luggage rack. "What breed is that?" "I have an owl too." He gestured toward Hedwig's cage. "Her name is Hedwig. She's a snowy owl." At the mention of owls, the red-haired boy's attention seemed to shift somewhat, and he looked at Hedwig, a glimmer of envy in his eyes. "She's lovely. Mine's a brown owl named Pigwidgeon. Not very impressive, and he's always asleep." He paused, lowering his voice. "Actually, I wanted to bring a cat or a toad, but we could only afford an owl at home, and it was Percy, my brother, who gave me his old one." There was a subtle hint of embarrassment in his tone. Harry immediately empathized with that sentiment. In the Dursley household, he had seldom possessed anything truly his own and new. "I think it's great," Harry said sincerely. The boy's face brightened with a shy smile. "Thanks. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. I'm Harry Potter." Harry introduced himself, then gestured to the opposite seat. "And this is my brother, Ron Weasley." At the utterance of the name Harry Potter, Ron Weasley's reaction was even more pronounced than when he had first spotted the scar. He gasped audibly, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, pointing at Harry, stammering, You're really the Harry Potter?" Harry nodded helplessly. He was increasingly aware of what this name and that scar signified in the magical world, a realization that left him somewhat perturbed. Ron appeared utterly exhilarated, launching into a jumbled account of the dark figure whose name could not be spoken, whom he referred to as you-know-who, how he had vanished, how Harry's parents had sacrificed themselves, and how Harry had become the legendary boy who lived. Harry silently listened to the tales recounted by a stranger, stories of his parents and his own past, evoking within him a peculiar sense of alienation and a tinge of melancholy. He observed that while Ron narrated these anecdotes, Hermione remained quietly attentive, her face devoid of any expression, neither the adoration displayed by Ron nor the wistfulness felt by Harry, as though she were listening to an ancient legend unrelated to her. Once Ron concluded his tale, he sheepishly scratched his tousled, fiery hair, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away," he stammered, his gaze once again involuntarily drifting towards the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. With a sigh, Harry decided to sweep his bangs aside entirely, revealing the unmistakable mark. Ron stared at the scar for several seconds, finally exhaling a long breath, as if he had just completed a significant ritual. "Wow," he murmured, his eyes brimming with awe. In an attempt to shift the topic, fueled by curiosity, Harry inquired about Ron's family and his brothers. Ron immediately opened up, sharing that he had 5 brothers and 1 sister, all of whom had attended or were currently attending Hogwarts. He pointed out several red-haired figures on the platform outside, bidding farewell to their parents, introducing them one by one. Those identical twins causing mischief are Fred and George, the one wearing the shiny prefect's badge, looking rather serious is Percy, and the little girl tightly held by their mother, with the same red hair, is my sister Ginny. My dad works in the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures of the ministry, and my mom stays home to look after us, Ron said, his tone imbued with pride for his family, yet tinged with a hint of resignation as the youngest boy, before Ginny's arrival. I always wear Bill's old robes, use Charlie's old wand, and have Percy's old rat, he continued, pulling out a rather sickly-looking rat with a missing toe, which he introduced to Scabbers, adding, "He does nothing but eat and sleep, utterly useless." Scabbers curled up in Ron's palm, emitting faint snores. Harry leaned in for a closer look, finding the rat indeed appeared rather lethargic. Meanwhile, Hermione, who had been silent, seemed to briefly fix her gaze on Scabbers the moment he was revealed, a fleeting glance so swift it was barely perceptible, before returning to her previous calm demeanor. Ron then lamented the pressure of being yet another boy in the Weasley family, and expressed his yearning to step out of his brother's shadows and make a name for himself at Hogwarts. Harry listened intently, sensing that while Ron's household was lively, it also came with its own share of troubles. This revelation fostered an inexplicable sense of closeness between Harry and Ron. In the midst of their conversation, a smiling lady with dimples pushed a snack trolley to their compartment door. "Children, would you like to buy something delicious?" she cheerfully called. Harry immediately sprang to his feet, his pockets filled with the heavy galleons he had exchanged at Gringotts. Excitedly, he pointed at the array of unfamiliar treats on the cart, exclaiming, "We'll have some. Everything." He purchased a substantial assortment of chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, and various flavors of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, filling the vacant seat with his bounty. Ron gazed at the heap of treasures with wide eyes, murmuring, "You really are Harry Potter." Harry then pushed the snacks to the center, generously inviting Ron and Hermione to partake. With a cheer, Ron eagerly grabbed a chocolate frog, clumsily catching the animated confection that leaped from its wrapper, and impatiently tore open the accompanying card. "I collect these," he said, chewing on the chocolate while showing Harry the card. "This is Agrippa. I already have 6 of him." Curious, Harry examined the card featuring a wizard with a goatee and deep-set eyes, who nodded slightly at Harry before stepping out of the frame and vanishing. "He has gone," Harry exclaimed. "Of course, you can't expect him to stay there all day," Ron replied nonchalantly, reaching for another pumpkin pie. Harry, too, unwrapped the chocolate frog, revealing a portrait of an elderly wizard sporting half-moon spectacles and a sharp nose. "This is Dumbledore." Ron leaned in for a closer look, declaring, "I bet he's the greatest wizard ever. He defeated the dark wizard Grindelwald, and, well, he's just really impressive." Harry regarded the Hogwarts headmaster's image with a sense of warmth yet distance, carefully tucking the card away. They then began sampling the infamous Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Ron cautioned Harry that the flavors varied widely, including flavors like pepper, spinach, and even earwax. Harry was fortunate to taste a pleasant toffee-flavored bean, while Ron unfortunately encountered a booger-flavored bean, grimacing for quite some time. Throughout this, Hermione remained quietly seated across from them, occasionally taking a pumpkin pie or cauldron cake, savoring her food while mostly listening and observing the lively exchange and culinary adventures between Harry and Ron, rarely interjecting. When the box of beans was offered to her, she merely shook her head, indicating her lack of interest. Her silence initially made Ron somewhat uneasy, but soon his attention was completely captivated by Harry and the mountain of snacks. The atmosphere in the compartment grew warm and animated, fueled by the treats and light-hearted conversation. Harry felt an unprecedented joy. This was the first time he had conversed so easily with peers, aside from Dudley and his gang, sharing food. Though Ron was somewhat boisterous, his straightforward and simple-hearted nature made Harry feel at ease in his company. Just as they were engrossed in their animated chatter, the compartment door swung open once more. A girl with thick brown hair and prominent front teeth stood at the entrance, her expression somewhat haughty and her tone assertive. "Has anyone seen a toad?" A boy named Neville lost one. Harry and Ron both shook their heads. "Oh." The girl's gaze fell on the chocolate frog in Ron's hand, then flitted to the discarded wrappers before Harry. "You'd better hurry and change into your robes. I think we're almost there," she declared, as though delivering an announcement. Without awaiting a response, she turned and left, leaving Harry and Ron exchanging puzzled glances. "Who was that?" Harry asked. No idea, Ron shrugged, taking a bite of his chocolate frog, but she sure is something. This brief encounter was soon brushed aside. The train continued its journey north. The scenery outside transforming from neatly cultivated fields to desolate hills adorned with purple heather. The sky darkened, heavy clouds looming low, seemingly heralding a change in the weather. As time passed, Ron began to introduce Harry to the 4 houses of Hogwarts: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. He mentioned that nearly all his family belonged to Gryffindor, describing Slytherin with unabashed disdain, asserting that it was a breeding ground for dark wizards, and that the one whose name could not be spoken had emerged from there. I don't know which house I'll be sorted into, Harry admitted with some trepidation, hoping to join Gryffindor with Ron, but fearing he might not be worthy. Don't know? Ron seemed astonished. Everyone in my family is in Gryffindor. I can't imagine what they'd say if I were sorted elsewhere. I really hope I'm not put in Slytherin. Just then, the round-faced boy, Neville, reappeared at the door, tearfully inquiring about his toad. After receiving another negative response, he left in despair. I really don't understand why he's in such a hurry, Ron commented. If it were me, I'd be delighted if it ran away. However, my possession of Scabbers is hardly something to boast about. He produced the still, slumbering rat, attempting to illustrate its utter uselessness to Harry. In an effort to amuse Harry, Ron even retrieved his somewhat battered old wand, with exposed unicorn hair, and attempted to cast a spell on Scabbers. Clearing his throat, he raised the wand just as the compartment door swung open for the 3rd time. It was the same brown-haired girl, Hermione Granger. Observing Ron's wand-waving posture, she frowned slightly and spoke in a clear, somewhat didactic tone. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville lost one again. Are you casting spells? Let's see it then. She seated herself with an air of expectation, her gaze fixed intently on Ron, as if awaiting a formal display of magic. Ron, clearly taken aback by this sudden attention, awkwardly held up his wand, feeling the weight of Hermione's focused stare and Harry's curious gaze upon him. And he mustered the courage to recite the spell his brother had taught him, said to transform a rat into a yellow creature. He waved the wand and uttered the incantation. However, nothing transpired. Scabbers remained a dull gray, nestled comfortably in his palm, blissfully asleep. Ron's face flushed crimson. Hermione immediately remarked, Are you certain that is a genuine spell? It doesn't seem very impressive, does it? I've successfully practiced several simple spells at home, just for training, despite having no one in my family who understands magic. So when I received my acceptance letter, I was utterly astonished yet immensely thrilled. As I understand, this is the finest magical school. I memorized all the textbooks, of course. I just hope they prove useful. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. May I ask your names? She spoke at a rapid pace, as if eager to prove herself and gather information. Harry and Ron were momentarily stunned, and before they could respond, Hermione's gaze shifted to Harry, specifically to his forehead. You're Harry Potter, she exclaimed, her tone more assured than Ron's earlier, tinged with the excitement of a significant discovery. Her attention then turned to the quiet figure of Draco, sitting by the window, as if he were invisible. She hesitated briefly, as if recalling something, yet ultimately redirected her gaze back to Harry and Ron. I've read about you in A History of Modern Magic, the rise and fall of dark magic, and important magical events of the 20th century. Harry felt an uncomfortable flush wash over him again. Hermione seemed oblivious to his discomfort, and she turned back to Ron. And you? I'm Ron Weasley, Ron mumbled, sounding somewhat glum. Pleased to meet you, Hermione said, rising. You two had better hurry and put on your robes. We should be arriving soon. Like a gust of wind, she departed, leaving Harry and Ron enveloped in silence. No matter which house we're sorted into, I hope I'm not placed with her, Ron said grumpily, stuffing his wand back into his pocket. She's a nightmare, Harry concurred, though he acknowledged that the girl possessed considerable knowledge. Her assertive demeanor was indeed somewhat overwhelming. He glanced at Draco, curious to see his reaction to this encounter, only to find that he had, at some point, retrieved his black robe and was now leisurely changing, seemingly unperturbed by Hermione's appearance and remarks, his expression still bearing the hallmark of tranquil indifference. Harry and Ron hurriedly pulled out their own robes, clumsily donning them. The deep crimson train continued its journey through the dimming twilight, and outside, the black silhouettes of distant mountains became visible, along with an expansive, seemingly infinite forest cloaked in profound shadows. Hogwarts was now just around the corner. Chapter 12. The Black Lake, the Starry Sky, and the Sorting Hat. The donning of the black robes felt imbued with a near-sacred sense of ritual. The coarse, thick fabric brushed against Harry's skin, reminding him that he was no longer a boy hiding beneath the stairs in Dudley's old clothes, but rather a wizard on the brink of stepping into a magical school. He fumbled with the buttons at the collar and cuffs, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. Ron's movements were similarly awkward, his robe evidently too short, revealing his ankles clad in worn sneakers. Only Draco appeared fluid and natural in his movements, as if the robe were second skin. He adjusted the cuffs and collar with meticulous care, each detail attended to with precision. The black fabric accentuating his pallid features and amplifying the air of serene composure that belied his age. The train slowed considerably, accompanied by a prolonged, muted whistle. Outside, the sky had fully darkened, and beneath the deep purple canopy, only the silhouettes of the undulating mountains were visible, resembling the spines of some colossal beast, and farther still, a forest dense with secrets lay shrouded in darkness. "We're almost there," Ron exclaimed, pressing his nose against the cold glass of the window, his voice slightly distorted with excitement. "That's the Forbidden Forest. Hogwarts is nearby." A cacophony of noise erupted in the carriage as other students hurriedly prepared for their arrival, stowing away snack wrappers, checking their belongings, and mingling in excited chatter, mingled with the soft hoots of owls. The train finally came to a jolting halt. "Please leave your luggage on the train. It will be taken to the school for you," a voice echoed in the corridor. Harry lifted Hedwig's cage, not daring to leave it behind, and, along with Draco and Ron, stumbled down the train in the throng of students, emerging onto a small, dimly lit platform. The night air was brisk, infused with the distinctive damp chill of the Scottish Highlands, instantly dispelling the stifling warmth of the carriage. A flickering oil lamp hung above them, casting unsteady shadows in the wind. Students huddled together, their voices creating a conspicuous clamor in the cold night air. First-year students, over here." A booming, familiar voice rose above the din. Harry stood on tiptoe, catching sight of Hagrid's mountain-like figure standing under the lamp, holding a massive lantern, his face radiating warmth and enthusiasm. "Harry, Draco, this way, come on." Upon seeing Hagrid's familiar visage, the last remnants of Harry's apprehension dissipated. He, along with Draco and Ron, pushed through the crowd, converging towards Hagrid. Other first years gathered around, curiously and anxiously peering at the scene. "Any more first years? Watch your feet." "All right, follow me," Hagrid called, turning on his heel and leading the boisterous throng of chattering newcomers away from the platform, down a steep, narrow path. Dense woods lined either side of the path, shrouded in darkness, nearly obscuring all visibility, save for the whispering of the wind through the treetops and the rustling of unseen creatures in the underbrush. No one spoke. Everyone carefully followed the light of Hagrid's lantern, advancing cautiously with uneven steps, the only sounds being their heavy breaths and the crunch of gravel beneath their feet. "Around this bend, you'll be seeing Hogwarts for the first time," Hagrid called back. A murmur of anticipation rippled through the crowd. Then the path opened up, revealing a breathtaking sight that caused everyone to collectively gasp in awe and halt in their tracks. Across the Black Lake, a magnificent castle loomed majestically atop a steep cliff. Its towers pierced the starry sky, countless windows twinkling with warm light, resembling scattered stars against the night, illuminating the castle's outline in a clear yet mysterious profile. Its reflection lay serenely upon the lake's surface, resembling a black mirror, gently swaying with the faintest ripples, as if two magical realms were entwined in mutual illumination. This castle was more magnificent and awe-inspiring than Harry had ever envisioned in his dreams. It exuded an ancient, powerful, and inclusive aura, quietly awaiting their arrival. No more than 4 individuals per boat, Hagrid bellowed, gesturing toward a fleet of small vessels moored at the shore. These boats appeared as if hewn from timber by hand, rustic yet simplistic in design. Harry, Luna, and Ron naturally boarded one of the boats. Shortly thereafter, Neville, the round-faced boy who had lost his toad on the train, timidly climbed aboard, his eyes brimming with tears as he clearly still worried about his amphibious companion. "Is everyone on board?" Hagrid called out, navigating a colossal boat of his own. "All right then, let us proceed." At his command, the entire fleet of boats glided into motion simultaneously, as if propelled by an invisible hand, smoothly and silently traversing the inky lake towards the brilliantly illuminated castle. The atmosphere aboard was remarkably tranquil. Every occupant gazed upwards, entranced by the approaching castle, deeply moved by its grandeur and beauty. Harry felt his heart racing fiercely within his chest, a warm tide of awe, excitement, and belonging washing over him. This was to be his future home. He glanced at Luna, seated opposite him, in the glow of the castle's lights. Her profile appeared clear and serene. Unlike the other first years, who gaped in astonishment, she simply stared at the castle, her dark eyes reflecting the radiant lights, profound as the dark lake beneath them. Her fingers gently rested upon the boat's edge, the tips rhythmically tapping against the wooden hull, as if silently echoing an ancient melody emanating from the depths of the castle, one only she could perceive. The boat carried them through a tunnel beneath the castle's cliffs, eventually docking at a subterranean dock. They disembarked and ascended a cobblestone path, finally gathering before a massive, heavy oak door. Hagrid raised his enormous fist and knocked thrice upon the castle's entrance. The echo of the knocks resonated in the still night air, as if awakening a slumbering giant. The door swung open silently, revealing a tall, serious-looking witch in a flowing emerald robe, her hair tightly coiled into a bun, standing at the threshold. She wore square spectacles, her sharp and discerning gaze sweeping over the group of somewhat disheveled and anxious first years. "Professor McGonagall, the first years have arrived," Hagrid said respectfully. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take over from here," she replied, fully opening the door, revealing the astonishing scene within. The entrance hall was extraordinarily vast, capable of accommodating the entire Dursley household. Torches blazed along the stone walls, illuminating the soaring ceiling, nearly invisible in its height. Directly ahead was a sumptuous marble staircase leading to the upper floors. Professor McGonagall guided them through the grand hall adorned with colossal stone slabs, and Harry could hear the muffled chatter of hundreds of students beyond a closed door to the right, likely the older students who had arrived beforehand. They were ushered into a small, empty room at the opposite end of the hall. Squeezed together, they anxiously surveyed their surroundings, silence enveloping them. "Welcome to Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall's voice rang clear and composed, echoing in the small chamber. "The feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, we must first ascertain which of the 4 houses you will belong to. The sorting is a significant ceremony, as your house will serve as your home during your time at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with your housemates, reside in your house dormitories, and spend leisure time in your house common room." She proceeded to elaborate on the 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, along with the values each esteemed. Each year, the competition for the House Cup is fiercely contested. Every exemplary act during your time at Hogwarts earns points for your house, while any misconduct results in point deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score is awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. Her serious gaze swept over each first year's face. "I hope that regardless of which house you're sorted into, you will bring honor to it. In a few moments, the sorting ceremony will commence before the entire student body and faculty. I recommend that you take a moment to compose yourselves and present yourselves well." Her eyes lingered momentarily on Neville's crooked collar and the dust on Ron's nose. "Once everything is prepared, I shall return to escort you." Professor McGonagall departed the room. It was then that a wave of intense nervousness gripped Harry. Instinctively, he glanced at Luna, who remained standing straight, calmly surveying the stone walls and ceiling as if searching for traces of a time long past, perhaps once touched by her own hands. The surrounding new students began to murmur softly, the tension in the air palpable. "How will they accurately sort us into our appropriate houses?" Harry whispered to Ron. "I suppose it's always done through some sort of test. Fred said it would be quite detrimental for us, but I think he was joking," Ron replied uncertainly, his complexion paling. Harry's heart sank. A test? What kind of test? He barely knew any magic. Would he embarrass himself in front of everyone? Or would they discover he was wholly unqualified to be a wizard and send him back to the Dursleys? His stomach began to twist uncomfortably. Just then, a commotion erupted that startled nearly everyone, including Harry. A piercing scream, as if someone's throat had been grasped, echoed from behind him. At least 20 translucent, pearly white ghosts glided abruptly through the walls. They floated through the room, conversing amongst themselves, seemingly oblivious to the trembling first years. "We ought to forgive, we ought to forget. I say we should give him another chance," one ghost intoned. "My good monk, have we not given Peeves enough chances? But he has given us all dreadful nicknames." "You know, he isn't even a proper ghost," another chimed in. "What are you doing here?" A ghost clad in a ruffled collar suddenly took notice of the first years. No one responded. "First years, I see." The portly ghost smiled at them. "Are you preparing for the sorting ceremony? I hope you end up in Hufflepuff. I was in that house myself. Now onward." A stern voice rang out. Professor McGonagall had returned. "Form a single line and follow me." The first years trembled as they lined up, Harry, Ron, and Luna positioned in the middle. They exited the room, traversing the hall once more, passing the enormous, closed door, until McGonagall pushed it open, leading them into the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Harry had never imagined a place so wondrous, so resplendent. Students from other years were seated at 4 long house tables, and above them, thousands of floating candles illuminated the entire hall, their light reflecting against the starry sky overhead. At first, Harry believed the velvety black ceiling was the night sky itself, until he heard Hermione explaining in a hushed tone to the person beside her, her voice tinged with an unmistakable air of superiority, that it was enchanted to resemble the sky outside. Professor McGonagall instructed them to face the assembled upperclassmen, the teachers standing behind them. Harry lifted his gaze to the head table, where the faculty members were seated. He immediately recognized Professor Albus Dumbledore, seated in the center upon a golden armchair, his silver hair and beard shimmering in the candlelight. Beside Dumbledore, Harry beheld the pallid wizard, Professor Quirrell, who he had encountered on the train, seated alongside Hagrid. On the opposite side, a greasy-haired man with a hooked nose and waxen skin was regarding them with his cold, black eyes, a stare that made Harry exceedingly uncomfortable. He surmised that this must be Professor Snape. As Harry anxiously swallowed, feeling on the brink of fainting, Professor McGonagall silently placed a four-legged stool before them, then retrieved an ancient, tattered, and grimy hat, riddled with patches, and set it atop the stool. The hall fell into an expectant silence. Then, a fissure near the brim of the hat opened like a mouth, and the hat began to twist and sing. You may think me unappealing, but do not judge by appearances. If you can find a hat more clever than I shall gladly eat myself. The hat continued to sing of the traits and histories of the four houses. Come, dummy, fear not, do not panic. In my grasp, though I have not a hand, you are utterly secure, for I am a thinking, magical hat. As the hat concluded its song, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. It bowed to each of the four long tables before becoming still, reverting to the semblance of an ordinary, tattered hat. Harry let out a sigh of relief, though his heart remained in his throat. It turned out that the ordeal was not a terrifying test, merely the donning of a hat. This did not seem so dreadful, after all. I shall call forth the names, and each shall wear the hat and take a seat upon the stool, awaiting their house assignment. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a long roll of parchment. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with two golden braids, stumbled out of the line, placing the hat upon her head, which promptly obscured her eyes. She sat down, and after a brief pause, the hat proclaimed, Hufflepuff. The table to her right erupted in applause, welcoming her to their ranks. Harry noticed the fat friar, the ghost of Hufflepuff, waving joyfully at her. Next, a boy with a haughty demeanor and light blonde hair, whom Harry had noticed on the train, after Susan Bones and Terry Boot had been sorted into Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, was called forth. He strode forward with an air of grandiosity, as if the entire hall were his stage. Draco Malfoy. The hat barely grazed his hair before it shouted, Slytherin. Malfoy wore a satisfied expression as he made his way to the Slytherin table, reuniting with his cronies, Crabbe and Goyle, appearing as though he had returned home. The sorting ceremony continued. Hermione Granger, upon hearing her name, almost sprinted forward, eagerly placing the hat upon her head. Gryffindor, it declared. Ron emitted a distinct groan. When Neville Longbottom's name was called, he rushed forward, nearly tripping in his haste. The hat took an inordinate amount of time to decide, before finally announcing Gryffindor. Neville dashed away, only to return amidst laughter to return the hat to Professor McGonagall. Harry felt his knees quaking. There were but a few left, and soon it would be his turn. Harry Potter. As his name resonated throughout the hall, a sudden buzz filled the air, akin to the sizzle of a tiny flame, swiftly spreading. Potter? Were they calling Potter? The Harry Potter? Harry felt as if he were rooted to the spot, and only under Professor McGonagall's urging did he mechanically step forward. He sensed hundreds of gazes fixated upon him, whispers washing over him like a tide. Sitting upon the stool, McGonagall placed the sorting hat atop his head. The hat was oversized, completely obscuring his eyes, plunging him into darkness, where he could only hear the frantic pounding of his heart in his ears. A faint voice whispered in his ear, difficult, quite difficult. You possess considerable courage and a good heart. There is talent. Oh my, indeed, you have a strong desire to prove yourself. This is intriguing. So, where shall I place you? Harry clutched the edges of the stool tightly, mentally repeating, not Slytherin, not Slytherin. Not Slytherin, right? The voice seemed to carry a hint of amusement. Are you certain? Greatness lies within you. You know, Slytherin can help you achieve glory, without a doubt. Reluctant? Very well. Since you have made your choice, it is best to go to Gryffindor. The hat boomed, announcing the final name. Harry removed the hat, his legs trembling slightly as he made his way to the Gryffindor table. He had done it. He had avoided Slytherin. He was met with an unprecedentedly warm welcome. Percy Weasley rising to shake his hand vigorously, while the Weasley twins shouted joyously, We have Potter! We have Potter! Harry seated himself across from a ghost adorned in a ruffled collar, who patted his arm, sending a chill coursing through him, but he paid it no mind. Beaming with pride, feeling as though he had won the world, he glanced at the staff table, where Professor Quirrell was conversing quietly with Hagrid, while Professor Snape, Harry's heart sank, was glaring at him with those cold, black eyes, devoid of any warmth, only a profound, unsettling scrutiny. The sorting ceremony continued. Ron Weasley was also sorted into Gryffindor, his face flushed, freckles more pronounced, as he excitedly sat beside Harry. Then Professor McGonagall called the next name, Yunshi Potter. A buzz arose once more in the hall, but this time, alongside curiosity, there seemed to be an undercurrent of something more serious. A heightened scrutiny emanating from the staff table. Many gazes, including those of Harry and Ron, turned toward the dark-haired boy who had remained quietly in the line, nearly overlooked. Yunshi stepped forward calmly, his stride steady, devoid of hesitation or anxiety. He approached the stool and took a seat. McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon his head. The hat obscured Yunshi's eyes and his serene expression. The hall was eerily silent, quieter than during any previous sorting. Every eye was fixed on the tattered hat, awaiting its verdict. Time seemed to stretch in that moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds passed, and the hat remained silent. Harry felt an inexplicable tension, fixating on the hat, unable to fathom why it lingered so long atop Yunshi's head. Ron furrowed his brow in confusion. At the staff table, Dumbledore peered through his half-moon glasses, his gaze calm and profound as he regarded Yunshi. Snape's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes sharpening. Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat anxious. Within the hat's interior, in that realm of darkness, an ancient and wise voice resonated with a rare tremor of awe directly in Yunshi's mind, not speaking to him, but more like a whispered confirmation, a resonance crossing millennia, comprehensible only to them. An ancient echo reverberates in your blood, no, in your soul. Time has left a unique mark upon you. I sense the blessings and hopes of the four founders. This is not a choice, but a return. Your essence, your courage, your loyalty to friends, your quest for knowledge, your embrace of life, have long transcended the boundaries of any single house. Yet, the ancient contract requires formality. So, since you harbor the courage to face the unknown and cherish the camaraderie of battle, just as a millennium ago, after a brief pause, the sorting hat seemed to awaken from a prolonged dream, twisting slightly before announcing in a clear and resounding voice that resonated throughout the hall, Gryffindor. The long table of Gryffindor erupted once more into a cacophony of applause and cheers, particularly from Harry and Ron, who shouted the loudest. Yunshi calmly removed the hat and placed it back on the stool, then made his way toward the Gryffindor table where Harry and Ron had saved him a seat. His face remained inscrutable, yet as he approached the space they had cleared for him, his gaze briefly met that of Dumbledore at the head table. Dumbledore nodded slightly, a knowing and meaningful smile gracing his lips. Yunshi settled beside Harry, and Percy, the head boy of Gryffindor, solemnly extended his hand to welcome him. Wonderful. We've all been sorted into Gryffindor, Harry exclaimed excitedly to Yunshi, feeling that his last anxieties had dissipated. Yunshi responded with a soft hum, his eyes sweeping over the jubilant Gryffindor table, the starry magical sky above, and finally resting on the crimson and gold banner that represented Gryffindor, draped behind the staff table. His fingertips, hidden beneath his robe, unconsciously brushed against the smooth wood of his hawthorn wand. After a millennium, he had returned once more, reborn in a new identity. Seated in the very castle he had once helped to found, at the same house table where he had been sorted years ago. Hogwarts, his true home, he had come back, and the authentic tale of Yunshi Potter, the hidden fifth founder, was about to unfurl slowly within this ancient castle. Chapter 13, The Beginning of Term. At the moment the sorting hat proclaimed Gryffindor, Yunshi felt a peculiar tranquility wash over him, as if a long drifting seed had finally settled back into the soil where it was meant to flourish. He removed the hat and walked toward the space Harry and Ron had left for him amidst the thunderous cheers of the Gryffindor table. Percy Weasley once again formally shook his hand, his tone imbued with the gravity of a head boy's welcome. Yet Yunshi sensed that beneath the customary greeting, there lay a hint of instinctive curiosity regarding the Potter surname, particularly concerning Harry. Taking his seat beside Harry, who radiated pure, unrestrained joy, Yunshi felt a firm pat on his shoulder. This is fantastic. We're all together. Ron grinned widely beside them, his freckles seemingly aglow. Yunshi nodded gently, yet his gaze inadvertently drifted back toward the head table at the front of the hall. Albus Dumbledore was watching him with a smile, his eyes peering through half-moon spectacles, calm and profound, imbued with a gentle understanding, as if to say, "Welcome back." Yunshi met his gaze calmly, offering no outward sign, then shifted his eyes away. He required no confirmation. Dumbledore knew, and he knew, and that was sufficient. His eyes roamed over the grandeur of the hall. Thousands of candles floated beneath the starry ceiling, illuminating the excited faces at the 4 house tables, while the air was thick with anticipation of the forthcoming feast and the hushed whispers of the new students. A millennium had passed, yet the essence of this place remained unchanged. The eager eyes of knowledge, the vitality of youth, and the palpable energy of unadulterated magic swirling in the air. Only the details had shifted, the styles of clothing, the tableware, and even the sense of potion ingredients wafting through the atmosphere bore the marks of time. Finally, his gaze landed upon the staff table. In addition to Dumbledore and the previously noted Quirrell and Snape, he spotted several unfamiliar faces, presumably new professors who had joined over the past millennium. His attention lingered for a moment on a witch adorned with a patchwork-pointed hat, her expression somewhat dazed, before flitting past a plump, amiable-looking witch. The faculty of Hogwarts was ever-changing, yet the duty of safeguarding this castle and instructing young wizards remained a cornerstone, passed down through generations. At that moment, Albus Dumbledore rose to his feet. He opened his arms wide, his face alight with a benevolent smile, as if to embrace the entire hall. "Welcome." His voice was loud and clear, carrying a peculiar soothing power that instantly hushed the bustling hall. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I have a few words to share with you all." He began his annual address with a playful tone. "Nincompoops, crybabies, rascals, twist." He then resumed his seat. The audience erupted into applause and cheers. Harry and Ron laughed uncontrollably, deeming their headmaster utterly cool. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Yunshi's mouth. Dumbledore remained true to form, delighting in breaking the mold in such unexpected ways, a tradition that had not altered in a millennium. Then, with a simple gesture from Dumbledore, their empty plates suddenly overflowed with food. Roast beef, roasted chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, bacon, steaks along with boiled potatoes, roasted potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and even peppermint humbugs. An array of delectable dishes filled the air with tantalizing aromas, a veritable paradise for Harry, who had endured years of semi-starvation at the Dursleys. Harry and Ron immediately lunged at the food like ravenous wolves, their forks clattering as they stuffed their mouths and engaged in muffled conversation. Yunshi, however, maintained a more refined demeanor, leisurely slicing his steak with natural elegance, as if he had long been accustomed to such settings. He savored the flavors of the food, silently contrasting them with the rugged taste shared around the campfire a millennium ago during the castle's construction. The flavors were more refined, yet the warmth of sharing a meal transcended time, curiously overlapping with his memories. After the meal, the remnants of food vanished, and the plates were replaced with an assortment of ice creams and desserts. Everyone indulged to their heart's content, the atmosphere growing even more jubilant. As the last golden plate was polished and restored to its original shine, Professor Dumbledore stood once again, and the hall quieted once more. "Oh, now that everyone is well-fed and has quenched their thirst, I have a few more words to share with you all. As the term begins, I would like to remind everyone of a few important points." He commenced his annual announcements. "First-year students, please take heed that the Forbidden Forest is off-limits to students." He cast a pointed glance at the Weasley twins, and Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone not to use magic in the corridors during break times. The trials for Quidditch players will occur in the second week of this term. Any students wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must inform you all that anyone who wishes to avoid unfortunate accidents and a painful demise should not enter the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Harry and Ron exchanged astonished glances, whispering speculations about what lay hidden within. Yunshi raised an eyebrow. The corridor on the right side of the 4th floor? He recalled it being an undeveloped area close to a secondary node of the castle's defensive magic a millennium ago. Dumbledore's warning was clearly significant, indicating that something of great importance or danger was now stored there. Could it be the contents of that small package Hagrid had retrieved from Gringotts? He remembered Hagrid mentioning that it pertained to Hogwarts affairs, and that Dumbledore trusted him. "Now, before we retire for the evening, let us sing the school song together," Dumbledore declared loudly, and the smiles of the other teachers seemed to freeze. He took out his wand, giving it a gentle flick, and a long golden ribbon floated out, twisting and curling above the high tables to form lines of text. "Each of you may choose your preferred melody," Dumbledore announced. "Ready? Sing." Thus, the entire assembly of students and faculty sang aloud, their voices a cacophony of varying tones and pitches. The Weasley twins finished the entire song with the slow melody of a funeral march, while Dumbledore conducted them with his wand, applauding especially loudly when they finished. Music, he remarked, wiping his eyes, is far more enchanting than anything we do here. Now it is time for bed. Off you go to your dormitories. The first-year Gryffindor students trailed behind Percy Weasley, jostling through the bustling crowd as they exited the Great Hall and ascended the marble staircase. The interior of the castle was even more intricate than it appeared from the outside, filled with shifting staircases and seemingly identical corridors. The portraits hanging on the walls whispered and pointed at one another as they passed, particularly directing their attention towards Harry, while occasional curious glances were cast at Quirrell. Percy guided them through a concealed staircase hidden behind a tapestry, maneuvering around suits of armor that abruptly changed direction, ultimately halting before a portrait at the end of a corridor. The portrait depicted a rather rotund woman clad in an exquisite pink gown. Password? She inquired lazily. Dragondom, Percy replied. The portrait swung forward, revealing a circular opening. One by one, they climbed through it, discovering themselves in the Gryffindor common room. It was a cozy, circular chamber adorned with plush armchairs, where a warm fire danced in the hearth, and the walls were draped in scarlet tapestries, creating an atmosphere that was both inviting and vibrant. Percy directed the boys and girls to their respective dormitory doors. The boys' dormitory was situated atop a spiral staircase. They finally located their beds, 5 four-poster beds draped with deep red velvet curtains, beside which lay their trunks. Harry felt an unprecedented fatigue, yet also an unparalleled joy. He changed into his pajamas, nestled into the soft, comforting bedclothes, listening to Neville's faint snores and the excited whispers of Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, feeling as if he were in a dream. Hedwig's cage rested on the bedside table, the snowy owl cooing softly in the darkness. He glanced over at Quirrell's bed. Quirrell had also settled down, but he did not immediately succumb to sleep. Instead, he lay awake, gazing at the indistinct carved patterns in the dark at the top of the curtains, seemingly contemplating something or merely savoring the tranquility of this space that still, after a millennium, felt like home. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, rousing Harry from slumber amidst the excited commotion around him. He sat up to see Ron clumsily attempting to tie his tie, Neville rummaging on the floor for his socks, while Seamus and Dean scrutinized their timetables. Look, Ron thrust a piece of parchment in front of Harry's eyes. What classes do we have today? Harry took the timetable and, squeezed beside Ron on the edge of the bed, began to read. Monday, 9 o'clock a.m. Charms with Hufflepuff. 11 o'clock a.m. Transfiguration. Afternoon, flying lessons with Slytherin. Charms and Transfiguration, plus flying lessons, Ron exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Quirrell had also risen, methodically tidying his bed and donning his robe with an air of calm. He glanced at his timetable, his expression inscrutable, as though it were merely another ordinary day of study. They descended to the Great Hall for breakfast alongside other Gryffindor students. The ceiling of the hall had transformed into a gentle blue-gray, with wisps of clouds drifting by. The owls flew in, as usual, delivering letters and parcels. Hedwig had yet to bring Harry anything. She merely affectionately nipped at his ear. Harry observed Malfoy unwrapping a package beneath the talons of a massive stone owl, filled with sweets sent from home, deliberately distributing them loudly to the Slytherin table in a display of ostentation. At that moment, Hermione Granger rushed over, a hefty stack of books in her arms, sitting down beside them with fervor. Today's class schedule is fantastic. I can hardly wait to start learning real magic. Have you both previewed the Charms textbook? Professor Flitwick is said to be an expert in the field. Harry and Ron exchanged a resigned glance, while Quirrell quietly spread butter on a piece of toast, showing no reaction to Hermione's rapid-fire chatter. After breakfast, they followed the timetable and commenced their first formal classes at Hogwarts. The Charms classroom was located in a tower, and they climbed the stairs, breathless. The room was modest in size, with a podium piled high with numerous books. Professor Flitwick, a diminutive wizard who required standing on a stack of books to peer over the podium, called out the roll, and upon hearing Harry's name, he squealed with excitement and toppled backward, disappearing behind the podium, eliciting a ripple of laughter from the class. Today's lesson was the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa. Professor Flitwick meticulously broke down the incantation, explaining the wrist movements and pronunciation nuances. Swish and flick. Remember, swish and flick. Pronunciation is crucial. Don't say Wingardium Leviosa, es Leviosa, with a light touch. They began to practice, and the classroom soon filled with the sounds of incantations and the swishing of wands. Ron put forth considerable effort, yet, as on the train, his wand seemed uncooperative. The feather before him merely fluttered lazily, not moving an inch. You're doing it wrong. Hermione's critical voice chimed in from nearby. It's Wingardium Leviosa. The Leviosa must be pronounced long and clear. She demonstrated with a flourish of her wand, and the feather before her gracefully floated upward, hovering 4 feet above the table, steady and poised. "Oh, brilliant!" Ron muttered in frustration, whispering to Harry as Professor Flitwick moved to the other end of the room. "She's a nightmare, honestly." Harry's progress was similarly disheartening. He practiced the wrist motion, reciting the incantation repeatedly, yet the feather merely quivered occasionally, as if mocking his efforts. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he glanced over at Quirrell. Quirrell stood at a nearby table, his movements unhurried, but each gesture executed with impeccable precision, as though he had rehearsed it 1,000 times. Unlike the others, he did not hastily utter the incantation. Instead, he first attuned himself to the connection between his wand and fingertips, sensing the flow of magic within him. When he finally waved his wand and clearly articulated Wingardium Leviosa, the feather before him did not leap abruptly. Rather, it was gently lifted by an invisible current, rising steadily and smoothly into the air, even surpassing Hermione's feather, and remained suspended without a hint of wobble. Professor Flitwick happened to witness this moment, emitting a small gasp of delight. "Oh, perfect, Mr. Potter. 5 points to Gryffindor. Standard motion and precise control of magic." Ron gaped in astonishment, while Hermione cast a look of mixed surprise and envy. Harry felt a surge of happiness for Quirrell, even though he himself had yet to succeed. Quirrell calmly allowed the feather to descend, his expression devoid of any pride, as if it were merely a matter of course. Only he understood that, in executing this simple charm, he was not solely relying on the wand and incantation. Rather, he was guiding the faintly awakening ancient magical energy within him to soothe and enhance the effects of modern magic, achieving a near-essential harmony. This was not an act of ostentation, but rather an instinctive understanding and application of magic. The subsequent Transfiguration class was taught by Professor McGonagall. She was a very strict instructor, devoid of any superfluous words. She emphasized that Transfiguration was one of the most complex and dangerous forms of magic they would encounter at Hogwarts, and any lack of seriousness could lead to dire consequences. Then, she directly transformed her desk into a pig and back again, earning the admiration of the entire class. "Today, we shall learn how to turn a matchstick into a needle." She distributed matchsticks, commencing her equally rigorous and detailed explanation. This lesson was evidently more challenging than the charms class. Until the conclusion of the class, aside from Hermione managing to sharpen her matchsticks slightly and make them gleam, there was little substantial progress made by anyone, including Neville. In Transfiguration, he seemed to lack the finesse he had displayed in charms. His matchsticks had merely become more orderly in shape while remaining wooden in substance. Professor McGonagall patrolled the classroom with a stern demeanor, occasionally offering brief guidance. Regarding Neville's performance, she merely nodded slightly, refraining from assigning any additional points, though a flicker of contemplative thought seemed to pass through her gaze. In the afternoon, the weather was splendid, with a gentle breeze wafting through the air. They made their way to the lawn behind the castle in anticipation of their first flying lesson, a course long awaited by many young wizards, particularly those like Harry and Ron, who had grown up in magical families. Madame Hooch, a woman with short gray hair and keen yellow eyes reminiscent of a hawk, stood before a row of broomsticks awaiting their arrival. "All right, what are you all waiting for?" she barked as each student took position beside a broomstick. "Quickly now. Time is of the essence." Harry glanced down at his broom, which was worn and tattered, with several twigs protruding awkwardly. "Extend your right hand over the broomstick's handle," Madame Hooch instructed, and then called out, "Up, up." The entire line erupted in a cacophony. Harry's broom immediately leapt into his hand, feeling incredibly natural, as though it had been anticipating his call. A wave of delight coursed through him. However, such ease was not shared by all. Hermione's broom merely rolled on the ground. Ron's broom remained utterly immobile, and Neville's broom sprang up like a startled rabbit before crashing back down. After calmly issuing his command, Neville's broom ascended steadily, exhibiting a hint of compliance as it floated into his palm with fluidity and grace. Madame Hooch's sharp gaze lingered on him for a moment before she nodded slightly. She then began demonstrating how to mount a broom without sliding off and corrected their grip. While she was instructing Ron, Neville, overly anxious about being left behind, propelled himself upward before the whistle even touched Madame Hooch's lips. "Come back, child," Madame Hooch shouted. Yet Neville soared straight up like a cork from a bottle, reaching 12 feet, then 20. His face turned pale, panic-stricken as he gasped for breath, slipping sideways off the broom. And then, thud, a dull thump echoed as he landed face down on the grass, lying motionless. His broom continued to ascend, gradually drifting towards the forbidden forest before disappearing from sight. Madame Hooch leaned over Neville, her face as pale as his. "Your wrist is broken," she murmured softly. "All right, dear, it's all right. You can get up now." She turned to the rest of the class and said, "I will take this child to the hospital wing. No one is to move. Return your brooms to their places, or you will find yourselves expelled from Hogwarts before you can even utter the word Quidditch. Now come along, dear." With tear-streaked cheeks, Neville grasped his wrist and left with Madame Hooch. Just as they faded from earshot, Malfoy burst into raucous laughter. "Did you see his face, that big oaf?" Other Slytherin students chimed in. "Shut it, Malfoy," Parvati Patil snapped. "Oh, defending Longbottom, are we?" Pansy Parkinson, an unattractive Slytherin girl, jeered. "Didn't he think you'd fancy that pudgy little crybaby, Patil?" "Look," Malfoy suddenly exclaimed, darting over to the grass to retrieve something from the underbrush. It was a remembrall, a gift from that silly oaf's grandmother. It sparkled in the sunlight. "Give it here, Malfoy," Harry whispered. Silence fell over the group as they watched. Malfoy sneered wickedly. "I think I shall place it somewhere for Longbottom to fetch, perhaps up in a tree. What do you think?" "Hand it over," Harry shouted. But Malfoy had already leapt onto his broom and taken off. He had flown before and was quite adept at it, hovering at the height of an oak tree's treetop. He called out mockingly, "Come and get it, Potter!" Harry seized his broom. "No," Hermione Granger shouted. "Madame Hooch told us not to move. You'll get us all into trouble." Ignoring her, a surge of adrenaline coursed through Harry's veins. He mounted his broom and kicked off the ground with vigor. The broom responded immediately. The sensation was exhilarating, as though he were meant to be airborne. He deftly maneuvered the broom, rising to the same height as Malfoy and coming to a steady halt. The entire flying lesson ground fell into a hush. All eyes fixed on the confrontation in the air. Malfoy, clearly taken aback that Harry could actually fly, and so well, had his mocking grin wiped from his face. "Hand it over, or I'll knock you off," Harry called. "Oh, really?" Malfoy attempted to sneer, though his voice wavered slightly. Filled with courage, Harry leaned forward, gripping the broom tightly, and charged at Malfoy. The latter, startled, quickly dodged. "You don't have Crabbe and Goyle to protect you here, Malfoy," Harry taunted, skillfully altering his direction and pressing toward Malfoy once more. Malfoy's complexion shifted. He glanced at the ground as if assessing the distance, then reluctantly hurled the remembrall away. But he deliberately aimed it towards a distant tower of the castle. "Harry, after it!" Ron shouted anxiously from the ground. Without hesitation, Harry adjusted his broom and dove like a bolt of lightning, the wind roaring in his ears. He extended his arm, snatching the remembrall just as it hovered a few feet above the ground. He skillfully adjusted the broom, executing a clean arc, and gracefully returned to the grass. His movements so fluid it seemed he had spent a lifetime on a broomstick. His face flushed with exhilaration, his heart racing from the flight and the thrill of the chase. He handed the remembrall back to the pale-faced Neville, who had just hurried back. "Here you go, Harry Potter." Professor McGonagall panted as she rushed over, her face more shocked and pale than Madame Hooch's. Her gaze flicked from the remembrall in Harry's hand to the broomstick beside him, clearly just used, and finally settled on his face. "In all my years at Hogwarts, I have never," she stammered, nearly a loss for words. "How dare you? You could have broken your neck." Taking a deep breath, seemingly striving to regain her composure, she said, "Potter, follow me." Harry's heart sank. He glanced at Ron and Hermione, the latter looking at him with an expression that said, "I told you so." Then at Neville, who remained standing calmly, watching him with no reproach or concern, only an understanding, as if he had foreseen all that had transpired. With his head bowed, Harry followed Professor McGonagall away from the field, feeling as though the joy he had just experienced might be snatched away in an instant. Would he be expelled? Would he be sent back to the Dursleys immediately? Unbeknownst to him, Professor McGonagall was not leading him to the headmaster's office or her own office, but towards the Quidditch pitch. Meanwhile, behind him, the first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins remained immersed in the thrilling aerial chase, chattering excitedly. Malfoy returned to the ground with a scowl, muttering something under his breath. As Yunchi bent down to pick up the old broomstick that Harry had inadvertently dropped, her fingertips lightly grazed its rough wooden handle. Sensing the remnants of Harry's innate talent and courage infused within it, a fleeting glimmer of almost imperceptible approval flashed in her eyes. Chapter 14. Echoes of the Castle and the Smoke of Potions. Harry followed Professor McGonagall, his mood akin to that of a plunge into an icy abyss. Each step weighed down by an unbearable heaviness. He envisioned the impending reprimands, the loss of points, and perhaps even a notification of expulsion. Professor McGonagall strode briskly, her robes billowing, her silence more terrifying than any roar, amplifying Harry's trepidation. They traversed the entrance hall, not towards the familiar stone gargoyle of the headmaster's office, but veered down a corridor Harry had never before traversed. Eventually, Professor McGonagall halted at the door of an empty classroom, pushing it open. "Wait here, Potter." Her voice retained its sternness, yet seemed to lack some of the anger, infused instead with an emotion Harry could not quite comprehend. She turned and hastily departed, her footsteps echoing down the empty corridor, gradually fading away. Standing alone in the vacant classroom, Harry felt a mixture of confusion and anxiety. The walls adorned with several old portraits depicting intense Quidditch matches seemed to pause, curiously observing this unsettled boy. Time trickled by, each second stretching into an eternity. Should he write a farewell letter to Hagrid? What expressions would the Dursleys wear upon his return? Just as Harry's thoughts spiraled deeper into darkness, the classroom door swung open. It was not Professor McGonagall who entered, but an unexpected figure. Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, a sturdy fifth-year boy with resolute eyes. Harry had seen him a few times in the common room, always clutching a Quidditch ball, passionately discussing strategies with his teammates. Wood's face bore a mixture of confusion and overwhelming excitement as he held several broomsticks. "McGonagall told me everything," he said, sizing Harry up with a fervent gaze. "She said you're a natural seeker? That dive just now, was it really as she described?" Harry, momentarily taken aback, nodded in bewilderment. "Follow me," Wood commanded, thrusting a broomstick into Harry's hands and leading him once again through the castle to the Quidditch pitch. The empty field appeared vast under the afternoon sun. Wood animatedly explained the rules of Quidditch, unveiling various balls, the bludger, the quaffle, and finally he cautiously retrieved a small golden ball with silver wings from a locked chest, which buzzed anxiously in his hands, attempting to escape. "This is the golden snitch," Wood's voice took on an almost reverent tone, the Seeker's target. "It moves at incredible speed, making it notoriously difficult to catch. A match usually concludes only when one side captures the snitch, which makes the Seeker the most crucial position." He released it, and the golden snitch vanished into the air. "Now, Potter, let us see what you can do." Wood handed Harry a seemingly newer broomstick. "Try to catch it." The ensuing moments unfolded like a splendid dream for Harry. Mounting the broomstick, the innate sense of control surged back within him. He darted through the air, diving and twisting, his keen eyes scanning for the flicker of gold. He felt liberated from the shackles of his past as the abused, frail boy at the Dursleys, now a master of the skies. Finally, after a near-vertical dive, he felt the cool, struggling little ball collide with his palm. He had caught it as he landed, extending his hand to reveal the still-flapping golden snitch to Wood. The Quidditch captain's face flushed with excitement, pounding Harry's back with such fervor that he nearly toppled over. "Brilliant, Potter, absolutely brilliant," Wood exclaimed, nearly incoherent. "I've never seen a first-year accomplish this. Listen, we need to train rigorously, keep it a secret, can't let Slytherin know. I'll get you a proper broom. Good heavens, if they find out. They have a full set of Nimbus 2000s. Thus, on the very afternoon of his first day at Hogwarts, Harry Potter, having defied school rules by flying, not only escaped punishment, but also earned the prestigious title of the youngest Seeker in a century. As he dazedly followed Wood back to the castle, learning that Professor McGonagall had made special arrangements for him to receive a Nimbus 2000, he felt as if the entire world were spinning. He almost floated back to Gryffindor Tower. When he shared this incredible news with Ron, his reaction surpassed Harry's wildest expectations. Ron was left speechless, before erupting into a jubilant cheer, enveloping Harry in a tight embrace as if he had just won the World Cup. "You're a Seeker. In first year. This is a record breaker. Oh, brilliant. Wait, a Nimbus 2000. I've never even touched one." Ron's excitement nearly threatened to lift the roof off the common room. The news swiftly spread within the small circles of Gryffindor, every upperclassman casting astonished and admiring glances at Harry, while the Weasley twins enthusiastically proclaimed that Gryffindor had a shot at the Quidditch Cup. Only Hermione Granger, upon hearing the news, voiced her disapproval in an incredulous tone. "I hope you aren't boasting, Potter. This sounds rather reckless. And will Professor McGonagall truly allow it?" Yet her skepticism was swiftly drowned out by Ron's exuberance and the enthusiasm of the surrounding Gryffindors. Amidst the commotion, Yunchi sat quietly in an armchair by the fireplace, engrossed in a book titled Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, seemingly indifferent to the ruckus. When Harry glanced at him in inquiry, Yunchi merely raised his eyes, offering a slight nod, his expression serene, as if Harry's ascension to Seeker was the most natural occurrence. This calm acknowledgement, for reasons unknown, tempered Harry's ecstatic heart, instilling a sense of grounding. At dinner, when an owl delivered a long package containing the Nimbus 2000 to the Gryffindor table, the uproar it incited surpassed even that of the sorting ceremony. Gasps of envy and whispers of admiration filled the air. Harry gingerly unwrapped the package. The sleek broomstick handle, smooth wood, and exquisite craftsmanship captivated him. He could even feel the faint magical vibrations emanating from the broom, resonating subtly with his own magic. "Nimbus 2000, mate," Ron exclaimed, stroking the broomstick handle with eyes wide with awe. "If only I could touch it." Malfoy, from the Slytherin table, witnessed the scene, his expression darkening, jealousy and ire swirling in his pale blue eyes. He had evidently heard of Harry's newfound status as Seeker, a heavy blow to him and his own Nimbus 2001, which he had just boasted about. In the days that followed, Harry swiftly acclimated to life at Hogwarts, enveloped in an unprecedented happiness and busyness. He adhered strictly to Wood's confidentiality demands, hiding the Nimbus 2000 beneath his dormitory bed, only using it during the secret training sessions Wood arranged. The sensation of soaring through the skies made him feel free and powerful, momentarily banishing the troubles of the Dursleys and the anguish of the scar on his forehead. His classes continued as well. In Charms class, under Professor Flitwick's patient guidance and Yunshi's near-perfect demonstrations, though Yunshi seldom showcased himself, Harry finally succeeded in levitating his feather a few inches off the table, igniting his excitement. Transfiguration, however, remained a challenge. Professor McGonagall's standards were exceedingly rigorous, and Harry's matchstick stubbornly retained its wooden form for most of the time. The class of defense against the dark arts devolved into a farce. As Professor Quirrell stammered through his lecture, the classroom permeated with a pungent aroma of garlic, reportedly an attempt to ward off a vampire he had encountered in Romania. What should have been the most exhilarating course turned into a dull and absurd affair. However, among all the subjects, it was potions class that left Harry feeling most oppressed and inexplicably uneasy. Conducted in a subterranean classroom, it was considerably colder than the castle above, lined with glass jars containing a variety of disconcerting preserved animal specimens. The very atmosphere was sufficiently eerie. Professor Snape, with his greasy hair, hooked nose, and waxen skin, paused at Harry's name during roll call, just as he had on the day of flying lessons. "Ah, yes," he said softly, laced with icy derision, "Harry Potter, our illustrious newcomer." When he called out the name of Luna Lovegood, Snape's gaze swept over her with equal sharpness, yet the meaning behind his stare appeared more intricate. Alongside his customary scrutiny and indifference, there was an exceedingly subtle, almost inscrutable curiosity. Luna responded calmly, her eyes meeting Snape's for a fleeting moment, devoid of any evasion or emotion. After roll call, Snape commenced his lecture, his voice barely rising above a whisper, yet clear enough for every student to discern his every word. "You are here to learn the intricate science and stringent craft of potion making," he began, given the presence of some imbeciles who can barely wield a wand. "I did not expect many of you to appreciate the exquisite nature of the simmering cauldron, exuding fragrant vapors. You will not truly comprehend the liquid that courses through people's veins, with its enchanting potency that can stir the spirit and cloud the mind. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. But there is one stipulation. You must not be the sort of fools I frequently encounter." This opening remark left most of the students breathless. His gaze then fell upon Harry, like a frigid spotlight. "Potter," Snape suddenly exclaimed, "what would result from the addition of powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry glanced bewilderedly at Ron, who appeared equally perplexed. Powdered daffodil root? Infusion of wormwood? Hermione's arm shot up high, nearly lifting her from her seat. "I don't know, sir," Harry replied candidly. Snape's lips twisted into a mocking smile. "It seems that fame does not equate to knowledge, does it?" He wholly disregarded Hermione's eager hand. Continuing his interrogation, "Let us try again. Potter, if I were to ask you to procure a piece of bezoar, where would you go to find it?" Hermione's arm shot higher still, even as she stood on tiptoe. Harry struggled to recall where he had encountered the term, but to no avail. "I don't know, sir. I presume you haven't cracked open a single book since the term began, have you, Potter?" Snape continued, ignoring Hermione's trembling arm. "Now, what distinguishes aconite from wolfsbane?" This time, Hermione stood up straight, her arm extended. Yet Snape did not spare her a glance, his focus fixed intently on Harry. A wave of humiliation and anger washed over Harry. He vaguely remembered the term from an illustration in 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, yet he could not recall the distinction. "I don't know," he admitted for the third time, his cheeks burning. "But I believe Hermione knows the answer. Why not ask her?" Laughter erupted from several students, predominantly from Slytherin. Snape's expression darkened further. "Sit down," he barked at Hermione, Then his gaze, like a frigid dagger, turned back to Harry. Let me enlighten you. Potter, the combination of daffodil root and wormwood yields a potent sleeping draught, known as the Draught of Living Death. A bezoar is a stone extracted from the stomach of a goat, possessing remarkable antidotal properties. As for aconite and wolfsbane, they refer to the same plant. Commonly known as monkshood. Is that understood? Why don't you jot all of this down? The classroom erupted into a flurry of rustling quills and parchment. Amidst the chaos, Snape's voice cut through coldly. Potter, due to your insolence towards the instructor, Gryffindor will lose a point. Harry felt a surge of indignation. It was utterly unfair. He gripped his quill tightly, his knuckles turning white. He glanced at Luna, who was calmly recording Snape's earlier points on her parchment, her expression impassive, as if the earlier ordeal directed at Harry had no bearing on her. Yet Harry noticed that Luna's fingers gripped her quill with a heightened intensity, her knuckles slightly paling. The remainder of the potions class proved to be equally arduous. They were tasked with concocting a simple potion for treating boils. Snape prowled the classroom in his long black cloak, berating nearly every student, with only Malfoy escaping his ire. Snape even praised him for his impeccable method of boiling a slug with antennae. As Snape approached Harry and Ron, he seized Harry's cauldron, which emitted a dubious green smoke, the viscous mixture eliciting a cruel smile. Potter, this concoction resembles nothing more than the bathwater of your trollish relatives, rather than a potion. It appears that mere talent in flying does not confer wisdom at the cauldron. Another point deducted from Gryffindor for this repulsive failure. Harry lowered his gaze, biting his lip tightly, feeling the blood rush to his head. He could hear Malfoy's muffled snickers from across the room. Snape's attention then shifted to Luna's cauldron. Although her pace was not notably quicker than the others, her movements were exceedingly steady and precise. Each ingredient added, each stir, seemed meticulously calculated. The potion in her cauldron shimmered with a clear, standard pale blue hue, bubbling uniformly, exuding a faint scent characteristic of a successfully brewed potion. Snape stared at her potion in silence for a good 5 or 6 seconds. His dark eyes revealed no commendation, only a deeper, colder scrutiny, as if seeking to pierce through the flawless potion to discern the essence of the soul behind it. It seems that, at the very least, one Potter understands the importance of adhering to basic instructions. He finally spoke, his tone still icy, yet tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of surprise. He did not award Gryffindor any points, merely gliding away with his characteristic gait. By the time potions class concluded, Harry fled the underground classroom almost as if in flight. Snape's relentless targeting and humiliation had soured his mood, significantly dulling the joy he had just felt from becoming Seeker. That old bat, Ron muttered angrily as they made their way back to Gryffindor Tower. He is clearly out to get you. Since day one. But why does he hate me? Harry asked, bewildered and confused. I don't even know him. Who knows? Ron shrugged. Maybe because he used to be a Death Eater, and you're the boy who lived? This speculation sent a chill down Harry's spine. They turned their gaze to Luna, who walked beside them, her eyes calmly fixed on the moving staircase ahead, seemingly disinterested in commenting on the tumultuous events of the potions class. It was only when Harry and Ron's attention fell upon him that he finally spoke, his voice as tranquil as ever. Professor Snape possesses a profound understanding of potion-making. He uttered this single statement and ceased to elaborate. The remark sounded like an objective observation, devoid of emotion, yet left Harry and Ron feeling even more perplexed. Harry's life continued amidst such tumultuous highs and lows. Every corner of the castle seemed to conceal secrets. The corridors of the 4th floor forbidden area, his potions professor's relentless scrutiny, and the brother beside him perpetually composed, as if privy to all that transpired. Life at Hogwarts was far more intricate and exhilarating than he had ever imagined, and he had only just begun to delve into the endless echoes and mysteries embedded within this ancient fortress. Chapter 15, Halloween and the Troll Incident. The oppressive atmosphere brought on by potions class lingered in Harry's mind like the chill of the underground classroom for several days before gradually dissipating. Snape's unabashed animosity felt like a thorn, piercing through his initial excitement and joy upon entering the magical world. He began to pay closer attention to the potions professor, noting that while Snape was equally harsh towards students from other houses, particularly Slytherin, his treatment of Harry was laced with an unmistakable malice. This disparity left Harry both perplexed and incensed. In stark contrast, Quirrell's performance in potions class appeared remarkably effortless. He seemed to grasp the nuances of timing and the subtle reactions of materials with uncanny precision, consistently producing potions that closely matched the standard described in textbooks. Snape would still scrutinize his cauldron, his gaze cold and complex, Yet he could no longer find any substantial faults and would silently withdraw. Quirrell remained unfazed, as if Snape's scrutiny was no different from that of anyone else. On this particular day in Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall was elucidating advanced techniques for transforming a beetle into a button. Most students, including Hermione, were striving to merely flatten their beetles and impart a metallic sheen. Harry's beetle flitted back and forth between wood shavings and its shell, causing him to break into a sweat. Quirrell's beetle lay quietly on his desk. Rather than frantically waving his wand like the others, he gently touched the beetle's hard shell with his fingertips, closing his eyes as if attuning himself to something. Moments later, he opened his eyes, and the tip of his wand glowed with a steady, soft light, which he delicately tapped onto the beetle. There were no blinding flashes of light, nor was there a dramatic transformation. The beetle's form began to shift as if sculpted by flowing water, seamlessly and naturally evolving. Its chitinous shell gleamed with a brass-like luster. Its body contracted and flattened, edges rounding and smoothing, until a quaint, elegant brass button, adorned with a natural spiral pattern at its center, lay quietly on the desk. The transformation was so effortless that it seemed as though it had been a button all along. Seated beside Quirrell, Hermione caught sight of this remarkable feat. Her mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment as she glanced between her own beetle, which had merely flattened, and Quirrell's button, a veritable work of art, her eyes betraying a flicker of disbelief and profound frustration. She almost immediately raised her hand. Professor McGonagall, Quirrell has completed it. His beetle has entirely transformed into a button. Professor McGonagall approached briskly, picking up the brass button from Quirrell's desk for a thorough examination. Her expression remained as serious as ever, yet a spark of surprise and admiration glimmered behind her glasses. An impeccable silent transformation, Mr. Potter. The form is stable, the material conversion is thorough, and it even retains a portion of the original beauty of the creature. Outstanding. 10 points to Gryffindor. This marked the first occasion since Quirrell's enrollment that he had received points in class for his exceptional performance, and it was a significant 10 points at that. Hermione's expression grew increasingly complex. She pressed her lips together and lowered her head, reciting the incantations for her beetle with renewed fervor. Ron, meanwhile, shot Harry a cheeky grin, whispering, "By Merlin's beard, how on earth did he manage that?" Even Hermione couldn't. Harry felt a surge of joy for Quirrell. Yet he noticed that Quirrell himself remained remarkably unperturbed by the rare accolade, merely nodding slightly before stowing the button away, as if it were but an inconsequential task completed. As October arrived, the weather around the castle turned damp and tempestuous. Yet inside, the atmosphere was imbued with warmth and festivity in anticipation of the forthcoming Halloween. The great hall was adorned with colossal pumpkins that carved themselves into various ghastly visages. Swarms of bats flitted beneath the ceiling, and the faint, sweet aroma of pumpkin pie wafted through the corridors. However, on the eve of Halloween, an incident transpired that plunged the relationship between Harry, Ron, and Hermione to an icy low. That morning, Harry had received a Firebolt 2000, and in his excitement, he discussed Quidditch with Ron in the common room, inadvertently drawing the attention of Hermione, who was passing by, laden with a stack of books. Hermione immediately adopted a tone that suggested she had been aware of it all along and began to expound at length on the school rule prohibiting first-year students from bringing their own broomsticks, as well as the potential ramifications for Professor McGonagall. This proclamation doused Harry's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water and thoroughly infuriated Ron. After Hermione departed, Ron could no longer contain his frustration and vented at Harry. Who does she think she is? Trying to regulate everything. It's utterly maddening. Unfortunately, it seemed Hermione had overheard this remark. She abruptly halted, turning on her heel, and Harry noticed her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I hope you fall off your broom during the next Quidditch match," she shouted at Ron, her voice sharp with indignation. "That could be extremely dangerous." With that, she spun around and dashed up the stairs to the girls' dormitory. Throughout the afternoon, Hermione was conspicuously absent from Charms class. At dinner, Parvati Patil informed Harry and Ron that Hermione was in the girls' restroom, crying and refusing to see anyone. This news left both Harry and Ron feeling somewhat guilty, especially Ron, who appeared restless. As the Halloween feast approached, students flooded into the Great Hall. The hall had been impeccably decorated, with 1,000 bats fluttering against the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 hung like low-hanging clouds above the dining tables, causing the candle flames within the pumpkins to flicker wildly. Delicious dishes suddenly materialized on golden platters, reminiscent of the feast at the start of term. Just as everyone prepared to indulge, Professor Quirrell burst into the hall, his large scarf askew. his face a mask of terror. All eyes turned to him as he stumbled toward Professor Dumbledore's chair, collapsing onto his seat and gasping a troll. In the dungeons. I thought you ought to know. With that, he fainted onto the floor. The hall erupted into chaos. Professor Dumbledore had to conjure several bursts of purple fireworks from the tip of his wand before the din subsided. Prefect, he said in a low voice. Let your house's students back to the dormitories at once. Percy, of course, took charge effortlessly. Follow me. Stay together, first years. As long as you heed my instructions. There is nothing to fear from the troll. Stay behind me. Out of the way, I am the prefect. Gryffindor students huddled together, following Percy as he guided them outside. However, amidst the pushing crowd, Harry suddenly seized Ron and Quirrell by their sleeves. Wait, Harry whispered urgently, his complexion pale. Hermione, she doesn't know about the troll. She's still in the girls' restroom. Ron's face went ashen at once. The earlier quarrel and guilt transformed into a profound concern. That was a troll. Hermione, who didn't even know what a troll was alone in the girls' restroom. We have to tell her, Harry declared decisively. Ron hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Harry's resolute expression, he nodded vigorously. As the tumult in the hall escalated, the two boys discreetly slipped away from the throng, retreating into a deserted side corridor. It was only then that they realized Quirrell had followed them, standing quietly behind them as if he had intended to accompany them all along. Quirrell, you, Harry began, somewhat taken aback. I know where the girls' restroom is. Quirrell replied calmly, his tone leaving no room for debate. Splitting up is more perilous. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, and without uttering another word, they pressed on. Yunshi's presence inexplicably instilled a sense of courage within them, despite his appearance still reflecting that of a tranquil and frail individual. They pressed themselves against the wall, cautiously making their way toward the girls' lavatory. The corridor was deserted, save for the sound of their anxious footsteps and the distant, ominous echoes of the troll's heavy and lumbering gait, accompanied by its labored, boxy breaths. A foul stench, reminiscent of soiled socks and unkempt public restrooms, thickened in the air. It's nearby, Ron whispered, his voice trembling as he gripped his wand tightly. Turning a corner, the sight before them elicited gasps of horror. A colossal creature loomed in the center of the corridor, towering at least 12 feet tall, its skin a dull granite gray, its enormous, clumsy body resembling a small mountain. Draped in tattered rags and clutching a massive wooden club, it stood menacingly before a dilapidated wooden door, the very entrance to the girls' lavatory. It's at the door. Ron's voice quivered with a hint of despair. Just then, a terrified scream pierced the air from within the lavatory, unmistakably Hermione's. The troll seemed enraged by the sound, letting out a low growl as it began to slam its shoulder against the already precarious door. We need to do something, Harry exclaimed, his anxiety palpable as he glanced at Ron and then at Yunshi. Ron's face had gone pale, his lips trembling, seemingly at a loss for any solution. In contrast, Yunshi narrowed his eyes slightly, scanning the troll, its surroundings, and the crumbling door with a sharp, analytical gaze. We need to divert it or destabilize it. Yunshi's voice was low and rapid. Harry, can your levitation charm affect the club it holds? Even for a fleeting moment? Harry paused, then quickly grasped Yunshi's intent. He nodded vigorously. Though uncertainty gnawed at him, he raised his wand. Ron, Yunshi turned to him. Do you recall the description indefensive magical theory regarding the troll's acute sense of smell? It despises strong odors. Ron nodded blankly, not quite understanding Yunshi's plan. Use whatever you can think of that as the most pungent to attack its nose and draw its attention, Yunshi urged swiftly. I will create the opportunity. There's no time to hesitate. The troll crashed against the lavatory door once more, producing a nauseating, cracking sound. Taking a deep breath, Harry focused all his energy and shouted at the troll's massive club. Wingardium Leviosa? A faint glimmer flickered at the tip of his wand. The heavy club barely shifted, failing to float as Harry had hoped, yet the slight disturbance caused the troll's swinging motion to falter for an infinitesimal moment. In that instant, Yunshi sprang into action. Without uttering a spell, he swiftly pointed his wand at a slightly loose stone slab near the troll's feet. A subtle, nearly imperceptible wave of magical energy surged forth, causing the slab to tilt upward abruptly. At the same time, Ron, though terrified, summoned courage and, with his eyes shut, mumbled a prank spell he remembered. Rumored to produce a foul odor, though it only generated a faint, unpleasant yellow mist, hurling it toward the troll's face. The troll stumbled as the stone slab shot up, its already ungainly bulk thrown off balance by the weak scent from Ron's spell and Harry's distraction of the club. It let out a furious and confused roar, staggering forward, and the heavy club crashed against the wall beside it, sending dust cascading down. Hermione, run! Taking advantage of the moment, Harry shouted toward the lavatory. Hermione's face was ashen, her body trembling, yet her survival instinct propelled her to scramble through the door. However, the troll quickly regained its footing, seemingly enraged beyond measure. Its murky eyes locking onto Hermione as she emerged, raising its club to strike her down. Stupefied, a voice rang out. It was Ron. Desperately attempting an aggressive spell he was ill-equipped to wield, sparks merely sputtering from his wand. In that critical moment, Yunshi, who had been observing calmly, made his move. He did not attempt to block the enormous club, but instead directed his wand swiftly toward an old brass rack above the lavatory door, used for hanging cleaning supplies. With a deft flick of his wrist, a precise cutting spell, not silent, but exceedingly brief and subtle, shot forth. Snap! The rope securing the rack snapped immediately. The heavy brass fixture, with its sharp edges, along with the decrepit buckets and mops dangling from it, plummeted down, striking the troll squarely on its bald, wrinkled crown. Arg! The troll emitted a deafening, agonized howl, the club slipping from its grasp and crashing to the ground. Its massive form swayed precariously, and clutching its head with its enormous hand, it spun in circles before collapsing face-first to the floor, shaking the entire corridor and rendering it utterly unconscious. The crisis had passed. Harry, Ron, and Hermione collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, their hearts racing as though they might leap from their chests. They gazed at the fallen troll, then exchanged looks filled with disbelief and lingering fear. Hermione was the first to recover, her gaze shifting from the three boys, particularly to Yunshi, who had delivered the decisive blow to the troll, her expression a complex tapestry of gratitude and shock. "Thank you," she stammered, her voice still quavering. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell arrived at the scene in a flurry. Upon seeing the unconscious troll and the four startled Gryffindor students, Professor McGonagall's lips tightened in disapproval. "What on earth are you playing at?" Her voice trembled with shock and fury. "Consider yourselves fortunate not to have been killed. Why weren't you all staying in your dormitories?" Professor Snape's cold gaze swept over the fallen troll. Then the four students, lingering for a moment on Yunshi, where a flicker of swift, elusive surprise crossed his eyes. He bent to examine the troll's head wound, casting a glance at the broken rack and scattered debris on the floor. Suddenly, Hermione stood up, taking a deep breath, her voice steady yet resolute. "Please, don't be like that, Professor McGonagall. They were looking for me. Miss Granger," she continued. "I went to confront the troll because I thought I could handle it alone. You see, I've read extensively about them and know them well." Ron's wand dropped to the ground as he stared at Hermione in astonishment, as though he barely recognized her. "If it weren't for Harry, Ron, and Yunshi arriving just in time, I might have been killed." Hermione met McGonagall's gaze directly. They tried to subdue it. "But Yunshi was the one who knocked it out with that falling rack. They saved me." Professor McGonagall scrutinized Hermione, then shifted her gaze to the three boys, her stern eyes scanning each of them. Harry nodded emphatically, and Ron quickly echoed his affirmation. Yunshi, however, stood quietly, neither confirming nor denying the truth of the matter. "Miss Granger," Professor McGonagall finally spoke, her tone still grave, though the anger seemed to have diminished somewhat. "You foolish girl. How could you think you could confront a mountain of a troll alone? For this reckless act, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor." She turned to Harry, Ron, and Yunshi, adding, "As for you three, I am appalled by your dishonesty. However, you displayed extraordinary bravery, and each of you will earn 5 points for Gryffindor. I shall inform Professor Dumbledore of this incident. You may leave now." The outcome was utterly unexpected for all. Not only did they escape severe punishment, but they were also rewarded for their courage. Harry and Ron could scarcely believe their ears. They hurriedly departed the scene, making their way towards Gryffindor Tower. Along the way, Ron whispered excitedly to Harry, "Did you see that? Hermione actually helped us lie. She claimed responsibility for it all. She got us out of trouble." Harry interrupted him, his perception of Hermione having undergone a profound transformation, and she said we displayed bravery, which is indeed true. He recalled the precision of Quirrell's stunning spell. Had it really been mere luck? He glanced at Quirrell, who walked silently beside them. Quirrell remained quiet, as if the earlier harrowing events were of no concern to him. Yet Harry noticed the slight pallor at the knuckles of Quirrell's fingers, gripping his wand, as if he were calming some internal turbulence. Was that astonishingly accurate spell casting and impeccable timing truly just a stroke of luck? Hermione trailed a little behind them, no longer speaking, but her gaze towards the three boys, especially Quirrell, was imbued with an unprecedented, sincere gratitude and a barely discernible curiosity about Quirrell's extraordinary composure and precision. The troll incident, in an unforeseen manner, dissolved the barriers among the three, forging a robust bond between them, crafted from their shared experiences of peril and salvation. Furthermore, Quirrell's display of maturity and his eerily precise timing sparked ripples of contemplation in Harry and Hermione's hearts, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Chapter 16. The first Quidditch match in the stands, a Halloween troll incident, served as a peculiar adhesive, firmly binding Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the ever-quiet observer, Quirrell, together. Hermione ceased her relentless pursuit to correct every infraction of Harry and Ron, no longer flaunting her bookish knowledge at every turn. She became more approachable, even offering genuinely useful advice during Charms class when Ron once again set his feather to quivering uncontrollably, rather than simply pointing out his mistakes. Although Ron occasionally grumbled under his breath, he was evidently less averse to Hermione, even beginning to share Bertie Bott's every flavor beans with her, while carefully avoiding the suspiciously colored ones. Quirrell, still the silent observer, had transitioned from mere background presence. In potions class, when Harry found himself flustered by Snape's deliberate provocations, nearly jeopardizing a batch of calming draft, it was Quirrell, from a discreet angle, who subtly gestured to Harry to adjust the flame's temperature, averting yet another disaster for Gryffindor. In the library, when Hermione was exasperatedly searching for obscure historical magic references, Quirrell would seemingly casually point to a dusty corner of a bookshelf, often revealing the very answers Hermione sought. His assistance was always so unobtrusive, yet impeccably timed, as though he possessed an intimate knowledge of the castle and its troves of wisdom. The news of Harry becoming the seeker for the Gryffindor team was no longer a secret within the house. Wood organized intensive and covert practices, often conducted before dawn or after dusk. Harry's Nimbus 2000 felt like an extension of his arm, with each turn and dive in the air imbued with a natural fluidity. Wood exuberantly declared that if Harry could catch the golden snitch during the match, Gryffindor would be assured victory. November weather turned exceptionally harsh, with fierce winds and cold rain battering the castle windows. The Quidditch season was about to commence, and Harry's inaugural match, Gryffindor versus Slytherin, was set for that Saturday, filling him with a sense of dread. Wood continuously encouraged him, while the Weasley twins attempted to alleviate his anxiety with exaggerated jokes, though with little effect. On Saturday morning, the Great Hall buzzed with a festive atmosphere. Despite the overcast skies, the students' enthusiasm remained undeterred. As Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Quirrell entered the hall, countless gazes and murmurs turned towards them. Harry felt like a warrior about to enter the arena. "You need to eat something," Harry, Hermione urged, her tone a blend of concern and subtle admonishment, pushing a plate of smoked meat towards him. "I'm not hungry," Harry replied, feeling as though his stomach was tied in knots. "Have a bit of toast," Ron suggested, as he voraciously devoured sausages. "Otherwise, you won't have a strength later." Quirrell remained silent, merely nudging a small jar of golden honey, emanating a sweet aroma, towards Harry. "Honey," he murmured, "I brought it from the breakfast table. It helps stabilize emotions and replenish energy." His words were always succinct, yet imbued with an undeniable certainty. Harry cast a grateful glance at him, reluctantly spreading some honey on his toast and taking small bites. At that moment, mail arrived. Hedwig bore nothing, which was expected. However, a strange and remarkably majestic barn owl flew directly towards Quirrell, dropping a small package tied with a deep green ribbon onto his table before elegantly veering away. Ron leaned closer, intrigued. "Wow, who sent you that? That owl is stunning." Quirrell calmly untied the ribbon, revealing a small bag wrapped in oil paper, exuding a faintly refreshing herbal scent, accompanied by a note inscribed in an ancient, elegant script devoid of a signature. The note contained a brief message, invigorating. "May assist in spectating." Harry and Hermione exchanged curious glances. Quirrell offered no explanation, carefully stowing the small bag into his pocket and setting the note aside, as if it were merely an ordinary occurrence. Yet Harry noticed a fleeting, imperceptible shift in Quirrell's gaze upon reading the note. Maybe it's from a distant relative? Ron speculated. Quirrell remained non-committal, continuing to quietly enjoy his breakfast. After breakfast, the Gryffindor team gathered in the locker room. Wood delivered the final tactical briefing, his voice hoarse with excitement. Outside, the deafening cheers and songs echoed, as most students had already surged into the stands. "It's time," Wood finally declared, taking a deep breath. "Good luck to everyone." The players exited the locker room and stepped onto the pitch, greeted by a thunderous roar. The rain had ceased, but the sky remained foreboding with the wind howling. Harry felt his heart racing in his throat. In the stands, Ron and Hermione jostled for a spot at the top, the best vantage point. To their surprise, Quirrell followed suit, selecting a relatively secluded corner from which he could clearly survey the entire field. His black hair and robe billowing in the wind, yet he stood remarkably steady, his gaze calmly fixed on the center of the pitch. "I can't believe Quirrell actually came to watch the match," Ron whispered to Hermione, waving a scarlet banner, magically transformed by her, reading Potter for the win. "He usually seems utterly uninterested in Quidditch." Hermione did not respond, her attention fully concentrated on the field, her complexion pale with tension. The announcer, Lee Jordan, amplified by magic, boomed across the stadium. "Welcome to Hogwarts' first Quidditch match of the year. Gryffindor versus Slytherin." The players soared into the air. Harry immediately felt the superiority of the Nimbus 2000, which remained stable amidst the gusts, while the Slytherin players, mounted on Nimbus 2001s, though swift, seemed less maneuverable in such adverse conditions. The match commenced with exceptional intensity. The players darted about like two black cannonballs, weaving frantically between each other, while Fred and George Weasley swung their bats with fervor, valiantly defending their teammates. Angelina Johnson seized the opportunity, evading the interception of a Slytherin chaser, and elegantly scored a goal, securing the opening 10 points for Gryffindor. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Gryffindor stands. However, this joyous moment was short-lived. As Harry soared high above, searching for the elusive golden snitch, his broomstick suddenly jolted violently, spiraling out of control like a wild stallion attempting to dislodge its rider. "What on earth is happening?" Ron shouted in terror from the stands. With all his might, Harry clung desperately to the broomstick, narrowly avoiding being thrown off. Yet, his broom performed a series of dangerous maneuvers, even careening towards the castle wall, before narrowly pulling up at the last moment. "It's Snape," Hermione suddenly exclaimed, peering through the Christmas telescope Harry had gifted her. Even though it wasn't Christmas yet, she had borrowed it for this occasion. "Look, he has casting a spell at Harry. He has cursing Harry's broom." Ron snatched the telescope and indeed saw Snape on the teacher's podium, his cold eyes fixated on Harry in the air, his lips moving silently, clearly uttering a malevolent incantation. "We must do something," Hermione urged anxiously, glancing instinctively at the figure standing beside them, Quirrell. Quirrell's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze also directed at the teacher's podium, but he was not merely observing Snape. He also scrutinized the nervous Professor Quirrell, wrapped in a large scarf. His eyes appeared sharp, as if he were rapidly analyzing something. Just then, Harry's broom executed another violent roll, nearly throwing him off. A chorus of terrified screams erupted from the stands. Unable to wait any longer, Hermione abruptly drew her wand from beneath her robe. She always carried it with her, crouched low, and began to sneak down the steps of the stands. Ron hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly followed suit. They intended to slip beneath the teacher's podium to disrupt Snape. Quirrell remained still, his gaze still locked on the podium, but his hand had quietly slipped into his robe pocket, grasping the Hawthorn wand. He did not attempt to directly interfere with the spellcaster like Hermione. He sensed that the magical disturbance affecting Harry's broom did not solely originate from Snape, but also contained a subtle, yet far more sinister aura emanating from Quirrell. As Harry's broom once again plunged towards the ground, on the verge of collision, Quirrell sprang into action. He did not raise his wand or utter any spells. Instead, he made a subtle, almost imperceptible motion with his wand-holding hand in his pocket, akin to plucking a string. He summoned a faint yet fundamentally ancient reservoir of magical energy within himself, not to confront the malicious curse directly, but to gently smooth the chaotic magical field surrounding Harry's broom, much like a gentle breeze calming the surface of water. Simultaneously, a faint thud and a whiff of burnt air emanated from below the stands, indicating Hermione's success. She had somehow distracted Snape, or rather, forced Quirrell to cease his incantation. In the air, Harry suddenly felt his broom tremble beneath him, and then it returned to normal. The uncontrollable force dissipated. He regained mastery over the Nimbus 2000. His heart raced, but the instinct for survival and the duty to find the snitch compelled him to reintegrate himself into the match, his gaze sharpening once more to seek out the golden snitch. At the highest point of the stands, Quirrell slowly released his grip on the wand in his pocket, his fingertips still tingling with residual magical warmth. He calmly observed Harry, who had stabilized his flight, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Only he knew that the seemingly inconsequential act of soothing had nearly depleted the majority of the ancient magical energy he had cautiously accumulated over time. This body and this era still bore too limited a capacity to harness such power. The match continued. Harry, shaken yet more focused, suddenly spotted a golden flash near Malfoy's ear. It was the golden snitch. He immediately dove down, with Malfoy hot on his heels. The two raced towards the ground, the wind howling past Harry's ears, his sole focus fixated on that glimmer of gold. Just as he was about to seize the snitch, a cacophony of chaotic gasps and discussions erupted from the stands, seemingly diverting his attention. The snitch vanished in an instant. Frustrated, Harry pulled up his broom. Bewildered by the sudden distraction, he glanced at the Gryffindor goalpost, noticing what had successfully defended a shot, but everyone's attention seemed elsewhere. The commentator, Lee Jordan, spoke with suppressed excitement in an odd tone. Professor Snape, it seems, smoke is rising from the back of his robe. Harry looked towards the teacher's podium, and indeed saw some commotion near Snape's seat. He was clumsily swatting at the hem of his robe. In an instant, Harry realized that Hermione and Ron must have done something to distract Snape, or rather, to compel Quirrell to halt his spell. There was no time for further contemplation as he ascended once more, his gaze sharp as a hawk. Finally, he spotted the golden glimmer again. This time, he hesitated not at all, pushing the Nimbus 2000 to its utmost speed, his body nearly parallel to the broom, arm outstretched. He felt the cool orb collide with his palm, and he gripped it tightly. He landed on the ground, raising his arm triumphantly, the wings of the golden snitch fluttering feebly between his fingers. I caught it. He gasped, I caught it. We VE1. A moment of silence enveloped the arena, followed by an unprecedented eruption of volcanic cheers from the Gryffindor stands. People surged down from the stands, rushing towards the center of the pitch. Ron and Hermione led the charge, their faces alight with ecstasy. You did it, Harry. You caught the snitch. Ron pounded Harry on the back with enthusiasm. Your broom was terrifying, Hermione exclaimed, her eyes shining brightly despite her lingering fear. Harry was enveloped by the jubilant crowd, lifted and tossed into the air. Amidst the chaotic throng and the deafening cheers, he struggled to lift his head and gaze towards the corner of the stands where Quirrell had previously stood. It was now empty. Only the howling wind continued to sweep across the vacant seats, as if that quiet, dark-haired boy had never been there at all. Yet Harry knew he had been there, and at a crucial moment, his understated presence had perhaps mattered more than any raucous applause. In the tumultuous flow of returning to the castle, no one noticed Quirrell walking alone a short distance away. His complexion was paler than usual, his fingertips absent-mindedly stroking the hawthorn wand in his robe pocket, sensing the slight fatigue of magical energy left from his covert intervention moments ago. He raised his gaze towards the castle's imposing silhouette, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. Quirrell, along with the chillingly sinister presence lurking behind him. The secrets of the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor and the undercurrents beneath this ancient castle seemed far more tumultuous than he had anticipated. And he, this unexpectedly returned ancient soul, must conceal himself with even greater caution, gathering strength to safeguard this castle, his cherished home, and the companions who had become his friends from the storm that might yet come. The celebration of Gryffindor's victory continued in the common room until the late hours of the night. Butterbeer splattered and laughter rang out continuously. Harry was the undisputed hero, surrounded by adoring fans. Quirrell, however, chose to remain in a quiet corner, cradling a glass of untouched butterbeer, quietly listening and watching, occasionally offering Harry a calm, approving nod when their eyes met. His presence remained understated, yet Harry, Ron, and even Hermione began to distinctly sense that this silent companion harbored far more secrets and strength than they had ever imagined. He was akin to the ancient castle itself, serene, enigmatic, yet consistently illuminating the crucial moments with an undeniable brilliance. Chapter 17. The Secrets of Christmas and the All-Answering Wish. The biting winds of November were ultimately supplanted by the icy snows of December. Hogwarts Castle donned a silvery cloak, the surface of the Black Lake encased in a solid layer of ice, while the corridors were filled with a chilling draft that stung the cheeks. Yet within the castle, the impending Christmas festivities infused the atmosphere with warmth and joy. The Great Hall was adorned with numerous Christmas trees, each draped in icicles and bedecked with golden and silver baubles, twinkling candles casting a soft glow. The air was fragrant with the sweet scent of roasted chestnuts and candied pies, while the enchanted suits of armor occasionally chimed in with off-key Christmas carols. For Harry, this would be the first genuine Christmas of his life. At the Dursleys, his gifts typically consisted of an old sock or a roll of transparent tape. This year, however, he anticipated not only presents but also the joy of remaining at Hogwarts for the holidays, alongside Ron and, unexpectedly, Neville, who all decided against returning home. Ron opted to stay because the Weasley parents were visiting Charlie in Romania, feeling that spending the holidays alone in the burrow would be rather dull. As for Neville, his decision was straightforward. When Harry and Ron discussed their plans in the common room, he simply stated, "I'm staying here," without elaboration or hesitation, as if Hogwarts were his only rightful home. Harry recalled Neville's mysterious background, understanding yet feeling delighted that he would have friends by his side during the holidays. Hermione, meanwhile, chose to return home to reunite with her parents, which brought a quiet sigh of relief among the trio, although they had grown close. Hermione's ever-present supervision and guidance occasionally felt burdensome. In the final days before the holiday, teachers assigned a considerable amount of homework. In the common room, students huddled by the fireplace, engrossed in parchment and textbooks, the soft scratching of quills blending with the crackling of the fire. Harry and Ron were grappling with a complex essay assigned by Snape regarding the moonstone and its properties. Snape required them to analyze at least 3 different varieties of moonstone from various regions and their subtle effects and potions, citing at least 5 potion masters since the 15th century. This was utterly impossible. Ron despaired, slumping in an armchair, his messy hair in disarray. The book only mentions 2 sources. 15th century potion masters? I can't even recall their names. Harry's situation was no better. His parchment bore only a few hastily scrawled lines, most of which were crossed out. He glanced helplessly at Neville, who sat beside him at a small round table, quietly perusing a hefty tome. The book's cover was a faded, deep blue leather, devoid of any title, appearing exceptionally ancient. "Neville," Harry ventured cautiously, "do you know of any other sources for moonstone besides Scotland and Norway?" Neville lifted his gaze from the pages, his expression calm. "In the depths of the Andes in Peru, there's a variant harvested under specific moonlight, known as silver tear moonstone." His voice was soft yet clear, reaching Harry and Ron's ears distinctly. "It is significantly more effective in alleviating emotional disturbances caused by magical trauma than ordinary moonstone. But it must be combined with unicorn hair powder. Otherwise, it can lead to magical blockages." Harry and Ron were taken aback, their mouths agape. This information extended far beyond what the textbook covered. "How do you know that?" Ron stammered. Neville's fingers gently brushed the edges of the ancient book as he continued. "Regarding the 15th century potion masters, you could cite Ignatius Obelensius' lunar phases and mineral reactions. He documented the discovery and applications of silver tear moonstone in his 1489 work. Although his theories were deemed heretical at the time." He paused before adding, "Also, do not reference Grigolovic. His theory on the universal antidote for moonstone was debunked in the early 16th century, and Professor Snape despises seeing students cite his erroneous views." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, as if they were truly beginning to comprehend the profound depths of their silent companion. Hermione might have memorized every textbook, but Neville exhibited an understanding of magic's essence and history that seemed to stem from his very blood, intertwined with his soul. Under Neville's seemingly casual yet remarkably precise guidance, Harry and Ron's essay finally began to take shape. As Ron scribbled furiously, he murmured to Harry, "Merlin, he like a wizard who lived for 1,000 years." The holiday finally commenced. With few students remaining at school, the great hall appeared spacious and empty. The 4 long house tables merged into one, and the teachers seemed considerably more relaxed. Dumbledore even led the way, using his wand to conduct the knives in a lively Christmas carol. On Christmas morning, Harry was roused by Ron's excited calls. "Harry, wake up. Gifts. So many gifts." Harry opened his eyes to find a small pile of packages at the foot of his bed, a wave of warmth washing over him. He sat up and began to unwrap the presents. Mrs. Weasley had sent him a thick, hand-knitted scarlet sweater with a golden letter H emblazoned on the front and a large box of homemade fudge. Ron received a matching sweater embroidered with an R and a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Hagrid gifted him a flute that appeared to be crudely carved from a broken tooth. The Dursleys, as per their tradition, sent a 50-pence coin, which Harry casually tossed to Ron, who stared at it with wide eyes. Most astonishing of all was a package with no name attached. Inside lay an exquisitely crafted invisibility cloak, shimmering with a flowing silver sheen reminiscent of rippling water. The accompanying note read, "Your father left this with me before he died. It is time to return it to you. Use it well. Wishing you a Merry Christmas." His father's invisibility cloak. Harry's heart surged with excitement and an odd sense of nostalgia. He immediately draped it around himself, and in an instant, he vanished from Ron's sight, prompting an odd exclamation from his friend. Several packages also lay at the foot of Neville's bed. He unwrapped one to find a book Hermione had sent him on advanced analyses of ancient runes. In another was a massive rock cake from Hagrid that looked capable of stunning a troll. Yet another package, like the previous one he had received from an owl, bore no name. Inside was a small vial of crystalline liquid, exuding a blend of snow and mint aromas, accompanied by a note in the same handwriting. For calming the mind and aiding magical perception, Neville picked up the vial, uncorked it, and took a gentle sniff, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. He did not use it immediately. Instead, he secured it carefully. Finally, he picked up a small, unassuming box wrapped in plain brown paper. Upon opening it, he discovered an antiquated brass compass, its needle not pointing north or south, but rather spinning slowly and erratically across the dial, occasionally emanating a faint magical ripple that only Neville could perceive. "What is that?" Ron inquired curiously. "A broken compass?" Neville lightly stroked the cool brass casing, feeling the subtle resonance of magic that intertwined with the castle's own magical field. "A marker," he replied softly, his tone imbued with an imperceptible depth. The Christmas feast was bountiful beyond imagination. 100 plump roasted turkeys, heaped like small mountains of succulent meat alongside boiled potatoes, vast platters of sausages, bowls brimming with buttered peas, and dishes filled with rich, thick gravies and cranberry sauce, all complemented by an array of magical firecrackers that, when ignited, did not merely pop softly, but erupted with the thunderous sound of cannon fire, showering unexpected gifts such as everlasting magical lanterns or a singing fairy hat. Dumbledore exchanged his pointed hat for a floral women's hat, merrily playing a discordant tune on a magical harmonica alongside Professor Flitwick. After the banquet, the guests, their bellies round and hearts full, returned to the common room. Harry was still engulfed in the thrill of receiving the invisibility cloak, eager to test its effects. "Let's go for a stroll," Harry proposed to Ron and Hermione, patting the cloak hidden beneath his robes. "With this, no one will notice us." Ron immediately agreed with excitement, while Hermione, observing the gleam in Harry's eyes, pondered for a moment before nodding in assent. The three of them squeezed beneath the invisibility cloak. Thankfully, both Harry and Ron were still relatively small, and Hermione's slender frame just fit, silently slipping out of the portrait hole of the common room. The castle appeared particularly quiet and mysterious at night, the corridors devoid of life, with only the flickering shadows cast by torchlight on the walls. Most of the figures in the portraits were fast asleep in their frames. They wandered aimlessly through the castle, relishing the thrill of their clandestine adventure. As they passed the trophy room, they nearly collided with Filch, who was patrolling in his pajamas, lantern in hand, accompanied by his cat, Mrs. Norris. Luckily, the cloak completely obscured their presence and scent. Upon reaching the 7th floor, they found themselves in a corridor adorned with a tapestry depicting a troll clobbering a bumbling Banbury. Suddenly, Harry halted. "Wait," he whispered, noticing that the white wall across from him seemed oddly unusual. "Do you guys feel like that wall is moving?" Ron squinted at it. "No, it's just an ordinary wall." Yet Hermione's gaze sharpened. She stared intently at the bare wall, sensing that her ancient magical core was gently stirred by some familiar, resonant wave. She could feel that behind this wall, or perhaps within it, lay a form of ancient and powerful spatial magic, astonishingly similar in structure and principle to the theories she had discussed with Rowena Ravenclaw a millennium ago regarding will-driven spatial folding. "I need a place," Hermione suddenly murmured, her voice tinged with experimental inquiry, "a quiet, undisturbed space where I can practice ancient runes and meditate." She concentrated, envisioning a serene room lined with bookshelves, spacious enough for her to inscribe runes upon the floor without interruption. As she contemplated, she paced back and forth before the empty wall 3 times. Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances at her peculiar behavior. However, as Hermione completed her 3rd pass, an incredibly smooth, ancient wooden door silently manifested on the previously blank wall. "Merlin's beard," Ron gasped, nearly tumbling out from under the cloak. Harry stared in astonishment, eyes wide. "What is this?" Hermione reached out and gently pushed the door open. Behind it lay a spacious, brightly lit room, filled with the faint aromas of aged parchment and sandalwood. The walls were lined with towering bookshelves, laden with various ancient scrolls and tomes, while the center of the room featured an open area with dark stone flooring suitable for rune inscription, complete with a few soft cushions and a small magical fountain exuding tranquility. Everything within this space perfectly matched Hermione's earlier mental image. "The room of requirement," Hermione whispered, her tone laced with confirmation and a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, it still existed, still responding to the genuine needs of those who understood its rules. The 3 entered the room, and the door closed silently behind them. Ron curiously examined the surrounding bookshelves, pulling out a tome filled with indecipherable, twisted ancient runes. "This place is incredible," he exclaimed. Harry, however, was more intrigued by the open area at the center. This is perfect for practicing spells. No fear of breaking anything or being seen. Hermione approached one of the bookshelves, her fingers gliding over the spines of the ancient tomes. Feeling the magical imprints that transcended time, she pulled out a deep brown parchment scroll tied with silver thread, gently unfurling it to reveal intricate arrays of ancient runes related to the movements of celestial bodies. This was precisely the reference material she needed to comprehend and restore her ancient magic. Much of what is here, Hermione said softly to Harry and Ron, glancing over the collection, involves profound or obscure magical knowledge. Some of it may even be dangerous. Do not attempt anything you do not understand. Her tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable gravity. Harry and Ron nodded seriously, understanding that what Hermione had led them to discover was not merely a secret room, but a vast and perilous treasury of knowledge accumulated over a millennium at Hogwarts. From that day forth, the Room of Requirement became their secret sanctuary. Harry and Ron practiced spells here without fear of being caught by Filch, while Hermione spent most of her time immersed in the rune-filled area or poring over ancient scrolls, attempting to unlock the shackles of the dormant power within her in her unique manner, deepening her understanding of the castle's magical system that had evolved over a millennium. Occasionally, Harry would observe Hermione sitting on the ground, her fingertips aglow with a soft, silvery light akin to moonlight, tracing complex runes upon the stone floor. Those runes seemed alive, flickering and fading in harmony with Hermione's tranquil and ancient aura. Though Harry could not decipher them, he sensed a profound and powerful rhythm within. During one instance when Hermione attempted to channel magic to restore a fragile ancient tome, Harry witnessed, in awe, as the pages, which could have crumbled at a mere touch, gradually regained their resilience and luster under the gentle white light emanating from Hermione's palm, even the blurred inscriptions becoming clearer. This was no spell Harry recognized, but a force more primal, seemingly capable of reversing the ravages of time. Ron marveled, "You're like magic itself." The Christmas holiday sped by amidst secret explorations and quiet studies. When the remaining students gradually returned, the castle buzzed once more with activity, yet Harry, Ron, and Hermione kept the secrets of the Room of Requirement and the invisibility cloaked to themselves. They all understood that beneath the surface of their ordinary academic life lay deeper mysteries. What exactly was concealed in the forbidden corridor on the fourth floor? The subtle relationship between Professor Quirrell and Professor Snape? And the profound, seemingly ancient knowledge and power that Hermione possessed? On the first day of the new term, when Harry, in potions class, astoundingly did not lose points for accurately quoting Ignatius Ogden's discourse on moonstones, though he did not gain any either. He couldn't help but exchange a triumphant glance with Ron while subtly casting a grateful look at Hermione, who sat not far away. Hermione continued calmly preparing her potion ingredients, as if all of this were of no concern to her. Yet Harry knew that this seemingly silent sister was quietly altering their lives at Hogwarts in ways they had yet to fully comprehend, guiding them toward a path brimming with further unknowns and wonders. The ancient echoes of the castle, through the unique medium of Yunshi, gradually permeate their daily lives, heralding the onset of extraordinary tales soon to unfold within this millennial-old fortress. Chapter 18. The Night of the Forbidden Forest and the Blood of the Unicorn. The relaxed atmosphere of the Christmas holidays melted away like the thawing snow, swiftly replaced by the burdensome coursework of the new term and the intensifying pressure of impending examinations. The January chill remained biting, with the grounds outside the castle blanketed in thick snow, while the Black Lake lay like a vast, unyielding expanse of black glass. For Harry, Ron, and Hermione, in addition to their ordinary classes, they bore an additional heavy concern: Nicholas Flamel. Ever since they were deterred from the corridor on the fourth floor by the three-headed dog, Fluffy, they had been clandestinely investigating the nature of that closely guarded object. As well as the conspiracy they suspected Snape was concocting to steal it. The name Nicholas Flamel, inadvertently let slip by Hagrid, became their sole lead. Yet it resonated as hollow as a stone cast into the depths of the Black Lake. They scoured every seemingly relevant tome in the library, even including significant magical events of the 20th century and the modern wizard directory, but to no avail. He must be an exceedingly obscure wizard, Ron lamented one evening in the crowded common room, slamming shut a hefty volume of the International Wizard Directory, utterly frustrated. Hermione, her brow furrowed, had a pile of books before her that exceeded the combined total of Ron's and Harry's. This is impossible. Hagrid spoke of him with such familiarity. He must be well known. Perhaps not from modern times? Seated beside them, reading by the flickering glow of the fireplace a book on ancient magical energy nodes, Yunchi lifted his gaze at their conversation. His eyes scanned the mountain of books before Hermione, finally resting upon the subtitle of a copy of A History of Magic from 1000 AD to present. Expanding their search to the early medieval period, Yunchi's calm voice interjected into their discussion, emphasizing the field of alchemy. His words struck like a match igniting in the dark. Hermione's head shot up, a spark of realization illuminating her features. Alchemy. Yes. How could I have not thought of that? Flamel, Nicholas Flamel. He was mentioned in the evolution of alchemy and its contemporary value. She immediately leapt to her feet, dashing towards the girls' dormitory to retrieve the tome. Ron and Harry stared at Yunchi, dumbfounded. Yunchi had already returned to his reading, as if he had merely made an ordinary suggestion. Moments later, Hermione returned, breathless, brandishing the hefty volume triumphantly. I found it. Right here. Nicholas Flamel. He is the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone. She excitedly elaborated on the wondrous properties of the stone. It could transmute any metal into pure gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality. So the great dog must be guarding Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. Harry suddenly grasped the implication. Snape intends to steal it for Voldemort. This conclusion filled them with both dread and exhilaration. They had acquired the crucial information, yet they were acutely aware of the impending threat. However, before they could devise their next course of action, trouble came knocking. One afternoon, Hagrid approached them in the library, his large frame appearing particularly constrained among the narrow aisles of books. I made a grave mistake. Children, he whispered, anxiety etched across his face. That day in the pub, I inadvertently revealed to a stranger how to pacify Fluffy. Just play some music, and he will fall asleep. The hearts of Harry, Ron, and Hermione sank instantly. This meant that, beyond themselves and their teachers, others now knew the method to subdue Fluffy, and worse was yet to come. A few days later, as Harry and Ron made their way to the Great Hall for dinner, they discovered a throng of students gathered around the Gryffindor notice board. Pushing through, they found a new announcement that sent their hearts plummeting. Prohibition. No student is permitted to wander the corridors after 9 o'clock in the evening. No magic is to be used in non-teaching areas without permission. The entrance of magical creatures into the main castle is strictly forbidden. These rules are effective immediately. Violators will face severe penalties, including but not limited to detention, loss of house points, and even expulsion. Signed, Argus Filch, caretaker. This must be aimed at us. Ron seethed quietly. How does Filch know about our nighttime escapades? Perhaps he doesn't know exactly who, Hermione rationally analyzed, though her expression was equally grim. He must have sensed something. We need to be more cautious from now on. As if to affirm their misfortune, the very next day in potions class, Malfoy intentionally provoked Ron, mocking his family and that hand-knit sweater, which drove Ron to his breaking point. In a fit of frustration, he hurled a poorly cast spell at Malfoy, intended to make him sneeze, but instead resulted in Ron himself expelling snails for several hours. Snape, as expected, favored Malfoy, not only giving Ron detention, but also deducting 20 points from Gryffindor. Ron's detention was to take place on Friday night, accompanying Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest to assist him with some troublesome matters. The news left Ron pale with fear. Everyone knew the Forbidden Forest was fraught with perilous magical creatures, and possibly darker things still. As Friday night approached, Ron fidgeted restlessly in the common room, muttering incessantly about acromantulas, werewolves, and centaurs. Harry resolved to accompany him, even though it meant both of them would be defying Filch's new regulations. Hermione, though worried, understood that she could not dissuade them. Just as Harry and Ron prepared to slip quietly out of the portrait hole, a calm voice called out to them. I will join you. It was Yunchi. He had donned his attire without their knowledge, standing in the shadows with his hawthorn wand in hand. Yunchi? You don't have to, Harry said, somewhat surprised. The Forbidden Forest, Yunchi interrupted, his tone steady yet imbued with an undeniable resolve, is particularly charged with magic at night. One more person means an extra layer of protection. What he did not articulate was that he sensed a faint yet deeply unsettling tremor emanating from the depths of the forest, a whisper of tainted life. Harry looked into Yunchi's tranquil eyes and felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance wash over him. He nodded. The three of them evaded Filch and the fat lady, making their way to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid awaited them, holding a massive lantern, his expression grave under the light, accompanied by his dog Fawn. Things are not well, Hagrid said in a low voice. Something has happened in the Forbidden Forest. Follow me, and I shall explain on the way. They stepped into the inky darkness of the Forbidden Forest. The trees towered tall and dense, nearly obscuring the sky, with only the flickering light of Hagrid's lantern casting a small, wavering glow at their feet. Surrounding them were the rustling sounds of various creatures. with distant howls of unknown beasts echoing through the air, which was cold and damp, laden with the scent of decaying leaves and earth. Hagrid informed them that he had recently discovered an injured unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, gravely wounded and bleeding profusely. Tonight, he had spotted fresh blood trails and was determined to find the injured unicorn. A unicorn? Ron's voice trembled. Who would harm a unicorn? Hurting a unicorn is an act of unspeakable evil, Hagrid replied gravely. Drinking the blood of a unicorn can prolong one's life. Even if you are on the brink of death, you may survive, but you will be cursed to a half-life. For you extend your existence through the slaughter of a pure creature. This revelation sent a shiver through Harry, and he instinctively touched the scar on his forehead. To expedite their search, Hagrid decided they should split up. He journeyed alongside Yaya, guiding Harry and Hermione, whom he mistakenly believed had accompanied them, while Harry and Ron refrained from correcting him, to follow the direction of Yaya's calls on a separate path, while Ron and Luna ventured forth, tracing the silver-blue bloodstains on the ground. As they parted ways, Hagrid cast a significant glance towards Luna, as if he wished to convey something, but ultimately simply admonished in a gruff voice, "Take good care of them, Luna." Luna nodded calmly in acknowledgement. Harry and Ron, pretending Hermione was with them, delved deeper into the Forbidden Forest along a narrow trail, straining to hear Yaya's cries. The darkness of the forest enveloped them like a living shroud, each step sinking into the soft, decaying leaf litter with an unsettling sound. Ron stayed close to Harry, his wand raised before him, scanning their surroundings warily. Meanwhile, Luna, accompanied by the genuine Ron, followed the intermittent silver-blue blood trail that emitted a faint magical glow, heading in an entirely different direction. Unlike Harry's palpable tension, Luna's pace was remarkably steady, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the environment, as though he could penetrate the ancient darkness. The tip of his wand was enveloped in a layer of nearly imperceptible, gentle white light, dispelling the unsettling chill that surrounded them, providing Ron with a modicum of reassurance. "Aren't you afraid?" Ron could not help but whisper. Luna did not turn back. His voice rang out distinctly in the silent woods. "Fear arises from the unknown. Understand it, and fear dissipates." He paused before adding, "This forest is ancient. It has its own rules. If you abide by them, you shall typically remain unscathed." They followed the blood trail for quite some time until they arrived at a clearing in the woods. The moonlight barely filtered through the sparse treetops. Illuminating the scene in the clearing where a stunning, pure white unicorn lay on the ground, its elongated neck bending limply, a large pool of shocking silver-blue blood beneath it. It was already lifeless. Ron gasped sharply, covering his mouth in horror. Luna's brow furrowed deeply as he crouched down, his fingertips hovering above the unicorn's wound without making contact. He could distinctly sense an extremely cold, malevolent magical aura lingering at the wound, filled with hatred and a desire to consume life. This aura ignited a fierce rejection and anger within his ancient magical core. "More than one," Luna murmured softly, his gaze sweeping around the clearing's periphery like the most precise detection spell, sensing that something lingered here. Just then, from the other end of the clearing, came a rustling sound akin to a cloak dragging on the ground. A hooded figure was bent over the unicorn's corpse, seemingly drinking its blood. The figure heard the noise and abruptly lifted its head. Beneath the hood lay a profound darkness, obscuring its features, but an even more suffocating aura of malevolence surged forth. Ron emitted a short, startled cry, retreating in fright and stumbling over a tree root. The hooded figure let out a hoarse, grating growl, as if its throat were constricted. Drifting towards Ron and Luna, its movement was far from that of walking, imbued with an icy, murderous intent. In an instant, Luna sprang to his feet, shielding Ron behind him, his hawthorn wand pointed directly at the hooded figure. He uttered no attack incantations. Instead, he poured forth his ancient magical energy, though faint, yet fundamentally pure, into his wand without reservation. A gentle yet resilient white halo, imbued with the essence of life and purification, radiated from Luna, enveloping both him and Ron like an invisible shield. The halo was not blinding, yet it momentarily halted the surrounding cold, malevolent aura. The hooded figure collided with this halo as if hitting an invisible wall, emitting an even angrier and more pained roar, seemingly repulsed by this vibrant, pure energy. It extended a skeletal hand, flickering with ominous black light, attempting to tear through the shield, but its power dissipated upon contact with the white light, as if melting away like snow. Luna's face appeared exceptionally pale in the moonlight. Sustaining the shield was immensely taxing, and he could feel his magical energy rapidly depleting. Yet he stood tall, his gaze sharp and composed, unwaveringly focused on the hooded figure, showing no sign of retreat. At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed from a distance, urgent and powerful. Suddenly, a red figure burst forth from the woods like a bolt of lightning. Firenze, the centaur, with his platinum hair and horse body, his upper half resembled that of a handsome man. Upon witnessing the scene before him, particularly the hooded figure confronting Luna, a flicker of shock passed through his golden eyes. Without hesitation, he drew his bow, an arrow whistling through the air, accurately aimed at the hooded figure. The hooded figure appeared to regard the centaur with trepidation, letting out a reluctant roar, abandoning its attack, and swiftly retreated into the depths of the forest like a melting shadow, vanishing from sight. The malevolent aura gradually dissipated, leaving behind only the slain unicorn, a shaken Ron, a pale Luna, and the recently arrived centaur, Firenze. Firenze approached Luna, lowering his gaze to meet his, filled with astonishment and an indescribable scrutiny. The light within you is ancient, profoundly pure. You repelled it, albeit only temporarily. Few wizards can achieve such a feat, especially at such a young age. Luna slowly lowered his wand, the white halo gradually fading. He breathed heavily, not responding to Firenze's scrutiny, instead directing his gaze towards the direction in which the hooded figure had vanished, his eyes filled with a chilling cold. He vividly recalled the essence of that malevolent aura. It was the residue of a shattered soul, clinging to others, surviving by stealing life force. What was that? Ron trembled as he rose from the ground, his voice tinged with a whimper. A creature that should not exist in this world, Firenze replied solemnly, offering no further explanation as he turned to Harry and Hermione, who were now accompanied by Hagrid, carrying Yaya and the pretended Ron. He warned Harry that some secrets are better left undiscovered too early and advised him to remain vigilant if Voldemort had any nearby, residing entities. The journey back to the castle was laden with a heavy atmosphere. Hagrid mourned the slain unicorn, Ron remained visibly shaken, and Harry was deeply unsettled by Firenze's warning regarding Voldemort's familiar entities. Only Luna walked silently at the rear. He reflected upon the earlier malevolent aura and the intense reaction of the ancient magic within him. He was nearly certain that the figure beneath the hood was Quirrell, and that the remnant of Voldemort clung to him. They were relying on the unicorn's blood to sustain their lives, attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone to achieve full resurrection. A millennium later, darkness once again coveted this castle, and he, this unexpected Rennie, must restore his power more swiftly. He instinctively reached into his pocket, feeling the cold metal box left to him by the four founders, which perhaps held not merely memories but also a responsibility, a key that could potentially alter the course of events at a critical moment. The night in the Forbidden Forest rang like a warning bell in his heart. Beneath the calm facade of campus life, turbulent undercurrents surged, and he could no longer remain a mere bystander. Chapter 19. The Mirror of Ariste and the Reflection of the Heart. The shadows of the Forbidden Forest night lingered like a chill clinging to the hem of a cloak, refusing to dissipate. Ron appeared somewhat dazed in the ensuing days, often jolted awake at night by nightmares of the endless darkness beneath the hood and the unicorn's silver-blue blood. Harry, too, was preoccupied with Firenze's warning regarding Voldemort's familiar entities, instinctively keeping his distance from anything suspicious, including Professor Quirrell's scarf, which perpetually emanated the scent of garlic and something rotten. Only Luna, on the surface, seemed unaffected by the ordeal. He continued to attend his classes punctually, perusing the ancient texts in the library that others found incomprehensible. By night, he often ventured alone to the room of requirement. Yet, Harry could sense an imperceptible urgency beneath the calm demeanor that enveloped Yunzi. His practice of ancient runes extended longer, and sometimes Harry would awaken in the dead of night to find Yunzi's bed empty, only to see him return quietly, enveloped in a faint, ethereal aura reminiscent of moonlight mingling with ancient parchment, just as dawn approached. As the pressure of final exams loomed closer, the atmosphere within the castle grew increasingly tense. Even the usually exuberant Weasley twins reduced their pranks, spending more time in the library or the common room, wrestling with the likes of NEWT, texts and potion recipes. Amidst this oppressive ambience, Harry found himself developing a new, irresistible habit: nocturnal escapades. Draped in his father's invisibility cloak, wandering the silent, deserted corridors of the castle became his sole means of alleviating stress and untangling his chaotic thoughts. He cautiously evaded Filch and Madame Pomfrey, exploring corners that had gone unnoticed during the day. One night, as he slipped out of Gryffindor Tower once more, aimlessly wandering the hallways, He inadvertently pushed open the door to an abandoned classroom. Inside, the room was cluttered with dust-laden desks and chairs, seemingly untouched for ages. However, what captivated Harry's attention was an imposing mirror standing at the center of the room. The mirror reached to the ceiling, adorned with an opulent golden frame, supported by clawed feet. At the top, an inscription read, Eristra eru oit ube kafru oidon woes. Curious, Harry approached the mirror, eager to behold his reflection. Yet, what he saw was not merely himself. Behind him stood a multitude of figures. He whirled around, but the classroom was empty. Turning back to the mirror, his heart raced. He beheld a man with disheveled black hair akin to his own and a woman with bright green eyes and flowing red hair, both gazing at him with immense love and pride. They waved, and the green-eyed woman was even wiping tears from her eyes. It was his parents, his living, breathing parents. Harry fixated on the mirror, as if attempting to etch every detail into his memory. He reached out, as though he could touch them. He lingered before the mirror for the entire night, reluctant to part as dawn approached. In the subsequent nights, Harry, entranced, donned the invisibility cloak repeatedly, sneaking into the abandoned classroom solely to glimpse his family in the mirror once more. He even brought Ron along, eager for him to witness this wondrous mirror. However, Ron beheld only himself, adorned with the badge of the head boy, triumphantly holding the Quidditch cup and the house cup. No longer the youngest boy in a household of hand-me-downs. This mirror reveals our innermost desires. Ron exclaimed, both excited and perplexed. But what I see is not what you see. This revelation left Harry even more bewildered and consumed. He craved that illusory warmth, even if it was merely a reflection in the glass. After Harry's third, or perhaps fourth, late-night excursion, the usually reticent Yunzi intercepted him by the fireplace in the common room upon his return. Harry's face bore traces of unshed tears and an unusual exhilaration. Harry, Yunzi's voice was gentle, yet it flowed like cold spring water, momentarily clearing Harry's muddled mind. You have been going out frequently at night. Harry lowered his gaze, feeling guilty. I just couldn't sleep, so I wandered. It's that mirror, isn't it? Yunzi stated directly, his gaze seemingly piercing into Harry's soul. The mirror of Erist. Harry looked up in shock, astonished at Yunzi's insight. How did you know? I have read about it. Yunzi replied calmly, not elaborating on where. The mirror of Erist reveals our deepest, most intense desires, but offers no knowledge and does not unveil the truth. People waste away before it, entranced by what they see, sometimes driven to madness. He paused, observing Harry's lingering confusion and reluctance, his tone becoming more somber. What the mirror shows is not reality, Harry. To dwell in its illusory reflection will cause you to overlook the genuine aspects of life that require your appreciation and confrontation. The mirror will be moved elsewhere tomorrow. Do not seek it again. Harry stood frozen. Yunzi's words doused the flames of longing ignited by the sight of his parents. Yet they also evoked a profound sadness and clarity within him. He recognized that Yunzi was right. No matter how vividly his parents appeared in the mirror, they were merely projections of his heart's desire. They could not truly return. Have you seen that mirror too? Harry inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity about what someone as seemingly omniscient and perpetually composed as Yunzi might yearn for deep within. Yunzi remained silent for a moment, his dark eyes reflecting the glow of the fire like an unfathomable well. Finally, he shook his head gently, refraining from answering Harry's question, merely reiterating, remember, do not depend on the mirror. The following day, when Harry stealthily returned to the abandoned classroom, the mirror was indeed gone. The empty room remained, filled only with dust-laden desks and chairs, as if the warmth and tears of those preceding nights had been but a fleeting dream. Standing in the center of the classroom, Harry felt a void in his heart, yet simultaneously, a sense of liberation washed over him. Yunzi's words echoed in his ears, and he realized he must look forward. In the aftermath of this experience, Harry developed a deeper trust and reliance on Yunzi. Yunzi not only possessed knowledge beyond their reach, but also embodied a wisdom that transcended age, allowing him to perceive the essence of things. This wisdom was once again manifested in a subsequent potions class. During that lesson, Snape, as per usual, harassed Harry, demanding he concoct a complex antidote on the spot while deliberately omitting crucial steps and instructions for a rare substitute ingredient. Standing before his cauldron, faced with a bubbling concoction that was turning an ominous hue, Harry felt a cold sweat form as failure loomed inevitable. Just as Harry was on the verge of giving up, Yunzi, who had been quietly tending to his own potion, seemingly casually sprinkled a small amount of shimmering pearl-like powder into his nearly complete cauldron, which presented a perfect, clear green potion. The action appeared entirely natural, as if it were merely part of his usual procedure. However, Harry's attention was captivated by the pearl powder. He suddenly recalled having seen a mention of this moon-tier pearl powder, sourced from the mermaid territories of the North Sea. In an ancient potion manual Yunzi had lent him, it could, under specific circumstances, serve as a rare substitute for certain moonstone powders, stabilizing the potion and neutralizing toxins. Without pausing to ponder whether Yunzi had intentionally signaled him, Harry hastily imitated the action, adding the only powder he could find, poor quality mother-of-pearl powder meant for decorative magical candles, carefully into his ailing potion. A miracle occurred. The once turbulent, murky concoction settled swiftly, transforming into a pale green that, while not perfect, was undeniably a success. Although it paled in comparison to Yunzi's nearly textbook-perfect brew, it at least spared him from further public humiliation in another blow to Gryffindor's hourglass. Snape approached, scrutinizing the aroma wafting from Harry's cauldron with his hawk-like nose, and dipped a long spoon into the mixture, a flicker of mixed astonishment and annoyance crossing his features. He evidently discerned that Harry had resorted to substitute materials and employed a rather cunning method, yet the potion itself indeed met the requisite standard. He shot a fierce glare at Harry and cast a more penetrating glance at the still composed Luna nearby, ultimately saying nothing and departing with a sullen expression. After class, Ron excitedly threw his arm around Harry's shoulder. That was too close. How do you think to use that pearl powder? Harry glanced at Luna's back as she walked ahead and whispered to Ron, "It was Luna, she reminded me." Ron's eyes widened in realization, filled with admiration as he regarded Luna. She is practically our walking cheat sheet. A mobile library and universal guide. Hermione, however, seemed somewhat unconvinced, insisting that only by strictly adhering to the textbook procedures could one truly grasp the essence of potion making. Yet, she could not deny that Luna's seemingly instinctive understanding of the fundamental nature of magical materials far surpassed mere rote memorization. As the examination period approached, the room of requirement became their most frequented sanctuary. Here, they could not only evade Filch, but also enjoy an entirely serene study environment. Harry and Ron immersed themselves in memorizing spells and the history of magic, while Hermione took it upon herself to quiz them and rectify their mistakes. Meanwhile, Luna utilized the tranquility and vast collection of books to engage in deeper studies. She began experimenting with simple ancient magical practices, not just etching runes, but also guiding natural energies for minor repairs and purifications. On one occasion, Ron accidentally knocked over an ink bottle onto a crucial history of magic note, and just as Hermione was on the verge of tears with frustration, Luna gently brushed her fingers over the ink-stained parchment. A soft white light flowed from her fingertips like an invisible eraser, gradually peeling away the ink and restoring the paper to its original pristine state, leaving only faint, water-like marks with the text intact. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood in stunned silence, for this was no cleaning charm or repair spell they had ever learned. How did you do that? Hermione could not help but inquire, her voice trembling with astonishment. Luna withdrew her hand, her tone calm. It's merely a subtle adjustment to the material's inherent state. It requires precise control and understanding of magical energy. She offered no further explanation, yet the trio understood that this was yet another facet of Luna's unfathomable ancient knowledge. Under Luna's invisible influence and assistance, Harry, Ron, and Hermione's review efficiency soared. Even the most daunting subject for Harry, potion-making, became less despairing under Luna's seemingly casual yet incisive insights. However, beneath the calm surface of their preparations, Harry's deep-seated worries regarding the Philosopher's Stone and Snape's, who he still firmly believed was involved, conspiracy never ceased. He was acutely aware that the conclusion of final exams would mean the majority of staff and students would vacate the school, rendering the castle particularly vulnerable. He had to take action. One evening in the room of requirement, Harry finally laid bare his concerns. "We must take action. We cannot allow them to steal the Philosopher's Stone." Ron and Hermione concurred. They began fervently discussing various plans, from directly informing Dumbledore, though lacking evidence, to attempting to traverse the obstacles again, but lacking instruments and knowledge of the subsequent challenges. Amid their spirited debate, Luna, who had been quietly listening, suddenly stood and walked to the area of the room where she often inscribed runes. She extended her finger, eschewing her wand, and with the faint magic flowing from her fingertip, began to swiftly sketch upon the ground. Silver lines flowed as if alive, swiftly forming a complex, intricately nested circular diagram. At the center lay a simple symbol of Hogwarts Castle, surrounded by 4 emblems representing the houses, along with some ancient runes that Harry and the others could not comprehend. This is. Hermione leaned in curiously, sensing a peculiar, stable magical resonance emanating from the diagram. A simple projection model, Luna explained, her finger gliding slowly over the diagram. As she moved, the lines within the diagram glowed softly, based on the castle's known protective structures and the information at their disposal. Her finger paused at the location representing the fourth floor restricted area, where a red dot illuminated. The devil's snare, music can soothe. Then, her finger moved, simulating crossing the trapdoor, with subsequent challenges set by multiple professors to test various abilities. As her fingertip traced across, different lights illuminated the diagram sequentially, representing the devil's snare, flying keys, giant wizard chess, and logical puzzles. Although the specific details remained elusive, this projection clearly illustrated the logic behind the challenge setup. It was not merely a barrier of brute force, but a comprehensive examination. Thus, to navigate all the challenges, Luna summarized, her gaze sweeping over Harry, Ron, and Hermione. One requires not only powerful magic, but also courage, wisdom, teamwork, and the ability to adapt knowledge across different disciplines. This projection model served as a clear map, instantly clarifying their chaotic thoughts. They grasped that Dumbledore had not established these challenges solely to thwart intruders, but rather as a means of selection and testing. "We need to devise a plan," Harry said, gazing at the diagram on the ground as its glow began to fade, his resolve rekindled. "A comprehensive plan." Luna gently waved her hand, and the diagram dissipated like sand scattered by the wind. She looked at Harry and calmly stated, "First, you must pass your final exams. Knowledge is the most vital weapon at any time." Her words marked a temporary pause to the tension and uncertainty of the night. Yet, each of them understood that the true challenge would commence only after the final bell of the exams tolled. And Luna, this ever-mysterious companion who consistently provided crucial assistance in ways they could scarcely comprehend, had indeed become an indispensable and formidable ally within their small team. The secrets hidden deep within the castle awaited their unraveling, and this time they would no longer rely solely on courage and luck. Chapter 20. Crossing the Trapdoor. The final exams swept through Hogwarts like a magical tempest, rushing past in a flurry of tension and busyness. The Great Hall was temporarily converted into an examination hall, with desks and chairs arranged neatly, the air thick with parchment, ink, and anxiety. The first-year exams encompassed both theoretical written assessments and practical operations. Harry, Ron, and Hermione devoted nearly every waking moment to their studies. Even Ron, usually restless, was compelled to memorize star charts and a plethora of intricate potion recipes under Hermione's stringent supervision and Luna's occasional precise guidance. Luna's performance in the examination hall once again became the focal point of attention, though she seemed blissfully unaware. During the practical exam, for charms, while other students struggled to make a pineapple perform a tap dance across the desk, Luna's pineapple not only executed a complex waltz, but also shimmered with a halo of stardust, ultimately bowing gracefully in a final curtsy. Professor Flitwick was nearly thrown from his stack of books in excitement, unhesitatingly awarding an O, outstanding. In Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall tasked them with transforming a mouse into a snuff box. Under the gentle tap of Luna's wand, the mouse fluidly morphed into an antique and elegant silver snuff box, the lid intricately engraved with the mouse's likeness, complete with a sly expression, the details vividly captured. Even McGonagall's usually stern visage betrayed a rare look of astonishment, granting an O. Most impressive of all was the written exam for potions. Snape himself proctored the exam, his icy gaze sweeping across the examination hall like a searchlight. When the examination posed a question concerning a remarkably obscure topic, an analysis of a 14th century refinement of a wolfsbane potion, nearly all students, including Hermione, found themselves at a complete standstill. Only Yonk, with his quill scarcely pausing, not only accurately cited the original formula and the name of the innovator, a wizard unknown even to Hermione, but also elucidated the magical principles underlying the enhancement and its precise effects on alleviating lycanthropic symptoms. The depth and breadth of his discourse far surpassed that of a first-year student. When Snape passed by Yonk, he lingered for a full minute, fixated on the meticulously penned, archaic script on his parchment, his expression dark enough to conjure rain. Ultimately, however, he was unable to find any grounds for deduction. "Yes, simply inhuman," Ron lamented. Slumped in a chair in the common room after the potions exam, I'd wager those obscure questions from Snape were directed solely at him. And the result? Merlin's beard. Hermione, though silent, wore a tightly pressed expression, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, clearly shaken. For the first time, She vividly recognized that Young's knowledge was not merely a product of rote memorization, but rather an understanding of the essence of magic, as if it were imprinted deep within his very soul. Harry felt a genuine joy for Young, simultaneously reinforcing his conviction that in the impending endeavor to protect the Philosopher's Stone, Young's wisdom and strength would be indispensable. The final examination was in history of magic. As Professor Binns announced the conclusion of the exam in his hypnotic voice, the hall erupted in a tremendous cheer of relief. The holidays had begun, yet for Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Young, relaxation was merely fleeting. They all understood that the true test was only just commencing. As most students and some professors departed, the castle grew desolate, and the protective forces guarding the Philosopher's Stone waned. On the evening of the exams, the four reconvened in a room of requirement. This time, the room responded to Harry's need for a space to devise a battle plan, transforming into a military command center, with a vast wooden table at its center and a simplified map of Hogwarts adorning the walls. "We must act swiftly," Harry declared with gravity, "tonight." Ron and Hermione nodded in agreement, their gazes unconsciously turning toward Young. Unbeknownst to them, Young had become their team's unspoken tactical advisor and intellectual backbone. Standing by the table, he traced his fingers along the rough wood grain, seemingly attuned to something beyond the physical. He lifted his gaze, sweeping it across the three before finally resting on Harry. Plans must be thorough, yet adaptability is paramount. We are unaware of the specifics surrounding each challenge. He paused, retrieving 3 small pouches wrapped in a pliant dark leaf from the inner pocket of his robe, distributing them to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "What is this?" Ron inquired, curiously squeezing the pouch, which emitted a faint, calming aroma of herbs. "It's a blend of my own concoction," Young explained calmly, invigorating to the mind, capable of resisting mental interference and fear to a degree. In times of necessity, it can be placed under the tongue. He offered no further elaboration. Yet all three understood that these small leaf pouches could prove crucial in a moment of crisis. Young had quietly crafted them using his knowledge of herbology and some rare materials found within the room of requirement. Next, Young produced several delicate, shimmering silver talismans, adorned with intricately drawn runes. "Simple protective charms," he stated, handing the talismans to the three, instructing them to keep them close. They would automatically activate a weak protective shield upon enduring a moderate magical assault. Harry accepted the talisman, feeling the gentle yet resilient pulse of magic emanating from it, a warm surge of confidence blossoming within him. Young was always preparing in ways unseen. As midnight approached, the castle fell into slumber. The four donned Harry's invisibility cloak, which barely concealed them, and stealthily slipped from Gryffindor Tower, making their way toward the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. The corridor was cold and eerie. The distant sounds of Filch's patrol and the haunting calls of the fat lady kept their nerves taut. At last, they arrived before the door that signified the prohibition of entry. Taking a deep breath, Harry pushed the door open. The massive form of Fluffy sprawled across the trapdoor, its 3 noses twitching, while 6 fierce eyes glimmered ominously in the darkness, a low growl reverberating through the chamber. "Music!" Harry shouted, his voice cracking with tension. "Quick! Play music!" Hermione immediately raised her wand, but her anxiety rendered her ineffective. Only a few sparks sputtered from the tip, failing to produce a single note. Fluffy advanced a step, the fetid breath washing over them. In that moment of impending peril, an ethereal, distant flute melody, as if emanating from the depths of the cosmos, filled the room. It was Young. Unbeknownst to them, he had produced a short, seemingly carved from a white stone, flute and raised it to his lips. The sound was not loud, yet it possessed a peculiar, soul-soothing tranquility, the melody ancient and unfamiliar, as though narrating the trajectories of stars and the sediment of time. The ferocious Fluffy paused instantly upon hearing the flute's enchanting notes, the ferocity in its 6 eyes gradually replaced by confusion and drowsiness. Its massive form swayed, emitting a series of muffled whines before it collapsed with a thunderous crash, snoring loudly, bubbles forming at its 3 noses. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exhaled in relief, their hearts still racing as they gazed at Young in awe. Young slowly lowered the flute, the lingering notes dissipating into the air. He offered no explanation for the flute's origin, simply pointing calmly at the trapdoor beneath Fluffy's paw. Summoning his courage, Harry stepped forward and lifted the trapdoor. Below lay a dark abyss, exuding the scent of damp earth. "I'll go first," he declared, and before anyone could respond, he leapt downwards. He landed on something soft and yielding, surrounded by darkness. "It's fine," he called back up, "it's soft. Jump down." Ron, Hermione, and Young followed suit. In the instant he fell, Yunc seemed to employ an almost imperceptible cushioning charm, landing soundlessly. They found themselves ensnared in a tangle of twisting vines and branches. It's the devil's snare. Hermione recognized immediately, her voice rising in alarm. It's tightening around us. Don't struggle. The more you fight, the tighter it gets. We need light. Ron and Harry flailed in panic, only becoming more ensnared. Hermione, gripped by fear, failed to focus on her incantation. Just as the vines threatened to engulf them entirely, Yunc's voice rang out calmly. It detests light and heat, but excessive flames will provoke it. Without a wand, he formed a simple yet ancient hand sign before chanting a few brief, weighty syllables. In the next moment, a gentle, steady white light emanated from him, enveloping them in a warm glow akin to sunlight in spring. The light seemed to possess a life of its own, precisely caressing the devil's snare that ensnared the four. The vines hissed as if scalded, rapidly retracting and parting to clear a path. Hurry, Yunc urged, maintaining the illumination. They sprinted down a narrow stone corridor, finally escaping the clutches of the devil's snare. The white light surrounding Yunc gradually dimmed, and his complexion appeared slightly paler than before. What magic did you just use? Hermione couldn't help but inquire, her eyes brimming with curiosity. That wasn't Lumos. An ancient luminary art, inclined towards soothing and purification rather than aggression, was succinctly described by Yunchi, who offered no further elaboration. In the next chamber, a flurry of fluttering keys filled the air. They needed to discern the correct one to unlock the grand door opposite. With his keen eye for the quaffle and innate flying prowess, Harry mounted the broomstick nestled in the corner and embarked on a challenging pursuit of an archaic silver key amidst the chaotic swarm, ultimately succeeding in capturing it to unlock the door. The subsequent room revealed a colossal wizard's chessboard, where they had to play his pieces and win the game to proceed. Ron exhibited his remarkable chess skills, calmly directing the pieces, even sacrificing himself. His knight was shattered by the opponent's queen, rendering him unconscious to grant Harry the opportunity to checkmate the opposing king. Observing the unconscious Ron, Harry and Hermione were fraught with anxiety. He requires medical attention. Hermione exclaimed with a quiver in her voice, "We cannot abandon him here." Yunchi approached Ron, crouching beside him to assess his condition. It was merely a temporary unconsciousness induced by a magical shock, posing no threat to his life, he murmured, before producing a petite crystal vial containing a few drops of vibrant green liquid, exuding a potent aura of vitality. He carefully dripped a single drop onto Ron's lips. The liquid swiftly permeated, and Ron's pallid complexion visibly regained a hint of color. Though still unconscious, his breathing had notably steadied. What is this? Harry gazed in astonishment at the crystal vial, a concentrated essence of white willow, blended with several herbs possessing calming properties. Yunchi replied, stowing the vial away. It will stabilize his condition. Let us press onward and conclude this ordeal swiftly, so we may bring him to Madame Pomfrey. Harry and Hermione regarded Yunchi with profound gratitude. He consistently produced the unexpected at critical junctures. They positioned Ron at the edge of the chessboard and advanced into the next chamber. An indescribable stench, a noxious blend of decay and sulfur, assaulted their senses. Sprawled across the floor lay a colossal, unconscious troll, a clear indication that Quirrell, or Voldemort, had traversed this path and dealt with this obstacle. They stepped over the troll and arrived before the final challenge. The room was devoid of tangible barriers, save for a stone table upon which 7 distinctly shaped vials were arranged side by side. It was Snape's logical riddle. Hermione stepped forward, grasping a piece of parchment beside the vials, and began to read swiftly. The paper bore a riddle, describing the characteristics of the 7 potions. 3 were poisons, 2 were wines. 1 would allow safe passage through the impending black flames, and another would permit a safe return through the purple flames. Hermione furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself as her fingers glided between several vials, engaging in intricate logical deductions. This one no, if that were the nettle wine. Time slipped away, and Harry anxiously observed Hermione, glancing back at the entrance leading to the chess room. Worried about Ron's condition and the possibility that Quirrell had already secured the Philosopher's Stone. Just as Hermione found herself at an impasse, Yunchi approached the stone table. His gaze did not linger on the riddle, but meticulously scrutinized each vial's shape, color, the material of the cork, and even the exceedingly subtle, seemingly natural patterns on the bottle surface. He extended his fingertip, hovering above the smallest vial, sensing the faintest magical vibrations emanating from within. Logic is not the sole pathway. Yunchi suddenly spoke, his voice calm. The potion itself will reveal its essence. His fingertip gently tapped the smallest vial. The potion for traversing the black flames is this one. The one for returning is the round-bottom vial on the left. Hermione abruptly lifted her head, astonished, gazing at Yunchi. How can you be so certain? My reasoning isn't complete yet. Intuition, coupled with a perception of the essence of magic, Yunchi replied without meeting her gaze. His attention still fixated on the vials. The creator's intent is not only encapsulated in the riddle, but also imprinted within the potion and its container. The pattern on this vial resonates subtly with the ancient runes that protect against flames. Hermione opened her mouth to counter, but upon witnessing Yunchi's unwavering conviction and recalling his previous displays of the extraordinary, she ultimately chose to trust him. She swiftly recalibrated her deductions according to Yunchi's guidance, discovering that the logic aligned perfectly. He's right, Hermione exclaimed. The smallest vial is for moving forward, and the round-bottomed one is for returning. Harry looked at Yunchi, his heart brimming with astonishment. Once again, Yunchi had unraveled the challenge in a manner they could scarcely comprehend. Listen, Harry resolved. I shall drink the potion for advancement and pass through the flames. Hermione, you must drink the returning potion and go back to care for Ron. If I do not return, you must seek Dumbledore immediately. Hermione wished to argue, but Harry's demeanor was resolute. He seized the smallest vial, containing only a single sip of potion. Wait, Yunchi called out to Harry, reinforcing the silvery protective charm he had previously given him with an additional shimmer of light. Then placing a small vial of calming potion he had carried with him into Harry's hand. Use it if necessary. It will help you remain alert against the darkness. Harry squeezed Yunchi's hand tightly, an unspoken understanding passing between them. He then tilted back his head and drank the frigid potion, unhesitatingly turning to plunge into the black flames, his figure vanishing in an instant. Hermione, meanwhile, drank the returning potion, casting a worried glance at the black flames before looking back at Yunchi. You must attend to Ron, Yunchi instructed her, his gaze still fixed on the black flames, his expression profound. But I have reasons to remain. Yunchi's tone brooked no argument. Go swiftly. Hermione gritted her teeth, understanding that this was not the moment for debate. She turned and raced back to the chess room. The empty chamber now held only Yunchi. He approached the black flames, extending his hand, his fingertips mere inches from the fire. He could feel the immense magical power contained within the flames, along with a more potent and sinister aura emanating from it. The essence of Voldemort mingled with Quirrell's life force, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. He made no attempt to breach the flames. He knew he was not yet a match for Voldemort's residual essence, and to charge in recklessly would only burden Harry. Yet, he could not leave. He settled cross-legged before the flames, resting his hawthorn wand across his knees, closing his eyes. He needed to guard this final exit for Harry while concentrating all his faculties on perceiving the battle unfolding behind the flames. The dormant core of ancient magic within him began to resonate and operate at an unprecedented speed, stirred by the proximity to such concentrated darkness and malevolence. He must be prepared to offer Harry any assistance possible when the time came. Even the faintest glimmer of light could prove pivotal in the darkest hour. In the silent chamber, only the black flames burned silently. Yunchi sat like an ancient sentinel, poised in the face of darkness, awaiting the ultimate conclusion. His awareness, akin to the most delicate tendrils, cautiously penetrated the barrier of flames, seeking to capture the confrontation transpiring on the other side. A duel that would determine the fates of many, unfolding before the mirror of Ariste. Chapter 21. Before the mirror and the guardian of the return. The black flames, alive with an almost sentient quality, separated two worlds. Yunchi sat cross-legged before the flames, eyes closed in concentration, elevating his perception to its zenith. He could not directly peer through the flames, yet the ancient magic core within him, resonating subtly with the ancient sources of Hogwarts magic, functioned like the most sophisticated radar, capturing every magical fluctuation emanating from beyond the flames. In the beginning, there was chaos, a tumultuous blend of fear and fury, rippling with dark magic. There stood Harry, his youthful vitality flickering like a candle in the wind, swaying before the overwhelming shadows. Soon after, a chilling, viscous surge of malevolent power, infused with the scent of plunder and death, rose like a tide, an odious essence belonging to Voldemort. The fragments of his soul clung to Quirrell, emanating a force far exceeding what Yunchi had previously anticipated. Yunchi's brow furrowed slightly, his visage appearing even more pallid under the flickering firelight. His hawthorn wand, resting upon his knee, seemed to sense its master's turmoil, trembling slightly and radiating a gentle yet resolute glow. He could not intervene directly. Harry must confront this fated duel alone. Yet he had to be prepared, ready to pour every ounce of his being into igniting a flicker of life at the moment that candle flame was on the verge of extinguishing. From the other side of the flames, voices reached him intermittently, as if muffled by a thick curtain of water. He heard Harry's terrified inquiries. Quirrell-S, or rather Voldemort-S, hoarse, twisted laughter and boasts, and the harsh truths surrounding immortality, the Philosopher's Stone, betrayal, and loyalty. Snape's animosity was revealed to be a protective measure, while the seemingly cowardly Quirrell was the true adversary. He heard Harry's anguished screams, evidently subjected to Quirrell's torment under Voldemort's command. Younky's fingertips dug deeply into his palms, yet he willed himself to maintain absolute composure. He was awaiting a moment, a chance for the ancient protective spell, born from Lily Potter's sacrificial love, to be fully awakened within Harry. Only that force could stand against Voldemort's fundamental evil. Suddenly, the magical fluctuations on the other side of the flames underwent a dramatic shift. It appeared that Harry lunged at Quirrell, followed by a shriek from Quirrell that was so piercing it hardly resembled a human sound. That cry was filled with exquisite agony and disbelief, as though he had encountered the most dreadful poison in existence. Simultaneously, Voldemort's cold aura became exceedingly unstable, overflowing with rage and... was that a hint of fear? Now it was the moment. Younky abruptly opened his eyes, as if silver galaxies swirled within his black pupils. He ceased his attempts to sense, and instead channeled every bit of the ancient magical energy he could muster, weak yet intrinsically pure, into his wand without reservation. He did not attempt to attack, nor did he try to traverse the flames. Rather, he transformed this energy into the purest, most steadfast intent of protection and purification, weaving through the black flames like the finest yet strongest thread, accurately enveloping Harry's faltering consciousness. This power was not meant to heal Harry's wounds, nor could it directly harm Voldemort. Its sole purpose was to serve as a beacon in the darkest hour, firmly anchoring Harry's dissipating will, awakening the power within him that stemmed from love and courage, while ever so gently purifying the surrounding darkness that sought to erode his soul. "Hold on, Harry," Younky silently urged within, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of his mouth, as the immense burden of transmitting such delicate power across the magical barrier weighed heavily upon him. "Your mother is watching over you." As if in response to his call, from the other side of the flames, Quirrell-S screams grew increasingly desperate, his body seeming to disintegrate under some unseen force. Voldemort's soul emitted a roar of defiance, transforming into a black mist that forcibly tore itself from Quirrell-S dying frame, breaking free from the confines of the room, vanishing without a trace. All magical fluctuations abruptly ceased, leaving only Harry's weak and pained gasps. Younky gradually dispersed his magic, the intense exertion leaving him nearly exhausted, and he steadied himself against the ground to avoid collapsing. He wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze still fixed intently upon the black flames. Moments later, in the suffocating silence, a figure staggered forth from the black fire. It was Harry. His complexion was ashen, his body coated in dust, the scar on his forehead burning painfully, yet he clutched a vivid red stone tightly in his hand, the Philosopher's Stone. But he was alive. Upon seeing Younky seated before the flames, a flicker of surprise crossed Harry's eyes, quickly followed by a profound sense of relief. "Younky," he weakly uttered, barely able to remain upright. Younky immediately rose, moving to support Harry. He asked no questions, swiftly assessing Harry's condition and confirming he bore no fatal injuries beyond exhaustion and emotional distress. "It's all right." Younky's voice carried a strangely soothing power. "We must leave this place." He assisted Harry, retrieving the round-bottomed vial containing the return potion, urging Harry to take the last small sip before partaking himself. Previously, he had ensured Hermione left sufficient quantities for their return. The two traversed the purple flames, re-entering the chamber of logical puzzles. Hermione was anxiously awaiting their return, and upon seeing them emerge, especially the Philosopher's Stone in Harry's grasp, she exclaimed with delight, "Harry, you did it!" Ron, her voice broke into tears. Younky entrusted Harry to Hermione's care and quickly proceeded to the chess room. Ron remained unconscious, but was breathing steadily, his complexion appearing improved. Younky checked on him once more, confirming there had been no deterioration. "We must leave at once to find Professor Dumbledore," Younky calmly directed. "Hermione, support Harry. I'll take Ron." He bent down, employing a seemingly simple yet skillfully executed technique, augmented by a subtle levitation charm, effortlessly hoisting the considerably larger Ron onto his back. His movements were steady and swift, as if he felt no weight at all. They retraced their steps, passing through the key room and arriving beneath the enchanted ceiling of the Devil's Snare. Looking up, the trapdoor loomed high above. How we get up there? Hermione asked despairingly. Yunky carefully set Ron down against the wall and glanced up at the trapdoor, then surveyed the now calm tendrils of the Devil's Snare surrounding them. It needed to hear music again, or he pondered for a moment, his gaze falling upon the vines. He extended his hand, reciting the ancient, concise incantation once more, a gentle white light enveloping his palm. This time, instead of dispelling the Devil's Snare, he gently pressed his hand against the vines. A miraculous occurrence unfolded. The tendrils seemed to comprehend Yunky's intention, behaving like docile serpents as they began to ascend gradually, intertwining to form a robust and sturdy green ladder beneath the trapdoor. Quickly, up you go. Yunky urged Harry and Hermione. Stunned, they nonetheless obeyed, grasping the vines and laboriously climbing upward. Yunky hoisted Ron onto his back once more, following behind. The vine ladder was remarkably stable, bearing their weight as it slowly elevated them back to the room of the sleeping Fluffy. Inside, Fluffy remained in a deep slumber, lulled by the lingering echoes of Yunky's mysterious melody, snoring thunderously. They carefully navigated around him, rushing out of the fourth-floor corridor toward Gryffindor Tower, needing to secure Ron first before seeking Dumbledore. However, just as they reached the entrance hall, they collided with Professor McGonagall, who appeared in her nightgown, her expression a mixture of shock and fury. Potter, Granger, and you, Mr. Potter. Professor McGonagall's stern gaze swept over the disheveled quartet, lingering momentarily on the prominent red stone clutched in Harry's hand. Can you explain why you are in such a state at this hour? What has happened to Mr. Weasley? Just as Harry opened his mouth to explain, a steady voice resonated from the top of the marble staircase. I believe this question is best addressed by me, Minerva. Professor Dumbledore stood at the top of the stairs, clad in a deep purple starry robe, his ever-calm smile gracing his features, though the blue eyes behind his crescent-shaped glasses gleamed with sharpness. However, Albus, they still possessed the Philosopher's Stone. Professor McGonagall gazed at Dumbledore in perplexity. I believe Mr. Potter and his companions have just resolved a rather significant predicament for us. Dumbledore descended the staircase slowly, his gaze softening as it fell upon Harry, thereby confirming some of my suspicions. His eyes seemed to casually sweep over Luna, their depth suggesting an understanding of many unspoken secrets. Dumbledore refrained from further inquiries, gesturing for Luna to hand Ron over to Madame Pomfrey, who always seemed to appear just when needed. He then addressed Harry, Hermione, and Luna. I think you three could benefit from a comforting cup of hot chocolate and an explanation, of course, after Mr. Weasley has been properly attended to. They followed Dumbledore to his office, a spacious and beautifully circular chamber adorned with portraits of past headmasters and headmistresses, all of whom feigned slumber within their frames, though curious glances occasionally peeked out from beneath their lashes. Various bizarre silver instruments hummed and whirred at the corners of the desk, emitting wisps of smoke. Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, perched on a golden perch, regarding them with its wise black eyes. A house elf delivered the hot chocolate, the warm, sweet liquid flowing down Harry's throat, bringing him a degree of comfort. Dumbledore listened patiently as Harry recounted their adventure, detailing how they deduced the danger surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, navigated through numerous challenges, and ultimately confronted Quirrell and Voldemort before the Mirror of Erist. Harry spoke of how Quirrell could not touch him due to the protective charm left by Lily, which burned within Quirrell, and recounted the escape of Voldemort's soul. When Harry mentioned Quirrell's inability to harm him, a flicker of sadness and understanding crossed Dumbledore's eyes. Your mother's love has left an indelible mark upon you. This love is something Voldemort cannot comprehend, nor can he conquer. Finally, Harry placed the still warm Philosopher's Stone upon Dumbledore's desk. You and your friends. Dumbledore looked at Harry and then at Hermione and Luna, who sat quietly to the side, have exhibited extraordinary courage, wisdom, and loyalty tonight, far exceeding my expectations for first-year students. His gaze lingered on Luna for a moment, as if to suggest that sometimes the most unassuming strengths can tip the scales at crucial moments. Luna met Dumbledore's gaze with serene composure, betraying no emotion, yet Harry sensed that Dumbledore's words held deeper significance. Dumbledore informed them that the Philosopher's Stone had been destroyed and that the Flammel couple, having enjoyed a long life, was now prepared for a peaceful departure. Voldemort, having failed once more, would become increasingly weakened and hazardous, yet he had not been entirely vanquished. The truth, Dumbledore concluded, is a beautiful yet terrifying thing. to be approached with utmost caution. Nevertheless, I believe you have learned quite enough this time. The dawn is approaching, and you all need rest. As they exited the headmaster's office, the sky began to lighten with the first blush of dawn. Hermione immediately headed to the hospital wing to visit Ron, while Harry and Luna walked back to Gryffindor Tower in silence. The fat lady at the portrait hole seemed to have heard something, allowing them entry without further inquiry. The common room was deserted, the fire extinguished, leaving only cold ashes behind. "Thank you, Luna." Harry paused at the foot of the stairs, sincerely addressing her. "I know you did far more than we witnessed." He recalled the sudden surge of warmth and resolve he felt before the black flames, along with the magical vine ladder. Luna looked at Harry, her dark eyes appearing particularly profound in the dim light before dawn. "We are a team," she softly asserted, her tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable certainty. "Protecting this castle is our shared responsibility." After a moment, she added, "Your courage is the key to overcoming the darkness." With that, she turned and ascended the spiral staircase leading to the boys' dormitory, her silhouette remaining slender and tranquil. Harry watched her retreating figure vanish at the top of the stairs, his heart awash with a complex mix of emotions: relief at having survived, concern for Ron's injuries, fear of Voldemort's survival, and uncertainty regarding future challenges. Yet above all, he felt an unprecedented sense of resolve. He understood that the path ahead remained fraught with thorns, and Voldemort would undoubtedly resurface. But he was no longer that solitary boy cowering beneath the stairs. He had Ron, Hermione, and Luna, a mysterious, powerful ally who silently stood behind them, guiding them in his unique way and providing support. Hogwarts was his home, and he was willing to sacrifice everything to protect it. The first year's adventure had concluded, yet the story of Harry Potter and his steadfast companions was just beginning. And Luna Potter, the fifth founder concealing millennia of secrets, would increasingly reveal her true strength and purpose amidst the storms to come. Chapter 22. The House Cup and Reflections on the Journey Home. Following the heart-stopping events surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, the final days of the Hogwarts term unfolded with an unusual tranquility, even a hint of languor. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, dispelling the chill of the dungeons and the corridors, and even Filch seemed to temper his temper as the term drew to a close. Ron lay in a hospital wing for a full 2 days before fully recovering. Madame Pomfrey marveled at the magical shock he had endured, deeming it a small miracle that he had recuperated so swiftly given his injuries. Only Ron himself, along with Harry, Hermione, and Luna, knew that this miracle was largely due to Luna's drop of concentrated essence of the rare white fresh herb. When Ron finally returned to the Gryffindor common room, brimming with vitality, he was welcomed like a hero. The Weasley twins loudly declared their intention to compose a ballad celebrating his selfless deeds, while Percy endeavored to maintain the dignity of prefect, though pride shone through his eyes. Ron, flushed with embarrassment from the enthusiasm surrounding him, could not help but puff out his chest. Harry, Ron, and Hermione became the focal point of hushed discussions among Gryffindor and the entire student body. Although Dumbledore and the professors did not divulge the specifics, news of Potter, Weasley, and Granger's daring foray into the Forbidden Forest to thwart a dark wizard's scheme spread like wildfire. As they traversed the hallways, they were met with an array of curious, admiring, and even, from Slytherin, envious and resentful gazes. In stark contrast to the spotlight enjoyed by the trio, Luna maintained her low profile. She declined all inquiries regarding the details of that fateful night, allowing the accolades and attention to rest solely upon Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Much of her time was spent immersed in the library or the room of requirement, as though the thrilling adventure had never transpired. Yet in the unnoticed corners, Luna was far from idle. She dedicated the remaining days to meticulously examining and reinforcing the ancient runic area within the room of requirement that she frequently utilized, ensuring that no magical traces were left that might be misappropriated. She also devoted considerable effort to sensing and soothing the subtle magical nodes within the castle that had become somewhat disordered due to the presence of Voldemort's lingering soul, particularly near the forbidden area on the 4th floor. She could sense that the castle's ancient consciousness had also endured a shock and required time to regain its equilibrium. These tasks were tedious and mentally taxing, yet Luna executed them with meticulous care. For her, safeguarding Hogwarts was not merely about contending with overt threats like Voldemort. It also encompassed maintaining the balance and well-being of the millennia-old fortress itself. On the final day of the term, the end-of-year feast was held in the Great Hall. The hall was resplendent in the green and silver colors representing Slytherin, celebrating their victory in securing the House Cup for 7 consecutive years. A massive banner adorned with a Slytherin serpent hung from the wall behind the head table. As Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered the Great Hall, a palpable sense of melancholy enveloped them. Despite their valiant efforts, Gryffindor's points were still significantly trailing behind those of Slytherin. Another year gone, Ron lamented gloomily, casting a glance at Malfoy, who was reveling in his own arrogance as he indulged in the feast. Harry nodded in resignation. Indeed, Malfoy was boasting loudly at the Slytherin table, his voice deliberately amplified for their ears, extolling the superiority of Slytherin and the glory of pure blood lineage. Beside Harry, Quirrell sat quietly, seemingly oblivious to both the hall's decorations and Malfoy's raucous proclamations. His calm gaze swept across the staff table, momentarily meeting Dumbledore's penetrating eyes, which seemed to see straight through to his soul. Dumbledore offered him a subtle wink, his lips curling into an enigmatic smile. Once everyone had finished dining, Dumbledore rose, and an immediate hush fell over the hall. Another year has passed, he declared with exuberance. Before you indulge in these delectable dishes, I must trouble you to listen to an old man's platitudes. What a splendid year it has been. Your minds must be more enriched than ever, with an entire summer ahead of you to reflect and digest all that you have learned, making room for the next term. Now, as I understand, we must commence the awarding of the House Cup. The scores are as follows. 4th place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. 3rd place, Ravenclaw, with 426 points. 2nd place, Gryffindor, with 452 points. And 1st place, Slytherin, with 472 points. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table, accompanied by a cacophony of stomping feet. Harry observed Draco Malfoy banging a goblet against the table, an action that was utterly distasteful. Yes, well done, Dumbledore remarked. Though he continued, however, a few recent events must also be taken into account. The hall fell into an eerie silence, and the Slytherin smiles began to wane. Dumbledore cleared his throat. I have a few final points to distribute. Let me see. Ah, yes. First, Mr. Ron Weasley. Ron's face turned as red as a brick, reminiscent of Uncle Vernon. He has played the most splendid game of chess in many years at Hogwarts, and for this, I award Gryffindor 50 points. The roar of cheers from Gryffindor nearly threatened to lift the enchanted ceiling. The Gryffindor students sitting beside Ron excitedly patted him on the back. They had finally equalized with Slytherin, 472 points to 472. Dumbledore raised his hand, and the hall gradually quieted again. Second, Miss Hermione Granger, who, in the face of adversity, displayed remarkable logical reasoning. I shall award Gryffindor 50 points. Hermione buried her face in her arms, and Harry suspected she was secretly crying. The Gryffindors erupted into wild joy. They were now in the lead, provided Dumbledore did not award any more points to Slytherin. Third, Harry Potter, Dumbledore announced. The hall fell into an extraordinary silence. He exhibited fearless bravery and exceptional courage, and for this, I shall award Gryffindor 60 points. The uproar was deafening. Those tallying the scores realized that Gryffindor now had 582 points, a staggering 110 points ahead of Slytherin. They had won the House Cup. Harry felt a dizzying rush of elation. He turned to Ron and Hermione, who mirrored his incredulous joy. However, Harry's gaze instinctively sought Quirrell. Quirrell sat amidst the cheering crowd, wearing a faint, almost imperceptible smile, calmly applauding for him. Harry understood that without Quirrell, they might not have even passed through the challenges posed by the troll, let alone the subsequent devil's snare and the logic puzzle. Quirrell was the pivotal element of their success, yet he chose to remain in the shadows of applause. Just as Harry thought the celebration was drawing to a close, Dumbledore's voice rang out once more, suppressing all noise. And now for the final accolade, he said, his gaze sweeping across the hall before settling on the Gryffindor table, specifically in a relatively quiet corner, Mr. Quirrell Potter. The entire hall fell silent, and every gaze, including the astonished and discontented looks from Slytherin, focused on Quirrell. He lifted his eyes, calmly meeting Dumbledore's gaze, devoid of surprise. In light of recent events, Dumbledore began slowly, his voice resonating clearly throughout the hall. Mr. Quirrell Potter has exhibited a maturity beyond his years, wisdom, and selfless assistance to his peers. He not only provided crucial guidance to the team with his extensive knowledge, but also, in moments of peril, demonstrated precise judgment and unique abilities, repeatedly averting crises to ensure the safety of his companions and laying a solid foundation for their ultimate victory. Dumbledore's words carried a profound significance, suggesting he knew far more than he articulated. This loyalty to his companions, respect for knowledge, and calm demeanor in the face of danger perfectly embodied the union of courage and wisdom that Hogwarts champions. Dumbledore smiled and declared, therefore, I have decided to award Mr. Quirrell Potter 40 points for Gryffindor. The announcement of these 40 points elicited a collective gasp from Hall. With this addition, Gryffindor's total soared to an astonishing 622 points. This was an unprecedented margin. After a brief silence, the Gryffindor table erupted into an even more fervent and enduring cheer than before. This time, many Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students also joined in the applause. Quirrell's mysterious abilities showcased during Quidditch and in everyday life had already piqued curiosity and garnered quiet admiration from many. Harry, Ron, and Hermione applauded enthusiastically, with Ron even whistling in delight. They were genuinely happy for Quirrell and understood that these 40 points were well-deserved. Under the gaze of everyone, Quirrell slowly stood, slightly bowing in the direction of the head table, executing a simple yet elegant gesture. His movements were fluid and graceful, imbued with an ancient charm, as if he were accustomed to such occasions. He then calmly resumed his seat, his expression still placid, though a glimmer of warmth, akin to the thawing of ice and snow, flickered in his eyes. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore transformed the hall's decorations. The green banners turned to a vibrant scarlet, the silver serpent vanished, replaced by a grand golden Gryffindor lion. Professor Snape was shaking hands with Professor McGonagall, his face contorted into an awkward grin, yet his gaze sliced through the Gryffindor table like a cold blade, lingering particularly on Harry and Quirrell for several seconds. The end-of-year feast concluded amidst the resounding celebrations of Gryffindor. The following day, the examination results were announced. Harry, Ron, and Hermione all excelled, passing every subject with flying colors. Harry even achieved an E in potions, exceeding expectations, while Quirrell, without a shadow of a doubt, secured O's in all subjects except for History of Magic, where he earned an O, though not the highest in the year, as Hermione excelled in that regard, rightfully claiming the title of top student. Hermione acknowledged this with respect, even seeking Quirrell's guidance on a few pronunciation questions regarding ancient languages. As they packed their belongings in preparation for departure, Harry felt a swirl of mixed emotions. He was eager to leave the Dursleys' home, but felt a deep sense of longing for Hogwarts, his true home. On the bustling Hogwarts Express, they found an empty compartment. Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, and Ron's rat, Scabbers, continued to eye each other with disdain, while Hedwig expressed her displeasure with soft hoots from her cage. As the train glided past a picturesque pastoral landscape, Harry, Ron, and Hermione eagerly exchanged their home addresses, vowing to correspond during the summer. Harry informed Ron that the invisibility cloak was still in his possession, and it might prove useful over the break, much to Ron's anticipation. Meanwhile, Yunchi remained quietly seated by the window, gazing at the swiftly passing scenery, his fingers unconsciously stroking the hawthorn wand nestled in his lap. As his thoughts seemed to drift far away, unable to contain his curiosity, Harry inquired, "Yunchi, do you have any plans for the summer?" He recalled Yunchi's enigmatic background and felt uncertain if he had a home to return to. Yunchi withdrew his gaze, turned to Harry, and replied calmly, "I will stay in England. Professor Dumbledore has made arrangements." He did not elaborate further, but Harry sensed that Dumbledore had provided Yunchi with a safe haven, perhaps connected to the mysterious packages he occasionally received. "Can we write to you?" Ron asked eagerly. Yunchi hesitated for a moment, seemingly taken aback by the question. He glanced at Harry and Ron's expectant expressions, then at Hermione's encouraging look, and nodded gently, yes, through owl post addressed to Hogwarts with a note for forwarding. This response brought joy to the trio, as they could hardly fathom a summer devoid of Yunchi's presence, even through letters. At last, the train arrived at King S. Cross Station, where the platform was teeming with parents eagerly awaiting their children, the cacophony of voices rising to a crescendo. They struggled to drag their luggage off the train. "All right, see you on September 1st, Hermione exclaimed, embracing Harry and Ron in turn, making Ron's face flush once more, and then earnestly told Yunchi, "Stay in touch. Yunchi, I have many questions about ancient runes that I would like to ask you." Yunchi nodded in acknowledgement. Mrs. Weasley warmly invited Harry and Yunchi to visit the burrow over the summer, to which Harry happily agreed, while Yunchi politely indicated he would consider it. Amidst the bustling crowd, Harry caught sight of the Dursleys, Uncle Vernon's purple face, Aunt Petunia's long, thin neck, and Dudley's corpulent figure, all staring at him with a mixture of disdain and fear. Taking a deep breath, Harry turned to face his friends. "Well, I'm off," he said to Ron and Hermione, then looked particularly at Yunchi. "Let us keep in touch." Yunchi met his gaze, a glimmer of encouragement flickering in his dark eyes. "Take care of yourself, Harry. Remember what you've learned." As Harry looked into Yunchi's calm and profound eyes, he suddenly felt a renewed sense of courage in facing the Dursleys. He nodded and turned to push his luggage trolley toward them, preparing to confront yet another long and stifling summer. However, he knew this time was different. He was no longer the lonely boy. He had friends, brothers, and a magical world awaiting him. And Yunshi, this mysterious and powerful companion, would continue to walk alongside him in his unique way. Yunshi stood still, watching as Harry vanished into the throng, then observed Ron and Hermione being whisked away by their respective families. He did not hasten to leave, but instead lingered for a moment, absorbing the stark contrast between the clamor of the Muggle world around him and the tranquility of Hogwarts. A modestly dressed, kindly-faced witch approached him quietly, bowing slightly. "Mr. Potter, all arrangements have been made. Please follow me." Yunshi cast one last glance towards Platform 9, as if he could penetrate the walls to see the imposing castle standing by the lake. Then he turned and followed the witch, seamlessly blending into the flow of London's streets. His first year at Hogwarts had concluded, yet his journey, along with the ancient guardianship he bore, was just beginning. Chapter 23. The summer at the Burrow and the insidious darkness growing quietly. The din of King's Cross Station receded like the ebbing tide, gradually fading behind Harry. He trailed the Dursleys, pushing a heavy luggage trolley, feeling like a prisoner forcibly dragged back to the drab reality. Uncle Vernon's neck was flushed a deep red, his face taut with irritation, as if Harry were an unsightly blemish stuck to the sole of his shoe. Aunt Petunia clutched Dudley's plump arm tightly, deliberately maintaining the furthest distance from Harry, her eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance, fearful that some freak might suddenly appear. Dudley, unusually quiet, occasionally stole glances at the cage containing Hedwig, his expression a mix of dread and greed. The journey back to number 4, Privet Drive, resembled a dreary march. The familiar air, tinged with the scent of disinfectant, enveloped Harry as he stepped into the house, the dark and damp cupboard under the stairs once again becoming his prison. The Dursleys seemed to have reached a tacit agreement to treat him with utmost indifference and coldness, as if he were an invisible ghost. This frigid atmosphere felt far more suffocating than their previous shouts and scoldings. However, unlike in years past, a small, warm flame flickered in Harry's heart. It was the flame ignited by Hogwarts, by friends and brothers. He carefully placed Hedwig's cage in the one corner of the cupboard that caught a sliver of sunlight. As the snowy owl hooted in discontent, pecking at the bars of her cage, Harry stroked her soft feathers, whispering soothingly, "Soon, girl, soon we'll receive letters." He stuffed his suitcase under the bed but kept his wand and the silver invisibility cloak hidden close to him. As he touched the smooth wood of the wand and the cool, silky fabric of the cloak, he felt a surge of courage and strength. He began writing letters to Ron and Hermione, using a pencil stub and crumpled scrap paper he had stealthily taken from the kitchen, pouring out his feelings about the Dursleys' oppressive and dull atmosphere, while also inquiring about their summer adventures. He knew he had to wait for Ron or Hermione to send him a letter first, so he could have Hedwig deliver a reply, as he did not have their exact addresses. The waiting was excruciating. Days dragged on, filled with mowing the lawn, washing dishes, and dodging Dudley's gang as tedious provocations. Harry checked the cupboard door and window seams daily, yearning for an owl to bring him news from afar. Meanwhile, in Ottery St. Catchpole, Devon, outside a crooked house that seemed as if it could only be assembled through magic, a completely different scene of merriment unfolded. The Burrow, home to the Weasley family, was alive with warmth, laughter, and the delightful chaos of various magical occurrences. Ron's summer was filled with activity and noise. He shared with Harry through letters, and Yunshi also through letters, albeit Yunshi's responses were maddeningly brief. The charms of his home, self-washing dishes, Mrs. Weasley scolding the lazy dish scrubber, the irritable ghoul in the attic that troubled the whole family, and the creature in the backyard known as a gnome, which needed to be tossed over the fence like weeds on a regular basis. In his letters to Harry, he lamented Percy's increasingly inflated vanity since becoming the head boy, vividly describing the testing process of Fred and George's latest invention, a candy that temporarily turned one's tongue various colors, the unfortunate test subject being Ron himself, and mentioned his father Arthur Weasley's obsessive collection of Muggle items, including a whole set of Muggle batteries that had leaked. Dad insists on figuring out how they store electricity, Ron wrote, and nearly blew up the shed in the process, causing Mum to chase him around with a broomstick in anger. These vivid and amusing descriptions acted as a window for Harry, allowing him to glimpse a warm, chaotic, yet vibrant life within a magical family, filling him with envy amidst his gray confinement. During Yunshi's summer vacation, his life, much like his persona, was shrouded in an enigmatic mist. Following Dumbledore's directive, he resided with a distant aunt named Poppy Pomfrey, sharing the name with the school nurse. Yet distinctly different, in a secluded village nestled within the Scottish Highlands. This aunt, a retired employee of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, lived in an ancient and tranquil house, surrounded by rolling moors adorned with heather and mist-laden lakes. The environment was exceptionally conducive for Yunchi to recuperate and hone ancient magical practices. Far removed from the clamor of civilization, the air was imbued with a pure, rich essence of natural magic. He devoted countless hours each day to meditative practices on the moors, attuning himself to the energies flowing through the wind, rocks, and ancient flora, striving to refine the gradual resurgence of his latent powers. His correspondence with Harry and Ron was sparse in frequency compared to their exchanges, and the content was exceedingly succinct. He refrained from detailing his living conditions. Instead, his replies primarily consisted of incisive answers to the magical inquiries they raised in their letters or suggestions grounded in the fundamental principles of magic to assist them with difficulties encountered while practicing spells. These recommendations often proved more effective yet less comprehensible than the steps outlined in textbooks. For instance, when Ron lamented in a letter about his inability to accurately summon targets with a summoning charm, Yunchi's response was a mere phrase. Attempt to envision the form and essence of the target with your mind rather than merely reciting the incantation. Magic responds to clear intent, not hollow words. Ron pondered over this letter for an extended period before he began to grasp its significance. In response to Harry's feelings of oppression at the Dursleys, Yunchi's reply exuded a calmness and wisdom beyond his years. External constraints cannot fetter the freedom of the heart. Magic exists in perception, not solely in the wielding of a wand. Observation and listening, even in the most mundane aspects, conceal traces of rules. This letter prompted deep reflection in Harry, who began to seek out subtle and unusual signs within the stifling normalcy of the Dursleys' home, such as Aunt Petunia's near-paranoid jealousy over a particularly thriving rosebush in a neighbor's garden, which seemed to have been secretly enchanted by an unknown passing wizard, and Uncle Vernon's new car, which occasionally vibrated on its own, potentially a shoddy imitation of a magical object manufactured by Muggles. This act of observation became a secret game, providing him with a modicum of relief from his distress. Aside from his correspondence, Yunchi dedicated most of his time to studying the metal box he had retrieved from Gringotts. The box remained unopened, yet he sensed that as his ancient magical power slowly revived, the faint resonance between himself and the box was gradually intensifying. He experimented with various methods, including surrounding it with different ancient runic arrays, illuminating it with pure moonlight or dawn's first light, and even attempting to communicate with it using his feeble soul energy, but the box remained mute. He was nearly certain that this box was connected to the four founders and likely contained a secret or power that could only be activated under specific conditions or once his strength had reached a certain threshold. This became one of his most crucial undertakings throughout the summer. As the end of July approached, Harry's birthday drew near. Simultaneously, Ron at the Burrow and Yunchi in the Highlands began preparations for a gift for Harry. Ron's gift was straightforward and direct, a large assortment of prank items purchased from Zonko's joke shop, along with a sizable box of Mrs. Weasley's homemade Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, guaranteed to include flavors other than earwax. He also secretly wrote to Harry, hinting at a potentially grand surprise. In contrast, Yunchi's gift demanded more of his time and effort. He eschewed the purchase of ready-made items, opting instead to craft a magical object imbued with genuine protective significance. Utilizing a core of lightning-struck wood, a superb conductor and protective material he discovered on the moors, combined with a small amount of silver thread he had brought from the room of requirement, he began weaving a bracelet. The process was far from easy. He first had to carve the lightning-struck wood into uniformly sized beads, meticulously etching miniature ancient runes of protection and mental stability onto each bead with an exquisitely fine magical chisel. Then, using the silver thread, he employed a long-lost weaving technique originating from Ravenclaw to string the beads together. With each bead woven, he infused it with a sliver of his pure ancient magical energy, activating the runes and establishing resonance with the silver thread. This task demanded exceptional control over his magic and intense concentration. Yunchi often spent entire afternoons completing only a few beads, sometimes due to unstable magical output or exceedingly minute deviations in the rune carving. A bead would suddenly lose its enchantment, reverting to mere wood, necessitating a restart. Yet, he exhibited remarkable patience, as if time had lost its meaning within his hands. When he finally completed the last bead, engraved with a core rune of protection, and connected both ends with a small silver clasp imbued with a space-expanding charm, a seemingly unassuming bracelet emerged, subtly shimmering with a warm glow and faint magical fluctuations. It not only provided slight physical protection, but also stabilized the wearer's mind, offering some resistance against mental attacks and disturbances, while maintaining a covert connection to him, allowing him to vaguely sense Harry's state in times of peril. Just a day after Yunchi finished the bracelet, and only days before Harry's birthday, an unfamiliar barn owl swooped through the always-open kitchen window of the burrow, dropping a letter into Ron's bowl of porridge. The letter, penned by Harry, was scrawled in a hasty, desperate script filled with despair and terror. Dobby, a house elf, warn me of danger and that I cannot return to Hogwarts. He intercepted all your letters, and he even used a levitation spell to smash the pudding Aunt Petunia made on a Mrs. Mason's head. Uncle Vernon is furious and has locked me up, boarding up the windows. He even plans to install bars in my room. I may never escape. Help me. This plea for rescue plunged like a boulder into water, sending ripples through both the burrow and Yunchi's Highland cottage. Ron sprang up like a lion with its mane on end, determined to seek help from his father, Arthur, and even shouted about flying to Privet Drive to rescue Harry. The Weasley twins, invigorated, began devising various rescue plans, including but not limited to launching a barrage of dung bombs at the Dursleys' home or employing extendable ears to eavesdrop before finding an opportunity to sneak in. Meanwhile, in the distant Scottish Highlands, after reading Harry's letter, Yunchi's calm brow furrowed slightly. A house elf named Dobby? Warning of danger? Intercepting letters? Clearly, there was a more complex situation at play. He approached the window, gazing at the leaden clouds gathering over the moors, foretelling a storm, while his fingertips unconsciously caressed the recently crafted bracelet, still warm from his efforts. He could not act recklessly like the Weasley brothers. He needed a more prudent and fundamentally sound solution. He sat down, unfurled a sheet of parchment, and began to compose a letter to Ron. His tone calm and clear. Ron, inform Mr. Arthur of the situation. The consequences of misusing magic against muggles are severe and require the lawful intervention of an adult wizard. It is advisable to anonymously report to the relevant departments of the Ministry of Magic, such as the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures or the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, on the grounds of a wizard child being unlawfully detained in a muggle household, which could provoke a magical outburst, endangering muggles and exposing the magical community. The wording must be cautious, emphasizing the danger rather than personal grievances. This course of action could leverage official pressure on the Dursleys, deterring them from excessively restricting Harry. Concurrently, prepare a contingency plan. He dispatched the letter with the swiftest owl available. Then, he walked to a nondescript stone slab in the corner of his room, etched with simple teleportation runes, a means of emergency contact left to him by Dumbledore. He placed his hand upon the center of the stone slab, infusing it with a trace of magic, succinctly conveying Harry's predicament along with his counsel. He harbored a firm belief that Dumbledore would never remain indifferent. After completing this act, he once again grasped the wristband. Originally intended as a birthday gift for Harry, it now seemed imperative to send it forth sooner. He meticulously wrapped the wristband together with a small pouch containing a few leaves of moondew grass, known for its calming effects, in soft leather. Perhaps, he murmured softly, his gaze seemingly piercing through the fabric of space, envisioning the boy imprisoned in the cupboard under the stairs of number 4, Privet Drive. This will bring you a semblance of peace until we find you. He summoned a remarkably swift owl belonging to Mrs. Pomfrey, fastening the parcel to its leg and whispering a few instructions. The owl blinked its keen eyes, flapped its wings, and soared into the increasingly ominous skies, heading towards London. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of summer, undercurrents began to surge. Harry's distress signal had been sent forth. Friends were mobilizing, and the ever-watchful guardian, Cloudy, had quietly set his pieces in motion. A rescue operation centered around Harry was poised to unfold, discreetly involving the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore. This summer was destined to be anything but serene. Chapter 24. The Rescue and the Watchful Shadows. Harry's plea for help rippled through the air like a stone cast into a still lake, stirring disparate yet equally fervent reactions at both the Burrow and the Scottish Highlands. At the Burrow, Ron's face flushed a deep crimson upon finishing the letter. Like a firecracker ignited, he sprang from the dining table, brandishing the letter, his voice sharp with anger and concern. They've locked him up. They even put bars on the windows. Those blasted muggles. We must rescue him. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, immediately displayed great interest, encircling Ron and enthusiastically brainstorming a plethora of outlandish and likely chaos-inducing rescue plans. We could bomb bar number 4 with dung bombs, Fred exclaimed, his eyes gleaming, seizing the opportunity to whisk Harry away amidst the commotion. Or we could deploy our new invention, the portable swamp. George chimed in. Just plop it right in the Dursleys' living room and see how they manage to keep him locked up. Even Percy, typically the epitome of decorum, lifted his gaze from his book, How to Secure Power as a Prefect, adjusted his glasses, and said in a tone laden with authority, illegal confinement is a serious offense, even if perpetrated by muggles against wizards. I believe we should formally report this to the Ministry. By the time the Ministry's bureaucrats get around to it, Harry will starve. Ron interrupted excitedly. The kitchen erupted into chaos, with Mrs. Weasley's admonitions, the twins' spirited discussions, Percy's earnest suggestions, and Ginny's timid inquiries blending into a cacophony. Amidst this turmoil, a remarkably swift owl from Cloudy zoomed through the window, precisely delivering a reply right onto Ron's nose. Grimacing, Ron rubbed his nose and unfolded the letter. As he read Cloudy's calm and methodical advice, his frenzied emotions were doused like flames by a bucket of cold water, settling somewhat. Cloudy is right, Ron murmured. Passing the letter to the eagerly gathered Fred and George, we can't act recklessly. It would only bring trouble. The twins, though slightly disappointed that they couldn't enact their spectacular schemes, acknowledged the prudence of Cloudy's counsel. Well, it seems this time we will have to let Dad take the lead. Fred shrugged. Meanwhile, in the tranquil cottage of the Scottish Highlands, Cloudy, having dispatched the letter to Ron and relayed information to Dumbledore via the runed stone slab, did not halt his endeavors. He approached the desk by the window, where a few basic divination tools lay, not the mystical crystal balls of Professor Trelawney, but a silver basin filled with clear spring water, accompanied by several polished stones imbued with faint natural magic. He needed to ascertain Harry's current state and evaluate the potential repercussions of official intervention. While he did not harbor distrust towards Dumbledore or Arthur Weasley, he preferred to possess more information to respond promptly should any deviation arise in their plans. Cloudy suspended his hands above the silver basin, closed his eyes, cleared his mind, and concentrated on the name Harry Potter along with the image of number 4 Privet drive that he had in his mind. He summoned the faint thread of ancient magical talent, connected to time and perception, and delicately wove it into the water. The once tranquil surface of the basin began to ripple with subtle, irregular waves. Fragments of indistinct images flitted by like shattered dreams. Harry's anxious and despairing green eyes, the distorted, purple face of Vernon Dursley, furiously shouting into the phone, and Petunia dizzily nervously polishing a plate that was already gleaming. The images were fragmented and incredibly taxing on his mental faculties. Beads of sweat formed on Cloudy's forehead, yet he maintained his focus. He sought to glean more information about the house elf Dobby, but all that appeared was a blurred vision of a large eye filled with terror and bat-like ears, which vanished as if obstructed by some potent magical contract or shielding force. Minutes later, Cloudy slowly withdrew his hand, opened his eyes, and exhaled softly. The surface of the basin rapidly regained its calm. Although he had not acquired more detailed intelligence, he confirmed that Harry was indeed in a state of strict confinement, his emotions highly unstable. This validated the necessity for action. He approached the wall, where a hand-drawn map of the British Wizarding World, annotated with various subtle magical nodes and directions of energy flow, hung. His finger traced along the map, finally resting on an area near London. He mentally simulated the Ministry of Magic's possible response protocols and the actions the Dursleys might take when faced with official, even anonymous, warnings. The most likely scenario was that, under pressure, they would lift Harry's physical confinement, but their demeanor would be colder and more vigilant, Cloudy mused, while the forces behind Dobby would not easily relinquish their grip. He realized that even if official intervention temporarily resolved Harry's imprisonment, the underlying threats would still loom. They needed to prepare for contingencies. While Cloudy engaged in his deliberations, actions had already commenced at the burrow. Arthur Weasley, after hearing Ron's tearful recounting and the embellishments from Fred and George, along with Cloudy's logically articulated letter, wore a grave expression. Although he was enamored with Muggle artifacts, as a wizard working at the Ministry, he fully understood the seriousness of the relevant regulations and laws. The children are right. We cannot resort to magic against Muggles. That would lead to enormous trouble, Arthur told Molly, his brow furrowed. But we cannot ignore Harry. Cloudy's suggestion is astute, utilizing the rules to address the problems that arise from those very rules. That day, he discreetly utilized some informal channels. Posing as a concerned Hogwarts staff member, skillfully sidestepping direct exposure of his identity, to send an anonymous, carefully worded warning letter to both the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, emphasizing that underaged wizards subjected to extreme oppression and illegal confinement could trigger uncontrollable magical outbursts, posing severe dangers to Muggle relatives and surrounding communities, and potentially leading to a significant crisis under the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. This letter indeed proved effective, although the ministry was not known for its efficiency. It took events that could threaten the secrecy of the wizarding world quite seriously. A few days later, a formal letter, stamped with the ministry's seal, was delivered by an imperious-looking owl directly to Vernon Dursley's office. The letter made no mention of Harry's name, yet it sternly warned the Dursley family that their current treatment of their uniquely gifted relative had encroached upon the gray areas of the Muggle Protection Act and the International Secrecy Statute. Should they persist in imposing excessive restrictions on his personal freedom, resulting in an unpredictable release of energy, the Ministry of Magic would be compelled to intervene formally, with the consequences to be borne solely by the Dursleys. One can only imagine the furious rage and terror that consumed Uncle Vernon upon reading this missive. After returning home, he locked himself in his study and raged for a full half-hour, leaving Aunt Petunia and Dudley trembling in fear. Ultimately, amidst a tempest of indignation and dread of the peculiar powers and potential official repercussions, he was forced to command Dudley to remove the wooden boards from Harry's window and rescind the order to install bars. Harry's physical confinement was lifted, yet his surroundings had not improved. Rather, they had grown colder. The Dursleys had thoroughly treated him as a source of contagion, regarding him with such disdain that even a glance in his direction seemed to bring them bad luck. All communication was reduced to a bare minimum, as if he were a bomb set to detonate at any moment, just as Harry resigned himself to spending the remainder of the summer in this more isolated state. On the very morning of his birthday, July 31st, a colossal shadow, nearly obscuring his entire window, accompanied by a familiar, deafening roar, startled him awake. It was a flying car, and there, hovering outside his bedroom window, was a light blue Ford Anglia. Ron occupied the driver's seat, while Fred and George excitedly waved at him from the passenger side. "Harry, hurry, get in," Ron called out, his head poking through the window, his face alight with the thrill of adventure and the urgency of rescuing his friend. Harry could scarcely believe his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized his already packed suitcase in Hedwig's cage, struggling to open the recently unsealed window. "Wait, your things." Ron and the twins hurriedly pulled Harry and his belongings into the car. The interior had been enchanted with a stretching charm, creating a space far larger than it appeared from the outside, though it still felt a bit cramped, filled with the scent of boys and a unique blend of metal and magic. "Hold on tight," Fred, or was it George, shouted excitedly, yanking a lever. The car emitted a more intense roar, shooting upwards abruptly, swiftly departing number 4, Privet Drive, leaving the gray, stifling neighborhood far behind. Harry pressed his face against the window, watching the rapidly shrinking Privet Drive, his heart brimming with elation at the escape from his cage, coupled with an exhilarating sense of unreality. He hardly had time to ponder the origins of the flying car and the potential consequences it might entail. You how?" Harry stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. "It's Dad's car," Ron proudly explained, nervously steering the wheel. The vehicle had clearly been extensively modified by Arthur Weasley. "We borrowed it without telling him. Hermione warned us that the ministry might act, but we thought that would be too slow, and the Dursleys certainly wouldn't treat you kindly. So we decided on a direct rescue." As the flying car wobbled into the sky, heading southwest, far away in the Scottish Highlands, Hermione stood atop a protruding rock in the moor, braving the crisp morning wind. In her hand, she held a smooth, milky white crystal ball, within which mist seemed to swirl. Sensing something, she glanced down at the stone. The mist, which had previously flowed slowly, now subtly pointed towards the southwest, emitting an exceedingly faint, gentle pulse that signified movement and camaraderie. "It has begun," Hermione murmured to herself, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. She was not surprised that the Weasley brothers had opted for such a direct approach. It was entirely in keeping with their character, while she preferred a more cautious strategy. She understood her friend's eagerness to rescue Harry. She made no attempt to stop or contact them. Excessive magical communication at this moment might increase the risk of exposure. Instead, she stood there quietly, like a stone statue amidst the moor, silently observing the car, carrying her friends as it streaked across the English sky, akin to a comet on a collision course with their humble abode. She knew that this reckless flight would inevitably lead to complications, both for Arthur Weasley's car and for their violation of the International Secrecy Statute. Nevertheless, ensuring Harry's safe arrival in a warm, secure environment took precedence. "May the journey be smooth," she whispered to the south, as if her blessing could be carried by the wind, trusting that whatever troubles arose could be resolved in due time. She turned and descended from the rock, her figure vanishing into the swirling morning mist and heather. Her summer holiday seemed to be drawing to a close, and she needed to prepare more thoroughly for the possible inquiries from Hogwarts or the Ministry of Magic, as well as the myriad challenges that awaited in the new term. Meanwhile, the protective bracelet lay quietly in her pocket, awaiting the opportune moment to be handed to its rightful owner. Thus, the rescue mission commenced in a manner quintessentially Weasley, while Hermione, the watchful guardian in the shadows, knew her work was far from over. Chapter 25. The warm glow of the burrow and schemes from afar. The enchanted Ford Anglia soared through the thin clouds of a summer morning in southern England, resembling a clumsy yet vibrant steel bird. Inside, Harry clutched the edge of his seat, experiencing a thrilling blend of fear and excitement from the sensation of weightlessness and turbulence. Ron was wholly focused on maneuvering the evidently illicitly modified controls, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he muttered the operational tips his father had taught him regarding the high-altitude invisibility device and muggle-repelling field. Fred and George, meanwhile, huddled in the back seat, exuberantly shouting at the rapidly passing towns and fields below, resembling mere toy models, occasionally teasing Ron about his driving skills with both good-natured and not-so-good-natured jests. The red button on the left. Ron, that one, not the green one. Merlin, do you want us to crash into a mountain? Fred, or George, exclaimed dramatically. Shut up, Fred. I know what I'm doing. Ron snapped back, frantically slapping at a flashing warning light on the dashboard. Harry gazed out at the swiftly retreating scenery, feeling the wind howling past his ears, the gloom that had accumulated over the summer in the Dursley household dissipating like mist in high air. Freedom. This was the essence of freedom. Even though this liberation came with the risk of illegal flight and an unreliable mode of transport, it felt like paradise compared to the boarded-up cupboard on Privet Drive. After an exhilarating, mainly due to Ron's driving, flight, a chaotic yet vibrant scene emerged below. Buildings stacked haphazardly on top of one another, smoke curling from chimneys, and a large yard with what appeared to be a big tin shed, alongside a shimmering pond. This was the burrow. Ron piloted the flying car into a not-so-graceful but ultimately safe dive, landing on a grassy patch beside a thicket of gorse, the car jolting a few times before finally stalling. The doors swung open, and Harry tumbled out, his feet sinking into the soft, damp grass, a sense of grounding and warmth flooding over him. He inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma of grass, earth, and freshly toasted bread. We're here. Ron wiped his brow, his face reflecting the pride and relief of completing a remarkable feat. Welcome to the burrow, Harry. Fred and George, each with an arm around Harry's shoulder, enthusiastically propelled him towards the enchanting abode. At that moment, the seemingly fragile wooden door of the burrow swung open with a resounding bang, and Mrs. Weasley burst forth like a whirlwind. Clad in a flour-dusted apron, her face bore a complex expression of worry, irritation, and relief. Ronald Weasley, her voice boomed like a bell, causing the gnomes in the yard to retreat into their burrows. You children, how dare you steal your father's car and fly it over muggles in broad daylight? Do you have any idea how perilous this is? If the Ministry of Magic finds out, her gaze swept over Harry, and her tones softened instantly, imbued with affection. Oh, dear Harry, are you all right? Those dreadful muggles. Come in. Breakfast is ready. You must be famished. Harry was half reprimanded, half coddled as Mrs. Weasley ushered him inside the burrow. The interior was even more cramped and magical than the exterior. In the narrow kitchen, the dishes were washing themselves in an old sink, clattering merrily, while the clock on the wall did not tell the time, but instead indicated the whereabouts of each family member, home, school, work, in mortal peril. At the foot of the stairs hung a mirror that scolded George, or was it Fred, for tracking in mud. It was a cacophony of chaos, yet bursting with vitality and warmth. Harry instantly fell in love with the place. Breakfast was a lively feast, with a long wooden table laden with fried eggs, bacon, sausages, grilled tomatoes, mushrooms, and towering piles of buttered toast. Mr. Weasley was also at home, sporting glasses and hair as red as Ron's, though already thinning. He greeted Harry with a gentle, curious smile before immediately inquiring about the experience of flying the car over muggles and whether Harry had noticed any new types of muggle transportation, completely ignoring Mrs. Weasley's warning glances. Percy, clad in a crisply ironed robe and adorned with a gleaming badge of the head boy, solemnly welcomed Harry and hinted that he ought to maintain an appropriate awareness of the recklessness of their rescue endeavor. Ginny, Ron's younger sister, blushed throughout breakfast, scarcely daring to meet Harry's gaze. Whenever he glanced her way, she would duck her head like a startled rabbit, fixating on her plate. Harry found himself enveloped in the familial atmosphere, a blend of love, nagging, bickering, and amusing anecdotes. Feeling as though he were immersed in warm butterbeer, every pore of his being unfurling. This was a sensation of belonging he had never before experienced, a true sense of home. Meanwhile, in the distant Scottish Highlands, Chi-Chi sensed through the faint tracking mark left on his scrying stone that the flying car had landed smoothly in an area vibrant with life and warmth, undoubtedly the burrow. The last remnants of his concern dissipated. He knew he no longer needed to fret over Harry's safety. The burrow, under the watchful care of the Weasley parents, was far safer than Privet Drive. What he needed to focus on now was the potential repercussions of this rescue operation, as well as how to utilize the time before school to further enhance his own abilities. Seated at his desk in the small cottage, several parchments lay open before him. One outlined the possible consequences of the flying car incident. Arthur Weasley might face inquiries and penalties from the Ministry of Magic. The car itself could be exposed and rendered unusable. The Daily Prophet might catch wind of the event and publish misleading reports, and Hogwarts, particularly Professor McGonagall, would undoubtedly take the matter very seriously. Another parchment contained a meticulously structured plan for his remaining summertime. 1. Ancient magic practice. Continue attempts to channel natural energies for localized material repair and purification. Goal: to revive a withered leaf. 2. Runes array study. Delve deeper into constructing a more complex composite runic array with both concealment and alert functions. 3. Potion brewing. Utilize rare herbs from the Highlands to concoct more potent healing and protective potions. 4. Resonance with the metal box. Daily practice of enhanced magical communication with the box, attempting to establish clearer connections. 5. Initial perception of Hogwarts magical network. Advanced goal: attempt to sense the overall flow of magical energy within Hogwarts during meditation. The plans were clear and concise. Chi-Chi was acutely aware that Voldemort had not truly departed. The lurking threats, such as Dobby, who had warned Harry, and the forces behind him, still existed. He needed to seize every moment to become more capable of facing the storms that lay ahead. In the days that followed, Harry lived a life akin to paradise at the burrow. He had his own room, albeit in the attic, requiring to climb up a creaky staircase, and filled with various fascinating old items. Helped draw clear gnomes from the yard, which felt more like an amusing game. Listened intently as Mr. Weasley eagerly explained the mechanics of various enchanted muggle objects, and even, under the twins' encouragement, sneakily sampled their fat tongue toffees, resulting in his tongue turning a brilliant yellow, which persisted throughout the day. He also finally received a reply from Hermione. In her letter, she expressed strong disapproval and concern over their reckless escapade. How could you be so foolish? What if muggles had seen you? What if there had been an accident? Yet beneath her admonitions lay genuine joy for Harry's escape from the Dursleys. She reported on her summer reading progress, having completed most of the second-year curriculum, and included an extensive reading list, strongly urging Harry and Ron to read a bit as well. Harry penned a letter to Chi-Chi, detailing the warmth and bustle of the burrow, alongside the specifics of the flying car adventure, omitting the part about Mrs. Weasley's scolding, and once more expressed his gratitude for Chi-Chi's advice and concern. A few days later, Harry's birthday arrived. The burrow hosted a small yet heartfelt celebration in his honor. Mrs. Weasley baked a gigantic birthday cake adorned with frosting spelling out his name. Ron gifted him a plethora of products from Zonko's joke shop, along with a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Hermione sent a sophisticated book on transfiguration theory, which made Ron roll his eyes. Mr. Weasley presented him with an auto-tightening screwdriver, a peculiar muggle-magical hybrid, while the twins mysteriously slipped him a note promising future surprises. The gift that surprised and warmed Harry the most was delivered a few days later by an unfamiliar owl, sent by Chi-Chi. The parcel contained no birthday card, only a seemingly unadorned dark brown hand bracelet and a small pouch exuding a faint scent of fresh hay. Harry picked up the bracelet, feeling its smooth warmth, its texture reminiscent of wood, yet not quite wood, adorned with tiny beads bearing natural patterns. As he tied the bracelet around his wrist, an indescribable sense of tranquility and security began to spread within him. As if an invisible barrier shielded him from negative emotions from the outside world, even the occasional slight sting from the scar on his forehead seemed to diminish. He was unaware of the specific effects of the bracelet, yet he could sense the gentle and steadfast power it contained, akin to Chi-Chi's own essence. The dried hay leaves within the small pouch radiated a similar calming aura. "Thank you, Chi-Chi," Harry silently expressed, stroking the bracelet on his wrist. This gift felt more precious than any joke product or book. And while Harry reveled in his first true birthday celebration at the burrow, Chi-Chi was in the Highlands, beneath the moonlight, diligently pursuing the third item on his agenda, potion brewing. Before him lay several translucent crystal cauldrons, within which swirled potions of various hues. He required an extraordinary degree of concentration to regulate the heat and the timing of ingredient additions, harnessing the unique properties of rare components such as Highland Mundu grass and starlight moss to augment the potency of his brews. A faint stream of magical energy flowed from his fingertips, akin to the most intricate of instruments, meticulously calibrating each detail. Occasionally, he would lift his gaze towards the general direction of the humble abode to the south, as if he could penetrate the vast distance and sense the joy of a birthday celebration. A subtle, yet genuine curve graced the corners of his mouth once more. For him, safeguarding this hard-won warmth and happiness was the greatest impetus for his quiet ascent in power. The light from the modest dwelling was warm and radiant, while distant schemes unfolded silently amidst the tranquility and focus. The new semester had yet to commence, yet each individual was already on their respective paths, preparing in silence for the impending, tumultuous second year. Chapter 26. The Shadows of Knockturn Alley and the Reunion at Diagon Alley. The summer days at the humble abode seemed enchanted with joy, swiftly passing amidst warmth, noise, and occasional chaos. Harry had nearly forgotten the existence of the Dursleys, completely immersed in the delightful experiences brought forth by this magical family. He and Ron stumbled upon a box of old wizard chess that would engage in playful combat in the dust-laden attic, fed magical frogs by the pond alongside Ginny, who emitted a laughter reminiscent of silver bells, and even mustered the courage to sample the Weasley twins' latest concoction, bubblegum that temporarily turned one's hair into a rainbow hue. The effect endured embarrassingly for an entire day. However, tranquil days are invariably fleeting. As August gradually waned, the scent of the upcoming school year, akin to the cooling autumn breeze, began to permeate the air. One morning, the messenger owls of Hogwarts, as per their usual routine, flitted through the ever-open window of the humble abode, delivering the book list and pertinent notices for the new academic year into the hands of each child. Harry eagerly tore open the envelope emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest. Extracting the parchment within, the second-year book list was notably lengthier than that of the first year. In addition to foundational texts like Standard Spells, Level 2, it included several daunting tomes that appeared quite formidable, such as Gilderoy Lockhart's Break with the Banshee, Gaddying with Ghouls, and Vacationing with Vampires, among others. Gilderoy Lockhart? Ron leaned over for a glimpse, furrowing his brow. Merlin's beard. Why is it all his books? Who's this bloke? I believe I've heard of him, Hermione chimed in, her gaze alight with curiosity as she meticulously examined her book list. He is quite popular in Witch Weekly, a highly esteemed author and adventurer. He must have experienced countless astonishing escapades. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance of indifference. They held little regard for a wizard who gained notoriety through his handsome visage and exaggerated tales. Besides the book list, the letter also notably mentioned that second-year students could bring their own broomsticks. This news invigorated Harry, for his Nimbus 2000 would finally see the light of day once more. As the children chattered animatedly about their new textbooks and broomsticks, Mrs. Weasley announced a significant family outing. Tomorrow, we shall venture to Diagon Alley for shopping. Everyone is to attend, including you, my dear Harry, and Ginny. You need to procure your first wand. The announcement set off a wave of excitement, with the exception of Percy, who was preoccupied penning an exceedingly lengthy letter to his new girlfriend, Penelope Clearwater, the Ravenclaw prefect. The following day, the group arrived at Diagon Alley via Floo powder, an experience that was both chaotic and choking for Harry, who was using it for the first time. Emerging from the fireplace of the leaky cauldron, the pub remained dim and noisy, but Harry's arrival sparked a small commotion and drew many curious gazes. They passed through the back door of the leaky cauldron and once more found themselves on the enchanting cobblestone street. The sun shone brightly, and Diagon Alley appeared even more bustling and vibrant than Harry remembered. Wizards clad in an array of robes jostled against one another. Shop windows displayed an array of dazzling wares, and the air was thick with the sense of magical ingredients, food, and fireworks. Mrs. Weasley, akin to a mother hen, gathered Ginny, Harry, Ron, Fred, and George close, fearful of losing them in the throng. Their first stop was Gringotts, as Mrs. Weasley needed to withdraw funds from their vault. On their way to Gringotts, Harry noticed that Neville did not share the same curiosity as the others, quietly trailing behind the group, his calm gaze scanning the shops and passers-by, as though observing or searching for something. His steady pace seemed somewhat out of place amidst the surrounding clamor. As they passed a shop named Borgin and Burke's, Neville's footsteps imperceptibly hesitated. The establishment appeared dark and grimy, with unsettling items displayed in the window, a grotesque human skull, a deck of playing cards stained with unknown substances, and a glass eye frozen in an expression of agony. The shop's draped curtains exuded an aura of antiquity, decay, and darkness. Harry also noticed the shop, feeling a wave of discomfort, and instinctively quickened his pace. Ron muttered under his breath, "Nocturne Alley. No respectable wizard would go there." Neville's gaze lingered on the shop's sign for a fleeting moment, a flicker of faint recognition and wariness crossing his dark eyes. He could sense the chilling, twisted remnants of dark magic seeping from the depths of that shop, akin to the lingering essence of Voldemort's fragmented soul. Clearly, it was a hub for dark magical artifacts, intricately connected to Voldemort's influence. He said nothing, merely committing this information to memory before rejoining the group as they proceeded towards the distant, white edifice of Gringotts. At Gringotts, the Weasley family waited in a lengthy queue before it was their turn. When Mrs. Weasley withdrew a meager amount of gold for what appeared to be a rather underwhelming vault, Harry noted a trace of barely perceptible embarrassment on her face. He recalled Ron's previous complaints about their financial situation, and a pang of discomfort stirred within him. Upon exiting Gringotts, Mrs. Weasley commenced the shopping according to the list. They first visited Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to purchase new robes. Harry and Ron had both grown considerably taller, followed by a stop at the apothecary to replenish their basic potion ingredients. Throughout this process, Neville purchased very little, quietly following along, occasionally pausing at stalls selling rare herbs or ancient tomes, examining them closely, yet ultimately setting them down without making a purchase. He seemed to possess an exceedingly low demand for material possessions. At Flourish and Blotts, they encountered the pinnacle of their outing. A long queue snaked outside the bookstore, a massive banner proclaiming, Gilderoy Lockhart signing copies of his autobiography, Me, the Magical. The shop was packed to the brim with excited witches, ranging from teenagers to those in their 40s, and a few resigned wizards reluctantly accompanying them. When Harry and his friends finally squeezed into the bookstore, they beheld Gilderoy Lockhart himself, a wizard clad in a forget-me-not blue robe, flashing his dazzling white teeth. Standing amidst a flurry of camera flashes, affectionately embracing a short, dark-haired boy as he loudly declared to a reporter from the Daily Prophet, "This is Harry Potter. He has come today to purchase my autobiography." Such a humble child. Harry was taken aback by the sudden attention, feeling his face flush with heat. Lockhart unceremoniously thrust an entire set of his books into Harry's hands, announcing them as complimentary, while pulling him close for a photograph with the reporters. Ron stood nearby, gaping in astonishment, while Hermione blushed with excitement, straining on her tiptoes to catch a better glimpse. Amidst the chaos, Harry caught sight of an individual he fervently wished to avoid, Draco Malfoy. He stood ensconced in the shadows of a bookstore corner, his face adorned with a familiar, sardonic smirk. Observing Harry's predicament as he was ensnared by Lockhart, more disconcerting to Harry was the presence of the pale, imperious-looking blond man beside Malfoy, Lucius Malfoy. Lucius held a weathered, black-covered diary in his hands, idly flipping through its pages, his gaze icy and calculating. It seemed that Lucius had also noticed Harry's attention. His steely blue eyes swept over, and at the moment their gazes met, his lips curled into a barely perceptible, disdainful arc, laden with unspoken significance. Subsequently, his gaze appeared to inadvertently drift past Harry, landing upon Yuki, who was quietly attempting to extricate himself from the frenzied crowd. At that moment, Lucius's scrutiny lingered for an exceedingly brief instant, and within his gaze, beyond the customary appraisal, there seemed to be an elusive, scarcely perceptible curiosity, as though Yuki's presence had ignited an interest distinct from his regard for Harry. Yuki, evidently sensing the scrutiny, lifted his eyes and met Lucius's gaze with serene composure, his dark orbs betraying no flicker of emotion, as if observing a trifle of no consequence. Their eyes intersected for less than a second before Lucius averted his gaze, as though merely casting a cursory glance, resuming his cold appraisal of the bookstore's commotion. However, within that fleeting encounter, Yuki perceptibly detected the faint yet eerily familiar dark aura emanating from the old diary, akin to the remnants of Voldemort that had clung to Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest, and the dark magic he had sensed just moments prior outside the Borgin and Burke's shop, of the same origin. That diary was no ordinary artifact. A subtle weight settled in Yuki's heart. He was nearly certain that the diary was connected to Voldemort, and it was now in the possession of Lucius Malfoy. What implications did this hold? Did the Malfoy family still maintain ties to dark forces? What purpose would this diary serve? He remained silent, offering no outward sign, merely retreating to the periphery of the crowd, as if indifferent to the unfolding chaos. Yet his mind raced, firmly linking Lucius Malfoy, the Black Diary, and the dark aura tied to Voldemort, marking them with a symbol of grave danger. The ensuing shopping continued in a subtly charged atmosphere. Harry had finally extricated himself from Lockhart's clutches, clutching an armful of complimentary books, feeling both embarrassed and exasperated. Ron incessantly complained about Lockhart's hypocrisy, while Hermione remained ecstatic over the chance to meet her idol up close. Mrs. Weasley had finally managed to gather everyone, preparing to head to Ollivander's wand shop to procure a wand for Ginny. As they departed from Flourish and Blots, making their way to the wand shop, Yuki seemingly nonchalantly approached Harry's side and, in a hushed but clear tone only they could hear, swiftly admonished, "Keep an eye on Malfoy and the item in his father's possession." Harry paused, turning to Yuki, who had reverted to his usual composed demeanor, as if he had uttered nothing at all. Yet, Harry's heart raced anew at those words. He recalled Lucius Malfoy's frigid gaze and the weathered diary, and an ominous premonition began to take root. At Ollivander's wand shop, Ginny successfully acquired her first wand, made of yew, with a unicorn hair core and of suitable length. Mr. Ollivander continued his ethereal musings. "Ah, you, an intriguing choice, quite intriguing indeed." When everyone had completed their purchases and prepared to return to the Leaky Cauldron, Harry noticed Yuki pausing momentarily at a stall selling various protective charms and warning spells, where he purchased a small, unremarkable bag of basic warning dust made from greystone powder for a few silver sickles. This powder was typically sprinkled around doors and windows, emitting a faint glow to alert against malicious or powerful magical creatures, an elementary defense usually employed by novice wizards. Ron scoffed. "What's the point of buying that? It's utterly useless." Yuki offered no explanation, calmly stowing the small packet away. Harry observed Yuki's actions and recalled his earlier warning, the sense of impending storm growing clearer. He understood that Yuki never engaged in meaningless endeavors. This trip to Diagon Alley, beneath the facade of routine shopping, seemed to conceal currents of danger, yet unperceived by them. Lucius Malfoy, the enigmatic diary, and Yuki's cryptic warning all heralded that the upcoming academic year at Hogwarts would likely be anything but tranquil. Upon their return to the burrow through Floo powder, Harry, having acclimatized somewhat but still coughing from the acrid fumes, he clutched his new textbooks and Lockhart's collection, his heart brimming with trepidation and vigilance for the unknown challenges of his second year. Meanwhile, Yuki silently tucked the bag of basic warning dust deep within his luggage, as if it were a vital strategic resource. The sunlight of Diagon Alley remained bright, yet shadows had silently begun to cast over their return journey. Chapter 27. A Turbulent Journey in the Willow's Warning. The final night at the burrow unfolded amidst a medley of excitement, reluctance, and the last-ditch struggles against the trifles of the upcoming school year. Mrs. Weasley supervised each child as they meticulously categorized their new textbooks, robes, and assorted paraphernalia into their respective suitcases, the air redolent with parchment, fresh fabric, and the distinctive scent of a Weasley-crafted anti-moth potion. Ginny, flushed with excitement at the prospect of her very own wand, repeatedly took it out from its box bearing Ollivander's mark, only to return it. Fred and George, meanwhile, conspired in the attic, whispering over their suitcases, which evidently contained numerous unauthorized experiments intended for school. Harry carefully wrapped his Firebolt 2000 in a soft cloth, placing it atop his suitcase, filled with anticipation for his return to the Quidditch pitch. He stuffed Lockhart collection at the very bottom, out of sight and out of mind. Ron, while grumbling about the thickness and cost of Lockhart's books, attempted to discreetly leave behind a slightly frayed old dress robe, only to be caught red-handed by the observant Mrs. Weasley, resulting in a lecture on propriety and family image. Yuki packed his belongings swiftly and succinctly. Aside from the essential textbooks and robes, his suitcase contained merely a few changes of clothes, the deep blue nameless tome that never left his side, and a small pouch, meticulously wrapped in soft leather, seemingly containing personal items, including a bottle of calming draught and the bag of basic warning dust he had purchased in Diagon Alley. He sat quietly in the corner of the room in an old armchair, watching the others bustle about, his fingers unconsciously stroking the deep brown bracelet on his wrist, one he had crafted for himself, designed to enhance his perception of Harry's state and the surrounding magical disturbances. The following morning, the burrow was engulfed in a cacophony of pre-departure chaos. Mrs. Weasley was sharply urging the slow-moving Ron and Ginny, who were still languidly spreading butter on their toast, while Percy repeatedly checked that his gleaming prefect badge was affixed properly. Fred and George, in a bid to smuggle a box of portable swamp into their suitcase, clashed with their mother once more, while Mr. Weasley, tying his tie, attempted to explain the ministry's latest draft on the amusing assessment standards for Muggle items to Harry, wholly oblivious to the fact that his tie was knotted into a deadlock. They were to travel to King's Cross Station in Mr. Weasley's illegally modified Ford Anglia, due to the inability of the vehicle to accommodate everyone along with their luggage. The plan was for Mr. Weasley to drive the children and their belongings first, while Mrs. Weasley would subsequently use Floo powder to rendezvous at the station. However, discrepancies arose from the outset, as they finally managed to cram everyone and their bags into the car, which had been enhanced with the undetectable extension charm, yet still appeared remarkably cramped. They realized that time was exceedingly tight. Hurry, hurry, we're going to miss the train. Mr. Weasley anxiously ignited the engine, which emitted a dull and erratic roar. The car lurched awkwardly into the air, speeding toward London. Inside, Harry clutched Hedwig's cage tightly. The snowy owl voiced her discontent with indignant hoots. Ron's face had turned pale as he gripped the seat, while Fred and George, thrilled by the bumpy ride, shouted exuberantly. Yuki sat calmly by the window in the back seat, his gaze serene as he observed the clouds racing past outside, seemingly unfazed by the chaotic urgency around him. Yet his fingertips subtly traced a simple ancient rune on his knee, a gesture for stability of mind. Upon their arrival above King's Cross Station, they were left with less than 10 minutes until departure. Mr. Weasley piloted the vehicle in search of a secluded place to land, but with Muggle buildings and vehicles surrounding them, there was no suitable gap to be found. There was no other option. We must go straight through. Mr. Weasley gritted his teeth and abruptly pushed the control stick, aiming the car toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Yet, just as the vehicle was about to collide with the wall, an unforeseen event transpired. That wall, which should have allowed them passage like a curtain of water, now appeared as an impenetrable barrier. Bang! A resounding thud echoed. The car collided forcefully with the partition, the immense impact sending all passengers lurching forward. Harry's forehead struck the back of the front seat, stars dancing before his eyes. Ron let out a pained cry, and Hedwig flapped her wings in terror within her cage. The car rebounded, tumbling halfway through the air before Mr. Weasley managed to regain some semblance of control. Hovering at an angle, the hood billowing ominous black smoke. Merlin S. Beard. What is happening? Mr. Weasley exclaimed in alarm. The entrance is sealed. It's Dobby. Harry instantly comprehended, clutching his throbbing forehead in a mix of shock and fury. It must be that house elf. Doesn't he want me to return to Hogwarts? He has sealed the entrance. What do we do now? Ron's voice quivered with despair. We're going to miss the train. The car was engulfed in panic. Missing the Hogwarts Express. How would they reach the school? Just as Mr. Weasley began to sweat profusely with anxiety, and Fred and George proposed the ludicrous idea of flying directly to Hogwarts, a suggestion that nearly caused Mr. Weasley to faint. Yuki, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. His voice still calm, yet authoritative, stabilizing the chaotic situation. The station entrance is magically obstructed. Forcibly breaching it poses excessive risk. The Hogwarts Express is not the sole route to the castle. All eyes turned toward him. Yuki's gaze swept over the layout of London's streets below, then up at the sky, as if rapidly calculating something in his mind. He continued, according to Hogwarts, a history and the distribution patterns of the castle's magical barriers. In emergencies, unsealed secondary entrances or specific Floo network nodes can serve as alternatives. However, they require authorization and precise coordinates. He paused, looking at the anxious Mr. Weasley. Mr. Arthur, do you happen to know if the Ministry of Magic has any documented emergency Floo network routes leading to the outskirts of Hogwarts, for instance, Hogsmeade, or coordinates for authorized use of a key? Mr. Weasley blinked in surprise, then smacked his forehead with vigor. Of course, the Floo network. There are indeed several registered emergency routes that require high-level official authorization to activate temporarily. How could I have overlooked that? He immediately began frantically searching the cluttered dashboard of the car for something. There's an emergency communication device here that can directly contact the Ministry of Magic's Transportation Department. Just as Mr. Weasley attempted to reach the Ministry, an impatient Ron, watching the platform recede and the deep crimson train that had begun to whistle and was about to depart, shouted in despair. We're out of time. The train is leaving. Fred and George exchanged determined glances, their expressions resolute. There's only one way. Fred shouted. We'll fly there ourselves. George chimed in. Without waiting for Mr. Weasley to object, the twins lunged for the driver's seat, Fred gripping the steering wheel with fervor, while George pressed down hard on a concealed accelerator pedal that glowed ominously red. No, children, stop. Mr. Weasley's cries were drowned out by the engine's sudden roar, akin to an injured beast. The out-of-control car shot upward like a bolt of blue lightning, shaking off Mr. Weasley's attempts to reclaim control, and sped madly toward the general direction of Hogwarts to the north. Hold on tight. Fred, or George, shouted amid the roaring wind, their voice a blend of reckless excitement and barely detectable fear. The car careened wildly through the clouds, its speed far exceeding the earlier steadiness, if one could even call it steady. The scenery outside blurred into a tapestry of flowing colors, the intense sensation of weightlessness and turbulence making Harry feel as though his insides were about to shift. Ron clenched his eyes shut, murmuring incantations as though in prayer. Hedwig's cage rolled about within the cabin. Yuki, in the moment of the car's chaos, swiftly adjusted his posture, anchoring his feet firmly against the base of the front seat while gripping the nearby supports. His expression remained composed, yet his eyes sharpened, closely monitoring the rapidly receding ground references and the state of the car itself. He sensed that the vehicle's core magical circuit had become exceedingly unstable due to overload, on the verge of catastrophic collapse. Attempting to channel a faint, calming energy through his palm into the car's structure, he endeavored to stabilize the restless magical runes. But to little effect. The vehicle's modification was crude and wild, its magical framework inherently unpredictable. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and just as Harry felt he might be sick, the familiar silhouette of Hogwarts Castle, shrouded in dusk, along with the deep forbidden forest beside it, emerged ahead. "We've arrived," George, or Fred, exclaimed in excitement. However, their descent was clearly fraught with peril. The car, having endured prolonged overload, began to malfunction, issuing clouds of smoke as it plummeted toward the ground like a heavy stone. Fred and George desperately yanked at the control stick, attempting to steer. "Below. It's the Whomping Willow," Ron shouted in terror, pointing at a massive tree thrashing its branches violently in the twilight. The Whomping Willow, one of the most dangerous and temperamental plants on Hogwarts grounds, would attack any objects that ventured too close with indiscriminate ferocity. The out-of-control car was headed straight for the treetop of the Whomping Willow. "No!" A chorus of desperate screams filled the cabin. In that critical moment, Yuki's gaze fixated on the thrashing giant tree. His mind raced at an unprecedented speed, analyzing the frequency and trajectory of the branches, as well as the angle and velocity of the car's descent. He noted that a section near the trunk, close to the roots, was temporarily exposed due to the flailing branches, revealing an extremely brief and relatively safe gap. There was no time for hesitation. Full left rudder. Dive. Aim for the gap at the base of the trunk. Yuki's voice was calm to the point of being cold, yet it carried an undeniable authority, cutting through the engine's roar and the cries of the others. Fred, or George, at the driver's seat, instinctively obeyed the sudden command, exerting all his strength to wrench the steering wheel to the left while forcefully pushing the control lever. The car emitted a piercing, metallic screech as it hurtled towards the fleeting gap indicated by Luna at a perilously near-vertical angle. The ferocious willow branches lashed like a multitude of colossal whips, grazing the car's exterior, shearing off the side mirror, and leaving deep gashes upon the door. Within the vehicle, everyone experienced a jarring cacophony of grinding sounds and violent vibrations. Bang! Crack! Ultimately, the car failed to completely evade the onslaught, with its rear being viciously struck by a robust willow branch, causing the entire vehicle to jolt violently, losing its balance and crashing onto the ground beside the malevolent willow tree, producing a final, resounding thud before it fell silent, completely immobile. An oppressive stillness enveloped the interior. After several moments, a chorus of pained and disoriented groans arose. Harry felt as though his bones had been dislocated. He struggled to push open the somewhat deformed door and crawled out, collapsing onto the cold grass, gasping for breath. Ron, Fred, and George followed suit, each appearing pallid, adorned with varying degrees of abrasions and bruises. Luna was the last to emerge. His movements appeared relatively steady, but his complexion was notably paler than usual, with a slight abrasion on his forehead oozing blood. He stood beside the overturned, smoke-emitting car, casting a glance at the now tranquil yet still ominous willow, then at his shaken companions, finally fixing his gaze on the rear of the car, where the willow's strike had left a pronounced dent, flickering with unstable magical sparks. Are we still alive?" Ron mumbled in disbelief. Thanks to Luna, Fred, now identifiable by the blood trickling from one ear, gasped, his eyes filled with a mixture of dread and admiration as he looked at Luna. "How did you know there was a gap?" Luna offered no reply. He merely approached the wreckage, bent down to retrieve a small leather-wrapped pouch that had rolled out from the car, inspected it for damage, and then straightened up, stating calmly, "Observation and calculation. The willow's attacks are not entirely random." His tone was serene, as if the life-threatening crisis they had just faced was merely a routine tactical exercise. Yet, only he understood that, in that critical moment, he had summoned all his mental acuity and innate perception of energy trajectories to pinpoint that singular opportunity for survival. At that moment, footsteps and the glow of a lantern echoed from afar. It was Hagrid. His enormous figure hurried towards them, his face a portrait of shock and concern. Merlin's pants. What on earth has happened here? How did you this car? Hagrid's gaze shifted between the overturned vehicle and the disheveled children, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Harry looked at Hagrid, then at his shaken companions and the smoking wreck. Filled with a profound sense of relief for having survived, coupled with a deep-seated feeling of helplessness. Their second year had commenced in such a wild, perilous, and illegal escapade. And Luna, the companion who consistently exhibited remarkable composure and wisdom in critical moments, had once again pulled them back from the brink of disaster. The willow quieted in the twilight, as if the preceding chaos had merely been an illusion. Yet Harry knew that this dangerous plant, much like the new academic year they were about to face, was rife with uncertainties and challenges, and they had just begun to tread upon this familiar terrain. Chapter 28. Undercurrents of the new term and the echoes of spells. Hagrid's warm, yet chaotic little hut had now become a temporary refuge for the few survivors of the ordeal. The massive hound Fong excitedly circled around them, his warm, damp tongue attempting to lick the dust and fear from each face. Hagrid clumsily brewed a pot of bitter red tea and produced several rock-hard rock cakes he had baked himself, trying to soothe the evidently shaken children. Flying to school and crashing into a willow, Hagrid exclaimed, his enormous hands awkwardly inspecting Fred's ear injury, repeating in a tone laced with disbelief and trepidation, "Merlin, you lot." If Professor McGonagall finds out this sentence sent a shiver down everyone's spine. The mere thought of Professor McGonagall's stern expression and her impartial disciplinary measures was enough to induce a chill. "We didn't mean to," Hagrid, Ron stammered, still trembling, cradling the steaming cup of tea in an effort to draw some warmth. "The entrance was blocked. We couldn't catch the train. It was Dobby," Harry interjected, unable to contain his anger and a hint of grievance. "That house elf. He didn't want me to return to Hogwarts." Hagrid furrowed his thick brows, appearing even more perplexed. "A house elf? Warning you? That is quite strange." It seemed he could not comprehend why a house elf would impede Harry's return to school. Luna sat quietly on a low stool by the fireplace, sipping his tea in small sips. He refrained from joining in the complaints or explanations, his gaze fixed on the dancing flames, seemingly deep in thought. The slight abrasion on his forehead had been treated by Hagrid with some pungent green ointment, no longer bleeding. In contrast to the other's shaken states, he seemed unnaturally calm, as if the harrowing near crash had been but an inconsequential episode. Only he understood that within the moment of freefall, facing the frenzied willow, his dormant ancient magical core had surged with intense fluctuations. It was not fear, but an instinctual foresight of the trajectory of danger and precise calculations of energy flows. This ability appeared to be becoming clearer with the gradual revival of his powers and the repeated stimuli of crises. He even vaguely sensed at that moment the concealed magical imprint of Hogwarts' ancient protective system hidden beneath the violent assaults of the willow. This dangerous plant might not merely be a creation of nature. "What do we do now?" George, whose robe sleeve had been torn open, asked anxiously. "The car is wrecked. How do we get into the castle?" "And we'll definitely be caught." Hagrid scratched his unruly beard, sighing. "I'll hide the car in the shed for now. As for you lot, you'll have to go and confess your mistakes to Professor McGonagall." Thankfully, no one was hurt. Otherwise, he shook his head, leaving the implication unspoken. Ultimately, accompanied by Hagrid, the dejected boys, along with the equally guilty twins, trudged through the night, weighed down by their heavy luggage and weary bodies, towards the castle that loomed majestically under the starlight. Predictably, they were intercepted in the entrance hall by Professor McGonagall, whose expression was as cold as ice. The ensuing reprimand and loss of points were so severe that they could scarcely lift their heads. Gryffindor was penalized a staggering 150 points for serious violations of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, illegally modifying and using Muggle transportation, endangering their safety and that of others, and damaging school property. Several branches of the willow had snapped upon impact. This number elicited a near-sobbing groan from Ron, and even Fred and George seemed unusually subdued. Moreover, each of them received a month of detention. The only silver lining was that Professor McGonagall seemed to accept their explanation regarding the blocked entrance. Perhaps Dumbledore had forewarned her and did not pursue the matter of Dobby further, merely issuing a stern warning against recurrence. When they finally dragged their leaden legs into the Gryffindor common room, they were met with a profound silence and a myriad of astonished, disappointed and reproachful gazes. In the Academy Cup hourglass, the enormous ruby of Gryffindor was diminished in an instant, undoubtedly a grievous blow to all Gryffindor students. Percy cast them a fierce glare, one that seemed to say, "I told you so," before haughtily striding away. Harry felt a burning flush on his face as he lowered his gaze. Hastily making his way through the throngs of students with Ron and Hermione, ascending the spiral staircase to the boys' dormitory. Fred and George, unusually silent, hung their heads, refraining from their usual banter or jesting. Thus, the new term commenced amidst an atmosphere thick with gloom and despondency. On the following morning, as Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered the great hall for breakfast, they were still acutely aware of the unabashed mockery and schadenfreude emanating from the other houses, particularly from the Slytherin table. Malfoy, with his characteristic elongated drawl, loudly expressed his condolences regarding their spectacular flight the previous night, eliciting a wave of laughter from the surrounding Slytherins. "Ignore them," Hermione said, having taken a seat beside them at some point. Her brow was furrowed, her tone laced with disapproval, though it was tinged more with a sense of exasperation than anger. "I warned you that flying in a car was exceedingly dangerous. You must find a way to contact the professors." Ron, with his head buried in a piece of bread, mumbled something indistinct. Harry sighed, lacking any appetite. Only Hermione remained undeterred, calmly consuming her food as if the surrounding whispers and peculiar glances had no bearing on her. She even took time to observe the new defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, who was clad in a dazzling aquamarine robe, animatedly recounting one of his thrilling adventures to Professor Sprout, his voice booming and his smile radiant, starkly contrasting with the somber ambience of the hall. "Look at him," Ron remarked, following Hermione's gaze, his expression one of disdain, as if the entire world should revolve around Lockhart. Hermione refrained from commenting, simply averting her gaze. She could sense the overwhelming, theatrical aura of magical energy surrounding Lockhart, resplendent yet hollow, incapable of withstanding scrutiny, much like the exaggerated tales he spun. This new professor, it seemed, would likely not impart any genuinely useful knowledge regarding the defense against dark arts. The first lesson was indeed with Gilderoy Lockhart for defense against the dark arts. The classroom had been rearranged, adorned with portraits of Lockhart himself in various poses, winking and smiling at the students. Upon entering, Lockhart launched into a 20-minute monologue about his illustrious achievements before finally distributing a test paper to each student. Harry glanced down and almost laughed in disbelief. The entire sheet was filled with questions pertaining solely to Gilderoy Lockhart. What is his favorite color? What is his greatest wish? What does he consider his most significant contribution to the wizarding world? What use is this? Ron muttered beside him. Who cares whether his favorite color is lavender or forget-me-not blue? Meanwhile, Hermione was fervently scribbling away, seemingly well-versed in these queries. Hermione picked up her quill, her eyes scanning the test, a flicker of subtle derision crossing her features. Unlike Hermione, who answered in detail, and Ron, who complained, she succinctly filled in the most obvious or publicly acceptable answers, as if completing a task entirely disconnected from her. The ink barely touched her quill, her handwriting neat, yet devoid of enthusiasm. The pinnacle, or perhaps the farce, of the lesson occurred when Lockhart released a cage of Cornish pixies, diminutive creatures of a bluish hue, known for their mischievous antics. The moment they were unleashed, they erupted like wild horses, darting about the classroom, tearing down curtains, seizing inkpots and books, and even hanging Neville Longbottom upside down from the chandelier. Lockhart, clearly unprepared for such chaos, flailed his wand ineffectually, his spells having no effect, ultimately exclaiming, "You lot handle yourselves," as he was the first to flee the classroom. Instantly, pandemonium ensued. Students screamed and scattered, while the pixies cackled gleefully. Petri ficus totalis. Hermione attempted to subdue one of the pixies, but her spell went awry, merely stiffening a tapestry momentarily. "Get off, you little brat," Ron shouted at a pixie clutching his book, only to provoke even more laughter from the creature. Harry endeavored to rescue Neville, but several pixies surrounded him, tugging at his robes and hair. Amidst the chaos, Hermione observed the movements of the pixies and the magical energy they emitted, signifying their mischievous excitement. Instead of casting any offensive spells, he directed his wand toward the chandelier, which swayed precariously due to the pixies' antics. He softly intoned an ancient and peculiar incantation not part of Hogwarts standard curriculum. The tip of his wand emanated a gentle white light, akin to invisible threads, swiftly entwining every corner of the chandelier. In the next instant, the entire fixture erupted in a brilliant yet soft radiance. The light seemed imbued with a soothing and purifying power, instantly enveloping the entire classroom. All the troublesome pixies, upon contact with this white light, abruptly halted, their expressions of mischief freezing in place, and as if their strength had been sapped, they emitted confused, low whimpers, tumbling from the air to curl up in corners or beneath tables, listless, with some even dozing off. The classroom fell silent. Only Neville's faint cries for help from the ceiling, and the students' breathless gasps remained. Everyone stared, agape, at the figure standing in the center of the classroom, the white light from his wand still shimmering. Even Hermione gaped, forgetting to rescue Neville. What spell was that? Seamus Finnegan murmured. Calmly, Hermione lowered his wand, the white light receding like a tide. He walked beneath the chandelier, glancing up at Neville, and then turned to Harry and Ron, stating, "You may lower him now." It took Harry and Ron a moment to comprehend, and they hurriedly fetched a table, clumsily rescuing Neville. Hermione did not explain the spell he used, but instead approached the classroom door, calling out Professor Lockhart. The pixies have been subdued. After a moment, Lockhart cautiously peeked back in, surveying the disarray, yet restored tranquility of the classroom, particularly the listless pixies. A flicker of embarrassment crossed his face, quickly replaced by his characteristic radiant smile. "Ah, well done. I knew that under my guidance, you would effortlessly handle these little nuisances. It appears my teaching methods are quite effective." No one echoed his sentiments. The students regarded Hermione with complex expressions, mingling gratitude, astonishment, and an ineffable curiosity. The typically silent yet exceptionally skilled Potter brother seemed far more mysterious and formidable than they had imagined. After the lesson, Ron eagerly asked Hermione, "What spell did you just use? I've never heard of it." Hermione, while packing her bag, replied nonchalantly, a variant of an ancient light charm inclined towards soothing and purifying, remarkably effective on low-tier chaotic beings. The principle involves disrupting their chaotic magical core, inducing a brief tranquility. His explanation remained succinct yet laden with terminology, leaving Ron utterly perplexed. Hermione's eyes sparkled, seemingly eager to inquire further about ancient light charms and magical core disruption. Yet Hermione had already shouldered his bag and was headed for the door. "What else is he hiding?" Ron whispered to Harry, watching Hermione's retreating figure. Harry shook his head, equally filled with questions. Yunchi resembled an iceberg, with only a fraction of its grandeur visible above the water's surface. Each seemingly accidental revelation hinted at the vast and astonishing secrets concealed beneath. The farcical occurrences in the defense against the dark arts class, coupled with Yunchi's unconventional tactics, acted like another stone cast into the tranquil waters, sending ripples through the onset of the new term. However, it seemed that the true undercurrents were only just beginning to stir. Gilderoy Lockhart's true nature was laid bare, while the enigmatic veil surrounding Yunchi Potter appeared to be gradually lifted. The second year of Hogwarts was destined to be anything but ordinary. Chapter 29, The Dueling Club and the Shadow of Parseltongue. Gilderoy Lockhart's defense against the dark arts lessons, following the debacle involving the House Elves, had devolved into a series of soporific personal showcases. He ceased all attempts at practical instruction, instead reveling in having students portray characters from his books, reenacting those embellished adventures. Harry found himself compelled to act as a villager fleeing from a werewolf, while Ron became the foolish, screaming figure he valiantly rescued. Hermione, initially enthusiastic, soon felt disillusioned by Lockhart's monotonous hyperbole and vacuous teaching methods. In stark contrast, the chilling rumors circulating within the castle regarding the heir of Slytherin and the Chamber of Secrets proliferated silently among the students, akin to mold festering on damp walls. Initially mere whispers, the anxiety escalated as October progressed, particularly following the petrification of Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, discovered rigidly hanging beneath a torch bracket in the second-floor corridor, with ominous blood-red inscriptions warning of enemies to the heir. Panic spread like a contagion. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, having fortuitously found themselves near the scene of the incident, having just attended nearly headless Nick's death day party, became the focal point of suspicion. Especially Harry, whose ability to converse with snakes, now leaked to unknown ears, was deemed the most evident trait of the heir of Slytherin. In that moment, students in the corridors avoided him as though he were a plague. Even some Gryffindors looked at him with doubt and fear. How could they do this? Ron fumed in defense of Harry. "You saved Justin Finch-Fletchley from that snake conjured by Malfoy, which could have resulted in far graver consequences." Harry felt despondent, as though he were isolated on an invisible island. Only Hermione steadfastly believed in him, fervently researching to uncover the truth behind the Chamber of Secrets and the creature within. While Ron also trusted Harry, The surrounding pressure made him restless and uneasy. In this atmosphere of repression and suspicion, the only one who treated Harry with normalcy, apart from Hermione and Ron, seemed to be Yunchi. He continued his studies with serene composure, attending classes and visiting the library, appearing oblivious to the peculiar glances and hushed conversations directed at Harry. He did not rush to investigate the chamber like Hermione. Instead, he occasionally offered Harry a cup of warm water when his spirits were particularly low, or regarded him with a calm gaze devoid of suspicion or excessive sympathy. Only a quiet understanding that conveyed, "I know it is not you." This silent support was particularly precious amidst the clamor of public opinion. Yet, Yunchi was not entirely indifferent. When unnoticed, he would venture alone to the corridor where Mrs. Norris had been petrified, his fingertips lightly brushing against the cold stone wall, still faintly imbued with dark magic. A furrow creased his brow as he sensed the chilling, ancient force responsible for the petrification. Imbued with a loathing for life that bore a certain resemblance to the remnants of Voldemort he had felt in the Forbidden Forest, yet was distinctively purer and more sinister. He was almost certain that Harry was not the perpetrator. One night, cloaked in Harry's invisibility cloak, which Harry was now quite willing to share, he stealthily infiltrated the hospital wing to observe the petrified Mrs. Norris and the subsequently unfortunate Justin Finch-Fletchley. He noted the absence of any physical wounds. Rather, it seemed as though their souls or life force had been instantaneously frozen or stripped away by some powerful magic. Such a method was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary wizard. We must find the source of that power, rather than merely suspect the surface, Yunchi calmly stated during one meeting in the Room of Requirement, their secret haven from the outside turmoil, as he surveyed the simple map of Hogwarts unfurled before him, marked with locations of previous attacks or unusual magical disturbances. "Are you suggesting we should seek out this so-called heir?" Ron paused, bewildered. "Not entirely," Yunchi replied, his fingers tracing a connection between several mark points on the map. "I am observing the patterns of these events and the residual magical traces. The attacks are not entirely random. They seem linked to some ancient conduits or hidden passages within the castle. Moreover, that force is profoundly ancient, filled with malice toward those of non-pure blood." His analysis was calm and objective, akin to a scalpel attempting to dissect the mist shrouding the events. Hermione lifted her head, her eyes gleaming with agreement. "Exactly. I also discovered that Salazar Slytherin departed due to disputes with the other three founders regarding student admissions. He firmly believed that magical education should be reserved for pure-blood families. So the heir is executing Slytherin's will to purge students of Muggle descent?" Ron gasped. Yunchi neither confirmed nor denied this, merely stating, "The motives align with the legend. But who is the executor? How do they control the creature in the chamber?" These remain unknown. As they endeavored to clarify their thoughts, Gilderoy Lockhart, the perpetually oblivious professor of defense against the dark arts, announced a dueling club to enhance the students' practical skills and showcase his own prowess, the latter likely being the primary aim. The news elicited varied reactions among the students. Most were thrilled at the prospect of learning practical techniques, particularly the Gryffindors, eager to acquire genuine skills to face potential dangers. The Slytherins, however, seemed eager to seize the opportunity to teach other houses a lesson. Harry, Ron, and Hermione decided to attend, hoping to glean something useful. Yunchi, though indifferent, accompanied them at Harry's invitation. That evening, the long tables of the Great Hall were removed, and a golden stage was erected in the center. Lockhart, clad in a flamboyant crimson robe, stood upon the stage like a peacock in full display, while Professor Snape, draped in all black, appeared dark and foreboding beside him. "Gather round! Gather round!" Lockhart waved his arms, beaming with a smile. "Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? Splendid. Now, Professor Snape and I shall demonstrate a friendly duel. Do not worry. Once I have bested him, I will return your potions teacher to you unscathed." A cold, sardonic smile curled at the corners of Snape's lips. The demonstration unfolded as a farce. Lockhart flamboyantly waved his wand, reciting long and impractical incantations, while Snape merely flicked his wand, silently disarming him and causing him to stumble awkwardly to the floor. Lockhart sheepishly rose, forcing a smile as he declared the demonstration concluded, allowing students to freely pair up for practice. The scene erupted into chaos. Students eagerly sought partners, and a cacophony of clumsy spells erupted throughout the hall, with individuals occasionally morphing into dancing pigs or sprouting feathers. Unfortunately for Harry, he found himself pitted against Draco Malfoy from Slytherin. A malicious grin adorned Malfoy's face as he summoned a dark, menacing serpent, an apparition of a basilisk. Naturally, This was merely an illusion conjured by spell. But for Harry, who had faced genuine peril, the serpent's lifelike form and hissing sound were sufficient to awaken deep-seated fears and a peculiar connection. "Don't move, Potter!" Gilderoy Lockhart shouted from the sidelines, though he appeared utterly at a loss for what to do. The black snake raised its head, flicking its tongue, and turned towards a petrified Hufflepuff student, Justin Finch-Fletchley. It seemed to have targeted him, assuming an aggressive stance. In that tense moment, an unusual impulse surged within Harry. He opened his mouth, and a deep, raspy voice, one that seemed to emanate from another realm, uncontrollably escaped his throat. "Leave him alone. Get away." It was the language of snakes. Parcel tongue. The entire hall fell into an immediate silence, with every gaze fixed in terror upon Harry as he spoke to the serpent. The snake indeed ceased its attack on Justin, bewilderedly shaking its head before gradually dissipating into the air. However, more terrifying than the serpent's disappearance was the instantaneous pallor and profound fear that washed over the faces of the surrounding students. They looked at Harry as if he were a monster. "He is speaking to the snake," a Ravenclaw girl shrieked. "Parcel tongue. He is the heir of Slytherin. He opened the Chamber of Secrets." Panic surged like a flood, inundating the entire hall. Justin Finch-Fletchley shot Harry a look filled with dread, akin to that reserved for a demon, and then bolted. Other students retreated, maintaining as much distance from Harry as possible. Harry stood frozen, feeling the blood drain from his body. He glimpsed Ron and Hermione's faces, which were a mixture of shock and concern, and saw countless eyes around him filled with fear and hatred. He was at a loss for words. At that moment, a calm voice resonated beside him, soft yet distinctly clear. "Language itself holds no inherent good or evil, Harry. It is the intent behind its use that matters." It was Luna Lovegood. He was unaware when she had arrived, standing by his side. She did not regard the terrified students, but instead gazed calmly at the vacant stage ahead, as if the astonishing scene had never transpired. "Did you hear that?" Harry asked, his voice dry. "I did," Luna replied, turning to face Harry, her dark eyes devoid of fear or doubt, filled instead with a profound tranquility and ancient wisdom. "Nothing more. It bears no necessary connection to the opening of the Chamber of Secrets." Her words flowed into Harry's heart, which had been frozen in panic and indignation, like a refreshing spring. At a time when all regarded him as a monster, Luna's calmness and understanding became the only lifeline he could grasp. "But they—" Harry glanced at the hostile gazes surrounding him. "The truth does not change because of fear," Luna said softly. "What is urgent now is to discover the true source, not to be ensnared by rumors." She said no more, gently patting Harry on the shoulder before turning and leading the way out of the hall. Her figure stood tall and resolute amid the chaos and panic of the crowd. Harry watched her retreating back, and then glanced at Ron and Hermione, who were equally concerned, yet unsure of how to proceed. He inhaled deeply. Luna was right. Panic and justification were futile. He had to prove his innocence, and the only way to do so was to uncover the true heir of the chamber and the monster. The dueling club ended on a sour note. The rumor of Harry being the heir of Slytherin spread like wildfire, enveloping all of Hogwarts overnight. He found himself ensnared in an unprecedented isolation and suspicion. However, within the Gryffindor Tower in their dormitory, while Ron fumed and cursed the dim-witted individuals, and Hermione tirelessly searched through various ancient texts for evidence to exonerate Harry, Luna pulled out a fresh sheet of parchment, beginning to sketch a more detailed map of the castle's plumbing and the distribution of magical anomalies. The emergence of Parseltongue might serve as a pivotal opportunity. Without lifting his gaze, he said to Harry, the quill scratching the parchment, producing a soft, rustling sound. "It brings us closer to a certain truth. At the very least, we now know that the monster is likely connected to snakes." His calmness and focus illuminated the darkness like a solitary lamp in the night, guiding the way while quietly sharing the burden of Harry's heavy heart. The atmosphere of suspicion and fear thickened, yet the companionship of allies and the tranquil strength born of ancient wisdom began to coalesce, preparing to pierce the mists that shrouded Hogwarts. Chapter 30. The Mystery of the Polyjuice Potion and the Diary. Following the dueling club incident, Harry's situation at Hogwarts grew increasingly precarious. Aside from his closest friends Ron, Hermione, and the unwavering Luna, nearly everyone else avoided him as if he were a pariah. In the corridors, whispers and fearful glances shadowed him, while in classes, no one was willing to partner with him. Even in the Gryffindor common room, the once vibrant atmosphere would chill the moment he entered. He had become thoroughly isolated, as though he truly were the heir of Slytherin, lurking in the shadows ready to unleash a monster. This omnipresent sense of exclusion was far more distressing than any spell. Harry became withdrawn, often sitting alone in a corner of the common room, staring vacantly at the fire, or retreating to his dormitory early, burying himself in his blankets to escape the din and malice of the outside world. Ron was indignant, but felt powerless, repetitively comforting Harry. "Don't mind them, Harry. We all know it's not you." Hermione, on the other hand, buried herself in books, practically living in the library, striving to uncover any clues from the vast array of magical historical texts that might prove Harry's innocence, or, at the very least, clarify the nature of the monster in the chamber. In contrast to their anxiety and busyness, Luna remained remarkably serene. She continued to attend classes and complete her assignments, as if the surrounding rumors were merely inconsequential breezes. Yet, she was not idle. She had keenly observed that Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue had been leaked, and that Lockhart had coincidentally chosen this moment to host the dueling club. Both events seemingly orchestrated by invisible hands to firmly anchor suspicion on Harry. Someone was deliberately steering public opinion. Once, in the room of requirement, which had become their sole sanctuary for relaxed conversation, Luna calmly addressed the despondent Harry and the disheveled Hermione. "The intent is clear, to divert attention and protect the true perpetrator." "It's Malfoy," Ron exclaimed immediately. "It must be him. Their entire family are wicked Death Eaters. He is definitely the heir." There was motive, but a lack of evidence. Luna neither confirmed nor denied this assertion, and whether Draco Malfoy possessed the capability and mindset to control the legendary monster of the chamber was certainly debatable. "So what should we do?" Harry lifted his head, his green eyes filled with fatigue and confusion. "Are we just going to wait for the next attack to happen?" Hermione abruptly shut the thick tome titled Exploration of Medieval Magical Contracts in her hands, her eyes sparkling with determination. "We can't just sit and wait. We need evidence. We must uncover who the heir of Slytherin truly is." She took a deep breath, lowering her voice as if announcing a groundbreaking plan. "I've found a way. Polyjuice potion." Amid the bewildered expressions of Ron and Harry, Hermione elaborated on this complex potion. Upon ingestion, one can temporarily assume the appearance of another individual. We could transform into Slytherin students, such as Crabbe and Goyle, to approach Malfoy and confront him directly. Hermione's tone was imbued with a resolute determination, as if she were burning bridges behind her. He must know something. Caught off guard, he might inadvertently reveal vital information. This plan was audacious and fraught with peril, yet it appeared to be the only glimmer of hope to break the stalemate. Although Ron felt a wave of nausea at the thought of consuming a potion that might contain Crabbe or Goyle's hair, he conceded that it was a viable course of action. Harry, as if clinging to a lifeline, immediately expressed his agreement. However, brewing Polyjuice potion was no simple task. It belonged to the realm of advanced potions, requiring a complex process, rare ingredients, and a full month of brewing time. More critically, several key components, such as lacewing flies and African snake skin, were undoubtedly stored in Snape's private supply, but acquiring them posed a significant challenge. "We need a plan." Hermione began to outline meticulously, her gaze sharp as a lioness poised for the hunt. Throughout the discussion, Yinshi remained quietly attentive, refraining from interjecting. When Hermione mentioned the need to borrow materials from Snape's storeroom, his brow barely furrowed, betraying his concern. He was acutely aware of Snape's vigilant nature and his disdain for Potter, especially Harry, making the intrusion into his private domain exceedingly risky. The potential risks of infiltrating Professor Snape's storeroom far outweighed the possible rewards. When Hermione finally paused to catch her breath, Yinshi calmly spoke, noting that, given Snape's character, the storeroom would certainly be fortified with formidable protective enchantments and alarm measures. Once triggered, the consequences could be dire. "What do you suggest we do then?" Ron asked impatiently, wondering if there was any alternative way to procure those materials. Yinshi did not respond directly. Instead, his gaze fell upon the workbench in the corner of the room of requirement, which he often utilized, adorned with the basic runes. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Perhaps we need not rely solely on the Polyjuice potion. We could explore other means to gather information." He approached the workbench, grasping a quill and swiftly sketching upon a blank parchment. He delineated an exceedingly simplified combination of ancient runes, symbolizing information gathering and risk avoidance. For instance, we could attempt to trace the movements of specific individuals or eavesdrop on conversations in certain critical areas. As Yinshi sketched, he elucidated the concept of employing subtle magical methods, such as an enhanced version of the eavesdropping charm or tracking marks affixed to objects. This approach would entail far less risk than direct transformation and infiltration. Hermione gazed at the intricate runes, her eyes momentarily gleaming, only to dim again. These spells are far too advanced. We simply lack the capability. Moreover, attempting to leave tracking marks on Malfoy or his associates without detection is nearly impossible. Yinchi ceased his drawing, recognizing the validity of Hermione's concerns. Given their current abilities, executing such sophisticated and nearly invisible probing magic was indeed beyond their reach. While the Polyjuice Potion was perilous, at least the steps were clear, presenting a tangible possibility of success. If you insist on brewing the Polyjuice Potion, Yinchi set down the quill, surveying the three of them. I must be involved in the acquisition of materials. At the very least, I can't attempt to disrupt or delay any protective spells Professor Snape may have set. Buying you some time. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable certainty. Harry and Ron exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by Yunchi's willingness to engage in such a hazardous endeavor. Hermione appeared somewhat hesitant. This is far too dangerous, Yunchi, if you get caught. It is certainly preferable to your unprepared intrusion, Yunchi replied matter-of-factly. I possess knowledge of some ancient techniques specifically designed to interfere with certain protective spells. Although I cannot entirely dismantle them, I may be able to create temporary confusion or delay the alarms. He refrained from elaborating on the origins of these techniques. But at that moment, beset by their predicament, Harry and Ron were too preoccupied to delve deeper. They simply felt that with Yunchi's involvement, their chances of success seemed to have improved. Thus, the plan was set. Hermione would primarily oversee the brewing of the Polyjuice Potion, in which she was supremely confident, while Harry and Ron would provide cover and prepare supplementary materials, and Yinchi would offer magical support during their infiltration of Snape's storeroom. In the following weeks, in a corner of the room of requirement transformed into a potion brewing chamber, a massive cauldron began to bubble incessantly day and night, emitting a myriad of peculiar odors. Hermione guarded her potion like a treasured jewel, meticulously adding various ingredients according to a strict timeline, her notebook filled with dense notes of precautions. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were tasked with pilfering vegetables from the kitchen to serve as sustenance for the lacewing flies, and keeping an eye on Snape and Filch's movements. Yinchi, too, remained industrious. He utilized his free time to stealthily approach the corridors near Snape's office, silently attuning himself to the magical fluctuations emanating from beyond that door. He could distinctly sense that the door was imbued with several layers of powerful protective and alarm charms, intricately entwined. A forceful breach was utterly impossible. He could only seek the most minute potential energy interstices or attempt to soothe and delay their triggering mechanisms with exceptionally gentle, congruent magical energy. This undertaking demanded immense concentration and an extraordinary understanding of magical essence, coupled with meticulous control. Yinchi often stood at the corridor's end for hours, eyes closed, his entire mental focus directed at that door, beads of sweat forming at his temple. On several occasions, he narrowly avoided detection by patrolling Filch or the Fat Lady. But he consistently managed to sense their approach in advance, swiftly concealing himself through the disillusionment charm or his familiarity with the surroundings. In addition to preparing for the infiltration, Yinchi remained vigilant regarding other anomalies within the castle. He noted that following several incidents of attack, Ginny Weasley's demeanor seemed increasingly peculiar. Her complexion was pale, and she often appeared lost in thought, at times even murmuring to herself in empty corridors, as if conversing with someone unseen. On one occasion, Yinchi even witnessed her surreptitiously slipping a small, black, tattered notebook into her textbooks, her expression a strange amalgamation of obsession and fear. That notebook instantly reminded Yinchi of the black diary he had seen in the hands of Lucius Malfoy outside the leaky cauldron. The striking similarities sent alarm bells ringing in Yunchi's mind. He was almost certain that the diary harbored some dark secrets and was likely connected to the Chamber of Secrets incident. Ginny's state bore the hallmarks of being influenced or even controlled by some nefarious magical object. He refrained from immediately disclosing his suspicions to Harry and the others. On one hand, he lacked concrete evidence, and on the other, he feared alarming the already beleaguered Weasley family. He resolved to observe discreetly and seek an opportunity to ascertain the true nature of that diary. The chance soon presented itself. One evening, as most students dined in the Great Hall, Yinchi noticed Ginny hastily departing alone, heading toward the girls' dormitory, clutching something tightly in her hands. He quietly followed at a safe distance. As Ginny approached the entrance to the Gryffindor Tower, she seemed to fumble nervously, accidentally dropping several books onto the floor. Among them lay the black, tattered diary. Just as Ginny hurried to pick it up, Yinchi, concealed in the shadows around the corridor bend, concentrated all his energy, extending a thread of exceedingly subtle, pure magical essence, akin to the finest spider silk, toward the diary. The The moment his magic made contact with the diary, a cold, viscous aura, imbued with temptation and malice, surged forth like an agitated serpent, violently colliding with Yunshi's probing magic. Buzz! Yunshi felt a sharp pang deep within his mind, as if a probing magical force was suddenly consumed and obliterated by an overwhelming dark presence. He let out a muffled groan and instinctively took a step back, leaning against the cold wall, his complexion instantly paling. Such formidable dark power, such cunning disguise. That diary was certainly no ordinary dark magical artifact. It seemed to harbor a fragment of an evil soul, possessing an independent consciousness and immense power. Meanwhile, Ginny on the ground appeared to sense something as well. She abruptly lifted her head, her eyes filled with terror as she gazed in the direction where Yunshi was concealed, her face drained of color. She hastily gathered all the books, clutching the diary to her chest as if it were a lifeline, before darting into the portrait hole without a backward glance. While the fat lady grumbled in dissatisfaction behind her, Yunshi leaned against the wall, gradually calming his breath and the lingering sharpness in his mind. He was almost entirely certain that the diary from Lucius Malfoy was the root cause of the series of events. It was manipulating the creature in the Chamber of Secrets through Ginny Weasley, instigating panic and diverting suspicion toward Harry. The truth seemed tantalizingly close. Yet the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. How could he separate her from that dangerous diary without harming Ginny? How could he explain everything to others? Directly accusing Lucius Malfoy? They had no evidence. Yunshi inhaled deeply, feeling the weight of his burden grow heavier. The plan for the Polyjuice potion was still underway. Yet a more insidious and perilous crisis lurked beside them in another guise. He cast a glance at the tightly shut portrait hole of Gryffindor Tower, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He needed to devise a solution swiftly before Ginny was completely consumed by that diary. Chapter 31. The Potion and the Truth. In a corner of the room of requirement, transformed into a professional potion laboratory, a massive cauldron was undergoing the final stages of brewing the Polyjuice potion. What had initially been a thick, sludge-like liquid, reeking with a pungent aroma, gradually became clear after a month of meticulous preparation and slow simmering, taking on a bizarre hue reminiscent of molten gold, occasionally shimmering with mother-of-pearl iridescence. The air was filled with a complex scent, sweet yet spicy, as if it encapsulated the essence of countless creatures. Hermione Granger, the chief architect and executor of the Polyjuice Potion Project, was currently holding her breath, meticulously slicing the last crucial ingredient, powdered bicorn horn, with a pure silver knife. Her movements were as precise as a watchmaker's, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Yet her eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for impending success and the tension of unknown risks. According to the plan, the optimal moment to add the horn powder would be when the moon reached a specific angle tonight. Harry and Ron stood a short distance away, a mix of anticipation and anxiety evident on their faces. Ron gazed at the glimmering potion, unable to suppress a gulp, muttering to Harry, "Merlin, do we really have to drink that stuff? Just think of what might be in it." Harry offered no reply. His gaze lingered more on Yunshi, who stood on the opposite side of the cauldron, intently observing the surface of the potion. Unlike Hermione's nervousness and their anxiety, Yunshi appeared overly calm. He held no tools, merely standing there, as if attuned to the complex magical fluctuations within the potion that were gradually stabilizing. "The magical structure is solidifying," Yunshi suddenly spoke, breaking the almost stagnant silence of the laboratory. "The moment the horn powder is added will trigger a violent energy surge. Timing must be precise." Hermione looked up, somewhat surprised, as she had not elaborated on the brewing principles of the Polyjuice potion to him. Yet Yunshi seemed to possess an uncanny ability to pinpoint the essentials. She nodded, inhaling deeply, placing the cut horn powder onto a crystal dish, her eyes fixed intently on a magical hourglass, displaying the shifting star maps and lunar phases on the wall. 10 seconds left. Hermione's voice trembled slightly. Everyone's hearts raced, just as the last grain of silver sand fell from the hourglass. Hermione swiftly poured the entire contents of the dish into the cauldron. With a hiss, a thick cloud of white smoke erupted from the cauldron, accompanied by a faint sound reminiscent of a sigh. The formerly clear, golden potion began to churn violently, darkening in hue, purifying itself, and ultimately settling into a magical sheen that hinted at a significant transformation. "We did it." Hermione exhaled a long sigh of relief, her face breaking into a smile that blended exhaustion with a sense of accomplishment. However, before the joy of success could fully envelop them, Yunshi's brow furrowed slightly. His perception was sharper than Hermione's. In that instant when the white smoke rose, he detected a faint, chilling energy residue that clashed with the magical structure of the potion itself. That sensation bore an unsettling resemblance to the dark aura he had previously sensed from the Black Diary, albeit much weaker, as though merely tainted by a speck of dust. Was it a problem with the materials themselves? Or had something contaminated the potion during the brewing process? Yunchi could not ascertain. The anomaly was so minute that it seemed insufficient to impact the potion's final efficacy, yet a vague sense of unease began to stir within him. He glanced at the excited Hermione and the eager Harry and Ron, ultimately opting for silence. To point out this trivial concern at such a moment would only serve to sow discord and disrupt morale. He could only remain vigilant, mentally marking this disquiet as something to observe further. Next was the task of acquiring hair from their transformation targets, Draco Malfoy's cronies, Crabbe and Goyle. The plan was to utilize the Quidditch practice scheduled for the next afternoon. The Slytherin team practiced at the same time, with Harry and Ron attempting to approach them to obtain the hair. The following afternoon, the Quidditch pitch was abuzz with activity. The players from Gryffindor and Slytherin were engaged in intense training, brooms slicing through the air with a whoosh. Harry and Ron feigned interest on the sidelines while keenly observing the two hulking figures in the Slytherin team's resting area. Yunchi did not attend the match. He remained alone in the castle, needing to prepare for the impending interrogation that night, ensuring their encounter with Malfoy would be sufficiently concealed and not easily disturbed. He chose an abandoned girls' restroom on the second floor. Though the Weeping Myrtle was often noisy, it also meant that few ventured there, making it an excellent venue for clandestine discussions. Arriving early at the restroom, Myrtle was floating above a toilet, sobbing sorrowfully, lamenting that no one remembered her death day. Yunchi paid her no mind, meticulously inspecting each stall and entrance of the restroom. He took out the seemingly inconspicuous basic warning powder purchased from Diagon Alley and evenly sprinkled a thin layer along the door cracks and window edges. Upon contact with his magic, the powder emitted a barely perceptible silver glimmer before vanishing. This was not a powerful protective charm, but it was sufficient to provide a basic magical alert should anyone approach, granting them enough time to respond or abort the plan. Having completed this task, he stood quietly before the water-stained window of the restroom, gazing at the gradually setting sun while awaiting the arrival of night and any news from Harry and Ron. In the evening, Harry and Ron returned to the room of requirement, excitement radiating from them as they tightly clutched two strands of hair, differing slightly in color but equally coarse and thick, sourced from Crabbe and Goyle. That was too easy. Ron proudly boasted that they were exhausted from training, like two dead dogs, and we pretended to accidentally bump into them. Hermione cautiously took the hair, placing each strand into two pre-prepared small crystal vials, before pouring in an appropriate amount of the potion, which shimmered like liquid gold. The moment the potion made contact with the hair, a faint sizzling sound emerged, and the colors subtly shifted, one vial leaning towards a grayish-brown hue, while the other inclined towards a deep chestnut shade. "Are you ready?" Hermione passed the two vials to Harry and Ron, while she grasped the vial containing Millicent Bulstrode's hair, as she needed to transform to infiltrate the Slytherin girls' dormitory and ascertain the status of the diary from Ginny, a plan she had privately devised without fully informing the boys. Watching the swirling potion in her hand, which seemed almost alive, both Harry and Ron felt a wave of nausea. However, with the truth about to be unveiled, they summoned their courage, exchanged glances, and pinched their noses before downing the potion in one go. The taste was indescribable, akin to swallowing a concoction of sludge, expired milk, and some metallic shavings. As the potion coursed down their throats, an intense burning sensation accompanied a violent transformation. Harry felt his bones stretching and contorting, his skin melting and reconstituting like wax, his vision rapidly elevating, making the surrounding scenery shrink. He had transformed into Crabbe's bulky, dim-witted form. Beside him, Ron emitted a painful groan, morphing into Goyle's similarly thick-headed visage. Yet for Hermione, after consuming the potion, something seemed amiss. She let out a suppressed cry of agony, her body curling up, her face contorted in extreme distress. "Hermione, what's wrong?" Harry, now with Crabbe's gravelly voice, asked anxiously. I feel off." Hermione's voice had turned sharp and teary. "Millicent, she has a cat. I'm allergic to cat hair." No sooner had she spoken than thick ginger fur began sprouting rapidly across her face, her ears elongating to a pointed shape, and a furry tail sprouted from behind. The polyjuice potion reacted unpredictably with her feline allergy. "Quick, get her to the hospital wing," Ron, in Goyle's form, shouted in a panic. The plan had gone awry. Hermione was clearly unable to partake in the ensuing actions. Harry and Ron looked at the half-cat, half-human Hermione, then at each other in their own foolish forms. A moment of uncertainty engulfing them. At that moment, the door to the room of requirement creaked open, and Quirrell stepped inside. Upon witnessing the scene, particularly Hermione's bizarre appearance, a flicker of surprise crossed his features, yet he quickly regained his composure. "The bathroom for Myrtle is ready," he stated succinctly. Glancing at Harry and Ron, "Hermione needs to see Madame Pomfrey immediately. You two proceed as planned?" His arrival and calm demeanor seemed to instill a surge of confidence in the flustered Harry and Ron. They realized that retreating was no longer an option. "We'll go ourselves." Harry gritted his teeth, his voice still rough and deep. "We must uncover the truth. Together." He and Ron assisted the pained Hermione out of the room of requirement, heading towards the hospital wing, encountering Neville at the entrance, who was startled by Hermione's appearance. Thus, two Gryffindors, clad in the guise of Crabbe and Goyle, marched with trepidation and determination towards the abandoned girls' restroom on the second floor. Unbeknownst to them, after their departure, Quirrell did not follow. He remained within the room of requirement, observing the now empty cauldron and the scattered brown hairs belonging to Millicent Bulstrode, his brow furrowing once more. Was Hermione's mishap also linked to the strange energy he had sensed at the moment of the potion's completion? Would the residual coldness pose a potential, unknown threat to the drinkers? He approached the spot where Hermione had stood, crouching down, his fingertips gathering a pure strand of probing magic, gently sweeping across the ground. This time, he captured more distinctly the nearly dissipated dark essence, akin to that of the diary. Although faint, its presence was undeniable. Indeed, Quirrell murmured to himself, his gaze sharpening. The materials have been tainted. Was it in Snape's storeroom? Or at another stage? This is no coincidence. Someone, or something, is covertly obstructing their investigation. He rose, glancing in the direction Harry and Ron had taken. It was too late to inform them now. He could only hope that those two impostors, Crabbe and Goyle, could extract valuable information from Malfoy and that they would not suffer any repercussions from the contaminated potion. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his concerns and turned to leave the room of requirement. He needed to check on Hermione's condition in the hospital wing and prepare for the potentially graver circumstances that might arise. The truth seemed tantalizingly close, yet the path to it was fraught with unforeseen traps and mists. Chapter 31. The true nature of the diary and the entrance to the chamber. The night enveloped Hogwarts Castle like a thick ink, thoroughly saturating its walls. The corridors lay silent, save for the flickering torches casting wavering shadows upon the stone columns and suits of armor, their shapes elongating and shortening as if haunted by lurking phantoms. Harry and Ron, now encased in the cumbersome forms of Crabbe and Goyle, trudged heavily towards the abandoned girls' restroom on the second floor, their hearts racing with anxiety. Each of their own weighty footsteps echoed loudly in the stillness, heightening their trepidation. Meanwhile, in the hospital wing, filled with the scents of antiseptic and calming herbs, the atmosphere was equally tense. Madame Pomfrey had administered a potion to alleviate Hermione's allergic reaction and had temporarily bandaged her semi-feline features, primarily the fur on her face and her pointed ears, allowing her to slip into a peaceful slumber. However, the furrowed brows of Madame Pomfrey and her frequent glances towards Hermione revealed that the situation was far from merely a mild allergic reaction. Quirrell sat quietly beside Hermione's bedside, his gaze fixated on her bandaged face, still bearing traces of pain. Unlike the other students who had come to gawk at Hermione's peculiar appearance and were subsequently shooed away by Madame Pomfrey, he remained composed, as if guarding her or lost in thought. His fingertips drummed unconsciously on his knee, his mind replaying the chilling energy he had sensed at the potion's completion and Hermione's violent rejection. All signs pointed to one possibility. The cauldron of potion had been contaminated by a force related to dark magic, likely emanating from the Black Diary, lurking in Ginny Weasley's possession. It not only manipulated Ginny, but also imperceptibly influenced and sabotaged their investigation, Quirrell contemplated, deepening his vigilance and wariness towards the diary. It was no longer merely a dark artifact. It resembled a living curse, imbued with malice and high intelligence. He needed to ascertain Ginny's and the diary's current state. Seizing the moment while Madame Pomfrey stepped into the neighboring storeroom to prepare a calming draft, Quirrell quietly rose and approached the window of the infirmary. He closed his eyes, concentrating his mental energy, attempting to sense Ginny Weasley's potentially dark, corrupted magical aura, as he had with the diary. However, this time, the sensation was alarmingly vague and chaotic. He could only sense a powerful emotional fluctuation emanating from the young witch, steeped in unease and fear, akin to a pool of water disturbed by a tempest. The dark aura of the diary, lay hidden beneath, like silt on the bottom. Elusive and difficult to discern. It was evident that Ginny's mental state had become alarmingly unstable, and the diary's influence over her was deepening. Immediate action was imperative. Yunk opened his eyes and gazed out at the inky darkness of the night, resolving to act. He could no longer await news from Harry and Ron. He needed to adopt a more direct approach. While Yunk was covertly devising his plan in the hospital wing, Harry and Ron had already arrived at Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The weeping Myrtle floated above a stall, lamenting her tragic demise and the forgotten anniversary of her death to the dilapidated ceiling. Upon seeing the two dim-witted Slytherins enter, she merely rolled her eyes and resumed her melancholic reverie. Harry and Ron anxiously awaited their cue. As per their plan, they had instructed a reluctant younger Slytherin student, intimidated by the imposing presence of Crabbe and Goyle, to relay a message to Malfoy, indicating that Crabbe and Goyle had urgent matters to discuss with him in Myrtle's bathroom. The wait felt interminable, the only sounds within the restroom being Myrtle's intermittent sobs and the incessant dripping of a leaky faucet. Harry sensed that Crabbe's body was excessively sweaty, his back thoroughly soaked with cold perspiration. Meanwhile, Ron fidgeted with Goyle's thick neck, attempting to ease the tension that had settled in. At long last, footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by Draco Malfoy's distinctive, drawn-out voice, tinged with impatience. Crabbe? Goyle? You two dolts had better have something important to say, or I'll be disturbed from my study on broom maintenance. The bathroom door swung open, and Malfoy strode in, donned in an exquisitely tailored emerald green robe. His pale blonde hair meticulously arranged, his expression radiating his usual arrogance, mixed with a hint of annoyance at being interrupted. Upon noticing that only Crabbe and Goyle were present, he furrowed his brow. Just you two? What is it? Harry and Ron, adhering to their rehearsed script, adopted the most convincing imitation of Crabbe and Goyle's dull tones, and vaguely hinted that they had heard rumors regarding the heir of Slytherin, and wished to inquire if Malfoy had any insights. A flicker of surprise briefly crossed Malfoy's face before being replaced by a smug sense of superiority and schadenfreude. Leaning against the sink, he scrutinized the two followers with his slate-blue eyes, a mocking smile curving his lips. Oh, you're interested in this matter? It seems the downfall of the so-called hero, Potter, has brought delight to many. He clearly harbored no doubts about their identities and continued, relishing the opportunity to speak ill of Harry's plight. My father has long maintained that Potter and his band are nothing but trouble. However, this time, he has inadvertently aided us, Slytherins, in ridding ourselves of some unnecessary impurities. His insinuation was unmistakable, clearly referencing the petrified Muggle-born students. Harry struggled to suppress the impulse to confront him, forcing himself to ask in Crabbe's gruff voice, "So, who exactly is the heir? Do you know?" Malfoy shrugged, adopting an infuriatingly smug expression that suggested he knew more than he would reveal. The heir? That would undoubtedly be one of our own in Slytherin. As for who specifically, that remains a secret. Perhaps it lies among us, or perhaps, he lowered his voice dramatically, it dwells within those who seem the least likely. His words were deliberately vague and misleading, yet Harry and Ron sensed a key piece of information. Malfoy genuinely seemed to know something substantial, his tone betraying a certainty that hinted at truth rather than fabrication. My father, Malfoy continued to boast, clearly relishing the sensation of possessing secrets, told me that the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago. A Muggle-born died back then, nearly bringing about the closure of the school. Had it not been for that oaf Hagrid taking the fall. Hagrid! Harry's heart raced. 50 years ago. The reason for Hagrid's expulsion? He wanted to press further. But the effects of the polyjuice potion began to wane. Harry felt his toes shrinking back to their original size, his fingers becoming slender once more. He glanced at Ron and noticed his nose slowly reverting to its usual shape, freckles beginning to reappear. We need to leave, Harry exclaimed urgently, his voice slightly altered, as he pulled a still-dazed Ron toward the restroom exit. Hey, what's wrong with you two? Malfoy called out in confusion from behind them. Harry and Ron dashed out of the bathroom without looking back, racing down the dark corridor until they were certain Malfoy had not followed. Panting heavily as they concealed themselves behind a suit of armor, the potion's effects were rapidly dissipating, and they could distinctly feel their bodies returning to normal. The sensation of their bones and muscles being forcefully twisted back into place far more uncomfortable than the transformation itself. Hagrid! Ron gasped, his face a mask of shock. It was Hagrid 50 years ago. No way. Harry vehemently denied it, unable to accept that the kind-hearted keeper of keys and grounds could be the heir of Slytherin. Malfoy was simply spouting nonsense. Or perhaps Hagrid had been wronged. Just as he was now. At that moment, they heard a faint sound, akin to porcelain shattering, emanating from the direction of the restroom they had just vacated. They exchanged glances, concern mirrored in their eyes. Had Malfoy discovered something? Cautiously, they retraced their steps, hiding in the shadows outside the bathroom door, peering inside. The restroom was empty. Malfoy had departed. However, on the floor, near an ancient brass faucet adorned with serpentine engravings, lay several black, hard-shell fragments, reminiscent of some sort of eggshell. Beside the shards, a weathered black cover diary lay quietly on the damp floor. It was Ginny's diary. How did it end up here? And had it shattered? Was it the noise they had heard? Harry's heart raced as a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Ignoring the lingering discomfort of his incomplete transformation, he rushed into the restroom and picked up the diary. Its cover was worn, yet the pages remained blank, devoid of any writing. What is this? Ron followed him inside, gazing curiously at the book in Harry's hands. It's Ginny's, Harry murmured, flipping through the empty pages. An inexplicable allure emanating from the diary, as though something was beckoning him. He recalled Young's earlier warning to be wary of Malfoy and the items in his father's possession. Could this be the very diary that Lucius Malfoy had given to Ginny? Was it the key to everything? As Harry became engrossed in the diary, he failed to notice the brass faucet, intricately carved with serpentine patterns, shimmering with an exceedingly faint, almost sentient glow under the pallid moonlight streaming through the window. Meanwhile, in the hospital wing, Young, having just confirmed Hermione's stable condition with Madame Pomfrey and preparing to leave in search of Harry and Ron, abruptly halted. He distinctly sensed that the basic warning powder he had sprinkled around Moaning Myrtle's bathroom had been triggered. It was not a mere alert indicating someone's approach, but rather a powerful energy, imbued with a chilling and malevolent essence, had momentarily pierced through the fragile barrier formed by the powder. Akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending forth a distinct ripple of magic. That direction was Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Harry and Ron were still there. Young's expression shifted, urgency overtaking him as he turned and hastened toward the second floor. He was seized by an intense premonition that certain secrets, concealed for 50 years, along with a true and perilous entrance, were poised to be unveiled tonight, either by the insistent darkness or by Harry, who might inadvertently stumble upon the crucial clue. Time was running out for him. Chapter 33. The passage unveiled by Parseltongue and the late warning. Within the lavatory, the air seemed to solidify. Harry cradled the empty, eerily alluring black diary, his heart pounding in his chest like a relentless drum. Ron stood beside him, nervously surveying the grim and dilapidated room, his gaze ultimately settling on the scattered black shards on the floor and the diary in Harry's hand. How did Ginny's diary end up here? Ron's voice was laced with confusion and unease. And it's broken. What was that sound just now? Harry remained silent, entirely captivated by the diary. The blank pages seemed to possess a certain enchantment, beckoning him to write, to confess. He instinctively brushed his fingers across the pages, feeling a chilling, almost sentient touch. Perhaps we could see what it contains, Harry said almost impulsively, retrieving a quill from his pocket. The inexplicable impulse within him, akin to his ability to speak Parseltongue, resonated with the diary. Harry, don't. Ron hurriedly intervened. That thing looks decidedly sinister. Didn't T. Luna warn us to be cautious? The mention of Luna caused Harry to pause momentarily. Yes, Luna had repeatedly cautioned them to be wary of Malfoy and this very diary. Yet at that moment, an overwhelming curiosity and an instinctive drive made it nearly impossible for him to resist. He felt as if the diary concealed crucial clues that could unravel all mysteries and vindicate him. In a fleeting moment of hesitation, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the brass faucet, engraved with serpentine patterns, above the sink. In the dim light, the little snake statue appeared almost alive, its cold, gem-like eyes fixed upon him. A strange, whispering hiss echoed faintly in his mind. Open it. Come on, unleash it. The voice enticed and urged him. Without conscious thought, Harry approached the sink, his eyes locked onto the serpent statue. Harry? What's wrong? Ron sensed his abnormality and followed with concern. Harry stood before the sink, staring at the little snake. He opened his mouth, and the deep, hoarse Parseltongue flowed uncontrollably from him, synchronizing with the enticing voice in his mind. Open. In an instant, chaos erupted. The brass faucet, adorned with the snake motif, erupted in a blinding flash of white light. The row of sinks began to tremble violently, emitting a deep, resonant roar. In the center of the basin, the snake-engraved faucet along with its underlying stone began to rotate and shift as if a complex mechanical lock was being unlocked by an invisible key. Merlin S. Beard. Ron exclaimed in terror, stumbling back a step, nearly slipping on the wet floor. Harry, too, was taken aback, watching the astonishing scene unfold before him. His mind a blank slate. He had merely uttered Parseltongue instinctively. How could this happen? The tumult ceased. A vast, gaping black entrance now loomed where the sink had been. The entrance's edges were rugged rocks, descending into an abyss of darkness, and a chilling, damp breeze, laden with age-old grime and a certain cloying sweetness, surged forth from the depths, causing Harry and Ron's robes to flutter. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. It truly lay here, unsealed by his Parseltongue. Simultaneously, outside the lavatory, a figure raced in like a specter. It was Luna. Sensing the ripple of energy that penetrated the warning powder, he had rushed over at breakneck speed. However, he was too late. As he pushed open the creaking wooden door of the lavatory, he beheld the sink's gaping entrance, with Harry and Ron teetering at its edge, retreating from the ominous wind billowing forth from the darkness. In Harry's grasp, the black diary remained tightly clutched. Harry, Ron, step back. Luna que mandis sharply. Urgency and gravity lacing his voice. Startled by the sudden command, Harry and Ron turned to see Luna at the doorway, their faces betraying surprise and a hint of guilt at being caught. Luna, you're here, Ron exclaimed, as if finding a lifeline, pointing at the dark entrance. Look, the chamber. Harry opened it with Parseltongue. Luna's gaze swiftly scanned the scene, the open entrance, the scattered black shards, which he recognized as remnants of the basilisk's shed skin, and the ominous diary pulsating in Harry's hand. In an instant, all clues connected in his mind. The diary was both the key and the guide. It had exploited Harry's eagerness to prove his innocence and his Parseltongue ability, luring him to open the chamber's entrance himself. And the true master of the diary, lurking in the shadows, had likely unleashed the basilisk through Ginny, now poised on the other side of the entrance, waiting for prey to fall into its trap or to proceed with its next malevolent scheme. That is no ordinary entrance. Luna approached swiftly, pulling the still-dazed Harry and Ron away from the edge with an undeniable firmness in his tone. It is a passage to the basilisk's lair. The creature within possesses a gaze that can kill. Basilisk. Ron's complexion turned pale, his voice trembling. The monster that kills with a single glance? Harry gasped, finally shaking off the shock of the opened entrance and the diary's allure, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. Luna disregarded their fear, his eyes fixed intently on the abyss. He sensed that the depths were thick with dark magic and the serpentine chill of the creature. What unsettled him even more was the feeling of a more insidious, malicious intent lurking in that darkness, coldly watching from within. That was the true master of the diary, a fragment of Tom Riddle's soul. We must leave this place at once, Luna declared decisively, and notify the professors. The entrance is open, and the basilisk could emerge at any moment. But Ginny, Harry suddenly recalled, panic rising in his voice. Malfoy said Ginny was here last night. What if she is already? He could not bear to finish the thought. Luna's heart sank. His worst fears had materialized. Ginny was evidently under the diary's control, having returned here once more, and she very well might have met with peril or been drawn deep into the chamber. If she is down there, we cannot recklessly enter, Luna pressed, gripping Harry's shoulder, striving to calm him. Against the basilisk, we stand no chance. We need Professor Dumbledore. Or at the very least, Gilderoy Lockhart. He paused, recalling Lockhart's ineffectual skills and amended or other formidable professors. At that moment, a faint sound, akin to silk brushing against the ground, emanated from the depths of the entrance. The sound was exceedingly subtle, yet in the silence of the lavatory, it resonated like thunder in everyone's hearts. The basilisk. It was down there, and it was on the move. It's coming. Ron screamed in terror, turning to flee. Don't run. Luna seized him, his eyes sharp as blades. Back to the basilisk. It's a dead end. Close your eyes. Everyone, close your eyes at once. Do not look at the entrance. Harry and Ron instinctively shut their eyes tightly, and even the weeping, moaning Myrtle, who had long been frightened into hiding in a toilet bowl, emitted a muffled sob, falling silent. Yunshi closed his eyes, yet his other senses heightened to their utmost potential. He strained to listen to the sounds emanating from the cave's entrance, gauging the speed and direction of the serpent monster's movements. He sensed the fluctuations of magical energy in the air, striving to capture the ripples created by the creature's massive form disturbing the energy field. He could even smell the increasingly potent, sickly sweet scent of death that accompanied the serpent's approach. The rustling grew nearer and clearer, echoing like a countdown to oblivion. A chilling draft seeped from the cave's mouth, causing the temperature in the washroom to plummet. Harry kept his eyes tightly shut, gripping the diary with white-knuckled intensity, feeling as though his heart might leap from his chest. Regret washed over him, Regret for his recklessness and naivety. Regret for ignoring Yunshi's warning. If his actions led to Ron and Yunshi's peril, it would be an unbearable burden. In that critical moment, Yunshi suddenly sprang into action. Without opening his eyes, he relied on his extraordinary perception and understanding of energy trajectories, forcefully propelling Harry and Ron towards the corner of the washroom. Hide behind the partition. Quickly. Simultaneously, he moved in the opposite direction, edging closer to the entrance, swiftly shifting his stance and directing his hawthorn wand at an unusual angle towards the cave's mouth. He uttered no incantation, yet a faint, remarkably pure white halo began to coalesce at the tip of his wand, expanding like the most delicate gossamer. This light was not intended for assault, but rather sought to create a subtle barrier of mental interference and energy to disrupt the serpent's potentially lethal gaze that might penetrate through the cave's aperture. He was uncertain if the hurriedly summoned power, steeped in ancient magic's confounding and isolating traits, would prove effective against such a legendary beast. Any defense could be in vain. But he had to act. He could not remain passive. The rustling sound halted at the cave's edge. A colder, more formidable presence enveloped the washroom, palpable and suffocating. Harry and Ron huddled behind the partition, scarcely daring to breathe, feeling as though their blood might freeze. Yunshi stood near the entrance, maintaining the wand's aimed direction, beads of sweat forming at his brow, his entire focus locked on the vast, dark energy lurking at the cave's mouth, bracing for a potentially cataclysmic assault. Time seemed to suspend in that moment. Yet, the anticipated attack did not materialize. The chilling presence lingered at the entrance for a moment, seemingly assessing something, and then the rustling resumed, not ascending but slowly retreating into the depths of the cave, imbued with a sense of reluctant resignation. The oppressive weight, suffocating as a tide, gradually receded. The ominous entity within the cave appeared to have temporarily withdrawn, after what felt like an eternity, during which no further unusual sounds emerged. Yunshi slowly lowered his wand, the white halo dissipating quietly. He exhaled a long, silent breath, aware that his robes were soaked through with cold sweat. Did it leave? Ron's voice trembled, faint as a whisper from behind the partition. For now, it has departed. Yunshi's voice bore a hint of barely perceptible fatigue, yet he maintained an unwavering calm. But we cannot guarantee its return. We must leave immediately and ensure this entrance is sealed as best we can. He approached Harry, who still had his eyes tightly shut, his complexion pale, and gently patted his shoulder. Harry, it's over. Open your eyes. Harry slowly peeled his eyes open, terror still lingering within them. He gazed at the yawning, demon-like mouth of the open cave, then glanced at the diary in his hand, feeling it as if it were a scalding hot potato. What do we do now? He croaked. Yunshi's gaze swept over the cave entrance and the diary, his expression deep and complex. The truth lay before them in its most perilous form, and they found themselves inexorably drawn into a confrontation with a vengeful spirit and deadly creature from 50 years prior. First, Yunshi intoned gravely, "We need to locate Professor Lockhart." Harry and Ron stared at him, momentarily stunned, as if they had misheard. "Find him?" Ron exclaimed incredulously. "That incompetent fool? What can he possibly do?" "Precisely because he is a fool," Yunshi replied, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips. "He can sometimes prove to be the most useful, either as bait or as a sacrifice." His words, calm yet chilling, sent shivers down Harry and Ron's spines. They stared at Yunshi's serene visage, finally comprehending the resolve and the near-cold wisdom that surfaced in their companion, typically so taciturn when faced with true peril. The dark passage lay open, and the game for survival had only just begun. Chapter 34, delving into the chamber and splitting up. In the washroom, the cold, damp air felt as though it had solidified, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. The open entrance to the unknown horrors loomed like a gateway to hell, emanating a chilling dread. Though the serpent had retreated for the moment, none could guarantee it would not return to end everything with its lethal gaze. Yunshi's suggestion to seek Professor Lockhart initially left Harry and Ron bewildered and unconvinced. However, under Yunshi's brutally rational analysis, they soon grasped the necessity of such a course. They required a professor to lend credibility, someone to assume the superficial responsibility for discovering the entrance and organizing a rescue, thereby evading the strictest penalties of school rules. They also needed someone who could attract attention, if necessary. And the vain, incompetent yet attention-hungry Gilderoy Lockhart was undoubtedly the most fitting candidate for this role. "We must act immediately." Yunshi's voice shattered the suffocating silence, his gaze sweeping over the still-shaken Harry and Ron before landing on the black diary, tightly clutched in Harry's hand. before the serpent reappears or other professors, like Snape, arrive due to the abnormal magical fluctuations here. He stepped closer to Harry, extending his hand. The diary, please, Harry. Harry hesitated, instinctively retracting the diary. Why? This might be crucial evidence. Is far too dangerous. Yunshi's tone brooked no argument. It can influence your mind, lure you into opening the chamber. Keeping it with you is akin to carrying a ticking time bomb. Moreover, I suspect it has some connection to its master. That entity hidden deep within the chamber. Bringing it down, there would be equivalent to walking into a trap. Harry regarded Yunshi's calm, yet penetrating black eyes, wavering for a moment before ultimately relinquishing the cold, eerily alluring diary. In the instant the entrance had opened, he had indeed felt an uncontrollable temptation and guidance. Reflecting on it now left him filled with dread. Yunshi accepted the diary, the chilling touch on his fingertips causing him to frown slightly. He did not peruse it as Harry had, but swiftly produced a small pouch wrapped in silver thread, intricately inscribed with isolation runes. Crafted in advance from materials found in the room of requirement for containing potentially dark magical items. He carefully placed the diary inside the pouch, tightening the drawstring. Instantly, the faint, dark fluctuations surrounding the diary were significantly diminished, as if sealed away in another realm. I will hold on to it for now. Yunshi secured the pouch and declared, Now, let's seek out Professor Lockhart. The three swiftly departed from the foreboding washroom. The corridor remained eerily deserted, silence thick and oppressive. They tread lightly, making their way toward Lockhart's office. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, Lockhart was indeed still in his office, seemingly practicing his signature radiant smile in front of a mirror, with several drafts of letters to fans spread out on his desk. When Harry, Ron, and Luna, primarily Harry and Ron, while Luna remained somewhat in the background, burst into his office, incoherently informing him that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets had been discovered and that Ginny Weasley might be trapped below, the smile on Lockhart's face instantly froze. A flicker of obvious panic flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly masked by a forced bravado that barely skimmed the surface. Merlin's beard. How dreadful! Lockhart exclaimed in his theatrical tone, one hand pressed against his chest. Poor Miss Weasley. Of course. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, shall not stand idly by. I will rescue her at once. As he spoke, he frantically grabbed one of his own books from the desk, perhaps believing it would bring him good fortune, hastily stuffed several brightly colored, unidentified potions into his pockets, and urged Harry and the others to lead the way. Observing Lockhart's outward bravado, which belied his utter lack of preparation, Harry and Ron felt a heaviness settle in their hearts. Only Luna remained calm, her gaze serene, as if she had anticipated this all along. Upon returning to Myrtle's bathroom, the dark entrance still gaped open, exuding an ominous aura. Lockhart hesitated momentarily at the sight of the entrance, a flicker of fear crossing his face. However, under the scrutiny of Harry, Ron, and Luna's calm, yet subtly pressuring gaze, he steeled himself and, almost as if propelled, was the first to thrust himself into the opening. Harry and Ron followed closely behind. Before entering, Luna glanced back one last time at the empty bathroom, her fingertips quietly releasing a barely perceptible strand of magic that clung like a spider's silk to an inconspicuous corner of the doorframe. It was a rudimentary, alerting charm, meant to alert her if anyone else entered the bathroom afterward. Beneath the entrance was not a vertical abyss, but rather a sloping, rough, and slippery stone tunnel. The walls of the tunnel were coated in a sticky, unidentifiable grime, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay and mildew. They could only curl their bodies and slide down the tunnel, gaining speed as if there were no end in sight. In the darkness, Lockhart intermittently emitted exaggerated gasps, his voice echoing within the narrow confines, amplifying the atmosphere of terror. Harry tightly closed his eyes, feeling the wind howl past his ears, his mind consumed with worry for Ginny's safety and the dread of the unknown ahead. Ron clutched Harry's robe with a white-knuckled grip, muttering incantations like a prayer to Merlin. Luna glided at the rear, in stark contrast to the other's sheer panic, her mind racing. She summoned all her senses, striving to capture the lingering traces of magic and the essence of life within the tunnel. She sensed a powerful, serpentine, cold magic that had recently passed through, leading deeper into the tunnel. Simultaneously, she discerned a faint, agonizing, and despair-ridden life force belonging to a young witch, Ginny. She was still alive, but in dire condition. In addition, she felt an even more insidious and unsettling dark intention lurking, like a venomous serpent lying in wait within the shadows, coldly observing their approach. That was the owner of the diary, Tom Riddle. He was indeed here. After what felt like an eternity of sliding, a faint light finally appeared ahead. They were suddenly expelled from the tunnel's exit, crashing heavily onto a cold, hard ground. Harry rubbed his bruised arm and struggled to rise, surveying their surroundings. They seemed to be in a vast, cavernous space reminiscent of an underground grotto. Towering, robust stone pillars surrounded them, supporting an endless dark ceiling. The ground was damp, strewn with massive, glistening white serpent bones and shed skins. The air was thick with a sickly sweet odor, nearly suffocating. In the distance, the faint sound of dripping water added to the eerie atmosphere. This was the Chamber of Secrets. We really made it, Ron's voice quivered, his face appearing even paler in the reflection of the ghastly serpent bones surrounding them. Lockhart, too, had risen from the ground, looking even more disheveled than Ron. His extravagant robes sullied, hair askew, and his face etched with terror and regret. He surveyed the horrifying locale, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Well, the entrance has been located, and Miss Weasley may be nearby, Lockhart stammered, his eyes flickering as he slowly began to back away towards the tunnel's exit. I shall return to notify the other professors and summon reinforcements. He intended to flee. No, Harry immediately blocked his path, shouting furiously, Ginny might be right ahead. She needs help, but there's a basilisk. Lockhart shrieked, utterly shedding his facade of bravery. We'll die. We're all going to die. As Harry and Lockhart argued, Luna had swiftly surveyed the surroundings. Her gaze fell upon some disordered, smaller footprints on the ground, leading deeper into the cavern. They were Ginny's footprints. Ginny went that way. Luna calmly pointed into the depths of the cavern, interrupting their quarrel. We need to find her quickly. The basilisk could return at any moment. Her calmness doused cold water over the flustered Lockhart, and somewhat steadied the agitated Harry. But how do we deal with the basilisk? Ron asked despairingly. We can't look it in the eye. Luna pondered for a moment, her gaze sweeping over Lockhart as cowardly demeanor, then glanced at Harry and Ron, swiftly arriving at a daring decision. We need to split up, Luna declared, her tone resolute. Harry, Ron, you follow the footprints to find Ginny. Remember, whatever happens, do not open your eyes. Use sound and the vibrations of the ground to gauge your surroundings. If you hear any unusual rustling, immediately crouch down and close your eyes. And you? Harry asked urgently. Luna's gaze shifted to Lockhart, who was desperately trying to diminish his presence. A glint of cold determination crossed her eyes. Professor Lockhart and I will stay here to set traps and find a way to divert any potential basilisk. What? Lockhart jumped in fright. No, I can't stay here. I want to go back. Professor, Luna's voice remained calm, but carried an unspoken weight. You are an expert in defense against the dark arts. In the face of this crisis, the students need your protection and guidance. Moreover, only you know how to set effective protective spells, do you not? She deliberately emphasized the terms expert in defense against the dark arts and protective spells, like two sharp needles, piercing Lockhart's vain and fragile nerves. Lockhart opened his mouth. But under Luna's gaze, which seemed to see through all his pretenses, he ultimately could not muster a rebuttal, his face paling as he stood frozen. Though Harry and Ron were concerned, they understood this was the only viable course of action. They could not all be trapped here. Someone had to rescue Ginny. Take this. Luna produced 2 small earplugs, woven from some pliable plant leaves, from her pocket and handed them to Harry and Ron. I treated these with a calming herb. They can partially block the misleading low-frequency sounds that the basilisk might emit while moving, helping you stay alert. Remember, once you find Ginny, return immediately the way you came. Without delay, Harry and Ron accepted the earplugs, nodding solemnly. They cast one last glance at Yunchi and the ashen-faced Lockhart before gritting their teeth and, following Yunchi's instructions, closed their eyes. Carefully, guided solely by the faint impressions beneath their feet and their limited hearing, they cautiously advanced deeper into the cavern. As Harry and Ron's figures faded behind the dimly lit rock columns, Yunchi slowly turned to face the trembling Lockhart. His expression was devoid of emotion, his dark eyes glinting with a calm and sharp light, reminiscent of cold stars in the gloom. Well then, Professor Lockhart. Yunchi's voice was as placid as if discussing the evening's menu. Let us converse about the effective deployment of traps and, when the need arises, how to ensure that the basilisk's attention remains firmly upon us. Lockhart gazed at Yunchi as though he were a demon risen from the depths of hell, his teeth chattering in fear. For the first time, he keenly realized that this typically taciturn and unassuming Potter boy was far more terrifying than any beast he had ever described. Within the dark cavern, the dual operations of rescue and bait unfolded simultaneously, while the balance between life and death trembled ever so slightly in this silent and terrifying underground realm. Yunchi stood alone against the incompetent professor and the potential fatal threat. Every decision he made would directly influence the fate of all. Chapter 35. The Game in the Cavern and the Gift of the Phoenix. In the depths of the cavern, cold and damp, thick with the stench of serpents, Harry and Ron stumbled forward, blind and filled with trepidation. With their eyes tightly shut, they relied solely on their perceptions of the subtle traces beneath their feet and the nearly imperceptible guidance from Yunchi, navigating cautiously between jagged stones and icy serpent bones. Each step felt as precarious as treading upon the edge of a knife, fearing that the next could plunge them into an abyss or lead them directly into the jaws of a lurking creature. Ron's hand gripped the hem of Harry's robe with white-knuckled intensity, his pulse pounding in his chest, nearly drowning out the sound of dripping water. Meanwhile, Harry focused intently on the path ahead, striving to discern the direction of Ginny's relatively smaller footprints, his ears pricked for any unusual sounds. The grass leaf earplugs Yunchi had provided seemed to alleviate some of the oppressive whispers and hisses that surrounded them, allowing them to concentrate slightly better. In stark contrast, in a relatively open space near the exit of the tunnel, the atmosphere was suffused with a different kind of tension. Gilderoy Lockhart resembled a frightened rabbit, pressed against the cold rock wall, trembling uncontrollably, his wand clutched tightly in hand, yet feeling as futile as a mere stick. His eyes, typically gleaming with narcissism, now reflected pure, almost overflowing terror, fixed upon the profound darkness ahead, as if anticipating a monstrous serpent's head to emerge at any moment. In sharp contrast stood Yunchi, a few paces ahead, facing the depths of the cavern from which Harry and his companions had departed. His posture was tall and steady, akin to a silent statue. Unlike Lockhart, who darted his gaze in panic, Yunchi remained calm, not even gripping his wand defensively, simply standing there as if he were listening or waiting. However, any adept in magical perception present would discern a faint yet exceptionally pure mental energy field emanating from Yunchi, expanding quietly like the most delicate of spider webs, capturing every ripple of magic and life in the air. He was monitoring the energy flow throughout the cavern, particularly the disturbances caused by the basilisk's massive form and the cold, dark intent lurking deeper within, that of Tom Riddle. Will it return suddenly? Lockhart's voice, tinged with desperation, shattered the silence, echoing painfully in the vast cavern. Can we truly fend it off? I mean, my spells work against vampires and werewolves. But the basilisk, it wasn't mentioned in Hitchhiking with the Yeti. Yunchi did not turn back, his voice calm and detached, tinged with a barely perceptible indifference. Whether we can defend ourselves depends on its appearance and our response. Fear resolves nothing, Professor. If you wish to leave here alive, it will be prudent to suppress those futile emotions and focus. His words struck Lockhart's frail nerves like a frigid whip. Lockhart opened his mouth to retort, to boast of non-existent combat experience. Yet under Yunchi's calm, all-seeing gaze, all bluster choked in his throat, leaving only heavy breaths and uncontrollable tremors. Time slipped by in a suffocating wait, measured by the sound of dripping water and Lockhart's labored breathing. Yunchi, like a meditative monk, maintained the expansion of his mental perception field, beads of sweat forming at his brow. This wide-ranging, high-precision awareness was exceedingly taxing, particularly in an environment saturated with dark magic and negative emotions. He had to remain vigilant against the basilisk, while simultaneously suppressing the faint resonance that might emanate from the isolated diary in his possession, preventing it from signaling its master. Suddenly, Yunchi's tranquil eyes flickered. He sensed that deep within the cavern, Harry and Ron's life signals had ceased, as if they had encountered some obstacle. Almost immediately, a clearer yet weaker female life force appeared within their perceptual range. It was Ginny. She was still alive, yet her essence flickered like a candle in the wind, wavering precariously, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Simultaneously, he detected the dark intent of Tom Riddle, which had been lurking in the core area, becoming agitated by Ginny's dwindling vitality and the approach of Harry and his friends, emanating a mixture of greed, excitement, and malice. It appears Riddle is preparing to reap his harvest. Yunchi assessed coolly within. I must buy time for Harry and the others. Just then, a sudden disturbance arose. Rustle. Rustle, that familiar, chilling sound of friction echoed from some distant fork in the cavern, growing closer. The noise was sharper and more intense than before, carrying an undeniable sense of overwhelming pressure. The basilisk. It was returning. Ah, it's coming. It's coming. Lockhart shrieked, his facade crumbling as he collapsed to the ground. Hands clamped over his eyes, as if that could shield him from reality. Yunchi whirled around, shedding the unguarded demeanor he had worn until now. His hawthorn wand shot up, not aimed at the source of the sound, but swiftly tracing ancient, simple silver arcs before him. These are not offensive spells. but ancient protective runes he had studied and refined in the Room of Requirement, designed to deflect and confuse energy and perception. The silver trails briefly coalesced in the air, forming a continuously rotating, intricately structured rudimentary magical array, radiating a soft yet resolute light, akin to a faint beacon ignited in the darkness. He could not confront the basilisk directly, but his intention was not to defeat it, rather to disrupt, to interfere with its precise targeting of prey, to obstruct the deadly gaze it might cast through the gaps. Close your eyes. Lockhart, if you wish to survive, shut them tightly. Yunshi commanded in a tone that brooked no dissent. He too squeezed his eyes shut, pouring all his focus into maintaining the suspended silver array and locking onto the massive energy entity of the basilisk, which surged toward them like a tide of darkness. The rustling grew ever closer, a frigid breath pressing down upon them, as if it were a tangible force. Yunshi could sense the colossal, primal energy of the creature driven by an instinct for slaughter approaching their vicinity, seemingly hindered momentarily by the silver runic array, its pace slightly abated, issuing a low, guttural growl of confusion and anger. The sound did not travel through the air, but directly affected the realm of magical perception. Its formless gaze appeared to sweep across the silver array, tinged with a hint of vexation at being outwitted. Yunshi maintained the array, feeling his mental energy surge forth like a flood, beads of sweat coalescing and trickling down his pallid cheeks. He was gambling, wagering that the serpent's primary target was not merely the two of them, insignificant morsels, but rather the soon-to-mature sacrifice deep within the chamber, Ginny, and the fortuitous arrival of Harry Potter. Fortunately, his gamble paid off. The serpent lingered before the silver light for a fleeting moment, as if weighing its options. Ultimately, the thirst for its more significant prey outweighed its annoyance at this minor disruption. The massive energy entity circumvented the core area enveloped by the silver array and, with a heart-stopping rustle, hastened deeper into the cavern, towards the direction of Harry, Ron, and Ginny. The oppressive atmosphere gradually receded like a receding tide. Yunshi waited until the rustling had diminished to a certain extent before slowly dispersing the silver array before him, leaning against the cold stone wall, breathing heavily. The brief confrontation had drained a considerable amount of his mental strength. Has it gone? Lockhart, still collapsed on the ground, asked in a quavering voice. Too frightened to open his eyes, temporarily departed, Yunshi replied, his tone tinged with fatigue, yet retaining its composure. It has gone to find Harry and the others. What? Lockhart exclaimed, his face drained of color. Then we should run. Now. He scrambled to his feet, eager to dash towards the exit. Stop. Yunshi's voice, though low, acted like a frigid shackle, instantly halting Lockhart's advance. Lockhart stiffly turned his gaze back to Yunshi, who had straightened up, despite his pale complexion. His black eyes shone with an intensity that was both bright and chilling. We cannot leave. Harry, Ron, and Ginny are doomed. Yunshi articulated each word with precision, his gaze like two ice picks piercing through Lockhart's remaining hopes. The serpent has been lured away. This is our opportunity. Oh, opportunity? Lockhart stammered, utterly bewildered. Indeed, a faint, yet utterly devoid of warmth, smile graced Yunshi's lips. The fact that the serpent had been drawn deeper indicated that its master, the soul concealed within the diary, resided in the core area, where defensive measures had been diminished to their nadir. This was the prime moment to seek him out. He glanced at the petrified Lockhart, his tone firm and resolute. And you, Professor, must accompany me. After all, it is in the face of such dark magical threats that your expertise shall truly shine. Is it not? Lockhart, gazing into Yunshi's calm yet tempestuous eyes, felt akin to a frog ensnared by a venomous serpent, utterly drained of any will to flee. For the first time, he comprehended with startling clarity that this seemingly inconspicuous youth was far more formidable than the creature lurking within the chamber. He had no doubt that should he utter a word of dissent, Yunshi would find a way to compel him to stay willingly, or perhaps to remain here forever. Just as Yunshi was persuading Lockhart to set forth towards the core area of dark intent, a clear, ethereal call, seemingly capable of purging all filth and fear, rang out unexpectedly throughout the shadowy cavern. This sound carried warmth and hope, akin to the first ray of sunlight breaking through the clouds, instantly dispelling some of the pervasive chill and despair. Both Yunshi and Lockhart, the latter now wide-eyed with astonishment, looked up simultaneously. A resplendent golden red light, like a shooting star, surged into the cavern from the tunnel they had traversed, tracing a graceful arc before settling gently upon Yunshi's shoulder. It was a breathtakingly beautiful phoenix, with shimmering golden plumage and a body of radiant red. It possessed an elegant stature and eyes brimming with wisdom and compassion. Clutched in its talons was a tattered, patched-up sorting hat, which seemed to illuminate the entire cavern with its presence. "Fox," Yunchi murmured, voicing the name of Dumbledore's phoenix. The warm and firm touch of the phoenix's feathers upon his shoulder flooded him with a pure and potent life force, akin to a warm current, swiftly alleviating his mental fatigue and exhaustion. Fox affectionately nuzzled Yunchi's cheek with its beak, then dropped the sorting hat into his arms, emitting a series of clear, ringing calls as if conveying some vital message. Yunchi caught the sorting hat and instantly understood. Dumbledore was aware. He had sent Fox as a means of providing weaponry, or perhaps an opportunity. He glanced at the battered sorting hat in his hands, and then at the majestic Fox on his shoulder, the last remnants of uncertainty within him quietly dissipating. Although Dumbledore had not come in person, his assistants had arrived. This signified that the final confrontation would soon unfold deep within the chamber. Moreover, he was no longer alone. "It seems our plan requires a slight adjustment, Professor." Yunchi turned to the awestruck Lockhart, his tones still calm, yet now infused with a glimmer of newfound assurance. "We have aerial support." Gently stroking Fox's warm feathers, he clutched the sorting hat tightly, his gaze once again directed towards the depths of the cavern, where Harry's battle was poised to commence. And his own battlefield was about to shift. The arrival of the Phoenix was akin to a beam of light cast into the darkest hour, ushering not only hope, but also subtly altering the balance of power. The true contest was only just beginning. Chapter 36, Dual Battlefields and the Sword of Gryffindor. The arrival of Fox ignited a warm and radiant bonfire in the abyss of cold despair. Its golden red feathers radiated a gentle glow, dispelling portions of the darkness while instilling an indescribable courage and hope. Yunchi felt the warm currents flowing from the Phoenix settle upon his shoulder, quickly nourishing his nearly depleted mental energy, even mitigating the chill emanating from the diary that had been previously isolated. Gilderoy Lockhart stood in awe before this mythical creature, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg within, his earlier fears seemingly softened by this sudden miraculous sight, replaced by a mixture of astonishment and perhaps a foolish impulse to reach out and touch it. Yunchi paid no heed to Lockhart's inner turmoil. He swiftly assessed the current situation. Fox had brought the sorting hat, an act that was no mere coincidence. Dumbledore's intentions were unmistakable. He wished for Harry, the true chosen one, to confront Tom Riddle directly and had provided him with the necessary tools, albeit these tools appeared somewhat meager. Moreover, Fox himself, possessing great vitality and unique abilities, undoubtedly served as a significant ally against the basilisk and dark magic. The plan to confront Riddle directly required modification. With Fox now at their side, they could take a more proactive stance, perhaps even assist Harry. "The plan has changed, Professor." Yunchi's voice jolted Lockhart back to reality. "Fox will guide us to Harry. The serpent should have already arrived there. We must provide immediate support. Go to the basilisk." Lockhart's face paled instantly, shaking his head vigorously like a bobblehead. No, that is a death sentence. Remaining here is equally a sentence to death." Yunchi's tone remained utterly undisturbed as he raised his hand, and Fox, in perfect harmony, took flight from his shoulder, circling in the air and emitting an urging, melodious cry. The basilisk had dealt with Harry, and we would be next. Or would you prefer to remain here alone, facing the potential return of the basilisk? Or perhaps something even worse? His gaze swept meaningfully across the ominous, shadowy rock walls. Lockhart shivered, glancing at the spot on Yunchi's shoulder where the Phoenix had just perched, then at the majestic creature soaring above, before finally gritting his teeth, more out of fear of being left alone than anything else. "All right, Fine, I will go. But I warn you, if things go awry, I shall immediately employ my unique disapparition technique." Yunchi offered no commentary on his so-called unique method, merely nodding toward Fox in the air. Fox let out a sweet, clarion call and led the way into the depths of the cavern where Harry and the others were located, its radiant glow acting as a beacon. Yunchi followed closely, his steps resolute. Lockhart, however, floundered behind, stumbling and muttering various invocations to Merlin, God, and his own invented protective spells. As Yunchi and the others commenced their descent into the cavern's depths, Harry found himself in an unprecedented crisis at the heart of the chamber. He and Ron, following the trail of footprints and faint traces of life, finally stumbled upon a relatively open area scattered with the remains of small creatures. Where Ginny Weasley lay collapsed on the ground, her complexion as pale as parchment, her breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Her hands were empty. The diary was conspicuously absent. Before they could exhale a sigh of relief at finding Ginny, a chilling rustle approached. A massive shadow enveloped them, accompanied by a suffocating stench of blood. The basilisk, its body, thick as a train carriage and covered in dark green scales, emerged slowly from behind a colossal stone pillar. Its flat, menacing triangular head hanging low, its deadly, lantern-like eyes tightly shut, clearly avoiding a direct gaze with a possible adversary. Yet the incessantly flickering, crimson snake tongue and the glimmering, dagger-like fangs revealed its terrifying power. "Close your eyes," Harry shouted hoarsely, and both he and Ron squeezed their eyes shut, scrambling to hide behind the remains of what seemed to be a statue of Salazar Slytherin. The basilisk appeared to lose its visual target, emitting an enraged hiss that reverberated throughout the cavern, causing their eardrums to ache. It began to batter the massive stone behind which Harry and Ron had sought refuge, each collision shaking the very ground and sending debris tumbling down. "It's trying to shake us out," Ron cried, his voice trembling as he clutched his head. Harry pressed against the cold stone, his heart racing and his mind racing faster. With their eyes closed, they had no means to confront the basilisk. A solution was imperative. Someone needed to see it without succumbing to its deadly gaze. In that moment of despair, a clear phoenix cry resonated from afar. A golden red light, sharp as a sword, pierced the battlefield. It was Fawkes. The phoenix's arrival immediately captured the basilisk's attention. It seemed filled with loathing and a desire to attack this creature radiating pure vitality. Abandoning its assault on the boulder to raise its head and issue a threatening hiss toward Fawkes in the air. Fawkes deftly circled above, evading the snake's strikes while persistently harassing the creature's head and eyes with its sharp claws, forcing it to keep its eyes tightly shut. An aerial and terrestrial battle unfolded in an instant. "It's Fawkes." Harry heard the phoenix's call, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Dumbledore knew, and Yunchi was here too. Ron also perceived the sound of footsteps and another familiar, composed voice drawing near. Yunchi and Lockhart had arrived. Yunchi immediately assessed the situation. Harry and Ron were trapped behind the boulder. Ginny lay lifeless nearby, and Fawkes was fiercely contending with the basilisk. More importantly, in the center of the chamber, a tall figure with black hair was gradually materializing from the air, becoming increasingly distinct. He was handsome, pale, and wore a veneer of feigned arrogance, gripping a yuan. It was Tom Riddle, or rather, the 16-year-old Voldemort, manifested through the diary and Ginny's life force. "What a touching reunion, Harry Potter," Riddle remarked with his smooth, icy voice, scanning the battlefield before his gaze settled on the boulder where Harry was concealed. A cruel smile gracing his lips, and it seems we have some uninvited guests. "A phoenix? How surprising. Nevertheless, it cannot save you." His gaze swept past Fawkes, who was engaged with the basilisk, and landed on Yunchi and the trembling Lockhart, particularly lingering on Yunchi for a brief moment, a flicker of faint, barely perceptible curiosity flashing in his eyes, as if he sensed something familiar yet alien about him. But he quickly averted his gaze, evidently considering Lockhart to be the greater threat, or perhaps the better target. "Gilderoy Lockhart," Riddle said, his voice imbued with magnetism and a hint of mockery, "the famous adventurer, expert in the defense against the dark arts. What an honor. I wonder if your splendid tales have taught you how to deal with a millennial basilisk?" Lockhart, singled out by Riddle, nearly collapsed in fright, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word. Yunchi disregarded Riddle's psychological warfare, his mind racing with analysis. Riddle had manifested, and the basilisk was temporarily distracted by Fawkes. This was an opportunity. However, directly attacking Riddle's soul entity would likely yield minimal results. His foundation lay within that diary. And the diary. Yunchi swiftly glanced at the diary enveloped in a rune-embroidered bag in his arms. It was faintly warm, resonating strongly with Riddle's presence. Destroying the diary was essential to eliminate Riddle at its source. But how could it be destroyed? Ordinary magic would scarcely suffice against such a formidable dark artifact. His gaze fell upon the sorting hat, which Fawkes had inadvertently dropped into his grasp, and which he was currently clutching tightly. The Sword of Gryffindor. A thought flashed through Yunchi's mind like lightning. According to legend, only a true Gryffindor could draw the Sword of Gryffindor from the sorting hat in times of need. The sword, forged by goblins, imbued with basilisk venom, was remarkably effective against dark magic creatures. "Harry!" Yunchi shouted toward the boulder, his voice cutting through the basilisk's hissing and Fawkes' cries. "The diary is with me, but it requires a specific method to destroy it. Think of something. You need a weapon that proves your courage, belonging to Gryffindor." His words struck like a revelation. Behind the boulder, Harry suddenly recalled Dumbledore's words before the mirror of Ariste, remembering the legend of the Sword of Gryffindor. Only a true Gryffindor, when the time is right. The desire to survive, the determination to protect his friends, and the yearning to prove his innocence coalesced into an overwhelming purity of courage at that moment. Harry, eyes still shut, directed all his energy toward the direction of Yunshi's voice, shouting inwardly with all his might. I need help. I need a weapon to defeat him. As if in response to his call, the sorting hat in Yunshi's grasp began to writhe violently. The brim suddenly flared open, and a silver beam shot forth from the depths of the hat like a bolt of lightning. Clang! A gleaming silver sword fell to the ground, its hilt adorned with a ruby the size of an egg, the blade shimmering with a chilling gleam. It was the Sword of Gryffindor. Yunshi gazed at the sword that had materialized at his feet, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. Just as I thought. He did not bend down to pick it up, but instead shouted towards Harry once more. Harry, the sword. It's 5 paces to your 1 o'clock. Upon hearing this, Harry did not hesitate for a moment. With his eyes tightly shut, he lunged out from behind the boulder, guided solely by Yunshi's precise direction and his own instinct, and his fingers grasped the cold, heavy hilt of the sword. At the very moment Harry seized the hilt, the battle between Fawkes and the basilisk had reached a fever pitch. The basilisk, frustrated by the incessant harassment from the phoenix, was consumed by fury, recklessly opening its enormous, yellow, lethal eyes in search of the minuscule creature that dared to provoke it. Do not look into its eyes, Yunshi warned sharply, simultaneously squeezing his own eyes shut. Harry, too, kept his eyes firmly closed, yet he could sense a chilling gaze filled with the essence of death sweeping over his position. Fortunately, he was crouched on the ground, eyes shut. However, Fawkes was not so fortunate. In an effort to provide Harry with an opportunity, he had drawn the majority of the basilisk's attention. The moment the basilisk opened its eyes, Fawkes emitted a heart-wrenching wail, as if struck by an invisible hammer, plummeting from the sky, his golden-red feathers losing their luster, and crashing heavily to the ground not far from Harry, lying motionless. Fawkes! Harry cried out in anguish. The basilisk, having slain Fawkes, became even more boastful, letting out a victorious hiss as it refocused its attention on Harry, who was armed with the sword yet had his eyes tightly shut. It opened its gaping maw, exuding a foul breath, and lunged towards Harry, in a moment of life and death. Although Harry clutched the sword, he could not aim with his eyes closed. Just at this critical juncture, Yunshi's voice rang out again, calm as if stating an established fact. Harry, listen. The basilisk perceives through smell and heat. Feel the rush of air as it comes at you. Sense the stench and warmth emanating from its mouth. Trust yourself. The courage of Gryffindor lies not in sight, but in facing. His words sliced through the fog of confusion and fear in Harry's heart like a lightning bolt. Yes, he didn't need to see. What he needed was courage, trust, the resolve to strike with that sword. Harry gripped the sword of Gryffindor tightly, casting aside all distractions, focusing entirely on his senses, the rush of foul air, the heat reeking of death drawing ever closer. Now it was the moment. With all his strength, Harry thrust the sword upwards towards the direction where the heat and stench were most intense. A sickening thud echoed as the blade pierced flesh, followed by the basilisk's earth-shattering anguish scream filled with pain and disbelief. Harry felt a great resistance at the tip of the sword, then suddenly it lightened, warm liquid, reeking of venom, splattered all over him. He heard the sound of a heavy body collapsing and the basilisk's final, unwilling, weakening convulsions. Had he done it? He had closed his eyes and slain the basilisk. Harry stood in disbelief, panting heavily, still gripping the sword of Gryffindor, now soaked in basilisk venom. The battlefield fell silent, save for Riddle's heavy breaths, filled with shock and rage. Yunshi slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the massive, motionless serpent carcass on the ground, and at Harry, bloodied yet resolute, gripping the sword like a deity of war. A flicker of faint, nearly imperceptible approval flashed in his eyes. He had placed his bet correctly. Harry's courage had indeed summoned the sword of Gryffindor, enabling him to execute this seemingly impossible strike. Now, only one enemy remained. Yunshi's gaze met that of Tom Riddle, who had just emerged from shock, his face twisted with rage. You dare. Riddle's voice trembled with fury. His eyes locked onto Yunshi before darting to the sword in Harry's hand, filled with resentment and disbelief. You dare to destroy my basilisk. The true confrontation was about to commence, but the adversary had transformed from a terrifying magical beast into the more cunning and dangerous young Dark Lord. And Yunshi, the mastermind lurking in the shadows, was finally stepping into the light, ready to face this fateful clash that transcended time and space. Chapter 37. The Game of Souls and the Conclusion of the Diary. The basilisk's massive body collapsed like a crumbling mountain, crashing to the ground and splattering a mixture of foul blood and dirt. Its once dreaded yellow eye had lost all its brilliance, now reduced to a hollow void. The cave was permeated with an overwhelming stench of blood and the distinct musk of serpents, forming a brutal contrast to the warm light Fox had brought earlier. The phoenix lay motionless nearby, its golden red feathers dull and lifeless, resembling a beautiful sculpture bereft of vitality. Harry Potter stood beside the basilisk's corpse, his body drenched in thick, warm serpent blood, his hands still tightly gripping the sword of Gryffindor, which was now dripping venom from where it had pierced the basilisk's upper jaw. He kept his eyes shut, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath. A tumultuous blend of relief at having survived and the shock of having slain the monstrous beast overwhelming his thoughts. Ron rolled out from behind the boulder, scrambling to Harry's side, his voice trembling as he confirmed his safety. The only remaining enemy, standing in the battlefield, Tom Riddle, wore a handsome yet pale visage twisted by extreme rage, his black eyes, strikingly similar to Harry's, burning with cold flames. Fixated on Harry and the ominous sword that glinted in his grasp. The sword of Gryffindor, Riddle's voice hissed like a serpent, icy and slick, filled with bitter hatred. How could it respond to you, a filthy mudblood's sympathizer, a traitor to purebloods? His gaze swept over the basilisk's corpse, his anger flaring even more. You have destroyed my most precious servant, Potter. However, just as Riddle was about to focus all his attention on Harry, his wand slightly raised, seemingly prepared to unleash some malevolent curse, a voice, calm to the point of indifference, surged forth like ice water poured into boiling oil. Your anger is misdirected, Tom Riddle. Or should I say, Lord Voldemort? All eyes, including Riddle's murderous glare, turned instantly towards the source of the voice, Yunshi Potter, who had been standing silently as if merely a bystander. Yunshi stepped forward, subtly positioning himself in a triangular formation with Harry and Ron. His face remained expressionless, yet his black eyes mirrored an unfathomable depth, calmly meeting Riddle's icy gaze that could shatter the minds of ordinary wizards. He did not raise his wand, letting it hang loosely at his side, yet his extraordinary composure and serenity created an invisible pressure in that moment. An interesting variable, Riddle's gaze lingered on Yunshi, the previous rage seemingly replaced by a probing curiosity, though the cold malice behind his eyes remained undiminished. I have seen you in Ginny's fragmented memories, another Potter, silent, inconspicuous, like a shadow, yet I can sense something different about you. His gaze seemed to hook into Yunshi's calm exterior, attempting to unearth the secrets hidden beneath. You carry an ancient scent. Disturbing. Yunshi remained non-committal to Riddle's probing, responding coolly, rather than delving into my differences. Perhaps you should consider whether the foundation of your existence is stable. No sooner had he spoken than Gilderoy Lockhart, who had been curled up at Yunshi's feet, attempting to hide in the shadows, seemed to be utterly overwhelmed by the tension and Riddle's intangible aura of oppression, shattering his remaining sanity. With a sudden, hysterical scream, he sprang to his feet, brandishing his wand towards Riddle, his voice cracking with sobs as he shouted, "Disarm, disarm you." A feeble stream of red light emitted from Lockhart's wand, meandering towards Riddle. Not even a flicker of interest crossed Riddle's face. He merely waved his wand with nonchalance. The disarming spell shot forth by Lockhart collided with an invisible barrier, extinguishing instantly. Lockhart, as if struck by an unseen hammer, cried out in agony, hurtling backward to crash heavily against the distant rock wall, sliding down and losing consciousness, his wand snapping in two with a sharp crack. This brief and absurd interlude was akin to a drop of cold water plunging into a boiling pot of oil. In that fleeting moment, when Riddle's attention was momentarily diverted by Lockhart's bumbling assault, Yunzi seized the opportunity. He did not utter any grand incantations nor recite any spells. His movements were swift as a specter. He simply hurled the black diary, wrapped in a silvery rune-embroidered pouch, from his left hand towards Harry. Simultaneously, he issued a succinct and clear command. Harry, the diary. This unforeseen turn of events caught Riddle utterly off guard. He had anticipated Yunzi would unleash some hidden, formidable magic. Yet he was taken aback to see his opponent treat the diary, his soul's vessel, the very essence of his existence, as merely an ordinary object. No, Riddle roared, a mix of astonishment and fury contorting his features into a grotesque mask. He could no longer afford to concern himself with Harry or that accursed sword. With a fierce twist of his wand, a ghastly green light, imbued with the essence of death, surged forth. Avada Kedavra mercilessly aimed at the diary, soaring through the air. His reaction was swift, his resolve unyielding. To preserve the core of his soul, he would not hesitate to employ an unforgivable curse to intercept the diary before it could be destroyed. However, Yunzi had been waiting for this very moment. He had already foreseen Riddle's desperate bid to protect the diary. Just as Riddle's wand pivoted and the sickly green light ignited, Yunzi's right hand, which had been hanging limply by his side, shot upwards with the speed of lightning. His hawthorn wand did not point at Riddle, nor at the diary in midair, but rather precisely aimed at the damp, moss-laden ground beneath Riddle's feet. No incantation was spoken, no light was emitted. Instead, an exceedingly subtle yet potent surge of ancient magical energy rippled forth, imbued with a strong sense of rejection and chaotic intent, spreading like an invisible wave. This was not an attack spell, but rather a disruptive technique, geomantic disruption, developed by Yunzi through the amalgamation of ancient knowledge and his understanding of energy manipulation. It could inflict no direct harm, yet it could significantly disrupt the stability and flow of magic in a localized area for a brief moment, particularly affecting complex spells that required intense concentration and stable magical output. Riddle felt an almost imperceptible tremor beneath his feet, momentarily stalling his magical flow. The Avada Kedavra he had begun to cast flickered erratically like a faulty light bulb, its structure experiencing a fleeting, nearly undetectable disruption. It was this minuscule fraction of a second of chaos and delay. The diary had already veered from its intended trajectory and continued its descent towards Harry. Harry, upon hearing Yunzi's command, though unaware of the precise reason, instinctively reacted, propelled by unwavering trust in Yunzi. He kept his eyes tightly shut, but based on the sound of the diary, slicing through the air and his memory of Yunzi's position, he swung the Gryffindor sword, now tainted with basilisk venom, upwards in a defensive arc. With a soft thud, unlike the dull thump of piercing a basilisk's flesh, it sounded as if tearing through a resilient parchment. The black diary struck the venom-coated edge of the Gryffindor sword with perfect accuracy. Ah! A shriek, so harrowing it seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul, erupted from Tom Riddle's lips. His handsome visage contorted in agony, his form becoming blurred and transparent, as though he might dissolve at any moment. His wand clattered to the ground. Staring incredulously at his disintegrating essence, he lifted his gaze, filled with profound malice and a hint of unspeakable terror, locking eyes with the still-composed Yunzi. You deceived me. Riddle's voice fractured, laden with resentment and overwhelming hatred. Yunzi gazed back at him, his expression tranquil as if observing a vanishing apparition. Deception arises from your excessive reliance on your own creations and your disdain for the intellect of others, Tom. Your downfall was sealed the moment you entrusted your soul to an external vessel. No. Riddle bellowed one final time, his voice saturated with unwillingness. His soul's essence shattered like broken glass, fragmenting into tendrils of black smoke, ultimately dissipating into the air, leaving behind only the fallen wand as testament to his former existence. The diary, now penetrated by basilisk venom, rapidly corroded as if ravaged by a potent acid, turning blackened and shriveled, oozing forth dark ink resembling blood, emitting a hissing sound, until it finally crumbled into a small pile of ashes scattered on the ground. All was concluded. The cavern fell into a brief, eerie silence. Only the heavy panting of Harry and Ron remained, alongside the distant, unconscious murmurs of Lockhart. Slowly, Harry opened his eyes, the first sight to greet him being the ashes of the diary on the ground and the spot where Riddle had vanished. He stood in stunned silence for a moment before realizing they had triumphed. They had destroyed the diary and vanquished the young Voldemort. We did it. Ron also opened his eyes, his voice trembling with disbelief. Harry nodded, feeling as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from him. He leaned on the Gryffindor sword, barely managing to remain upright. He turned to Yunzi, his eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration. Yunzi, just now, it was all thanks to you. If it weren't for your precise throw of the diary, if you hadn't somehow disrupted Riddle's killing curse, if you hadn't alerted me in time, Yunzi approached Harry, glancing at the sword still firmly clutched in his hand and the ashes of the diary on the ground. Nodding gently, it was you who destroyed it, Harry. The courage of Gryffindor is the key to overcoming darkness. He did not seek to claim credit, merely stating facts. His gaze then fell upon Fawkes, who lay on the ground not far away, brow furrowing slightly. He knelt beside the phoenix, gently touching its dim feathers with his fingers. He could sense that the immense vitality within the phoenix had not entirely faded. It had merely entered a profound slumber, temporarily sealed by the basilisk's deathly gaze. Fox Harry glanced over with concern. The phoenix will not truly perish, Yunzi replied calmly, as if stating a simple truth. They will be reborn from the flames. This is but a temporary slumber. As if to validate his words, a small flicker of golden flame suddenly erupted from the lifeless body of Fox. The flames spread rapidly, enveloping the entire phoenix in a golden cocoon. The fire burned gently, radiating warm and pure energy without any sensation of heat. Witnessing this, Harry and Ron finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, a faint groan reached their ears from nearby. It was Ginny Weasley. A hint of color returned to her pale face, her eyelashes fluttering as though she were on the verge of awakening. "Ginny!" Ron exclaimed in delight, rushing over without hesitation. The crisis appeared to be entirely averted. However, Yunshi's gaze swept once more across the cavern, lingering momentarily over the spot where Riddle had dissipated and the diary had turned to ash. He could sense the ancient and chilling magic that had pervaded the chamber, emanating from Salazar Slytherin, gradually subsiding but not completely vanishing. This chamber, along with the paranoia and darkness it represented, still lurked deep within Hogwarts, awaiting the next soul it might ensnare. Moreover, the look of malice and fear in Riddle's eyes before his vanishing, particularly the significant glance directed at him, instilled in Yunshi a foreboding intuition that this clash across time and space might merely be the beginning. Voldemort, whether in youth or old age, would not easily overlook any obstacle or entity that evoked his ire. He glanced down at his palm, feeling a lingering tremor at his fingertips, a remnant of the ancient power he had summoned during the casting of Earth Pulse Disruption. This power, along with the secrets it represented, might herald more troubles in the future, or perhaps serve as the key to combating darkness. Yet, now was not the time for such reflections. Yunchi collected his thoughts and approached Ron and Harry, who were attempting to rouse Ginny. "We should leave," he stated calmly, along with Ginny and Professor Lockhart. "Madame Pomfrey needs to see them." His voice remained steady as it pulled Harry and Ron back from their complex emotions of victory and worry for loved ones. Indeed, they needed to return, back to the sunlit yet secret-laden halls of Hogwarts Castle. The secrets belonging to Yunchi Potter, along with the nascent chapter between him and the forces of darkness, would quietly sow new seeds upon their return. Chapter 38. The Journey Home, Foreboding and Late Explanations. The carcass of the basilisk lay like a dark green mountain, exuding a foul stench, spanning the damp cavern and proclaiming the ferocity of the recently concluded battle. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the unique odor of serpents, pressing heavily upon every nostril and heart. Ginny Weasley stirred awake at Ron's tearful call. She blinked in confusion before the memories of being controlled by Tom Riddle and witnessing the basilisk's horrific form surge back, prompting a stifled, fearful sob as she flung herself into Ron's embrace, her slight shoulders trembling violently. "It's all right, Ginny, it's all right. The bad guy is gone. The basilisk is dead." Ron awkwardly patted his sister's back, trying to comfort her, his own pallor betraying that he had not yet fully recovered from the earlier terror. Harry leaned wearily against a rough rock wall, propped up by the sword of Gryffindor, his eyes tightly shut. He feared to open them, worried that the lingering venom of the basilisk or the lingering dread of its deathly gaze might somehow harm him. He listened to Ginny's sobs and Ron's reassurances, his heart filled with a tumult of emotions. Joy at victory overshadowed by the exhaustion of survival, the shock of having slain the monstrous beast, and sympathy for Ginny's ordeal. He felt his fingers twitch slightly from gripping the sword too tightly. At that moment, a calm voice emerged beside him, imbued with a soothing power. "You may open your eyes now, Harry. The basilisk's gaze has lost its potency with its demise, and the venom only acts upon contact with the wound." Harry hesitated, then slowly lifted his eyelids. The first sight that greeted him was Yunshi's expressionless yet steady face. Yunshi had approached him unnoticed, now inspecting him for any visible injuries. I'm fine," Harry rasped, attempting to straighten but faltering unsteadily. The prolonged tension, the blind combat, and the tremendous toll on his magical and physical reserves left him feeling utterly drained. Yunshi steadied him with a firm grip on his arm. "You are physically exhausted and mentally drained. You will need to rest well upon our return. Perhaps even a dose of a restorative potion." His tone was devoid of embellishment, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Then, his gaze fell upon the sword of Gryffindor still gripped tightly in Harry's hand. "This sword chose you. It appears when a true Gryffindor requires it." Harry looked down at the shimmering silver sword, its hilt adorned with a magnificent ruby. Feeling its weight and the ancient power it contained, a peculiar sensation welled within him. It was this sword that had come to his aid in his direst moment, enabling him to slay the basilisk. He instinctively wished to show it to Yunchi, knowing that Yunchi seemed to possess greater knowledge of ancient relics. However, Yunchi merely shook his head, not reaching for it. It responds to your courage, Harry. Aside from you and the future true wielder, it is best that others do not touch it lightly. This is a matter of respect for the maker and the chooser. His reasoning was sound, imbued with a reverence for ancient rules and wills, prompting Harry to relinquish the thought and grip the sword even tighter. Meanwhile, the golden cocoon enveloping Fawkes blazed ever more fervently, its flames pure and warm, yet curiously devoid of any heat. The cocoon gradually shrank and solidified, ultimately transforming into an egg-shaped object the size of a basketball, its surface adorned with flowing golden patterns. It stood there quietly, radiating vibrant life, awaiting the moment of rebirth. Fawkes, has it turned into an egg? Ron, supporting the still, somewhat unsteady Ginny, gazed in astonishment at the golden egg. The phoenix's rebirth, Yunchi succinctly explained. This is their method of renewal. When it hatches again, it will be even stronger. He approached carefully, gently lifting the warm golden egg and placing it into his pocket, which he had enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. The motion was effortless and fluid, as if he were merely stowing away an ordinary object. Yet it reassured Harry and Ron anew of Yunchi's reliability and attentiveness. He always seemed to notice such details and handle them adeptly. How do we get out? Ginny asked weakly, her voice still hoarse from her earlier sobs. She surveyed the eerie cavern and the immense basilisk carcass, her eyes filled with terror, yearning to escape this nightmarish place. Harry and Ron also turned their gaze towards the entrance of the pipe they had descended, a slick and dark shaft leading vertically upwards. Now, they would have to ascend with a weakened Ginny and unconscious Lockhart, a task that seemed nearly insurmountable. The pipe is not the only route, nor is it the conventional passage prepared by Salazar Slytherin for himself or his heirs. Yunchi's voice resonated once more, drawing their attention. He approached a seemingly seamless section of stone wall in the cavern, extending his fingers to tap gently on certain specific rock patterns that appeared to be naturally formed, in a unique rhythm and sequence. His movements bore an indescribable sense of rhythm, as if he were playing a silent symphony. Harry noticed that where Yunchi's fingers traced, the rock patterns momentarily shimmered with a barely perceptible silver light, reminiscent of rippling water, before swiftly fading away. What are you doing, Yunchi? Harry couldn't help but inquire, sensing that Yunchi seemed overly familiar with this place. Yunchi did not respond immediately, continuing until he completed the final series of seemingly random touches. He withdrew his hand and calmly explained. The founders of Hogwarts left behind many hidden passages and mechanisms when they constructed this castle. Salazar Slytherin, being cautious and paranoid, would not have left merely one uncontrollable pipe for entry and exit, reliant upon the basilisk's movements. Behind the stone wall lies a more convenient passage that leads directly to the upper levels of the castle. As his words faded, the stone wall, which had previously appeared seamless, suddenly erupted with a deep, resonant rumble reminiscent of colossal stones grinding against one another. Almost immediately, a fissure began to slowly cleave the wall, widening until it formed a doorway large enough for two individuals to pass side by side, emanating a faint musty odor and an ancient aura. Beyond the door lay a staircase, hewn from rough stone, ascending into the darkness, flanked on either side by walls adorned with patches of moss that glowed with a ghostly green luminescence, providing a meager light. Merlin's beard, Ron exclaimed, wide-eyed at the sudden appearance of the door. How did you know there was a door here? Observation and deduction, came the calm reply from Luna, devoid of any hint of emotion. The structure of the cave, the subtle currents of magic, and certain easily overlooked ancient markings. Hogwarts Castle itself is akin to a magical tome that demands patient perusal. His explanation seemed reasonable. Hogwarts was indeed replete with secrets, and Luna's keen observational skills and acute perception of magic were traits they had long since come to appreciate. Though Harry found it somewhat astonishing, the urgent need to escape the Chamber of Secrets eclipsed all doubts. He nodded vigorously. Excellent. Let's hasten. Thus, the group began their ascent up the staircase. Ron supported Ginny at the front. Harry followed closely behind, while Luna took up the rear, effortlessly levitating the unconscious Professor Lockhart, who was muttering incoherently about the International Confederation of Wizards and his status as an honorary member, behind her with a floating charm. The staircase was long and winding, seemingly endless. Only the faint green phosphorescence on the walls provided a meager illumination, casting flickering, eerie shadows. In the silence, the only sound was the weary footsteps, labored breaths, and the echoes reverberating off the stone steps. After what felt like an eternity, a faint light, distinct from the phosphorescence, finally appeared ahead. They quickened their pace, reaching the end of the staircase at last. The exit was concealed behind a tapestry depicting a giant striking a hapless troll, located on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. In a seldom-traveled corridor, as they pulled aside the tapestry, they inhaled the familiar, comforting air of the castle, tinged with the scents of old wood, parchment, and a hint of pumpkin pasties, evoking a sense of nostalgic relief. Outside, dawn was breaking, signaling the end of a long and harrowing night. We are truly out, Ginny choked, tears brimming in her eyes once more, but this time they were tears of liberation. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. Almost immediately, Professors McGonagall, Snape, and a disheveled Professor Dumbledore, clad in plaid pajamas and a nightcap, appeared before them. Upon seeing their disheveled state, Harry covered in dried, dark snake blood, clutching a gleaming silver sword, Ron pale and supporting weeping Ginny, and Luna, though the most composed, with her robe stained and Lockhart floating behind her in tatters. The three professors displayed expressions of sheer shock. Potter, Weasley, Luna, and Miss Weasley, Merlin above. What on earth has transpired? Professor McGonagall's voice rose in astonishment as she approached swiftly, her sharp gaze sweeping over each of them before landing on the sword in Harry's hand, her pupils contracting in realization. The sword of Gryffindor. Professor Snape's dark eyes resembled unfathomable depths, his cold gaze gliding over Harry, particularly lingering on the sword and the multiple stains marring his robe, a faint, barely perceptible smirk playing at the corners of his lips. However, upon noticing the floating Lockhart, his expression transformed, revealing an unmasked disdain. Finally, his gaze settled upon Luna, tinged with curiosity, yet she met his scrutiny with tranquil composure, devoid of any sign of disturbance. Dumbledore's blue eyes, sharp and bright behind his half-moon spectacles, did not immediately inquire. Instead, he stepped forward, gently tapping Ginny's forehead with his wand and murmuring a calming spell that gradually soothed the agitated girl into a peaceful slumber. Next, he examined Lockhart's condition, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. "Albus this," McGonagall said, glancing anxiously at Dumbledore. Dumbledore raised a hand, signaling her to remain calm. His gaze swept over the four students and the unconscious Lockhart, before finally resting on Harry, his voice gentle yet imbued with undeniable authority. "I believe we require a quiet place and a detailed explanation. The hospital wing is the most suitable choice. Madame Pomfrey must attend to them immediately. Minerva, Severus, could you assist in escorting Professor Lockhart and Miss Weasley to Madame Pomfrey?" He then turned to Harry, Ron, and Luna. "As for you three, brave souls, once Madame Pomfrey has confirmed your well-being, I expect to hear all about the events of this night in my office." His gaze lingered momentarily on the sword in Harry's grasp, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his azure eyes. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey gasped at their appearance before swiftly exhibiting her no-nonsense demeanor. She ordered Harry, Ron, and Luna to lie down at once, brandishing her wand as she meticulously examined their conditions. Revitalizing potions, calming drafts, and cleansing spells followed in quick succession. Harry and Ron nearly fell into a deep slumber upon hitting their pillows, the immense toll of exhaustion rendering them unable to resist the pull of sleep. Luna, though she complied and lay down, kept her eyes closed, breathing steadily, seemingly merely resting rather than succumbing to the immediate slumber that claimed the other two. Time passed unmeasured until Harry was gently roused. Madame Pomfrey informed him that Professor Dumbledore was awaiting their arrival, alongside a similarly awakened but still groggy Ron, and the already composed Luna. He followed Professor McGonagall out of the hospital wing, making their way toward the familiar, stone gargoyle-guarded office of the headmaster on the 8th floor. The password was Lemon Drop. The gargoyle stepped aside, revealing a spiraling staircase that ascended slowly. The headmaster's office appeared unchanged since their last visit. Silver objects whirled at the corners of the desk, emitting wispy smoke, while portraits of former headmasters feigned slumber, though the faint sounds of snores and occasional furtive glances revealed their keen interest. Fawkes Golden Egg was perched on a cushioned stand beside Dumbledore's desk, radiating a warm, golden glow. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, fingers steepled beneath his chin, gesturing for the three to take a seat in the chairs opposite him. Now, Dumbledore's gaze swept over the trio, ultimately settling on Harry. "If you are ready, could you please recount what transpired this evening, starting from how you discovered the entrance to the chamber?" Harry took a deep breath and began his account. He recounted how he heard voices from within the wall. Suspecting he was speaking Parseltongue, how he and Ron learned from the Weeping Myrtle about the location of a girl's death 50 years prior, leading them to the hidden entrance beneath the pool. He described their entry into the chamber, the discovery of Ginny and Tom Riddle, and their subsequent encounter with the basilisk. He narrated how Fawkes delivered the Sorting Hat and the sword, how he blinded the basilisk, and how, in a moment of dire need, the Sorting Hat had advised him to draw the sword of Gryffindor, ultimately slaying the creature. Then Riddle, no, Voldemort, he materialized, intent on killing me and reclaiming the diary. Harry's pace quickened, his breath growing a bit ragged as he recalled the perilous moments. Just as he prepared to act, Luna, he glanced at Luna beside him. Dumbledore's gaze shifted towards Yunchi, his cerulean eyes brimming with curiosity. Yunchi met Dumbledore's gaze without betraying any emotion, and in his characteristic calm tone, he took the floor. I observed that Tom Riddle, or rather the diary in which his fragmented soul resides, appears to be the very essence of his existence. The sword of Gryffindor, tainted with basilisk venom, possesses the unique ability to obliterate it. Thus, I endeavored to create an opportunity. He succinctly recounted the events. He had thrown the diary towards Harry, drawing Riddle's full attention and the lethal curse, while simultaneously employing a subtle technique he had researched, slightly disrupting the magical field beneath them, which caused a fleeting delay in Riddle's spell. It was this precious moment that allowed Harry to pierce the diary with the sword. He refrained from mentioning ancient magic or any esoteric terminology, merely describing the interference technique as a fine perception and attempt at manipulating the flow of magic, attributing it to his keen interest and practice of magical principles. Although this explanation underscored Yunchi's exceptional talent, it was not entirely incomprehensible, given his consistent composure and insatiable thirst for magical knowledge, particularly in charms and potions. Dumbledore listened intently, his fingers lightly tapping the table, inscrutable in his thoughts. When Yunchi finished his account, he slowly spoke, his voice low, a remarkably astute observation, and an exceedingly bold, precise intervention, Mr. Yunchi. To maintain such clarity of thought and successfully execute it in such a perilous moment is truly commendable. His praise was sincere, yet Harry noticed that Dumbledore's gaze lingered on Yunchi for a few extra seconds, and within the depths of his eyes there seemed to flit a trace of profound contemplation, elusive and difficult to capture. Now, regarding the diary, Dumbledore turned his attention to Harry. It was pierced by the sword, subsequently oozing ink before igniting into flames and turning to ash. Harry hurriedly replied, indeed. Excellent. A Horcrux, an exceedingly malevolent magical creation, has been utterly destroyed. Dumbledore exhaled softly, as if lifting a heavy burden, yet his expression remained grave. Tom Riddle had embarked on this dark path in pursuit of immortality and power during his student years, which elucidated many matters. Then, Dumbledore addressed Harry, elucidating why he could comprehend Parseltongue and why the Sorting Hat had considered placing him in Slytherin. He unveiled the connection forged between Harry and Voldemort due to that failed killing curse, including a portion of Voldemort's abilities, such as Parseltongue, and the occasional link that allowed Harry to sense Voldemort's emotions or thoughts through the lightning-shaped scar. This revelation struck Harry like a thunderclap, leaving him dizzy and inexplicably fearful. A fragment of Voldemort resided within him. However, Harry, Dumbledore's voice softened, yet resonated with strength. This does not define who you are. Quite the contrary, it is our choices, not our abilities, that truly reveal what we are made of. He cast a meaningful glance at the sword of Gryffindor in Harry's grasp. You chose Gryffindor, embraced courage, friendship, and justice. That is your true essence. These words washed over Harry like a warm tide, dispelling some of the chill within him. He gripped the sword's hilt tightly, feeling its weight, a tangible reminder of Gryffindor. Subsequently, Dumbledore mentioned the house elf Dobby and how Harry had cleverly utilized the sock to win Dobby's freedom from Lucius Malfoy. This lifted Harry's spirits considerably, and even Ron managed a weary yet genuine smile. Finally, Dumbledore's gaze swept over the trio once more, pausing momentarily on Yunchi. You three have exhibited courage, wisdom, and loyalty beyond your years. Hogwarts takes pride in having students like you. He hesitated before continuing. However, I must ask that you keep the events of this evening, the details of the Chamber of Secrets, Tom Riddle's diary, and Mr. Yunchi's pivotal intervention, confidential for the time being. Some truths, revealed too early, may incite unnecessary panic or lead to other troubles. His words carried an undeniable request. Harry and Ron nodded in immediate agreement. Yunchi also nodded calmly, signifying his understanding. Excellent. A gentle smile spread across Dumbledore's face. It is late, and you have endured much. You need rest. Return now, children. The House Cup ceremony awaits you. As they exited the headmaster's office, Harry's mind remained tumultuous. The shadow of Voldemort, his own secrets, and the harrowing experiences of the night swirled within his thoughts. He glanced at Yunshi beside him, the moonlight streaming through the corridor windows, illuminating his tranquil profile. Yunshi. Harry couldn't suppress the low query at that moment. Were you truly not afraid? Facing Riddle, Yunshi's steps did not falter. He paused for a brief moment before responding, his voice nearly merging with the moonlight. Fear exists, Harry. But in comparison to fear, I am more acutely aware of what must be done. His response remained succinct, yet imbued Harry with a sense of tranquil strength. He watched Yunshi's slender yet remarkably upright silhouette ahead, and the vague feeling within him resurfaced. His brother seemed to harbor more secrets and strength than he revealed. What transpired in the Chamber of Secrets might merely scratch the surface of something far more profound. Yet, regardless, they had successfully rescued Ginny, destroyed Voldemort Horcrux, and navigated through this crisis. That alone sufficed. As for the rest, Harry mused, perhaps time would unveil the answers. All he desired now was to return to the Gryffindor Tower, to the warmth of his four-poster bed, and to sleep deeply and truly. The adventures at Hogwarts continued, and he and his friends would face the future's tempests together. Chapter 39, Aftermath Celebrations and Quietly Growing Questions. The white drapes of the hospital wing and the scent of antiseptic had become an almost fixed backdrop for Harry and Ron at the end of each academic year. However, unlike previous times, this time they entered without the harrowing scars of basilisk fangs or debilitating injuries, but rather with the exhaustion of spirit and depletion of strength. Madame Pomfrey continued to tend to them with her unique blend of sternness and care, administering invigorating potions and calming elixirs, compelling them to rest. Harry lay in his hospital bed, staring at the swirling cloud patterns on the ceiling, a small charm by Madame Pomfrey to soothe patients. Yet his mind replayed the harrowing scenes from the chamber. The basilisk's enormous yellow eyes, Tom Riddle's handsome yet twisted visage, the sensation of the sword of Gryffindor piercing through scales, and finally, Yunshi's voice, calm to the point of indifference, and his precise intervention. He turned to glance at Ron in the adjacent bed, who was softly snoring, lost in a deep slumber. On the bed by the window, Yunshi was not asleep. Instead, he leaned against the headboard, holding a thick, unmarked leather notebook, writing slowly with a quill, his expression focused. He seemed to sense Harry's gaze, lifting his head to meet Harry's eyes. Unable to sleep, Yunshi's voice was soft, mindful of not waking Ron. Harry nodded, hesitated, then quietly asked, "What are you writing?" "Recording." Yunshi closed the notebook and set it on the bedside table, his movements fluid, some observations and thoughts. About the chamber, about the basilisk, about Horcruxes. The last two words he uttered almost as a whisper. Harry's heart sank slightly. The term Horcrux, which he heard from Dumbledore, weighed upon his heart like a cold stone, representing the sinister secret of Voldemort's evil immortality. Professor Dumbledore declared it to be an exceedingly malevolent creation. Indeed, Yunshi's affirmation was devoid of hesitation. The act of fragmenting one's soul and desecrating the natural laws of life and death invariably entailed an unparalleled degree of cruelty and depravity. The very act of creating a Horcrux constituted an unforgivable transgression. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable moral judgment, which provided Harry with a semblance of solace, as if he had stumbled upon a shared understanding. "Do you think Voldemort possesses any other Horcruxes?" Harry could not suppress the question that had been swirling in his mind. Yunshi paused for a moment, thoughts flickering in his dark eyes, yet ultimately he merely shook his head. "Professor Dumbledore is investigating. This exceeds our current capabilities. Our ability to destroy the diary was largely fortuitous, along with..." He cast a glance at Harry, the unique nature of the Gryffindor sword. At that moment, the door to the infirmary was gently pushed open, and Hermione Granger rushed in like a gust of wind. Her pale face still bore the remnants of her recent petrification, yet the familiar spark of vitality reignited in her brown eyes. She first dashed to Harry's bedside, enveloping him in a firm embrace, before hurrying to Ron's bed, where she sighed in relief upon seeing him peacefully asleep. Finally, she turned to Yunshi, her gaze filled with gratitude and lingering trepidation. "I've heard everything." Hermione's voice trembled with excitement. "Merlin, the basilisk, the young Voldemort, and you, Harry, you killed the basilisk. And Yunshi, you were incredibly brave." She regarded Yunshi as if truly seeing him for the first time, the usually reticent boy. "Professor McGonagall had given me a brief account. She said that had it not been for your timely diversion of Riddle's attention and your disruption of his spell, the consequences would have been dire." Yunshi responded to Hermione's enthusiasm and praise with a mere nod, not elaborating further, as though it were a trivial matter. This excessive calm only deepened Hermione's admiration. "By the way, how is Ginny? Is she all right?" Harry inquired hastily. "She is fine," Hermione replied. Madame Pomfrey said she merely experienced shock and had some life force drained by the diary, requiring a few days of rest. "Mr. and Mrs. Weasley have arrived and are with her." She paused, her expression turning indignant. "And did you know? Lucius Malfoy is under investigation by the Ministry of Magic. Although he feigns ignorance and claims to have been deceived, Professor Dumbledore submitted evidence proving that he secretly placed the diary within Ginny's textbook. He nearly caused her demise and plunged Hogwarts in a crisis. It is said that he spent a considerable sum and utilized numerous connections just to retain his position at the ministry, yet his reputation has plummeted." This news brought a surge of satisfaction to Harry. That arrogant, callous man had finally faced the consequences of his actions. "And Dobby?" Hermione's face lit up with a radiant smile. "He is free. Harry, you liberated him with a single sock. He is now working in the Hogwarts kitchens, receiving a wage and enjoying holidays. He is absolutely thrilled." He insisted I convey his gratitude to Harry, stating that Harry Potter is the greatest wizard in the world. Harry felt a flush of modesty as he scratched his head, yet warmth filled his heart. Helping Dobby attain freedom brought him a sense of fulfillment far greater than winning the House Cup. The ensuing half-day transformed the infirmary into a lively hub. Neville Longbottom, Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, and other Gryffindor classmates came to visit, their eyes filled with admiration and curiosity as they inquired about the details of the Chamber of Secrets adventure, naturally omitting the specifics of the Horcrux and Yunshi's intervention. Harry and the now-awake Ron, bolstered by Hermione's contributions, animatedly recounted the thrilling battle against the basilisk, embellishing the tale of the Gryffindor sword with legendary allure. Whenever someone inquired about Yunshi's role, Harry and Ron would emphasize in unison his calmness and assistance at critical moments, while Yunshi remained as reticent as ever, attributing it merely to luck or Harry's courage. This, in turn, added an air of mystery and reliability to his image among their peers. Percy Weasley also came forward as a representative of the prefects and student council to extend formal congratulations. He maintained a stern demeanor, speaking in official tones. Yet his concern for his younger siblings was unmistakable. He even, quite unusually, nodded at Yunshi, saying, "Well done, Potter." This left Ron gaping in astonishment. When Harry, Ron, and Yunshi, after Madame Pomfrey confirmed they would not suddenly faint from mental exhaustion, were finally permitted to leave the infirmary, a serene and joyous atmosphere enveloped Hogwarts during the final days of the term. The castle was free from the chilling, unsettling whispers. The walls no longer bore terrifying blood writing, and the faces of students radiated carefree smiles as they reveled in the end of examinations. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, illuminating the corridors, while the courtyard echoed with laughter and merriment. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Yunshi strolled together through the castle, savoring this long-awaited peace. They visited Hagrid's hut, where he brewed strong tea for them in his enormous patched teapot and served homemade rock cakes. Harry and Ron cautiously refrained from touching them, eagerly listening as they recounted their experiences in the Chamber of Secrets. When he learned of the basilisk's demise, Hagrid's massive frame trembled with excitement, and he wiped his nose with a filthy handkerchief, repeatedly exclaiming, "Well done. I knew you could do it." Upon hearing that Yunshi had also participated in the final confrontation and played a significant role, Hagrid heartily clapped Yunshi on the shoulder, nearly toppling him, and boomed, "Good lad. I knew you were something special, silent most of the time, but reliable when it matters." After leaving Hagrid's hut, they basked in the sun on the grass by the Black Lake. Ron and Hermione engaged in a spirited debate about the upcoming summer vacation and the elective courses that might be introduced next term, while Harry lay on the soft grass, gazing at the white clouds drifting across the azure sky, enveloped in an unprecedented tranquility. He stole a glance at Yunshi, who was sitting under a nearby beech tree engrossed in a book, dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting playful patterns upon him. He seemed utterly absorbed in the world of literature, isolated from the surrounding clamor. Harry noticed that Yunshi appeared even more withdrawn in recent days. He still joined them in their activities and conversations, yet a flicker of contemplation occasionally crossed his dark eyes, as if he were digesting something or formulating a plan. Harry recalled the thick notebook Yunshi had been writing in at the infirmary, remembering his calm and profound reflections on Horcruxes. The sense that Yunshi was concealing a secret resurfaced in Harry's mind, yet he refrained from probing. After all they had been through, he understood that everyone harbored their own mysteries, and there was no doubt that Yunshi was a trustworthy companion. At last, the day of the term's conclusion arrived. The atmosphere of the end-of-year feast was unprecedentedly exuberant. The great hall was adorned in the scarlet and gold that represented Gryffindor, and a magnificent banner emblazoned with a regal lion hung overhead. Even the enchanted ceiling mirrored the vibrant hues of the evening sky. Professor Dumbledore stood at the staff table, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. He began by announcing that, with the events of the Chamber of Secrets thoroughly resolved, all petrified victims had recovered, and the school had returned to its former tranquility. He particularly commended several students for their acts of bravery. Mr. Ron Weasley demonstrated extraordinary strategic insight and self-sacrifice on the chessboard, steadfastly remaining by his friend's side. Ron's face flushed as red as his hair, nearly burying his head in his plate amidst the eruptions of cheers from the Gryffindor table. Miss Hermione Granger, with her extensive knowledge and keen logic, unraveled the crucial potion riddle, paving the way for the ultimate resolution of the crisis. Hermione endeavored to maintain her composure, yet the excitement blooming on her cheeks and her erect posture betrayed her exhilaration. Mr. Harry Potter, as Professor Dumbledore's voice grew solemn, displayed extraordinary courage and unwavering resolve in the face of the monster left behind by Salazar Slytherin. At a moment of peril, he earned the recognition of the Sword of Gryffindor, ultimately vanquishing the basilisk and safeguarding his friends and the school. The resounding applause and cheers echoed through the hall, nearly threatening to lift the roof. Harry felt his cheeks flush, yet his heart brimmed with pride and warmth. At last, Dumbledore's gaze shifted towards the boy seated beside Harry, Neville Longbottom. The noise in the hall quieted slightly, many curious eyes now resting upon this usually inconspicuous boy. And also, Mr. Neville Longbottom, Dumbledore's voice rang clear and serene. In the final moments, he exhibited supreme calmness and clarity of judgment. He astutely perceived the enemy's weaknesses and, with remarkable precision and bravery, made a pivotal intervention at the most perilous juncture, playing an indispensable role in the ultimate destruction of the dark creature and the salvation of his companions. He demonstrated that wisdom and composure are equally cherished qualities of Gryffindor. In contrast to the fervent cheers for Harry, Ron, and Hermione, Neville's applause was tinged with surprise and inquiry. Many students, particularly those from other houses, cast fresh glances towards the boy who usually seemed like Harry's shadow. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Neville remained composed, simply bowing slightly towards Dumbledore and the applauding audience, his expression devoid of arrogance, as if the accolades were not directed at him. Dumbledore smiled at this scene before announcing that due to the remarkable contributions of the four, along with Neville's steadfastness in the face of Malfoy's threats, Gryffindor had been awarded additional points. Thus, Dumbledore's voice boomed. Gryffindor has won the House Cup for this academic year. Scarlet and gold streamers cascaded from the ceiling, and the Gryffindor table erupted into a frenzy of jubilation. Students leaped up in cheers, embracing one another, and pumpkin juice splattered everywhere. Harry, Ron, and Hermione embraced excitedly, pulling the somewhat bewildered Neville into their midst. Even Neville found himself firmly embraced by Ron, his lips curling into a barely perceptible smile as he melded into this sea of joy. The end-of-year feast concluded amidst a cacophony of celebration. Students gradually returned to the common room to continue their festivities. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville walked at the rear. As they passed through the entrance hall, Harry inadvertently caught sight of Neville's gaze, seemingly directed towards the passage leading to the Slytherin common room, his expression laden with an intricate and inscrutable emotion, as if deep in contemplation. Yet, that look was fleeting. When Harry attempted to glean more, Neville had already averted his gaze, reverting to his usual demeanor, following them up the moving staircase. Upon returning to the Gryffindor Tower, the common room had transformed into a jubilant ocean. Fred and George had somehow procured an abundance of firecrackers, filling the room with dazzling sparks and loud bangs. Lee Jordan amplified his voice magically, mimicking the commentary of a Quidditch match. Every face was aglow with smiles. Surrounded by his classmates, Harry recounted the tale of slaying the basilisk, of course, a somewhat embellished version, repeatedly. He reveled in the glory befitting a hero, his heart overflowing with joy. He noticed Neville seated alone in an armchair near the fireplace. Cradling a steaming cup of milk, he never drank butterbeer, quietly observing the bustling crowd, neither participating in the conversations nor appearing out of place, as though he were at a safe distance, watching and absorbing the joy. As the night deepened, the celebratory throng gradually dispersed. Harry, accompanied by Ron and Neville, returned to their dormitory. Neville and Seamus, along with Dean, had long since succumbed to a deep slumber. Ron fell asleep almost instantly upon touching his pillow. Harry lay on his four-poster bed, listening to the distant hoots of owls and the gentle lapping of the lake against the shore, yet sleep eluded him. The end of the term signified his return to the Dursleys, which filled him with a tinge of melancholy, but the thought of returning to Hogwarts next year, reuniting with friends, and continuing to explore the mysteries of magic reignited his anticipation. He turned his head to glance at Neville's bed opposite him. In the moonlight, it appeared that Neville too had not yet drifted into slumber. He lay quietly, staring at the top of the canopy, seemingly engrossed in thought. "Neville," Harry called softly, "what are your plans for the summer?" After a brief silence, Neville replied slowly, "Reading. Practicing. Perhaps studying ancient runes." His response was as succinct as ever, imbued with his characteristic focus. "Oh," Harry acknowledged. He recalled Neville's particular interest in those ancient and intricate matters. It sounded quite intriguing. Another silence enveloped them. "Harry." This time, it was Neville who initiated the conversation, his voice resonating distinctly in the stillness of the night. "Yes. Take care of your scar." Neville's tone was soft yet imbued with an uncommon seriousness, hinting that the connection with Voldemort might, in the future, bring about further complications, but could also serve as a crucial lead. "Stay vigilant." Harry's heart tightened slightly. He touched the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead and nodded, "I will." He refrained from probing Neville about the sudden remark. After the events of the Chamber of Secrets, he increasingly felt that Neville's warnings always held merit. The moonlight streamed gently into the room, enveloping the two boys, each harboring their own thoughts. The second year at Hogwarts had come to a close, taking with it fear and crisis, while leaving behind imprints of friendship, courage, and growth, sowing the seeds for more about the future, secrets, and the eternal struggle between darkness and light. For Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom, their story was far from reaching its conclusion. Chapter 40, The Journey Home, the Muggle train carriage, and the quietly unfolding prelude. The Hogwarts Express, a massive crimson steel beast, exhaled plumes of white steam as it stood quietly at Hogsmeade Station. Platform 9 3/4 buzzed with a cacophony of voices, filled with the noise of farewells and the joy of reunions. The hooting of owls, the sound of luggage wheels scraping the ground, parents calling their children S-names, and the excited or melancholic chatter of students intertwined, forming a symphony unique to the end of term. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville pushed their luggage trolley through the throngs, searching for an empty carriage. Harry's emotions were mixed. He felt a sense of loss for Hogwarts and his friends, coupled with a faint reluctance to return to the stifling environment of the Dursleys. He patted the cage containing Hedwig, who stirred impatiently within, seemingly attuned to her owner's sentiments. "This way. There's an empty carriage here," Ron exclaimed, spotting one near the rear of the train. They struggled to hoist their luggage aboard and settle in. Ronis Beitrat, Scabbers, still comfortably nestled in Ron's pocket before the truth about Sirius Black was revealed, was shoved into a specially designed cage, appearing even more agitated than usual, incessantly nudging at the bars with his nose. Hermione's ginger cat, Crookshanks, proudly perched on the seat, her amber eyes scanning the surroundings warily, especially lingering on Scabbers' cage. Emitting a low growl, "She still wants to catch Scabbers," Ron grumbled, inching the cage closer to himself. Creoction exhibited merely an instinctual reaction. Hermione defended her cat, yet her tone lacked conviction as she gently stroked Creoction's thick fur, attempting to soothe its agitation. Young securely placed his somewhat antiquated, yet meticulously polished brown leather suitcase on the luggage rack, then settled into his customary window seat. He refrained from participating in the discourse surrounding pets, his gaze calmly directed towards the bustling crowd outside, observing the parents and students clad in a myriad of wizarding robes, his expression as inscrutable as ever. The train emitted a prolonged whistle, gradually setting into motion. The familiar towers and outlines of Hogwarts Castle receded into the distance, ultimately vanishing from sight. A fleeting silence enveloped the carriage, as a melancholic sense of parting quietly permeated the atmosphere. Uncertain of what new courses awaited them in the upcoming term, Hermione was the first to shatter the stillness. She retrieved a bulging pouch of beads from her belongings, extracting a copy of Intermediate Transfiguration Guide, seemingly eager to commence her revision. "I heard that in the third year, we can choose electives like Ancient Runes and Arithmancy. I want to select them both, but I'm unsure if the schedules will conflict." Ron made a face and exclaimed, "Spare me, Hermione. The exams have just concluded, and you're already poring over next term's books?" He exaggeratedly slapped his forehead. "Can't you, like a normal person, enjoy a holiday free from homework?" "Learning itself is a form of enjoyment, Ron," Hermione replied without lifting her head, her tone imbued with her characteristic seriousness. "Moreover, preparing in advance will give us an advantage in the new semester. What do you think, Yunk?" She lifted her gaze towards Yunk, who seemed more engrossed in the scenery outside than in the conversation, seeking his affirmation. Yunk drew his attention from the window and glanced at the book in Hermione's hands. Nodding, ancient runes form the foundation of many advanced magical practices and are indeed worthy of in-depth study. The symbols not only represent sounds, but also encapsulate specific magical concepts and powers, closely tied to the precise construction of spells. His commentary was both professional and composed, reminiscent of a miniature professor. Hermione's eyes instantly sparkled, as if she had found a kindred spirit. Exactly. I read in A Beginner's Guide to Ancient Runes that each rune corresponds to natural elements, deities, or concepts, and once mastered, one can even channel magic directly without relying solely on incantations. She excitedly began enumerating the meanings of some basic runes. Ron, listening beside them, felt himself growing drowsy and muttered to Harry, "They're at it again, talking in that incomprehensible language." Harry chuckled softly, refraining from interjecting. He observed Yunk, noting that when Hermione mentioned runes, Yunk appeared somewhat more focused than usual, occasionally offering brief additions or corrections to Hermione's points, with terminology that sounded even more esoteric than hers. Harry realized once again that Yunk's accumulation of magical knowledge likely surpassed their wildest imaginations. Where had he acquired all this? Merely from reading? The topic soon shifted from ancient runes to the impending Quidditch World Cup. Ron immediately perked up, animatedly recounting various tidbits he had gleaned from his father about the venue and the participating teams, particularly his favored Bulgarian team and their star seeker, Victor Krum. Dad said we might use a portkey to get there. It's not the most comfortable, but it's definitely more thrilling than the Flynn network. Ron gesticulated, as if he were already clutching the portkey. I hope the Irish team wins. Their chaser tactics are exceptionally coordinated. Hermione temporarily set aside her book to join the discussion, clearly having done her homework as well. Krum is the best, Ron countered. Last year, he executed a modified version of the Wronski feint called the Krum Twist, and it was utterly spectacular. Harry also found himself captivated by the topic, engaging enthusiastically in the conversation. How he wished he could attend the World Cup. Yet thoughts of the Dursleys darkened his mood. He glanced at Yunk, noticing that he remained quietly attentive, not interjecting, yet seemingly less interested in Quidditch than he had been in ancient runes, his gaze often drifting back to the swiftly passing fields and woodlands outside the window. After a lively discussion on Quidditch, Ron's stomach audibly grumbled. He immediately rummaged through his luggage, producing a large paper bag filled with an assortment of sandwiches, pastries, and cakes prepared by Mrs. Weasley. Try the beef pie my mum made. Ron enthusiastically distributed the treats to everyone. Harry and Hermione gratefully accepted, indulging heartily. Yunk also took a smaller sandwich, politely thanking Ron, then consumed it with small, measured bites, almost as if partaking in a ritual. He made scarcely a sound while eating, his movements elegant, creating a stark contrast to the ravenous Ron. After lunch, the atmosphere in the carriage grew even more relaxed. Ron began playing wizard's chess with Harry, while Hermione resumed her engrossment in Intermediate Transfiguration Guide. Yunk neither returned to his book nor joined the chess match. Instead, he leaned against the window, eyes closed, as if resting. However, Harry noticed that his breathing was steady and prolonged, and his fingers unconsciously tapped a complex rhythm on his knee, suggesting he was not truly asleep. The train continued its journey northward, and the scenery outside gradually opened up, revealing rolling green hills and scattered villages beneath the blue sky and white clouds. Around 3 in the afternoon, the train slowly came to a halt at a small platform for a brief technical stop and water replenishment. Some students seized the opportunity to disembark for fresh air. At that moment, the carriage door was abruptly pulled open. Draco Malfoy, flanked by his 2 signature lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, blocked the entrance. Malfoy's complexion appeared even paler than usual, his gray eyes flickering with suppressed fury and palpable resentment. The fall from grace of Lucius Malfoy within the Ministry of Magic evidently left the Slytherin prince feeling humiliated. Look who it is! Malfoy's voice dripped with his characteristic sarcasm. Yet today it was underlined by a chilling malice. The illustrious Harry Potter and his entourage. His gaze swept over Ron and Hermione before finally landing on Yunk, who seemed to be in a meditative state, a smirk curling at the corners of Malfoy's mouth. And this one, exceptionally fortunate Potter during critical moments. What is the matter? Were you frightened in the Chamber of Secrets? Do you need to rely on sleep for recovery? Ron sprang to his feet, fists clenched, his face flushed. Malfoy, are you looking for trouble? Hermione also closed her book, watching the trio at the door with vigilance. Harry calmly restrained Ron's arm, rising to confront Malfoy. We have no interest in conversing with you, Malfoy. Leave our carriage. Malfoy remained unmoved, his gaze fixated on Harry, as if attempting to bore holes through him with sheer intensity. "My father's situation will not be overlooked, Potter," he hissed, his tone laced with menace. "Do you think winning the House Cup and destroying something makes you special? Just wait and see. Next term will be quite the spectacle for you." At that moment, Yunk, who had been keeping his eyes shut, slowly opened them. He did not direct his gaze at Malfoy, but instead looked out towards the platform, where several Muggle workers were unloading cargo, seemingly intrigued by their workflow. However, the instant Yunk opened his eyes, Malfoy appeared as if struck by an unseen force. His words abruptly silenced. He involuntarily shifted his gaze towards Yunk. Yunk exhibited no threatening gestures, nor did he even glance directly at Malfoy, yet his absolute calmness and indifference, as if Malfoy were mere air, elicited a profound discomfort in Malfoy greater than Harry's glare or Ron's clenched fists. He recalled his father mentioning another Potter with a grim expression, something about it being rather uncanny, and he remembered the scattered accounts circulating at school regarding Yunk's unervingly composed demeanor during the events in the Chamber of Secrets. Crabbe and Goyle appeared restless, as if they were poised to charge in at Malfoy's command. Yunchi finally withdrew his gaze from the window, casting a bland glance over the trio of Malfoy without a hint of emotion, neither anger nor fear, much like one would regard inconsequential cargo boxes on a platform. Then, he spoke softly, his voice not loud yet crystal clear to all present. "The train seems about to depart. It's unsafe to linger at the door." His words lacked any incendiary undertone, carrying a touch of objective observation. Yet, coupled with his complete disregard for their provocations, it produced a peculiar effect that rendered Malfoy's simmering rage impotent. Malfoy's cheek muscles twitched, and he shot Yunchi a venomous glare, subsequently glowering at Harry, Ron, and Hermione in turn, squeezing out through clenched teeth. "We'll see about that." With that, he abruptly turned, storming off with Crabbe and Goyle, slamming the carriage door shut with a resounding thud. "Bah, what a nuisance." Ron spat at the closed door, still seething. "He's definitely looking for trouble. All because of Lucius Malfoy." Hermione remarked with concern, "We really need to be cautious next term." Harry nodded and glanced at Yunchi, who had once again closed his eyes, as if the unpleasant episode had never transpired. A familiar sensation washed over Harry. Yunchi's approach to conflict was always so distinct and remarkably effective. His utter indifference seemed to wound Malfoy's arrogance, fueled by provocation and a craving for attention, more deeply than any retort could. After this brief interlude, the atmosphere in the carriage grew slightly tense. It was soon alleviated by Ron's humorous antics and Hermione's preliminary ideas regarding the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, SPEW, to which Ron quipped, "Hermione, spare those poor elves." The train continued its journey, as dusk gradually descended. The lights of the distant Muggle city began to twinkle. They started changing into Muggle clothing, preparing to disembark. As the Hogwarts Express finally glided into King's Cross Station at platform 9 3/4, the moment of parting had truly arrived. "Make sure to write to us." Hermione hugged Harry and Ron, solemnly advising Yunchi, "Stay in touch." "Don't worry, Hermione," Harry assured her. "Be sure to tell us about the World Cup." Ron called out to Harry, his tone filled with envy. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were already waiting on the platform, alongside Ginny, whose complexion appeared much improved as she smiled and waved at them. Hermione's parents, a kindly pair of dentists, stood not far off. Harry spotted Uncle Vernon at the other end of the platform, his demeanor dark and out of place. He took a deep breath, bracing himself for yet another trying summer. Yunchi also noticed his escort, an elderly witch clad in a plain gray robe, with graying hair and a stern countenance. She was the guardian assigned by Dumbledore to look after, and to some extent protect, Yunchi during the summer, residing in a remote wizarding village in Scotland. "Goodbye, Harry, Ron." "Hermione," Yunchi bid farewell, his tone remaining calm, though his gaze seemed slightly softer than usual. "Goodbye, Yunchi," Harry replied. "Have a great summer, and let us keep in touch." Yunchi nodded, then turned, pushing his luggage trolley toward the old witch. His silhouette amidst the bustling crowd appeared somewhat solitary, yet remarkably upright and resolute. Harry watched as Yunchi vanished into the throng, then glanced at the exuberant Weasley family and the impatient Uncle Dursley, his heart filled with uncertainty about the future, yet also with a flicker of determination. No matter how the summer unfolded, Hogwarts would forever be his home, and his friends, including that enigmatic yet dependable brother, Yunchi, would be his source of strength in facing whatever lay ahead. He hoisted Hedwig's cage and his suitcase, striding toward Uncle Vernon. Harry Potter's second year at Hogwarts had officially concluded, but the adventures belonging to him and his companions were far from over. A new chapter was poised to unfold amidst the clamor of the Quidditch World Cup and the looming darkness of unknown threats. Chapter 41. Tumult in the Shadows and Silent Confrontations. The summer at number 4, Privet Drive was, as ever, stifling and oppressive, as if the very air had congealed into a viscous syrup that took one's breath away. Harry Potter found himself trapped in the cramped, dimly lit cupboard under the stairs, feeling akin to a beetle pinned to a display board, futilely struggling against the despairing shackles of his confinement. The Dursleys' attitude towards him had shifted following the events of the previous term's Dementor attack on Aunt March, though they remained oblivious to the true nature of the assailants and the Ministry's warning letter. Becoming increasingly nuanced, they no longer hurled insults and commands at him with reckless abandon. Instead, a cold, fearful, and profoundly loathsome distance had settled in. Uncle Vernon's stout neck seemed perpetually stiff, deliberately avoiding any eye contact with Harry, while Aunt Petunia skirted around him as if he were a plague-ridden being, as though he bore some lethal contagion. Dudley, though still fat and dim-witted, had noticeably reined in his behavior around Harry, his small pig-like eyes occasionally betraying a flicker of fear and confusion that even he might not fully comprehend. Days for Harry slipped by in this exhausting stalemate, with him spending most of his time in his room, rereading a few old textbooks brought back from Hogwarts or staring vacantly at the meticulously trimmed lawn outside. Hedwig was strictly forbidden from being let out of her cage, which severed his last tangible connection to the magical world. Letters from Ron and Hermione had become sparse. He understood they had their own lives. Ron was undoubtedly buzzing with excitement over the upcoming Quidditch World Cup, while Hermione was likely enjoying a family vacation in some sun-drenched locale. Buried in tomes of considerable heft, loneliness and restlessness entwined around Harry's heart like vines. He longed for Hogwarts, for the freely roaming staircases within the castle, for the ever-changing starry ceiling of the Great Hall, for the warmth of the Gryffindor common room's fire, and above all, for his friends. He even found himself missing Snape's greasy hair and sardonic jibes, for at least they signified his presence in that wondrous magical realm, in stark contrast to Harry's confinement. At that very moment, in a remote and nearly isolated wizarding village in the Scottish Highlands, Yunchi Potter's life followed a different kind of order and focus. He resided in an ancient stone cottage, built from gray stones and entwined with hardy vines, owned by the stern old witch, Eldora Hopgood, who had met him at the station. Mrs. Hopgood was a retired employee of the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries, her demeanor as austere and silent as the valley in which she lived. Nevertheless, she executed Dumbledore's instructions with meticulous precision, providing Yunchi with basic necessities and an environment of absolute solitude. Each day, Yunchi adhered to a strict self-imposed regimen. In the early morning, while the valley remained cloaked in mist, he would rise to engage in a unique practice that blended slow physical stretches with mental focus, something unlike any gymnastics he knew, more akin to a method of guiding his magical energy in a cycle, refining and taming it. After breakfast, he would dedicate the entire morning to studying ancient notes and manuscripts belonging to the four founders, which he had retrieved from the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts. The scrawled, profound handwriting on the parchment was filled with long-lost magical symbols and personalized annotations, requiring immense concentration to comprehend. In the afternoon, he would engage in practical magical exercises. He did not practice the standard spells that would appear in the OWL's examinations. Instead, he devoted himself to the practical applications of ancient runes, such as those of Anivian, as well as to more subtle magical techniques that relied heavily on mental control and willpower. At times, he would venture to a hidden glade behind the stone cottage, concealed by magic, where he endeavored to manipulate the element of wind to swirl fallen leaves into intricate patterns, or to arrange small stones on the ground according to an ancient sequence. These exercises were often performed in silence, devoid of dazzling light, yet they encapsulated a profound understanding and mastery over the essence of magic. His wand was utilized less frequently. More often, he relied solely on gestures, intent, and the ancient runes etched in his mind to channel power. Mrs. Hopgood would occasionally peer through the kitchen window, silently observing this unusually quiet boy. She could see the absolute concentration etched on his face while he practiced, and the pure, archaic waves of magical energy that flowed from his fingertips. Energy so unfamiliar that even she, a former employee of the Department of Mysteries, felt somewhat estranged by it. She inquired nothing, merely ensuring, at Dumbledore's request, the provision of food and the maintenance of a tranquil environment. However, this almost ascetic calm was shattered one stifling July evening. That day, Yunchi had just concluded his afternoon practice and was preparing to return to the stone cottage to study the fragments of Ravenclaw's theories on spatial folding. Suddenly, He felt an exceedingly faint yet unmistakable tremor in his chest. It was not a physiological discomfort, but rather a subtle alarm emanating from the realm of magic. He immediately halted, his gaze sharpening like that of a hawk spotting its prey. He swiftly closed his eyes, concentrating his mental faculties to sense the flow of magic surrounding him. The natural magical essence of the Cairngorms, which had previously flowed like a tranquil stream, now exhibited an exceedingly obscure disturbance, tinged with a chill and chaos that was unmistakable. This disturbance was so faint, as if it were originating from an exceedingly distant place, conveyed through some medium. Had it not been for Yunqi's exceptional sensitivity to magical currents and the ancient magic coursing through him that resonated faintly with it, he would have been unable to perceive it. It was the dark mark, and not merely an ordinary manifestation, but one accompanied by the violence and slaughter that triggered its unique, life-defiling dark resonance. Yunqi's eyes flew open, and he looked southward, towards the direction from which the magical disturbance emanated. His brow furrowed tightly. The Quidditch World Cup. At this juncture, such a grand congregation of wizards erupting into a dark commotion could not possibly be coincidental. He turned on his heel and strode swiftly back into the stone cottage. Mrs. Hopgood, seated in a rocking chair by the fireplace, was engrossed in her knitting. Sensing the urgency in Yunqi's footsteps, she looked up, her gray eyes filled with inquiry. Mrs. Hopgood, Yunqi's voice remained steady, albeit slightly hurried. I need to contact Professor Dumbledore immediately. There's an urgent matter. Without further question, Mrs. Hopgood set aside her knitting, rose, and approached a wooden box by the fireplace that resembled an old radio. It was a secure, point-to-point fluid communication device. She deftly adjusted several knobs and murmured a few words into a speaker. Minutes later, Dumbledore's half-figure emerged from the flames in the fireplace, his countenance grave, and his blue eyes, sharp as a blade behind crescent-shaped glasses, fixed on Yunqi. Yunqi, Elidora, what has transpired? Dumbledore's voice resonated through the flames, laced with a barely perceptible tension. Professor, Yunqi stepped forward, succinctly reporting, just now, I sensed a strong disturbance of dark magic emanating from the south. Its nature closely aligning with the waves produced when the dark mark is activated, intermingled with the essence of slaughter and chaos. The source appears to be in the direction of the Quidditch World Cup venue. Dumbledore's expression instantly grew exceedingly serious. Are you certain? His voice lowered. Certain. Yunqi replied without a hint of hesitation. Although the disturbance was distant and faint, its characteristics were unmistakable. Moreover, I felt a familiar resonance of fragmented souls. His last words were whispered, audible only to Dumbledore. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, a cloud of foreboding shadowing his features. I understand. Thank you, Yunqi. Your warning is most timely. He spoke swiftly. Remain vigilant. Stay in Cairngorm. Do not venture anywhere. Elidora, enhance the protections. As the communication was severed, an air of profound gravity enveloped the stone cottage. Mrs. Hopgood quietly moved to the door, beginning to chant complex protective spells in hushed tones. Invisible magical barriers rippling outward like waves, enveloping the entire stone dwelling. Yunqi approached the window, gazing once more into the southern night sky. His expression remained impassive. Yet deep within his dark eyes, it seemed as though a cold flame was igniting. He opened his palm, his fingertips instinctively tracing a complex ancient rune denoting tracking and insight. The symbol glimmered faintly, attempting to capture the lingering, nearly dissipating essence of darkness in the air. Yet the distance was too great, allowing only a general sense of direction and an unsettling quality to be discerned. He knew that Harry must be there, alongside the Weasley family. He was unaware of the specifics of the situation, but the emergence of the Dark Mark and the commotion of the Death Eaters undoubtedly signified that Voldemort's shadow was once again looming over the magical world, shattering the facade of peace. In the ensuing days, news filtered through various channels intermittently. As Yunqi had forewarned, following the conclusion of the Quidditch World Cup final, the campsite was besieged by masked Death Eaters, who set fire to Muggle tents, tormented wizarding families, and instigated widespread panic. Even more disconcertingly, amidst the chaos, the Dark Mark was cast, causing a significant upheaval within the Ministry of Magic. Minister Cornelius Fudge attempted to downplay the incident as the drunken antics of a few extreme individuals, directing blame toward the innocent house elf, Winky, and her former master, the ex-ministry official Barty Crouch, who claimed his house elf had stolen his wand. Yet, from the brief messages Dumbledore relayed through secure channels, Yunqi gleaned that the reality was far from such trivialization. Officials from the ministry had been found under the influence of the Cruciatus Curse, along with some unusual traces. More critically, during the turmoil, Harry experienced excruciating pain in his scar and glimpsed a shadowy figure cloaked in a robe, which bore a faint correspondence to the resonance of fragmented souls that Yunchi had sensed. The situation is deteriorating, Yunchi. Dumbledore's voice conveyed unprecedented weariness and gravity during their final communication. Voldemort's power is growing, and his followers are regrouping. The Ministry's blind ignorance and self-deception will only exacerbate matters. We must prepare ourselves. After the communication ended, Yunchi sat alone in the dim light of the stone cottage, motionless for a prolonged period. Outside, the night in the Cairngorm Valley was eerily still and cold, the sky ablaze with stars, presenting a stark contrast to the tumult that had transpired far away and the darkness that was burgeoning. He opened his palm, observing his long, strong fingers. The tips still bore the lingering, needle-like chill of the dark essence he had traced earlier. He understood that he could no longer be content merely with learning and preparation. The shadow of Voldemort had once again cast itself, and Harry, as the prophesied savior, would undoubtedly be at the forefront of the impending storm. He needed greater strength, not merely for self-preservation, but to safeguard those he wished to protect in the future tempest, to alter the seemingly predetermined outcome. He recalled the forbidden, immensely powerful, yet perilously risky ancient magics documented in the notes of the four founders, as well as Salazar Slytherin's arcane and dangerous discourses on the nature of power. All along, he had consciously restrained the boundaries of his exploration, avoiding the touch of those too dark or uncontrollable realms. But now, the crisis loomed large. Yunchi's gaze gradually hardened with resolve. He rose to his feet and approached the bookshelf, retrieving a particular black notebook, unique in its texture. Devoid of any title on its cover, Salazar Slytherin's private research journal. He flipped to a page within, where an intricate ritual diagram was portrayed, composed of countless nested ancient runes and magical geometric shapes. Beside it were Slytherin's scrawled yet chilling annotations. Draw from the shadows, temper your will, glimpse the essence of power at the precipice of life and death. Yet, a single misstep may lead to irrevocable doom. It was a perilous choice. However, Yunchi understood that his time was perhaps running short. He must endeavor, within manageable bounds, to excavate deeper powers to confront the impending, fiercer storm. He inhaled deeply, pressing his hand against the cold script, his eyes glimmering with resolute determination. The new term at Hogwarts had yet to commence, yet a silent contest concerning power and what had already begun its quiet unfolding in this secluded valley. Chapter 42. The Source of Magic and Silent Guardianship. The mornings in the Cairngorm Valley were invariably shrouded in a damp, cold mist, as though time flowed particularly slowly in this place. As was her custom, Madame Elidora Hopgood arose before dawn, preparing a simple breakfast, habitually casting her gaze towards the magically concealed clearing behind the house. She was unexpectedly met with the absence of the boy who usually practiced there in tranquil solitude. The clearing was deserted, save for the dew-soaked grass and the lingering mist. A faint stir of concern grazed Madame Hopgood's otherwise placid mind. For nearly 2 months, Yunchi Potter's routines had been as precise as a finely tuned clock, without exception. Discreetly, she heightened the protective magical perception enveloping the stone cottage, discovering no signs of external intrusion or internal anomaly. The boy seemed to have vanished in a thin air. At that moment, Yunchi had not departed the stone cottage. Rather, he found himself in a more secretive realm, one more attuned to his current needs. Beneath the stone cottage lay not merely a solid foundation as it appeared. Shortly after his arrival, Yunchi, leveraging his profound understanding of Hogwarts architectural magic and the esoteric knowledge contained within the notes of the four founders, discreetly established a mirrored corridor in this location. This was not a simple spatial extension spell, but involved the redirection and solidification of local ley line energies, creating a temporarily independent, small, semi-dimensional training ground. The space here was vastly more expansive than it seemed, with a dome mimicking the ever-changing starry sky of Hogwarts' Great Hall, currently displaying a profound midnight blue interspersed with swirling nebulae. The surrounding walls were not rock, but rather composed of solidified, gently flowing magical luminescence, with the floor engraved with extraordinarily intricate ancient runes and magical geometric arrays, serving not as mere decoration, but as conduits and stabilizers for the entire mirrored corridor's energy. In this place, it felt as if he had returned to the nights long ago when he and his four friends together constructed Hogwarts' core magical matrix. Here, the concentration of magic far surpassed that of the outside world. It was more docile, easier to guide and shape. Yunchi stood in the corridor's center, closing his eyes in deep concentration. He did not engage in any specific magical practice, but rather immersed his entire being within, tracing the source of his own magical essence. Unlike the vast majority of modern wizards, whose magic resembled lakes, sourced from their bloodlines, and channeled through wands, Yunshi's magic was deeper and closer to its essence. It resembled an ever-flowing underground river, stemming from the essence of his soul that transcended time and space, coupled with an ancient pact with the magical origins of this world. This power was immense yet restrained, akin to a dormant volcano, and at this moment, with the aid of the mirrored corridor, he sought to perceive its entirety more clearly and endeavor to exert deeper control over it. He recalled the dark wave he sensed on the night of the Quidditch World Cup. That was not merely the dark mark, but intertwined with a resonance that elicited a profound revulsion deep within his soul, the tainted essence of Voldemort's fragmented soul. Such a level of dark power could not be countered by ordinary spells. Slowly, he raised his right hand, foregoing the wand. His fingertips traced the air, conjuring an ancient rune of purification composed purely of magical light fragments, a variant combining Soilo and Leguz, which began to materialize. The characters solidified, emanating a gentle yet resolute glow that dispelled the dimness simulated by the corridor's night-like ambience. This was not any magic taught in Hogwarts curriculum, but rather one of the theoretical models proposed by Rowena Ravenclaw in her studies against ancient dark magical creatures, requiring the caster to possess nearly primal control over magic to bypass incantations and wand assistance, directly constructing a runic entity with specific banishing and purifying effects through will and magic. Maintaining this rune demanded a continuous output of pure magic and heightened mental focus. A slight sheen of sweat appeared on Yunshi's brow, yet his gaze remained tranquil. The rune steadily radiated light, silently dispelling any discordant impurities within the surrounding magical essence. This was merely the first step. Following this, he raised his left hand as well, allowing the magical light fragments to flow from his fingertips, constructing an even more intricate structure, not a singular rune, but a miniature, self-adjusting magical array. This was the domain of Helga Hufflepuff, intertwining protective and healing powers within a continuous barrier. The diminutive array spun above his palm, exuding a warmth as substantial as the earth itself, complementing the brilliance of the purifying rune in his right hand, simultaneously maintaining two high-level, wandless, silent magical constructs of entirely different attributes was an almost impossible task for any wizard. The magic surged within Yunshi, akin to commanding two distinctly characterized dragons, requiring impeccable precision to ensure they coexisted harmoniously, even augmenting each other. Time flowed in silence. Within the corridor, only the faint hum of flowing magic could be heard. Yunshi stood there quietly, his hands steadily cradling the luminous rune and the rotating array, as if he had become a part of the corridor itself. His mental energy was highly concentrated, akin to engaging in a silent meditation or an in-depth dialogue with the power residing deep within his soul. He not only sensed the surging of his own magic, but also vaguely perceived the more ancient and formidable line energy flowing beneath his feet. As one of the fifth founders who had once contributed to the construction of Hogwarts, he possessed an understanding and talent for guiding and harnessing this natural force that transcended time, though the ley lines here were far less powerful and tamed than those of Hogwarts. The subtle connection was sufficient to imbue his practiced methods with a semblance of the might of the earth and sky. It was unclear how much time had passed when Yunshi gradually dissipated the magical construct from his hands. The light, rune, and miniature array vanished into the air like stardust. He exhaled a long, heavy breath, his complexion slightly pale, yet the depth of his black eyes shone brighter than ever, as if they bore the light of the cosmos. This profound meditation and tracing of his magical essence had elevated his understanding and control of his power to a new level. He was certain that if faced again with the level of dark energy experienced on the night of the Quidditch World Cup, he would no longer be limited to passive perception and rough tracking. As he silently exited the mirrored corridor and returned to the first floor of the stone cottage, it was already noon. Madame Hopgood observed him emerging from the staircase leading to the underground, an entrance cleverly disguised as a storage room. Without inquiring, simply pushing a warm lunch towards him. For the first time, a hint of indescribable astonishment clearly reflected in her murky gray eyes. Although she could not perceive the exact conditions of the underground corridors just moments ago, she distinctly felt the magic of the entire stone house and a small segment of the valley being subtly activated and aligned. A harmonious resonance that seemed to touch the very essence of the world, an experience she had never encountered before. Days later, A substantial letter from Hermione Granger arrived at Yunshi's hands via an encrypted magical channel. In her missive, Hermione described in an anxious and indignant tone how the Daily Prophet had relentlessly slandered Harry and Dumbledore, portraying them as deceitful charlatans who incited panic, while downplaying the genuine chaos caused by Death Eaters and the Dark Mark during the Quidditch World Cup. The Ministry of Magic had even dispatched that dreadful woman, Dolores Umbridge, to Hogwarts to serve as the defense against the dark arts professor. This was clearly a ploy to surveil and control Professor Dumbledore. Harry's situation was dire. The entire magical community, influenced by the Daily Prophet, was casting doubts upon him. What should we do, Yunchi? Do you have any thoughts? After finishing the letter, Yunchi fell silent for a moment. The manipulation of public opinion and the suppression by the authorities were precisely the tactics employed by Voldemort and his minions, aimed at eliminating dissent and sowing division. He could imagine the immense pressure and isolation Harry was enduring at that moment. He approached his desk, unfurled the parchment, and began to compose a reply in his clear and composed handwriting. He refrained from proposing a specific plan of action, as that would depend on the internal circumstances at Hogwarts. Instead, he provided analysis and suggestions from a different perspective. He first pointed out the glaring logical fallacies and selective reporting in the Daily Prophet, suggesting that Hermione systematically compile these discrepancies and seek alternative, independent media channels, such as the Quibbler, to voice their concerns. Even if the initial impact was limited, it could plant seeds of doubt in the minds of some discerning witches and wizards. Secondly, he emphasized the importance of practical experience. If the official curriculum could not provide genuine training in defensive magic, then organizing private sessions for mutual teaching would become crucial. He subtly alluded to the many secret spaces within Hogwarts, such as the Room of Requirement, that might serve as ideal practice venues. He even enclosed a simple technique for detecting any eavesdropping or surveillance spells in the vicinity, based on subtle observations of the flow of magic in the environment, requiring no wand and perfectly suited for sensitive situations. In conclusion, he wrote, "The truth may be temporarily obscured, but it cannot be permanently distorted. Knowledge and power are the most effective weapons to pierce through lies. Remain vigilant, focus on self-improvement, and unite with trustworthy individuals." This letter contained no impassioned encouragement, only calm analysis and actionable advice. Yet, between the lines, it exuded a sense of composure and confidence rooted in profound strength and far-reaching vision. After sending the reply, Yunchi once again entered the mirrored corridor. This time, he refrained from conducting extensive magical tracing, instead focusing on more specific and rapid magical applications. His figure flickered in and out of sight within the corridor, performing silent apparitions with precise inch-by-inch movements, permitted under the corridor's unique rules. His fingers swiftly traced invisible barriers in the air, which formed and dissipated instantaneously, simulating defenses against sudden attacks. He even began to experiment with simultaneously guiding the elemental powers of wind and earth, creating small areas of disruption or confinement. He understood that Hogwarts was about to become a battlefield devoid of gunpowder. Harry would have to confront not only the monster within the Chamber of Secrets, but also the scrutiny and pressure emanating from the authorities, public opinion, and his peers. Although he could not remain by Harry's side at all times, he could provide indirect support in his own way and, through relentless practice, ensure that when true darkness descended, he possessed the power to turn the tide. As the end of summer quietly approached and the nights in the Cairngorm Valley began to carry a hint of chill, Yunchi received a small package delivered by an unfamiliar owl. The parcel bore no signature, containing only a few ancient-looking tomes on brain-closing spells and will defenses. Accompanied by a blank slip of paper, Yunchi picked up the slip, his fingertips gently gliding across its surface. A familiar, slender, and forceful handwriting slowly emerged. "Knowledge is armor. Will is a shield. In the new term, may you use them wisely." Adi. Yunchi gazed at the words, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. He tucked the books away and turned his gaze southward, as if piercing through the mountains to glimpse that familiar castle. A storm was approaching, and he was ready, not as a savior brother, but as Yunchi Potter, the inheritor of the fifth founder of Hogwarts, quietly weaving his protective web. Chapter 43. The Silent Classroom and the Legacy of the Room of Requirement. The Hogwarts Express billowed smoke as it delivered students back to the familiar castle. However, unlike previous years, an inexplicable tension and oddity pervaded the atmosphere of this year's opening. This was not born of the Chamber of Secrets legend or fugitive rumors, but rather a stifling oppression deliberately cultivated by the authorities. Dolores Umbridge, the woman clad in a pink cardigan, whose voice was annoyingly shrill and affected, announced the Ministry of Magic's educational decree at the start of term feast in her saccharine tone. when she declared her appointment as the defense against the dark arts professor, reverting the curriculum to theoretical foundations and prohibiting any practical exercises. A chill surged up Harry's spine. He glanced toward the staff table. Dumbledore's expression was inscrutable. Professor McGonagall's lips were pressed into a stern line, and Snape seemed to be fixated on Umbridge, though behind his hollow gaze, one could only wonder what he was plotting. The sorting ceremony and feast concluded in a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. As students bustled back to their respective common rooms, Yunshi did not follow the throng of Gryffindors. Silently, he slipped away from the crowd, merging with the shadows of the castle, and made his way up to the 8th floor along a little-known corridor. His destination was the tapestry depicting the giant troll bashing the hapless Baruffio. Standing before the bare wall, he mentally articulated his request. I need a space that can shield against prying eyes, suitable for advanced magical practice and the transmission of knowledge. The wall silently slid open, revealing the familiar, scarred wooden door. But upon entering, he found the interior vastly different from the empty practice space he had previously used. Before him was not merely an open area for practice, but a fusion of an ancient magical library and laboratory. Towering bookshelves reached the ceiling, filled not with the familiar leather-bound spines of Hogwarts library, but with ancient scrolls, manuscripts, and tablets of various materials. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment, dried herbs, and a faint, stardust-like essence of magic. In the center of the room stood a massive stone platform, intricately engraved with complex magical circles, surrounded by various instruments for alchemy and magical constructs. Although ancient, they were impeccably clean, as if recently polished. A gentle light emanated from the very walls, embedded with self-luminous runes and crystals. This was the manifestation of the Room of Requirement, responding to his legacy. A replica of the private library and workshop used for advanced magical research and knowledge preservation by the 4 founders, as well as himself, a millennium ago. Yunshi approached a specific shelf, his fingers brushing over the familiar copies of notes. Godric's essential combat magic, Rowena's logical deductions of runes, Helga's studies on magical creatures and natural harmonization, and Salazar's perilous and profound research concerning the essence of soul and power. These, indeed, represent the true essence of Hogwarts, far surpassing the curated and simplified tomes found in the external library. He retrieved a silver scroll concerning the protection of will and the intrusion of mind, unfurling it upon the central stone pedestal. The handwriting was unmistakably that of Ravenclaw, specifically designed to counter the effects of the Dementor-esque kiss and more subtle forms of mental influence. He was acutely aware that Harry would soon require this knowledge. The following day, the defense against the dark arts lesson devolved into utter farce. Umbridge's misguided assertion that mere theoretical understanding would suffice to evade danger, alongside that insipid and utterly useless tome, Magical Defense Theory, left students who harbored hopes of acquiring practical skills in utter disillusionment. When Hermione attempted to challenge her, and when Harry could no longer contain the truth of Voldemort's return, Umbridge's saccharine smile was swiftly followed by cold punishment. Harry was compelled to use that black quill, which drew blood while inscribing the phrase, "I must not tell lies," repeatedly upon the back of his hand. The excruciating pain and the unhealable wound were not merely physical torments, but a profound mental humiliation. After class, he stormed out, the pain on his hand still throbbing. "She's a monster," Ron seethed indignantly. "We must take action." Hermione's eyes sparkled with determination. "We cannot expect her to teach us anything useful to combat, you know." Harry remained silent, engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. At that moment, a serene voice emerged from behind them. "Theoretical knowledge is not devoid of value." The trio turned to find Luna Lovegood standing in the shadows of the corridor, as if she had been there all along. She stepped forward, her gaze landing on Harry's blood-stained hand, her expression unwavering, though the air around them seemed to momentarily thicken. "Yet, rigid and castrated theory is akin to shackles," Luna continued, her voice soft yet clearly audible to all 3. "True knowledge lies in comprehending its principles and being able to apply them flexibly, even to transcend them." Hermione immediately seized upon the crux of the matter. "Luna, you mean, there are places within the castle that respond to genuine needs." Luna did not provide a direct answer, but instead uttered a seemingly cryptic phrase. Simultaneously, she subtly made a simple gesture, gently tapping her left palm with her right forefinger. Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances, yet Hermione's eyes lit up with realization. She recalled how, during their search for information on Nicholas Flamel last year, Luna had guided them in a similar fashion. That evening, as Harry brooded over the pain in his hand and Umbridge's torment, Hermione approached him and Ron, her eyes gleaming with excitement. I understand what Luna meant. She whispered. The room of requirement. She was telling us we could practice there. The room of requirement? Ron scratched his head in confusion. What is that? A magical room that appears only when someone truly needs it, Hermione explained. Luna must know how to find it. And she hinted that we could engage in genuine magical practice there. Thus, under Hermione's guidance, they discovered the room of requirement for the first time, transforming it into a secret training base, henceforth known as the Dumbledore's Army. An increasing number of students were clandestinely recruited, practicing spells such as Disarming Charm, Shield Charm, and even Patronus Charm, practical magic that Umbridge had expressly forbidden. Meanwhile, Luna did not frequently attend DA meetings. Rather, she existed as an invisible guardian and provider of resources. During one meeting, as Harry instructed everyone on the Patronus Charm, Neville Longbottom once again struggled. He could not concentrate to recall a happy memory, and his wand emitted only a thin mist of silver, leaving him quite despondent. Longbottom, a calm voice resonated beside him. Luna had approached unnoticed. The Patronus is born from inner strength, and strength does not solely emerge from joy. A resolute will and the determination to protect those dear to you can equally dispel the darkness. Instead of demonstrating the incantation, she extended her finger and swiftly traced a simple, ancient rune composed of silver sparkles in the air before Neville, an amalgamation of Ansuz and Uras, symbolizing courage. The rune flickered momentarily, yet a warm and steadfast energy washed over Neville. He paused, inhaled deeply, then raised his wand again, exclaiming, Expecto Patronum. This time, although he still failed to summon a complete Patronus, the silver mist that erupted from his wand was noticeably thicker and more stable, even vaguely forming a rounded shape that repelled a simulated Dementor, conjured by Hermione's magic, by a step. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the spectacle. They could not comprehend what Luna had accomplished, but the results were undeniably evident. On another occasion, while members practiced the shield charm, they repeatedly struggled with timing the incantation's effectiveness and stabilizing their magical output. Luna observed for a moment before stepping into the center of the room. The essence of the shield charm is to instantaneously construct a barrier of magical energy, she articulated, her voice clear and resonant. The key lies in prediction and instantaneous concentration. Do not wait until the attack is upon you to react. Saying this, she raised a hand without even retrieving her wand. In the next moment, a translucent, rippling oval barrier materialized before her with remarkable solidity, subtle runes swirling upon its surface. The barrier held for several seconds before dissipating quietly. Silent casting? Wandless magic? Ginny exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. The other students were equally dumbfounded. Silent spells were already regarded as advanced techniques at the Newt's level, while wandless magic existed solely in legend. Not entirely wandless, Luna calmly corrected. It merely indicates that once one reaches a certain level of control over their magic, the wand serves more as an aid and focus rather than an absolute necessity. She did not delve deeper into the explanation, but this brief demonstration undoubtedly left a profound impression on all D and members, highlighting Luna's unfathomable prowess. Occasionally, she would bring forth fragments of ancient handwritten notes detailing enhancements for standard spells, strategies for countering specific dark magic, or methods for mental concentration through meditation. These materials consistently addressed the bottlenecks the DA members faced during practice. She resembled a tactical advisor and repository of knowledge hidden behind the scenes, silently bolstering the flame of rebellion with her extraordinary knowledge and profound understanding of magic. She did not vie for leadership or flaunt her abilities. Yet each of her appearances and seemingly casual guidance made DA members, especially Harry, Ron, and Hermione, increasingly aware of her remarkable nature. At times, Harry found himself puzzled, wondering where Luna had acquired such knowledge. How did she understand the secrets of the castle so thoroughly? Yet whenever he contemplated asking, the sight of Luna's calm, seemingly infinite eyes quelled his curiosity, leaving his questions lodged in his throat. He had an instinct that some answers were perhaps not meant for him to know just yet. What he did know was that in this dark time, rife with deception and oppression, Luna was a comrade and brother in whom he could place unwavering trust. Her very existence was a powerful and reassuring force. The quietly transmitted knowledge and progressively refined magic within the room of requirement constituted the sharpest spear to pierce the web of lies woven by Umbridge and the Ministry of Magic.